After half a year of squatting in the bitter kiln, awaken the anti-heaven system. After being released from prison, the identity of the undercover agent became a mystery, and there was no way out for me in the martial arts world. Since black and white cannot be distinguished, I will create my own pattern, punch the gangsters, and engage in behind-the-scenes battles. I want this Xiangjiang. Remember my name Zhou Ji, not an undercover agent, but a legend. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Being an ordinary person. A prison in Xiangjiang. During lunchtime, the prisoners in the cafeteria sat at their respective seats to eat. The iron gate slammed open with a loud bang, and a prison guard walked in from outside, shouting loudly, "Let go." Zhou Ji, who was eating with his head down, gave a slight slap to his hand. "Don't leave the rice grains in the prison. It's unlucky. Eat them all up," the man across the street reminded with a smile. Zhou Ji responded, picked up the rice tray, and swallowed the remaining rice in big gulps. After swallowing the last grain of rice, he slowly stood up with a slightly desolate expression. The person across from him looked at him with a smile on his lips and extended his hand. Zhou Ji shook the hand tightly and said, "Ah Zheng, take care. I will go see your son, and I have arranged everything that needs to be done. You can rest assured and serve your sentence on the day you come out. You're so capable. After going out, you can make a name for yourself even if you follow the right path. As soon as I come out, I'll hang out with you." Zhou Ji gave a bitter smile and turned to walk towards the entrance of the cafeteria. "Jiga, when you step out the door, don't look back. Don't say anything goodbye. Jiga, take care. Ash, you're so competitive inside. Don't mess around anymore after you leave, and don't come back in the future." At the prison gate, the guard who escorted him out gently patted his shoulder in a sincere tone. Zhou Ji nodded and walked straight out of the iron gate without stopping. He took a deep breath of the outside air and felt his muscles and bones stretch out. His mother, Zhou Ji, who smoked several cigarettes at the roadside and didn't even see a person, could not help but curse. Sure enough, none of those who followed Lianquan were righteous. "I only went in for half a year, but no one came to pick me up when I came out." 6 months ago, he followed his elder brother to collect accounts for Lianquan and was ambushed by more than 10 people in a narrow alley. His boss and 2 companions were chopped over on the spot, and their lives and deaths are unknown. He relied on his abilities and managed to escape with 5 or 4 knives, knocking down 7 or 8 opponents. Just as they rushed onto the street, they collided with 2 patrolling police officers, arrested on the spot due to excessive blood loss and physical exhaustion. He was almost out of breath when he was taken to the hospital. At the brink of death, dusty memories suddenly surfaced. Originally, he was a reborn being, but memories only fully awakened at that moment. His strong will to survive miraculously helped him overcome the gates of hell. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick, and what followed was a 6-month prison sentence. At first, he thought it was a disaster caused by serving the court, and the organization should take care of it. But unfortunately, the boss he followed was none other than Liang Kuan, a spokesperson for Hongxing Temple Street. How could Liang Kuan care about a small character like him who has not yet made a name for himself? As a result, he was sentenced to 6 months in prison. There was no one to manage the relationship, and coincidentally, Hongxing's power was weak in this prison. He was seriously injured and still in prison. He was weak. He was a newcomer and naturally became the target of bullying by the old fogies. Fortunately, I met Zhong Tianzheng. Yes, the versatile protagonist in Prison Stormed. Under the protection of the other party, he endured the most difficult days. At the same time, his rebirth system has finally been activated. Simply put, he is an all-around growth golden finger. As long as he invests time in learning and training, he can continuously become stronger. So he immediately started the crazy cultivation mode. Prisons emphasize that strength is king, and the primary task is naturally to enhance combat effectiveness. Through Zhong Tianjing's network, he obtained a secret manual of 8 extremes fist. After a month of hard training, my physical fitness recovered, and my kung fu also made rapid progress. Subsequently, he subdued the crowd with martial arts and defeated all the provoking old prisoners and gang leaders one by one, stabilizing his position in prison. In the following days, in addition to persisting in exercise, he diligently read all available books, absorbed various knowledge, and consulted skilled prisoners for technical skills. He will never let go of anything that can be learned. Who can predict what will happen tomorrow? Even though he has watched countless Hong Kong films in his past life and is familiar with many plot developments. But ultimately it's a movie. And here, it is a real world that blends elements of Hong Kong cinema. No one can say for sure what's going on outside. Many skills do not weigh on oneself. Even children understand this principle. I don't seek to be proficient in everything. I just want to be prepared and not afraid. In the past 6 months, almost all of the wages he earned in prison, along with the pocket money from various corner heads of filial piety, were used to purchase various books, and even Zhong Tianzheng helped him bring a lot. Open the property panel dash. Host, Zhou Ji. Strength, 29, 10 for ordinary people. Agile, 32, average person 10. Spirit, 58, 10 for ordinary people. Skill, combat, Grandmaster level. You master various ultimate combat skills. Medical skills, Grandmaster level. Your medical path has reached the state of reviving the dead. Calligraphy, Master level. Your brushwork blends ancient and modern styles and has become a master's style. Fashion design, Master level. Your design philosophy leads the trend of the times. You are proficient in various gambling techniques, Master level. You are proficient in cooking various dishes with advanced culinary skills. Physiognomy, Intermediate level. Director, Intermediate. Singing, Advanced. Dance, Advanced. Makeup, Advanced. Unlock, Advanced. Densely packed, diverse, and countless strange skills. The system interface is dazzling and almost impossible to flip over. Accumulating so many skills in just 6 months is already quite impressive. Some are learned from books, while others are obtained by seeking advice from various, capable people in prison. There are quite a few people hiding in prison. After all, in today's Xinjiang, there is a mix of good and bad people, with all kinds of teachings and trends. What kind of characters are there? How many people who have some skills are willing to live honestly? Damn it. I waited on the roadside for a long time, but I didn't even see a ghost. It seems that no one will really come. Zhou Ji walked to the telephone booth next to Xiaoba Station, stuffed a coin in, and dialed the number deeply engraved in his mind. As soon as the phone was connected, he couldn't suppress his anger and shouted, "Big shot. When I joined the club after hearing your words, you ignored me and pretended to be dead even when I was sentenced to prison. Now that I'm out of prison, do you still ignore me? May I ask who you are?" "Aubin. He passed away in a car accident a month ago." A choked up and sad female voice came from the other side. Zhou Ji suddenly froze and stuttered helplessly. I'm sorry, I got the wrong number. I'm sorry, but unfortunately, we can't come back to life after death. You have to take care. Those who are still alive have to keep moving forward. Goodbye, sorry to bother you." After speaking, he hung up the phone in a panic, standing still for a long time without moving. As memories surfaced, he finally remembered that he was not just an ordinary gangster, but also had a hidden and significant identity, an undercover agent. That's right, he joined the club not voluntarily, but under orders. 2 years ago, as a top student in the police academy, he was persuaded by a senior inspector to join the secret team of 3 years in 3 years, and eventually infiltrated Hongxing society to collect intelligence. Damn it. He kicked fiercely towards the phone booth, then turned around and walked out, ignited a cigarette, rubbed his hair irritably, and slowly paced back to Xiaoba Station. At the beginning, he was imprisoned, but after being released from prison, he had already gone online and failed. Undercover is such an important matter, and it has been a whole month since I went online, yet no one has taken over the contact. Could it be that the launch was too sudden and there was no time to hand over the work? He tried hard to recall his past memories, and it seemed that during the more than a year before his imprisonment, the online community had very little contact with him. Perhaps it was because he was doing too poorly in the club at that time, just a low-level junior and unable to provide any valuable intelligence. I was still calculating in prison. After coming out, use your undercover identity to carry out some operations. For example, picking a boss in a club. Wouldn't it be so fast to climb up? Or simply reveal some insider information, make a contribution, and apply to be transferred back to the police force. Anyway, the former boss is already dead, with so many henchmen under Liang Kuan, who would remember him as a nobody, safe and risk-free. Otherwise, never mind, you're just messing around. The current situation has already ended before it even started. It's really his mother. He subconsciously threw the cigarette butt to the ground. Just at this moment, a minibus came slowly. I don't know where this car is heading, but as soon as the little bus stopped, he got on the car and picked a window seat to sit down. Looking along the way, the window gradually transitions from the desolate and quiet suburbs to the bustling city with bustling crowds and constant traffic. To be honest, in his previous life he had only seen the appearance of Xinjiang in movies and TV dramas, and had never personally set foot on this land. Skyscrapers stand tall, streets flow endlessly. What catches the eye are the constantly flashing neon signs on the streets and alleys. The images that once appeared repeatedly in movies are now truly unfolding before our eyes. Urban men and women dressed in fashionable clothing shuttle back and forth, visible everywhere. There are also groups of 3 or 5 young people, men and women walking together, who are obviously the old gangsters in the martial arts world. He also witnessed several scenes of street fights in succession. Zhou Ji couldn't help but shake his head slightly, thinking to himself, Xinjiang is really extravagant and chaotic these days. However, speaking of which, at this time, Xinjiang is indeed a golden age of ups and downs. Unfortunately, my life is still miserable, and my parents are no longer alive. I heard that there is still a rundown small house in Kowloon City, and I have hardly gone back since I became an undercover agent. After getting off the minibus, Zhou Ji walked aimlessly on the street, not knowing where to go for a moment. Go back to Temple Street to find Liang Kuan? But at that time, he was just a nobody. The elder brother who was originally following was injured by someone who chopped him off. He was sent to the hospital one step later than him, and ended up directly in the morgue. Can Liang Kuan remember that there is still this person in the world? We have to question him. What can he do when he goes back? Even if the other party really recognizes him, it's probably just like before, randomly assigning a new boss to follow him. What is the way out on such a day? Anyway, at the moment, no one knows his background in both black and white. It's better to go incognito and become an ordinary person. With the skills learned in prison, coupled with advanced knowledge and understanding of the future, it may not be difficult to rise again. Chapter 2. Walking Sideways. Yet, the dilemma lies in the fact that Hong Kong is currently engulfed in its most chaotic era. Various sectors have been infiltrated by the insidious influence of organized crime. While it may not be difficult to scrape by without connections or a background, aspiring to truly rise above the fray seems akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Even a fierce tiger finds it challenging to fend off a pack of wolves. No matter how strong it may be, it cannot endure incessant harassment day and night. Alas, are we not back to square one? Wait for me. Oh dear. Just as his thoughts spiraled, his calf was suddenly bumped into, followed by a childish cry of pain. Looking down, he saw a little boy with a backpack tumbling at his feet. Are you all right, little one? I'm fine. Oh dear, Zai, did you hurt yourself? As he helped the child to his feet, an elderly lady hurriedly approached, enveloping her grandson in a warm embrace and inspecting him from head to toe. Grandma, I'm really okay. I apologize, sir. This child is too mischievous and bumped into you. No worries, as long as the child is unharmed. Zhouji smiled as he ruffled the boy's hair. Little fellow, be careful when you walk. Don't run so fast. Got it, uncle? The boy replied obediently. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and continued on his way. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that before leaving, he had mentioned to Zhong Tianzheng that he would go see his son, Liang Zai, pulling out the phone number Zhong Tianzheng had given him yesterday. He walked to a nearby phone booth and dialed the digits. Hello, who would you like to speak to? Hello, I'd like to speak to Liang Zai. Or his grandmother if possible. With a bag of fruits and a few toys in hand, Zhouji made his way to the address provided by Zhong Tianzheng's mother. It was an old Tong Lao, strikingly similar to the place where he once resided. Coincidentally, it was also located in Kowloon City, not far from his former home. Grandma, someone is knocking at the door. Cough, cough, Liang Zai. Grandma is cooking. You go answer the door. It should be the friend your father called about. A conversation between an elder and a youth echoed from inside. Soon, the sound of light footsteps followed, and the door swung open, revealing a small boy. Uncle, who are you looking for? Ah, you must be Liang Zai. I'm a friend of your father's. He asked me to come check on you. Zhouji said with a smile as he tousled the child's hair. Grandma, it's an uncle who says he's dad's friend. Upon hearing this, Liang Zai immediately turned and called out to the interior of the house. Cough, cough. Accompanied by a few low coughs, an elderly woman slowly emerged from the back room. Hello, you are Zheng's friend? Good day, Mayam. You can call me Aji. I am a close friend of Zheng's. He asked me to come by and see the both of you. Oh, please come in and sit down. Cough, cough. Perhaps it was Zhouji's sincere demeanor or his gentle, natural tone. Zhong Tianjing's mother did not display any disdain for his recent release from prison, but rather warmly invited him inside. However, when Zhouji clearly saw the old woman's appearance, his brow furrowed slightly. With his current mastery of medicine, he could tell at a glance that she was gravely ill, her condition perilously advanced. Considering the plot he remembered, and gazing at Liang Zai's innocent face, it seemed they were at the very stage where her life was nearing its end in the original narrative. Fortunately, he still had time. Liang Zai, this is for you. Do you like it? Once inside the living room, Zhouji casually handed over the toy he had just purchased to the child, who stood wide-eyed, taking in the sight of him. Wow, it's a model airplane. I love it. Thank you, uncle. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Go play? Grandma, I'm going to play. All right, go ahead. But don't play too long. Remember to finish your homework. The elderly woman gently stroked her grandson's head, a kind smile gracing her face, but before she could finish, she was seized by another fit of severe coughing. I truly appreciate your kindness in bringing gifts. Oh, Mayam, you're too kind. When I first arrived, it was all thanks to Zheng's care. This is the least I could do. Seeing Liang Zai run off, the elderly woman hesitated momentarily before speaking. Zhouji, noticing her uncertainty, smiled gently. Mayam, you can just call me Aji. Were you perhaps inquiring about Zheng's situation in there? Yes. How has Zheng been inside? What is his behavior like? How much longer until he can come home? The elderly woman nodded anxiously, her voice laced with worry, and immediately coughed several times after speaking. Zheng is doing well inside. Based on the current situation, he should be able to return in about a year. In reality, Zhong Tianzheng was nearing the end of his sentence, but due to a provocation from an assassin, he had been unable to contain himself, resulting in a conflict that extended his term. What? The elderly woman was taken aback, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Mayam, please do not worry. Zheng is fine in there. Considering time off for good behavior, As long as he continues to perform well, he will be home soon. But your health? Alas. The elderly woman sighed deeply, a shadow of sorrow flickering in her eyes. You can see for yourself. At my age, my health is deteriorating day by day. And I truly fear I may not last until Zheng returns. If something were to happen to me, how could little Liang Zai manage on his own? Mayam, you need not be overly concerned. I possess medical knowledge. Your ailment is, in fact, quite treatable. With his esteemed expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, he had already discerned her affliction with a mere glance. The elderly woman did not suffer from a terminal illness, but rather from a chronic condition compounded by her advanced age, leading to weakened vitality. For him, curing this illness would be as effortless as lifting a finger. Aji, please do not comfort me. I have been to the hospital, and the doctors all said there is no hope for a cure. Mayam, I am not merely placating you. The hospital may be at a loss. But before my medical skills, this is truly not a significant issue. Really? Zhouji nodded earnestly. Of course. I assure you, under my direct care, you will regain your health within 7 days. Then, how will we treat it? What medication will I need? Will it be very expensive? The elderly woman immediately grasped his hand, eagerly questioning him. Completely oblivious to the fact that Zhouji had not inquired about her condition or mentioned any examination throughout their conversation. However, Zhouji understood her feelings. After all, her son was still imprisoned, and her grandson was young and helpless. If she were to fall ill, leaving behind an orphan child, how desolate that would be. For her, this was not just hope, but her only lifeline, the last glimmer of hope for Liang Zai to have someone to protect him. Do not fret. Zhouji gently patted her hand. I will perform acupuncture on you a few times using traditional Chinese medicine, and with a few herbal prescriptions, you will recover completely. If not for your age and frailty, the long-term effects of illness depleting your energy, a single acupuncture treatment would yield immediate results. Oh, yes, I was too anxious. Seeing you here, I didn't even think to offer you a cup of tea. It's almost time for dinner, too. As she spoke, the elderly woman hurriedly poured a cup of warm water for him. Aji, please sit for a moment. I'll have the dishes ready shortly. Let us eat together and chat some more. After dinner, I spent some time playing games with Liang Zai. As the sky darkened, Zhouji rose to prepare to take his leave. Aji, do you have a place to stay tonight? If not, why not rest here? Mrs. Zhong immediately stood up, her face filled with concern. Annie, don't worry. I live not far from here, and I will come by early tomorrow to begin your treatment. Then I must trouble you. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, Zhouji replied with a gentle smile, lightly ruffling Liang Zai's hair. Liang Zai, be sure to listen to your grandmother. Uncle will come back to play with you tomorrow, all right? Okay. Goodbye, Uncle. Goodbye. As Zhouji exited the Zhong residence, he slowly descended the dimly lit staircase. After only 2 flights, he faintly heard the sounds of a man and a woman arguing from below. This fight was all for you. You should weigh the consequences. I have no idea why you two are even fighting. In any case, you are not allowed to identify anyone, or my brothers will not let you off lightly. But there were so many witnesses that day. Turning the corner, he saw 2 young men and 2 young women standing at the bottom of the stairs. One girl was softly defending herself. I can't just make things up. The police would accuse me of perjury. Listen, you better remember this. If you dare to betray my brothers, they will not go easy on you. They are capable of anything. Just as the last words were spoken, one of the men, clutching a helmet, aggressively approached the girl, his finger nearly touching her nose in an intimidating manner. Zhouji frowned slightly, a sense of familiarity washing over him at this scene. A sudden flash of insight ignited his memory, revealing a scene from a film. Unconsciously, he took a few steps closer, scrutinizing the girl who had spoken. She had delicate features, and although she was dressed in simple home attire, it could not conceal her natural purity and charm, resembling an untouched beauty of the world. This was, indeed, Zhu Wanfang from the opening of School Storm. The tragic narrative of the entire film quietly commenced because of her striking appearance. Among the members of the Chaozhou gang, led by the suave brother, there was a thug nicknamed Scarface, who was infatuated with the 5th form student Zhu Wanfang. One day, upon seeing another boy, Mai Jie, attempting to ask her out at the school gate, he did not hesitate to strike him. Enraged, Mai Jie drew a weapon from his backpack and pursued Scarface and his gang, only to tragically meet his demise in a car accident. At this moment, Scarface and his accomplice George were threatening Zhu Wanfang, coercing her not to identify them to the police. The subsequent developments revealed that the naive Zhu Wanfang, lacking social experience, believed the promises of her teachers and the police. She bravely identified the culprits, ultimately suffering severe repercussions and leading to the destruction of her family. George, Fang is my good sister. Please don't pressure her like this. Zhu Wanfang's friend, who was also George's girlfriend, Xiaozhan, could no longer hold back her plea. Men are speaking. You should keep your mouth shut. Curiously, Scarface, enamored with Zhu Wanfang, displayed a somewhat restrained attitude. It was George, who relied on his girlfriend for support while still studying, that exuded arrogance to the utmost degree. As they obstructed the passageway, Zhou Ji decided to light a cigarette, standing at the staircase landing, quietly observing. Although he had once traversed the underworld, the true recollection of his past had only returned to him while in prison. This was, in fact, the first time since his rebirth that he had witnessed street thugs bullying the weak in person. As he became engrossed in the scene, George, who had just finished reprimanding his girlfriend, suddenly looked up and caught sight of Zhou Ji watching them from the staircase. His eyes widened in fury as he strode over. Raising his voice, "What are you looking at, you waste? Haven't you seen how the gang operates?" Zhou Ji narrowed his eyes, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Looking down at George as he slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, his tone calm. "Are you speaking to me? Damn. Which gang do you belong to? Are you tired of living?" George shouted, his face now clouded with smoke, and he erupted in rage, shoving Zhou Ji's chest. "Want to make a move?" Zhou Ji's gaze turned icy as he swiftly seized George's wrist, twisting it with precision. George let out a pained scream, collapsing to his knees before Zhou Ji. A mere child, still unseasoned, dares to venture into the underworld? Zhou Ji leisurely inhaled his cigarette, looking down at him with derision. Initially, he had merely intended to observe, undecided about whether or not to intervene. However, since trouble had approached him, he was more than willing to engage. In this day and age, in Hong Kong, one must be ruthless to remain steady. Retreating had never been his style. Since someone had foolishly confronted him, they would soon learn just how hard the iron fist of society could strike. Do not assume that joining a gang and bowing to a big brother grants you immunity. One must remember that the gang life is not only glamorous, but also fraught with the risk of beatings. "Hey, what are you doing?" George's girlfriend, Xiaozhen, cried out as she rushed toward them. "Damn, let go." Scarface also stepped forward, attempting to grab Zhou Ji's arm. "Get lost." With a powerful kick, Zhou Ji sent Scarface crashing violently against the back wall, causing him to crumple to the ground, clutching his abdomen and gasping for breath, unable to utter a sound. Both Zhu Wanfang and Xiaozhen screamed in unison. Chapter 3, A Wise Decision. Xiaozhen extended a hand, frozen in midair, too afraid to move. A middle-aged woman hiding around the staircase trembled, turning to flee. "What? Are you feeling defiant?" Zhou Ji looked down at the kneeling George, whose face was flushed and veins bulging, yet his eyes glared fiercely at him. "Damn it. If you have the guts, let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm Scarface's man. The old trick of the streets. If you can win, fight hard. If you can't, seek a powerful ally." "Oh," Zhou Ji responded, releasing his grip on George's wrist, taking another drag from his cigarette, and calmly saying, "You're free now. What do you want to do?" Are you scared?" George assumed Zhou Ji had backed down and immediately grew arrogant, swinging the helmet in his hand toward him. Bang! Zhou Ji swatted the helmet aside and swiftly slapped George across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Scared? I'm terrified out of my wits. A little brat without a hair on his chest. Where do you get your confidence?" "Damn!" George sprang up, swinging the helmet once more. Bang! The result was the same. Another slap sent him tumbling down the staircase. The helmet slipped from his grasp, crashing against the wall and shattering, rolling down the steps and scattering into pieces. Still not convinced, Zhou Ji mocked as he watched George, disoriented from the two slaps, clutching the railing to barely steady himself. "Afang, what's going on?" At that moment, Zhu Wenxiong returned, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he ascended the stairs. Upon witnessing the chaos and noticing his daughter among them, he hurried to her side. Concern etched across his face, and quickly turned his gaze to Zhou Ji. "Uncle," Xiaozhen exclaimed, her heart racing as she stammered a greeting. "Xiaozhen, what are they causing a ruckus about?" In his youth, Zhu Wenxiong had also dabbled in the underworld, having engaged in street brawls more times than he could count. Such a scene was hardly daunting for him. Zhou Ji raised his gaze towards him and offered a slight smile. "Did I disturb you while you were teaching a couple of audacious young rascals a lesson?" "Oh, not at all." Zhu Wenxiong observed Zhou Ji's calm demeanor, then glanced at the groaning Scarface and the disheveled George on the ground. An inexplicable unease gripped his heart, prompting him to wave his hands dismissively. He had little regard for George, who was clearly an inconsequential thug. However, Zhou Ji was different, with his discerning eye. He could instantly tell that this individual was no ordinary youth. "Look, just over there, a few little rascals are fighting." At that moment, the middle-aged woman who had fled earlier was rushing back with Zhu Wanfang's mother, exclaiming loudly. "Afang!" Zhu Wanfang's mother stepped out from the corridor and, upon seeing her daughter and husband at the staircase, hurriedly called out before rushing over to grasp her daughter's hand. "We are going home." Zhu Wenxiong quickly urged his daughter to move inside, and noticing her lingering concern for her friend Xiaozhen, he gently took hold of Xiaozhen's arm and whispered, "Xiaozhen, come with us. This matter does not concern you." "Wait a moment," Zhou Ji suddenly interjected. The Zhu family, along with Xiaozhen, halted in their tracks and turned in unison to look at Zhou Ji. Do not panic, Zhou Ji said with a faint smile. I merely wish to speak a few words with these two young ladies. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head to glance at Xiao Zhan. Do you still think he is remarkable? Aye. Xiao Zhan stammered, her lips moving but unsure how to respond. My dear girl, a man who relies on you for his livelihood while indulging in pleasures outside, do you truly consider that to be impressive? You believe he is your support. But have you ever pondered whether he truly regards you as a woman? He is merely living off you. Reflect deeply on everything you have sacrificed for him. Would a respectable man treat you this way? You still have choices in life. Do not let the superficial allure before you blind your eyes. Aye. Xiao Zhan opened her mouth, yet could not articulate a complete thought. The deep-seated convictions of the heart cannot be swayed by mere words. Yet, standing before Zhou Ji, she dared not utter a single rebuttal. You bastard. Just as George regained consciousness and heard these words, he immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. Slap. Before he could finish, Zhou Ji raised his hand and struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Are you spewing nonsense? Did your teachers not teach you to uphold decorum and manners? Who gave you the right to interrupt? After speaking, he turned to Zhu Wanfang. You seem to possess some sense. Heed your father's words. Your priority now should be to focus on your studies. The world outside is fraught with complications. It is best to refrain from getting involved. The principles of fairness and justice you learn in your textbooks are merely theoretical. They are meant to guide your growth. Once you possess the ability in the future, it will not be too late to realize them in your own way. Having concluded his remarks, Zhou Ji gestured for them to leave. Let us go home. Zhu Wenxiong observed this and promptly pushed his daughter along, taking hold of Xiao Zhan's hand as they swiftly departed the scene. As he watched them disappear into the distance, Zhou Ji gently shook his head. When he first viewed this film, he felt a twinge of anger. Zhu Wanfang's perspectives were not skewed. She was simply born in the wrong era. Guo Xiaozhen, on the other hand, epitomized the youthful mindset, dazzled by the superficiality of the world. At an age where she barely comprehended love, she became infatuated with someone unworthy of her affections. Fortunately, she still harbored some sense of compassion, using her hard-earned money to repay Zhu Wanfang's debts. She had never dragged her down. Since fate had intertwined their paths, it was only right to extend a helping hand. What needed to be said had been articulated. Whether they would take it to heart and awaken to reality was dependent on their own fortunes. He then crouched down to address George, who had just regained consciousness and was leaning against the staircase, still brimming with defiance. He gently patted his face and chuckled. What is this? Are you still unconvinced? George gritted his teeth in silence, glaring intensely at him. You possess some spirit. I admire that. No sooner had he finished speaking than, smack, another resounding slap landed. Cough. George suddenly spat out blood, mixed with a few broken teeth that fell to the ground. He turned his head, still glaring at Zhou Ji with a look of resentment. Such a hard temper, Zhou Ji mused, chuckling at his expression. A young person who had never experienced the harshness of society naturally had a tougher exterior. Smack, smack, smack. Without further ado, Zhou Ji, wearing a smile, delivered several more slaps. George's face had already swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. These additional blows seemed to leave him dazed, his head swaying as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Stop hitting us, big brother. Spare us. We concede. We submit. Just as Zhou Ji was about to ask whether they had surrendered, a feeble voice interjected from beside him. He turned to see Scarface, the one he had previously kicked down, clutching his abdomen, looking at him with a face full of trepidation. Unlike George, who had impulsively charged forward, Scarface had spent years associating with seasoned individuals. Having learned from the lessons of reality, he understood the importance of timing and when to bow his head. He knew that stubbornness would only lead to greater suffering. Oh, really? Really, truly? Scarface nodded repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just now, I thought I wouldn't make it. With only he and George present, they were no match for Zhou Ji and quickly recognized that yielding was the wisest course of action. As he spoke, he hurriedly rushed to George's side, urging him anxiously. George, quickly apologize to this big brother. Aye. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Seeing George still hesitating, Scarface's tone turned cold, laced with an undeniable authority. Yes, I'm sorry. It was my fault. George stole a glance at Scarface, his heart filled with reluctance, yet he could only raise his head and speak with a face full of humiliation. Oh, I see that expression of yours. You still seem unconvinced. Do you want to try your luck again? Let us see whether your bones are tougher or my 8 slaps are harder. No. I concede. I truly concede. George gazed at Zhou Ji's gradually rising hand, terror flooding his eyes. Initially, he had tried to maintain his composure, but at that moment, even as he was reluctant, all his pride dissipated, and fear surged within him like a tidal wave. Now that is more like it. When young people venture into the world, they must acknowledge their mistakes and learn to endure the consequences. Yes, you are right, big brother. Scarface eagerly nodded in agreement, tugging at George's sleeve to signal cooperation. Good. It's wise that you understand. Now, hand over all the money you have on you. Zhou nodded slightly, his tone remaining calm. Big brother. This. The two were taken aback. Having just endured a beating, they were now expected to part with their money? What? I spent so much time teaching you a lesson. Shouldn't I collect some tuition? Zhou narrowed his eyes, his gaze chilling. It's time to pay up. Indeed, it is time to pay. The two men, caught in his steely stare, felt an immediate tightening in their chests, despite the myriad grievances swirling within. They could only weep silently as they produced every last bit of cash they possessed. Is this all you have? How do you manage to get by? Zhou accepted the money and casually patted them down, counting roughly, over 20,000 in total. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly unsatisfied. Brother, that's really all we've got. Scarface's face was a mask of despair, nearly on the brink of tears. He had planned to hand over only his share. But Zhou's gentle pat on his chest had confiscated the funds he had stashed away for the boss. If he returned without this money, the boss would certainly not let him off lightly. All right, let this be a lesson for you. Be more astute next time. Zhou took the bills, lightly tapping George on the cheek before rising and leisurely stuffing the money into his pocket as he descended the stairs. Just out of prison, he was in dire need. And this sum would relieve his immediate financial strain. As for concerns about retaliation from the Suave brother later, nonsense. Today was his first visit here. And he hadn't even given his name. Whether the other party could trace him was uncertain. Moreover, that Suave brother, who seemed so glamorous in movies, had managed to corner the Zhou family into such dire straits. In reality, he was merely a low-level thug, collecting 30,000 monthly with scarcely a few capable brothers by his side. Bullying ordinary people is one thing, but was Zhou an ordinary person now? Not long after, Zhou found the residence etched in his memory. Indeed, it was not far from Zhong Tianjing's home, a modest 20-square-meter room, simple but sufficient for him. In the early morning, he sat by the window in a tea restaurant, savoring breakfast while absorbing the vibrant life of Xianjiang. Unintentionally, he spotted Zhu Wenxiong and his daughter Zhu Wanfang approaching from across the street. His gaze sharpened, and soon he saw the father and daughter push the door open, heading straight for a table already occupied by a few men adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, their expressions arrogant. Clearly, they were from the Underworld. What a coincidence. He had merely chosen a random tea restaurant and stumbled upon this scene. Upon seeing the father and daughter, he quickly realized that Zhu Wenxiong was seeking out his former boss, Brother Shang, to negotiate with the Suave brother, hoping to persuade him to spare Zhu Wanfang. Although the encounter promised to be unpleasant, culminating in a fallout and a physical altercation, the Suave brother's attitude seemed primarily directed at Brother Shang, not truly invested in the matter at hand. As long as Zhu Wanfang did not identify the perpetrator, the situation need not escalate. After all, in this world, the primary motivation was wealth. Especially for young men like the Suave brother, the portrayals in the narrative were quite clear. However, should Zhu Wanfang step forward to identify the culprit, the dynamics would shift dramatically. In the Underworld, if his subordinates got into trouble and he did not intervene, how could he command respect in the future? Who would genuinely follow him then? Yet, if he chose to intervene, he would have to spend money to bail them out. This entire situation had been instigated by Zhu Wanfang. He had even sent a warning beforehand, only for them to disregard it. Thus a counterattack was inevitable. Otherwise, if word spread, who would fear him anymore? What credibility would he have in this circle? Zhou quietly shook his head, returning to his breakfast. Before long, the Suave brother arrived with a gang of subordinates. Scarface was nowhere to be seen. That kick from yesterday was not something one could easily recover from. As expected, a cacophony erupted soon after. You've gone too far. An enraged shout erupted from the table where Zhu Wanfang and her father had just sat, followed by the sound of shattering dishes. Zhou lifted his gaze. The scene unfolded precisely as the narrative described. Both parties had engaged in a brawl. He picked up his teacup, taking a sip, observing the chaos with an air of indifference. Neither side possessed skilled fighters. It was a free-for-all, with whatever they could grab being used as weapons. Nearby diners hastily dodged, while those further away, like him, stood by to watch. Passers-by on the street noticed the commotion, and many hurriedly congregated at the entrance, peering in, some even leaning over the windowsill to catch a glimpse. Clearly, such spectacles had become commonplace. Just as he set down his cup, a stool suddenly flew in his direction. He effortlessly caught it and set it aside, having no intention of joining the fray. After all, one must be prepared for the possibility of being swept into the chaos while merely spectating. Ouch! Just as he steadied the stool, a figure came hurtling towards him. It was Zhu Wenxiong, who had been thrown aside while attempting to mediate. Zhou reacted swiftly, catching him and guiding him back onto the stool he had just saved. Dad, are you all right? Zhu Wanfang exclaimed as she rushed over. I'm fine. Zhu Wenxiong replied, pressing a hand to his swollen cheek while reassuring his daughter. He then turned to Zhou, expressing sincere gratitude. Thank you. It's nothing. Zhou Ji waved dismissively. It's you. Zhu Wanfang recognized him instantly. The previous night's events were vivid in her mind. The usually domineering George, along with the notoriously difficult Scarface, had been rendered powerless before Zhou Ji, collapsing without resistance. What astonished her further was that despite his display of violence, he maintained a faint smile throughout. Last night, Xiao Zhen had sought refuge at her home for a while but, unable to shake her concerns for George, had soon ventured out to find him, only to return shortly after, reporting that George and Scarface had been severely beaten, with Scarface seemingly having broken ribs. She had intended to take them to the hospital and had asked Zhu Wanfang to help her request a day off from school. This morning, as she descended the stairs, she noticed the helmet that George had clutched the night before was now crushed, with distinct fingerprints clearly visible. What had seemed like a casual slap last night concealed such terrifying strength. Initially, Zhu Wenxiong had not noticed due to the injury near his eye. But upon hearing his daughter call out, he looked closely and recognized Zhou Ji as the very man who had taught a lesson to the suave brother's subordinates. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you again while merely out for breakfast, Zhou Ji remarked casually. Indeed, Zhu Wenxiong replied cautiously, casting a wary glance at the ongoing brawl. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he lowered his voice. Brother, be careful. The two rascals you dealt with last night are indeed with the suave brother. One of them just struck me. Zhu Wenxiong had clarified the events to his daughter upon returning home, and although he understood that Zhou Ji had not acted out of intentional assistance, he felt it prudent to offer a warning, given that Zhou Ji had objectively protected his daughter. Oh, is that so? Zhou Ji nodded, his gaze casually drifting toward the suave brother's direction. They're nothing special. I didn't perceive them as particularly formidable. He has plenty of underlings. And he doesn't even show respect to Brother Sheng or Brother Tianjiao. Zhu Wenxiong observed Zhou Ji's nonchalance and could not help but softly urge him once more. I understand, no worries. Zhou Ji nodded again, then deliberately inquired, since you are aware of his formidable reputation, why would you still dare to bring your daughter to seek him out? You even resorted to violence? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenxiong immediately looked dejected and replied, I merely wished to ask the former leader to speak a word on my behalf, to persuade him to cease his harassment of my daughter, who is still pursuing her studies. Little did I expect. Oh, so that's the case. By that token, you were once involved in that world as well? No, not at all. I have long since retired and no longer engage in such matters. As the two conversed, the scuffle nearby finally came to an end. The outcome remained unclear, but judging by the appearance of both parties, they were disheveled and covered in dirt, indicating that neither had gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they exchanged a few defiant glances before turning to leave, paying no further attention to Zhu Wenxiong and his daughter. Let us take our leave as well. Before departing, Zhu Wenxiong could not resist offering one last piece of advice. You have struck one of the subordinates of a formidable figure. Be cautious. It would be wise to lay low for a while and avoid drawing attention. There was still some camaraderie left. Watching the figures of Zhu Wenxiong and his daughter depart, especially the silhouette of Zhu Wanfang, Zhou Ji nodded gently. Last night, in the darkness, he had not seen her clearly, but now, at a closer range, he realized that Zhu Wanfang possessed truly captivating features, bright eyes, and a radiant smile, strikingly beautiful. The excitement had concluded, and the meal was finished. After settling the bill at the bar, Zhou Ji took his leave. Today, he had numerous matters to attend to. Upon returning home last night, he had forcibly entered the premises. This house had been uninhabited for at least 6 months, making it readily apparent how filthy it was. He had merely managed to make do last night. However, he did not wish to continue living in such squalor. Upon waking this morning and thoroughly inspecting the space, he found the cleaning tools had long since deteriorated, some furniture was beyond salvaging, and all bedding and clothing required replacement. Additionally, he had promised Zhong Tianjing's mother that he would visit today to administer acupuncture, necessitating the preparation of silver needles and the procurement of medicinal materials. Furthermore, he intended to stop by the school entrance later to see if Zhu Wanfang had come forward to identify the individual. If she truly testified, it was likely that the formidable figure would not easily let her off the hook. Knock, knock. While Zhou Ji was diligently cleaning inside, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Upon hearing the noise, he felt perplexed. It had been a long time since he last returned, and he had only just entered yesterday. Who could possibly be seeking him now? Who is it? He inquired as he stepped out from the inner room. Upon seeing the person standing at the door, specifically a woman, a remarkably beautiful woman, he was momentarily taken aback. Goddess Huimin? Hello? Are you the new neighbor who recently moved in? Ruan Mei, standing outside the door, noticed his gaze and slightly lowered her head, speaking softly. No, I've lived here all along. Zhou Ji shook his head, hesitantly replying. You are my neighbor? How come I have never seen you before? Which unit do you reside in? This is impossible. He quickly rifled through his memories and was quite certain that he had never encountered this person. It was hard to forget someone as striking as her, especially if she lived next door. Had he known that such a beauty resided nearby, he would not have minded returning multiple times a year, let alone just a handful of visits. I moved in over 6 months ago, in Unit 1201. The previous tenants moved out, and I never saw anyone coming or going. So I assumed you were the new arrival. Oh, I see. Zhou nodded, realization dawning upon him. No wonder I haven't seen you. You moved in not long ago. I've been busy outside for the past 6 months, and only returned last night. Afterward, he added with a smile, hello, I am Zhou. You can call me a Ji. Since we are neighbors, I hope we can look out for each other. What is your name? Ruan-mei softly replied, I am Ruan-mei. You can call me a Mei. I live with my grandmother, so I hope you will take care of us. Ruan-mei, little Jew from the Great Era? Upon hearing this name, Zhou eyebrows lifted. She seemed to be the one residing in the Kowloon city area. He never expected she would actually move in next door. This world of Hong Kong dramas was indeed fascinating. All right. Zhou smiled and nodded. I just returned, and my home is still in disarray. It's a bit messy, so I want to invite you in just yet. Once I tidy up in the next couple of days, I'll treat you to a meal. It was their first encounter, and a few polite exchanges would suffice. Even if the other party was a beautiful woman, there was no need to come off as overly eager, right? After all, they would have plenty of opportunities to interact given their proximity. Do you have something else to attend to? As he finished speaking, he intended to turn and continue tidying up his home. Noticing she was still standing there, he felt a twinge of curiosity and asked, is there something else? Ruan-mei hesitated slightly and said, I noticed you have a few pieces of furniture outside your door. Oh, those. They're broken. I was about to throw them out. Are they blocking your way? I can move them right now. He made as if to step outside. Upon hearing this, Ruan-mei's face lit up with a hint of excitement, and she quickly waved her hands. No, that is not what I meant. I meant those pieces of furniture are actually quite nice. Although they are a bit damaged, they are still usable. If you don't need them, may I take them home? Zhou paused upon hearing this. Ruan-mei, nicknamed Little Jew. This title is not given lightly. She is indeed the epitome of frugality, a true miser. During her move, she even found the $10 moving fee per worker too exorbitant and adamantly refused to pay. In the drama, when Feng Zhangbo took her to the horse races, she cried uncontrollably after losing $100 and refused to take a taxi, insisting on walking home. She never wasted leftover food and even ended up in the hospital due to food poisoning from eating leftover dishes. Oh, you can make use of them? Then please take them. It saves me the hassle of making multiple trips down. Thank you so much. Zhou waved his hand and smiled. It's just a small matter. We are neighbors after all. Feel free to take them. I'll get back to cleaning. Ruan-mei nodded happily and turned to carry the old furniture away. Zhou shook his head, chuckling softly as he returned to the inner room, picking up his cleaning tools to continue his work. Knock, knock. Just as he had begun again, a knock at the door sounded once more. Resignedly, he set down his cleaning supplies and walked back to the living room. Discovering it was still Ruan-mei standing at the door, he could not help but ask, what is it? Is there something else? Ruan-mei, slightly bashful, spoke. Could I trouble you for a favor? The items are too heavy, and my grandmother is too old to move them. Zhou paused briefly, then smiled and nodded. Sure, no problem. I'll help you. Chapter 5. A fate such as this. With that, he stepped outside and directly reached for a long bench he had previously discarded at the door. I'll help you. There is no need. It is not heavy at all. I can manage on my own. Just open your door. With his current strength, this weight is hardly anything, as light as a feather. Ruan-mei trotted to the door of room 1201, and, just as she opened it, he was already at the entrance carrying a long bench. Upon entering, she saw an elderly woman sitting inside, fanning herself with a bamboo fan. Hello, dear lady. I am your new neighbor, having just moved in last night. He was aware that Ruan-mei lived with her grandmother, as she had mentioned her previously, so he was not taken aback. Oh, thank you so much. Please set it down and take a moment to rest. You must be quite exhausted. He turned to Ruan-mei and asked, where should I place it? Right here will do. She indicated a clear spot in the living room. All right, please step aside. After making several trips, he effortlessly moved all the furniture into the room and arranged it according to her instructions. I truly appreciate your help. Zhou waved his hand with a smile, saying, it is nothing, just a simple task. Besides, with such a beautiful girl like you asking for help, I imagine there would be a long line of suitors eager to assist. You flatter me. You really know how to make someone smile. Who would pay special attention to someone like me? Ruan-mei's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly waved her hand. She had not anticipated that this neighbor would be so warm-hearted and generous, and his thoughtful words filled her with warmth. Come, Aji. Have some water and catch your breath. You are drenched in sweat. At that moment, the elderly woman approached with a glass of water. Thank you, you are too kind. Zhou said with a smile as he accepted the glass and took a sip. Noticing the grandmother was fanning him while an old electric fan sat and used on the floor, he couldn't help but inquire, on such a hot day, why not turn on the fan? The grandmother replied, I asked a repairman, and he said it's too old to be fixed. Then why not simply replace it with a new one or dispose of the old one? Ruanmei interjected softly, it would be a shame to throw it away. I see. Zhouji nodded, smiling. It has indeed seen better days, but I have some knowledge of repairs. I can help you out when I have the time. It is truly unbearable in this heat without a fan. Really? I would be so grateful. Ruanmei exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. It's just a small favor. No need to be so formal. I should get back to tidying up my place. With that, he set down the teacup and turned to return to his home to continue organizing his room. Wonderful. The fan is finally saved. Ruanmei joyfully exclaimed as she took her grandmother's hand. Just then, her gaze fell upon the television on the table, and she couldn't help but mutter softly. I wonder if he can fix the TV too. If he could manage that as well, it would be even better. The grandmother smiled and nodded, gently patting her hand. Let me help him tidy up a bit. What do you think, Grandma? Zhouji not only brought the furniture, but also personally assisted in moving it, and even offered to repair the fan. Ruanmei pondered that she should do something in return. Perhaps this way, he would come by to help them with the appliances sooner. You have worked so hard. With Ruanmei's assistance, the modest space was spotless by noon. She even rearranged the items in the room. And it must be said that women are indeed more meticulous and considerate in such matters. Ruanmei waved her hand, shyly saying, Don't mention it. You brought me furniture. Helped me move things and promised to fix the fan. I should be thanking you. Although she feigned modesty, she couldn't resist casually mentioning the fan repair. After all, this was a tangible expense she could save. She had previously inquired about the cost of repairing the TV, and just the labor would exceed 100, not including parts. Zhouji smiled and said, How about I treat you to lunch to thank you for helping me clean up? Ruanmei quickly waved her hands. No, that would be too extravagant. I should be the one treating you. He paused slightly, a bit concerned that it might be leftovers. Given the sweltering weather, what if the food was not fresh? Though he was skilled in medicine, he saw no need to create trouble for himself. I actually cook quite well. Seeing Zhouji's silence, she hastily added, In that case, let's plan for another day. Once he confirmed it was not leftovers, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Thinking back, he remembered Ruanmei's culinary skills were quite impressive. You should change your clothes. I will tidy up a bit. And then we can go grocery shopping and cook, Ruanmei suggested, noticing both were sweaty and their clothes dusted. All right, call out to me when you head out. I also need to buy some tools. It has been a while since I've been back, and everything seems quite different. I will head back now. See you in a moment. Ruanmei nodded with joy and turned back to her home. Zhouji entered the bathroom for a quick wash and changed into the new clothes he had purchased that morning. Shortly after he stepped out of the living room, Ruanmei knocked on the door. The two then descended the stairs together. Not far from the building, Ruanmei pointed out the direction to buy tools, and they temporarily parted ways. Zhouji purchased 2 new locks, some repair tools, and added a few daily necessities. By the time he returned, Ruanmei was already back, sitting outside with her grandmother, preparing vegetables. It seemed she had been home for a while. Perhaps it was too stuffy inside, so they decided to handle it outdoors. Aji, you're back. You bought so many things. Ruanmei greeted him with a smile. Yes, I also picked up some daily necessities. It's been quite a while since I last stayed here, and I found many things lacking. I'll change the door lock first. Zhouji replied with a smile, carrying his items inside. After placing his belongings down, he immediately set to work replacing the iron gate latch and door lock, which had been forcibly broken the night before. While he was adept at advanced lock-picking techniques, he had chosen to simply break it open last night for convenience. All done. After fixing his own door lock, he then proceeded to Ruanmei's home. Seeing her busy in the kitchen, he estimated it would be a while before dinner was ready. So he first took the liberty of repairing the fan. She had mentioned that the TV was also not functioning, so he checked that as well, quickly restoring it to working order. Neither item had any serious issues. The fan was merely old with some frayed wiring, while the TV was not broken at all, just clogged with dust. It was likely that the repair costs were too high, leading Ruanmei to leave it unattended. After enjoying a meal at Ruanmei's home, where he also managed to increase his favorability, Zhouji took his leave. It must be said that by his current culinary standards, Ruanmei's cooking was quite commendable. As Zhouji stepped outside, he soon found a pharmacy and purchased a set of silver needles along with several packets of traditional Chinese medicine. The practice of traditional Chinese medicine remains robust in Xinjiang, with the quality of herbs and instruments being notably high. Silver needles are employed in acupuncture to restore balance, while these herbal remedies have been prepared specifically for the recuperation of Mother Zhong. Aji, you have arrived. Auntie, as we agreed yesterday, I have come today to provide you with treatment. Look, I have brought everything you need. With the fully stocked supplies in hand, Zhouji swiftly made his way to Zhong Tianjing's residence. Boss, just as Zhouji was about to administer treatment to Mother Zhong, Scar and George, who had been severely beaten by him the previous night, returned from the hospital to face Xiao Shuai. What the hell happened? Yesterday, I only asked you to scare that little girl a bit. Such a trivial task, and you vanished for the entire night. What on earth have you gotten yourselves into? Xiao Shuai, taken aback by the disheveled appearance of the two, immediately questioned in disbelief. It was no wonder he was astonished. Scar appeared relatively better, his bare chest merely wrapped in bandages, while George was a pitiful sight, with his entire head nearly swathed in gauze, his face swollen like a steamed bun, and his speech slurred due to the evident loss of several teeth. If not for the familiarity he had with Scar, he would scarcely have recognized him. Scar glanced at the boss, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. We were attacked, George lamented, his voice laden with grievance. Yet, due to his missing front teeth, his words came out muffled, making it particularly arduous to comprehend. At that moment, he wished he could sob aloud, but instead, he merely feigned strength, resulting in such a dire predicament. It was only at the hospital that he learned he had lost a considerable number of teeth, and the doctor diagnosed him with a moderate concussion. His left eardrum was perforated, rendering him completely deaf in that ear, while his right ear buzzed incessantly, as if a fly were persistently circling around. The doctor recommended he stay for observation to prevent any subsequent complications. What did you say? Xiao Shuai, momentarily unclear, felt his anger surge. He said we were attacked. Scar cautiously reiterated. Am I blind? Can't you see how badly you were beaten? I want to know exactly what transpired. Upon hearing this, George immediately interjected. The memory of the humiliation they suffered the previous night, coupled with their current sorry state, made him wish he could tear Zhou Ji to shreds. After all, he relied on his looks for a living, now that he was in such a state. How could he ever hope to attract women again? However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Xiao Shuai swiftly silenced him. Shut up. You can barely speak. So no more from you. He then pointed at Scar. You tell it. Big brother, it all started with the task we received yesterday. Right up until we were attacked and robbed. Scar recounted the entire ordeal in detail, sparing no detail, as most of the money stolen was from Xiao Shuai's drug dealings. Damn it. So you mean to say you nearly got killed, and still don't know who your assailant was? Xiao Shuai fumed upon hearing this. You are truly the pinnacle of uselessness. Scar quietly added, Big brother, that person was incredibly formidable. It seems he must be someone with a background in the underworld. After the examination at the hospital, he discovered that a single kick had resulted in 2 broken ribs and a fractured scapula. His entire back still throbbed with excruciating pain, and any slight movement felt unbearable. Though his exterior appeared better than George's, his injuries were not far behind. Damn it. Take off your shirt and turn around so I can see. Chapter 6. No real support. Yes. Scar complied, turning around and, with the help of his subordinates, struggled to remove his shirt. Hiss. As Scar's back was exposed to the crowd, not only Xiao Shuai, but also the surrounding subordinates couldn't help but gasp in shock. When they had heard his account, they had assumed the retaliation was due to the robbery. Yet, seeing the actual injuries made it clear that Scar had not exaggerated. In fact, he had understated the severity. Scar's back, save for the areas covered in bandages, was entirely a mottled shade of bluish black. At first glance, it resembled the bottom of a pot, evidently the result of extensive bruising, a grievous injury indeed. Just how much force was exerted? Not only had a kick broken ribs, but it had also left his back in such a state. Xiao Shuai, having fought his way through life, was no stranger to brawls and violence. Yet, he had never encountered such a horrifying injury before. Damn it. Coming to his senses, Xiao Shuai suddenly slapped George on the head. Are you out of your mind? You provoke someone without even knowing their background? In this world, it was not enough to be ruthless. One must also be perceptive and use their brain. Do you understand? Otherwise, one day you might just find yourself slaughtered without even knowing how it happened. Scar had said that the assailant might be someone from the underworld, possessing formidable skills. Regardless of which gang they belonged to, their status would undoubtedly be significant. He feared that if George had offended someone he shouldn't have, he, as the leader, would also bear responsibility. Such occurrences were all too familiar to him over the years. I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong. George replied quietly, looking down. All right. I'll remember this. I'll investigate that guy's background later. Damn it. After speaking, he rubbed his chin and suddenly asked, Can you be sure that the person who attacked you has no connection to that girl's family? Absolutely. Scar, upon hearing this, thought his boss was about to hold Zhu Wanfang accountable, and hastily explained. Good. Xiao Shuai nodded, pausing for a moment before suddenly standing up. Then this works perfectly. Yesterday, I sent you to warn that girl, and today, she still pointed us out at the police station. Let's settle this once and for all. My subordinates suffered. And as the big brother, I must step forward. Who is right or wrong is irrelevant. For now, I cannot ascertain Zhou Ji's background, so I dare not act rashly. However, that Zhu Wanqing, with a father who used to be a thug and now merely sells pork, has no real backing. As for her claim of knowing brother Sheng from the gang, It holds no weight with me. I pay my dues without fail every month. And that network of connections means nothing here. Both matters arose because of her. If I don't hold her accountable, then who should I? Upon hearing this, Scar hurriedly interjected. Big brother, that person really has no ties to her family. Besides, I'm quite familiar with her. Damn it. Is it because there's no connection that you think it's alright to target her? Xiao Shuai shot him a fierce glare and scolded. Familiar? Does that grant you privileges? Does familiarity clear the slate? How am I supposed to lead others if you think like that? Has your brain malfunctioned? You too want to scare her. And look what a terrible state you're in now. Today, she directly pointed us out at the police station, and now hiring a lawyer will cost 10,000. If she doesn't come forward, then fine, you'll pay? Do you have that kind of money? Scar opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Where would he find 10,000? Even if he did have it, he wouldn't dare mention it at this moment. Otherwise, how could he hope to survive in this circle in the future? Shut your mouth if you're clueless. Clean yourselves up and go find that damn girl. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shuai glanced at his watch, turned, and strode out the door. At that moment, Zhu Wanfang, feeling dejected, was walking out alongside Guo Xiaozhen, blending into the stream of students leaving school. After returning to school from the police station where she had completed the identification process, the events of the previous night lingered in her mind. The man who had injured Scar and George, and his final words to her and Guo Xiaozhen, seemed to hint at something elusive that she could not quite grasp. Beep beep. A sound from Guo Xiaozhen's pager interrupted her thoughts, and she quickly pulled it out to check. Xiaozhen, please don't go back to escorting anymore. Zhu Wanfang urged, her concern evident. Just this once, and I want to go again. Guo Xiaozhen replied nonchalantly. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she suddenly spotted a man with his head wrapped in bandages. His face swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, approaching them. Hey George, she exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp his hand, her voice laced with concern. Didn't the doctor tell you to stay in the hospital for observation? Why did you leave without telling me? Guo Xiaozhen had accompanied Scar and George to the hospital the previous night, returning to school only in the afternoon. She was well aware of George's injuries. Yet she had not anticipated his appearance on campus at this moment. Upon hearing Guo Xiaozhen call out George's name, Zhu Wanfang gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Completely unprepared for his disheveled state, George did not respond to Guo Xiaozhen but turned towards Zhu Wanfang, speaking in a somewhat unclear manner. Zhu Wanfang. My brother wants to see you. Instantly, Guo Xiaozhen tensed up. What happened? What is so serious? He is already here. Before George finished speaking, he turned back to point towards the school gate, where Xiao Shuai was casually sitting atop the hood of a Mercedes, smoking. Zhu Wanfang, what is going on? Just then, Teacher Wen, who happened to be near the school gate, approached with concern, then turned to George with a frown, saying, And George, how did you end up like this? Did you get into another fight? Teacher Wen, please don't concern yourself with my matters. Coincidentally, my boss wishes to speak with you, George replied. And noticing the two were standing still, he urged, Let us go. Wen Zhaoan exchanged a glance with Zhu Wanfang before turning to follow George out. Zhu Wanfang bit her lip, a sense of dread flooding her as she trailed behind. She knew she could not escape. If she evaded this time, what about the next? George was fully aware of where she lived. Zhou Ji leaned against an inconspicuous sedan across the street, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had arrived almost simultaneously with Xiao Shuai. As George, battered and bruised, approached the school, Zhou Ji arrived just in time. This disheveled appearance was unmistakably his handiwork. How could he not recognize it? Observing the current situation, it was evident that Zhu Wanfang had absorbed none of the warnings he had exchanged with Zhu Wenxiong the previous night. Still blinded, she had made an identification. Before long, he spotted the pig-headed George, accompanied by his girlfriend Guo Xiaozhen, followed by Wen Zhaoan and Zhu Wanfang, all heading towards Xiao Shuai. He watched helplessly as Wen Zhaoan stood paralyzed with shock, while Zhu Wanfang was forced into Xiao Shuai's vehicle, eventually driving away, leaving Wen Zhaoan standing helplessly in place. Zhou Ji shook his head softly, inwardly lamenting. While a sense of justice is indeed commendable in today's Hong Kong, lacking sufficient power to stand up for oneself only leads to harm for both oneself and others. He considered himself fortunate that Xiao Shuai had not sought trouble with him. Had he not come today, Zhu Wanfang might have faced dire consequences. Follow that car. He flicked the cigarette butt away and dashed to a nearby taxi, opening the door and sliding inside. No problem, replied the driver, swiftly shifting gears and accelerating to closely pursue Xiao Shuai's vehicle. It stopped up ahead. After a short while, the car came to a halt at a dilapidated alleyway. Thanks. Zhou Ji pulled out a few bills and placed them on the dashboard before exiting and stealthily trailing Xiao Shuai and his entourage into the alley. As he watched them enter a corrugated iron shack on the rooftop, he paused momentarily, noticing two thugs in their underwear washing up outside, yet to enter. Seizing the opportunity while they were bent over, he swiftly approached and struck both on the back of their heads, causing them to collapse against the railing, unconscious. Hey girl, come here. Get over here. Damn it. You're the one who got my brother into a fight, and the one who turned my own brother against me. And it was you who testified against us at the police station. Don't think that just because you're wearing a school robe, you're a respectable person. Take off that uniform. At this moment, Zhou had quietly infiltrated the building, standing behind the crowd. All eyes were on Zhu Wanfang. None aware of the outsider's presence. He observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, refraining from intervening. People often act this way when you offer heartfelt advice. They ignore it. Only by experiencing hardship and suffering do they come to regret their choices. Unfortunately, by then, it is often too late. Hurry up. Take off your clothes. One of the thugs, seeing Zhu Wanfang protectively cradling her bruised face, couldn't help but urge her in a harsh tone. The other henchman's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. Faster. Take it off. Seeing Zhu Wanfang remain frozen, Xiao Shuai's anger flared, and he bellowed again. Aren't you moving? Should I call someone to help you take it off? Boss, let me do it. One of the thugs, hearing this, eagerly rubbed his hands together. A look of impatience on his face. As someone approached her, Zhu Wanfang instinctively stepped back, her hands slowly moving to the back of her neck. Preparing to unbutton her uniform, Hua Xiaojin, held tightly in George's embrace, turned her head away, unable to contain her tears, yet she dared not utter a word. Just then, a crisp round of applause rang out from the doorway. Xiao Shuai, how impressive, bringing so many thugs to bully a girl. As Zhu Wanfang was about to unfasten her buttons, the voice caused her to halt abruptly, turning her head with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, seeking the source of the sound at the entrance. Who? Startled by the noise, Xiao Shuai sprang up from his chair, his gaze fixed on the door. The gang members inside all turned their heads in unison. When they discovered a stranger standing at the entrance, the thugs blocking the way quickly stepped aside, fully revealing the newcomer. Upon recognizing him, both pig-headed George and Scar in the corner trembled involuntarily. The speaker was none other than Zhou Ji. Accepting some losses may be understandable, but when it becomes excessive, it is intolerable. If clothes are to be removed, it must be under proper circumstances. Who are you? Xiao Shuai glared at Zhou Ji, his brow furrowing. He had no recollection of this person standing at the door. Who am I? Hasn't your little brother mentioned me? Chapter 7, Making a Scene. As Zhou Ji spoke, he walked further inside, directly approaching Zhu Wanfang and gently lifting her chin. How are you holding up? Her tear-filled eyes met his, and she shook her head, feeling wronged. As tears finally rolled down her cheeks, compared to the humiliation of stripping in front of so many onlookers and enduring a couple of slaps. It is hardly a matter of concern for Zhu Wanfang at this moment. With her face already swollen, she still insists that it's nothing to worry about. Zhou Ji releases her chin and gently wipes away the traces of her tears, sighing softly. Such a beautiful face, and yet you've made it look so unappealing. Meanwhile, the dashing Scar, suppressing his pain, moves closer to him and whispers a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Scar's expression suddenly stiffens, and before he can speak, a young thug who had emerged from the crowd to intervene, enraged by Zhou Ji's disregard for them, erupts in fury. Who the hell do you think you are? Zhou Ji slightly tilts his head, squinting his eyes, and replies nonchalantly, you might as well not keep that hand. Before the words even leave his lips, his foot strikes out swiftly. Bang, bang, 2 rapid kicks. One connects with the thug's outstretched left wrist, while the other lands squarely on his raised right wrist, sending him flying through the air. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking, the thug screams as he hurtles backward, colliding with several individuals behind him, causing a cacophony of wails to erupt in the vicinity. My hands. Boss, both my hands are broken. It hurts. The surrounding thugs instinctively glance over, only to witness the man's wrists drooping limply, resembling 2 strands of noodles, prompting everyone to involuntarily step back in unison. Scar, who had also turned to look, feels a sudden tightening in his chest, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His henchman, Shoppy, subconsciously retreats a step, only to quickly regain his composure and lunge forward. Pointing at Zhou Ji with a pale face, before he can finish his sentence, Zhou Ji seizes his outstretched hand, twisting it with a sharp motion. Crack. Another resounding snap. Shoppy collapses to the ground, desperately pushing against Zhou Ji's arm while emitting a shrill scream. Zhou Ji looks down at him, his tone calm. You also find your hands superfluous, don't you? Then, with a swift kick, he sends Shoppy flying, crashing into several others behind him. Is there anyone else who believes their limbs are a burden? Zhou Ji slowly turns his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. Each thug that meets his eyes pales visibly, instinctively shrinking back. His gaze eventually settles on Scar's face. Silence envelopes the scene, indicating unanimous agreement. The corners of Zhou Ji's mouth lift slightly as he speaks coolly. Well then, Brother Scar, is it our turn now? This is the territory of the Chaozhou gang, and I dare say I have never seen you before. What gives you the right to confront me? We are all in the same line of work. And you know the rules. Scar asserts, though he is not foolish. He is acutely aware of the caliber of his own men. Only Shoppy and Scar can hold their own, but now they are both incapacitated, leaving behind a crew that is utterly ineffective. While picking on ordinary folks is one thing, he understands that with Zhou Zi's earlier display of skill, even if all of them united, they would hardly stand a chance. Yet, he cannot afford to lose face. Unable to fight, he resorts to invoking the name of the gang to maintain some semblance of authority. Oh, I see. Zhou Zi suddenly nods, his tone light. We may not have met before, but what if she is my woman? Doesn't that mean I have a right to intervene? As he speaks, he pulls Zhu Wanfang into his embrace and gestures to Scar with a tilt of his chin. Come now, tell Brother Scar that you are indeed my woman. Zhu Wanfang glances up at Zhou Zi, then timidly at Scar. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately nods resolutely. Did you see that? Zhou Zi smiles. And so what? Scar sneers. She broke the rules, and today I let her off easy. How will she maintain her standing in this world afterward? That statement is erroneous. Zhou Zi shakes his head. You've already hit her and berated her. I remained silent through it all. Wasn't that sufficient? If that is not enough, perhaps you should reconsider your place in this life. With that, he waves his hand. I'm taking her with me. Spare me your useless chatter. If you want to fight, I'm ready. If not, I'll be on my way. Before finishing his sentence, he strides towards the exit, still holding Zhu Wanfang closely. After taking a few steps, he abruptly halts, turns around, and returns to where Zhu Wanfang had been standing. Step aside. A resounding slap sends a blocking thug sprawling to the side as he bends down to pick up the backpack on the ground, then swiftly turns and strides away. Scar glares at Zhou Zi's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in fury, yet he dares not make a move. Boss, he's leaving. Are we just letting him go? It isn't until Zhou Zi's silhouette has completely vanished from the rooftop exit that one of the younger thugs can no longer contain himself. Damn, do you think I'm blind? Did I need your reminder? Scar seethes, lashing out in anger. You're so tough. Why didn't you step up just now? If you had the guts to confront him, I'd guarantee your safety. Why not go now? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, and he bellows. Give me your phone. Do you really think I, Scar, am someone to be trifled with? I'll call my people right now. Let us go. Zhou Zi leads Zhu Wanfang out of the alley and hails a taxi to return. Upon exiting the vehicle, he notices her standing motionless by the roadside and speaks coolly. Zhu Wanfang lowers her head, her voice barely a whisper. Where are we going? I want to go home. Home. Zhou Zi pauses at her words, observing her demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips, tinged with amusement. You still wish to return home now? Do you think my rescuing you was in vain? What do you mean I? Did you not just acknowledge that you are my woman? He counters. You must naturally come with me. But there are no buts. Otherwise, shall I send you back to Scar? No, please. Zhu Wanfang exclaims in alarm, her voice trembling. I'll go with you. I beg you. Don't send me back. Now you're being obedient. Zhou Zi nods, turning to leave. Brother, could I please call Xiaozhen? I want her to inform my family. I'm worried they'll be concerned. Now you remember they might worry about you? Fine, go ahead. Fong. Is that you? Where are you now? Are you alright? In front of the public phone. Zhu Wanfang has just left a message for Xiaozhen when the phone rings shortly after. I'm fine. Zhu Wanfang replies softly, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Zhou Zi, who is sitting by a flower bed, smoking. Chapter 8. Be sure to pay attention to safety tonight. Zhu Wanfang silently contemplates. While everything seems fine now, who can predict what will happen tonight? Zhu Wanfang cannot flee. The events that transpired with Scar have left an indelible shadow in her heart. Whether it was Scar forcing her to strip publicly, or this man incapacitating others with a mere word, she perceives Scar as a fierce character. Yet before Zhou Zi, she does not even dare to intervene. That is splendid news. You have no idea how close I was to being utterly terrified just moments ago. The moment you left. Brother Xiaosao erupted in a furious tempest. Guo Xiaozhen, brimming with excitement on the phone, pressed eagerly. By the way, it was only one night. So how did you suddenly become that man-s? No, that esteemed gentleman-s woman. What is his name? It sounds so imposing. No, nothing of the sort. Even I am unclear myself. Impossible. Guo Xiaozhen exclaimed, her tone dripping with envy. You are already his, yet you don't even know his name? What am I to say to you? Brother Xiaosao commands so many underlings, yet he alone rescued you. How dashing, how romantic. I was paying special attention today. He truly is handsome, so agile and skillful. You are indeed fortunate. Oh, what nonsense are you spouting, Xiaozhen? How could I possibly ignore you? She denied verbally. Though her eyes involuntarily stole a glance at Zhou Zi, she had been too frightened earlier to truly observe his features. Now, upon closer inspection, just as Xiaozhen said, this man was indeed strikingly handsome. All right, I want to say more. But why exactly did you message me? Could you please call my family later and say that I am staying at your place tonight, not coming home? Wow, you two tonight. Fine, fine, I understand. Leave it to me, it's absolutely no problem. You just go and enjoy yourself, she said, then quickly added, okay, I want to keep you. Don't let me delay your evening. Oh, and remember to stay safe. Also, this must be your first time, right? P.S. So formidable, surely in that department as well. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Make sure to tell him to be gentle, don't hurt yourself. Unlike Zhu Wanfang, Guo Xiaojin had long ago taken a handsome boyfriend and was regularly coaxed out on dates. Even engaging in more intimate affairs, she was a seasoned veteran of romance and knew far more than Zhu Wanfang. Done with the call? Zhou had just finished a cigarette when Zhu Wanfang ended the call. Her cheeks flushed as she timidly approached him. Then let us go? Saying this, Zhou turned and strode ahead. Zhu Wanfang looked up at his retreating figure, hesitated briefly, bit her lip, and hastened to follow. Wait for me at the door. Passing by a pharmacy, Zhou glanced back and instructed Zhu Wanfang before entering alone. Approaching the counter, he whispered a few words to the female clerk. Soon, the clerk cast a glance toward Zhu Wanfang by the door, smiled, and fetched a box from the shelf to hand to him. Seeing the packaging, Zhu Wanfang's face flushed even deeper, and she quickly lowered her gaze. The words Guo Xiaojin had just spoken on the phone, urging her to be careful tonight, recurred in her mind. Though her understanding of what being careful entailed was limited, she was not entirely ignorant. Ah, Ji, you're back. Is this your sister? Zhou's residence was not far ahead. Passing Wan Mei's home, Mrs. Kai sat outside enjoying the cool breeze and greeted him warmly upon his return. Noticing her seated outdoors, Zhou was puzzled. Granny, why are you sitting out here? Isn't the fan fixed? He had repaired their fan just before lunch. With his skill, he would not have left any defects, so it was unlikely to have broken again so soon. Inside, the fan ran but the air remained stifling. Outside, the breeze was stronger and cooler. Oh, Zhou nodded and smiled, introducing, this is my cousin, Ah Fong. She came over knowing I had returned. Ah Fong, this is our neighbor, Granny Kai. Hello, Granny. Oh, very well. You two sit here, we'll head back now. After pleasantries, Zhou led Zhu Wanfang into his home. This is where I live, make yourself comfortable. Do you have homework? You can start on it. Without waiting for a reply, he proceeded toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he froze, a bit embarrassed. Zhu Wanfang's face, bruised from Brother Xiaosa's slaps, was swollen. He had bought herbal liniment at the pharmacy, but it was unsuitable for facial application. He intended to boil an egg to apply as a compress to reduce the swelling. Yet upon entering the kitchen, he found it nearly bare, devoid of any supplies. With a sigh of helplessness, he exited the kitchen and headed out to Wan Mei's home to borrow something for the time being, since he was more familiar with her. After the initial panic subsided, Zhu Wanfang gradually realized that since entering the house, he had spoken only one sentence to her and then busied himself pacing back and forth, never glancing her way again. Reflecting on the gentle tone he used with Granny Kai, she noticed it was remarkably different from his demeanor last night and earlier that day at Brother Xiaosao's place. She then vaguely understood that he was probably called Aji by Granny Kai. The tension in her heart loosened slightly. Quietly, she took out her homework from her bag and began writing diligently, returning with a boiled egg borrowed from Wan Mei's. Zhou found Zhu Wanfang indeed absorbed in her homework. Whether she was afraid or genuinely resolved to change, he could not tell. He shook his head silently. Even if she disregarded his advice from last night, she should heed her father's wisdom. Parents would never harm their children. To trust strangers' notions of fairness and justice was folly. Here, put this on your face to reduce the swelling. He peeled the egg at the kitchen doorway and handed it to her. Thank you, Zhu Wanfang murmured hesitantly, eyes fixed on the egg before accepting it. And you, stay home and focus on your homework. I'm going out to buy some things. Seeing her take the egg, Zhou warned. Don't even think about running away. If Brother Xiaosao catches you, I want to be able to save you. You've seen his methods today, haven't you? She nodded repeatedly, her voice barely audible. I hope you truly listen this time, not treat me like I'm joking as last night. With that, Zhou fell silent and stepped out. The house was empty, without ingredients. What would they eat tonight? Brother Sheng, I was rash this morning. I admit my mistake and beg your forgiveness. Please overlook my transgression this once. Meanwhile, Brother Xiaosao invited Sheng Gu, with whom he had clashed that very morning, to the same tea house as before, respectfully serving tea and offering apologies. There's no other way. The opponent is too formidable. Since I can't defeat him alone, I have to call for backup. If 10 men aren't enough, then 20. If 20 fail, then 50. I, Brother Xiaosao, refuse to believe anyone can overcome a crowd. No matter how skilled. Whatever happens, this turf must be reclaimed. Others have already trampled upon my face, and they did so single-handedly. If I do not retaliate, how can I ever hope to maintain my standing in this world? After much contemplation, he concluded that seeking out Brother Sheng was the most prudent course of action. Elegance is paramount. It is not merely my assertion, When one navigates the underworld, one must ultimately adhere to principles of righteousness. Indeed, Brother Sheng speaks the truth. My youthful arrogance has clouded my judgment, and I have failed to manage my subordinates adequately. We are all brothers in arms. If we let our own discord surface, outsiders will only mock us. How can we face the world with any dignity? Yes, Brother Sheng is right. In the past, I acted foolishly, instigating infighting when we are, after all, family. Very well, since we have reached this understanding, let us consider this matter settled. Observing his sincere attitude, Brother Sheng lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Upon witnessing this, a smile broke across Xiaosha's face, and he seized the moment. Brother Sheng, since you have spoken thus, I shall be straightforward. Today, someone disrupted my territory and incapacitated 4 of my brothers. Tell me, should I seek retribution? What is the background of the assailant? How many were there? Do they not recognize that you are part of our organization? I revealed our affiliation. Yet the assailant was alone, relying solely on his martial prowess, showing us no respect. How dare he act so brazenly? Brother Sheng suddenly slammed the table. Rising in fury, capable of fighting? Just how capable? In the territory of Kowloon City, how dare he disregard our organization? Investigate his background. No matter who he is, he must be dealt with. If 10 are insufficient, we shall summon 100. Upon hearing this, Xiaosha's face lit up with joy. I was awaiting your words, Brother Sheng. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Xiaosha, while handling affairs, is well aware of the organization's rules. Since the incident occurred on your turf, you must bear the cost for the operation, the medical expenses of the injured, and the relocation fees for their families. I understand the rules. Rest assured, Brother Sheng. As long as we settle this matter, I will cover all expenses. Good. Tian Jiao, summon the men. As soon as Xiaosha received confirmation, he sprang into action. Yes, Brother Sheng. Tian Jiao, seated beside Brother Sheng, immediately turned to his subordinates to retrieve a walkie-talkie and began dialing. With each call made, groups of thugs began to converge near the tea restaurant, some even lying in wait at the alley's entrance. Chapter 9. Encountering an ambush while buying groceries. Brother. Approximately half an hour later, a young thug burst into the shop, breathless and trembling. Xiaosha turned at the sound, recognizing him as one of the subordinates he had previously dispatched to gather intelligence. Did you find him? What is his name? What is his background? No one recognized him. Where is he? He was just at the market buying groceries and is now heading this way. Damn, so audacious. Upon hearing this, Xiaosha's anger ignited. He just trampled upon my territory and can still nonchalantly go grocery shopping, showing no regard for our organization whatsoever. This is not mere disrespect. He clearly sees me as insignificant. Brother Sheng. He turned to Brother Sheng, his tone growing grave. Do not concern yourself with the details, just take care of him. Brother Sheng slammed the table, rising with a face full of wrath. After years of navigating this world, he had never encountered such audacity. Arm yourselves and gather. Xiaosha and Tian Jiao responded in unison, shouting enthusiastically. Zhou Ji, having finished his grocery shopping, strolled leisurely back, contemplating picking up some pots and pans along the way. Zhu Wanfang was to stay over that night. He ought to prepare some toiletries, for she might visit often, and it was time to tidy up a bit. As he walked, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere had grown too quiet. He looked up to find that the streets, once bustling, were now eerily deserted as dusk approached. This was clearly abnormal, and he immediately halted, becoming alert. Get him. Cut him down. Go, finish off this scoundrel. Just then, a chorus of shouts erupted from several alleyways. To prevent Zhou Ji from escaping, Xiaosha had strategically positioned his men in ambush. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a group of thugs wielding machetes, steel pipes, and baseball bats surged forth from all directions, quickly surrounding him. At the forefront, Zhou Ji immediately recognized Xiaosha, armed and ready, as well as Tian Jiao, who had clashed with him earlier that morning. Is this backup? Zhou Ji scanned the crowd, estimating close to 100 men. This afternoon, in Xiaosha's territory, he had Zhu Wanfang with him, and the area was too crowded for a full-scale brawl. Thus, he had opted to retreat, planning to seek resolution later that night. Little did he expect Xiaosha to be so hastily vengeful. Retribution does not wait overnight. And in such a short span, he had gathered so many to hunt him down. He sighed softly, placing his groceries by the roadside, and charged toward the oncoming crowd. A thug at the front swung a steel pipe down toward him, and Zhou Ji seized it, twisting it, and following through with a swift kick. Thud! He sent the assailant flying, who crashed into several others behind him. The steel pipe now in his possession, he executed a sweeping strike, deflecting the blades aimed at him from both sides. Thud, thud, thud. With 2 rapid forward thrusts and a side kick, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking. 3 more thugs were hurled backward into the advancing mob. As he landed from the side kick, he spun in midair, and thud, thud, thud. A few thugs who lunged at him were met with bloodied noses and mouths, flying back as he swept the steel pipe, fending off others attempting to close in. Upon landing, he immediately followed up with a sweeping leg kick, toppling several approaching enemies, who clutched their twisted legs in agony. As Zhou rose, he effortlessly seized a steel pipe from the ground. Now wielding two, his combat prowess doubled. He resembled a tiger among sheep, swinging the dual pipes with ferocity, slicing, lifting, thrusting, and stabbing with each strike leaving its mark. His legs, like axes and hammers, sent foes sprawling with every kick and stomp. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 thugs lay moaning on the ground, none able to stand, some with broken arms, others with shattered legs, sprawled across the street. Ultimately, he had tempered his strength, opting not to utterly incapacitate his opponents. As for Xiaosa, he had long heard of Zhou Zi's formidable reputation and was already on guard. Unfortunately, as he attempted to slip away, Zhou Zi caught on, pursuing him and delivering a relentless beating that left both his arms shattered. The two steel pipes flashed before him, and Zhou Zi allowed him to escape in disarray. However, a far greater surprise awaited him. Damn! Zhou Zi turned to find the bag of groceries he had just set down had vanished without a trace, prompting a low curse. It was clearly unrealistic to return for groceries now. He glanced at the moaning thugs on the ground, shook his head, and turned to leave. The police would likely arrive soon. The officer responsible for this area, Brother Hai, is known for his efficiency, and entanglement with them would spell trouble. As his figure vanished completely, those still capable of movement among the fallen thugs scrambled away in a panic. Indeed, it was not long before two police cars screeched onto the scene. Brother Hai, accompanied by several subordinates, swiftly jumped from the vehicle. Boss. Upon witnessing the grim scene before him, Inchniu felt a tightening in his throat and quickly glanced towards his superior, Brother Hai. What are you dawdling for? Atu. Immediately call for reinforcements and contact an ambulance. Notify multiple hospitals and dispatch several vehicles to the scene. You lot, follow me. We must first assess the condition of the injured. With a commanding voice, Brother Hai led the way towards the throng of wailing ruffians sprawled across the ground. Tianjiao, is it you causing trouble again? Before long, Brother Hai spotted Tianjiao amidst the crowd. One arm broken and pinned beneath two unconscious associates who had just begun to stir. As Tianjiao was dragged out, he shook his head and scanned his surroundings. A flicker of panic crossing his face before he feigned nonchalance. Take it easy, Brother Hai. I wouldn't dare cause a scene. I'm injured, with a broken arm. I need to get to the hospital quickly. Tianjiao, you cannot escape this time. The situation has escalated. What are you talking about, Brother Hai? I merely had a mishap. It was my own fault and has nothing to do with anyone else. That night, several hospitals in Kowloon City were inundated with chaos, filled with the anguished cries of small-time thugs while medical personnel scurried about. The police station was equally tumultuous, as many quick-reacting yet lightly wounded ruffians who in team managed to flee were swiftly apprehended. Most of these individuals were knocked unconscious by their own companions, courtesy of Zhou Zi's powerful kicks. Upon regaining consciousness, they found the police already present. What is the situation? Brother Sheng, who had been anxiously awaiting news at a tea restaurant, rushed back to the main hall upon seeing police vehicles mobilize. One of his underlings, pale-faced and trembling, reported, "It's over. Our men have all been taken down. What about Xiaosa and Tianjiao? Brother Xiao has both arms broken and has been rescued to the hospital. Brother Tian has a broken arm and has already been taken by the police." Meanwhile, Zhou Zi seemed unfazed, casually carrying a bag of takeaway food in one hand and a collection of miscellaneous items in the other, making his way home with an air of tranquility. Have you finished your homework? If so, tidy up and come eat. Upon entering, he noticed Zhu Wanfang seated in the living room engrossed in a book, and he casually remarked while setting the food on the table and placing the rest on the sofa. Hearing his voice, Zhu Wanfang hurriedly stuffed her book and homework into her bag. Yet, when she finally looked up to see Zhou Zi, she let out a startled scream. After all, she had just witnessed a brutal confrontation in which he had taken down over 100 people, sustaining a few blows and splattered with blood in the process. Zhou Zi, believing his appearance was not overly alarming and thus would not cause much concern, had purchased several daily necessities along with the food. He had only visited the small shops lining the street, where the night had already fallen and the lights cast a dim glow. He merely conducted his transactions at the door, not venturing deep into the establishments. In a place like Kowloon City, brawls were a daily occurrence, and many others were out shopping, far worse off than he was. No one shared Zhu Wanfang's naive belief that the world was rife with peace and justice. Intelligent individuals often choose to turn a blind eye, remaining detached and uninvolved. What are you shouting about, making such a fuss? You're covered in blood. Zhu Wanfang's face turned ashen as she trembled, pointing at him. His clothing bore numerous dark red stains, unmistakably remnants of dried blood. His back was marked with several wounds, clearly inflicted by blunt instruments. At the hem of his shirt, several neat gashes seeped dark red blood. suggesting they were the result of blade cuts. These, merely trifles, Zhou Ji remarked, glancing down at his attire with indifference. I just went out to buy some things and happened to run into Xiao Sa and his gang. So I taught them a lesson and accidentally got splattered with blood. He noticed only that the front of his shirt remained relatively clean, entirely unaware of the damage to his back. When under attack, a person instinctively uses their arms and back to defend themselves. The injuries on his back were a consequence of being outnumbered. It was easier to guard against attacks from the front, while the back was naturally more vulnerable. Some wounds were a result of him seeing the assailants wielding sticks and feeling too lazy to dodge. After all, he was a system-certified master-level combat expert, a status earned through extensive study of various martial arts manuals. He had also perused many texts on hard qigong techniques like the iron shirt and golden bell, each experience solidifying his foundation. Blows from those sticks felt no more severe than a mere tickle to him. He even suspected that ordinary blades might not even pierce his skin. Of course, he was not foolish. He would never attempt anything without confidence in the outcome. Are you truly unscathed? Didn't I say I'm fine? It's late. You must be hungry. Go eat. I'll take a quick shower first. Zhou Ji replied, not waiting for Zhu Wanfang's response as he turned and entered the bedroom, emerging with 2 clean garments before heading straight to the bathroom. Having exerted himself in the scuffle, he felt sticky and uncomfortable from the sweat. With a twist of the faucet, cold water cascaded down. Zhou Ji shivered involuntarily, letting out a low groan. The apartment was already modest, with almost no soundproofing. Every noise within the 20-plus square meter space was crystal clear. Zhu Wanfang stood in the living room, lost in thought, her expression dazed, her cheeks streaked with tears. Hearing the murmurs from the bathroom, she suddenly snapped to attention. The medicine. Yes, the medicine. She murmured softly, her eyes rapidly scanning the living room. There it is. In a few quick strides, she rushed to the cabinet and grabbed the box of medicine Zhou Ji had carelessly left there after returning from his outing. After he had left, she had finished her homework, only to realize upon looking up that the box contained not the type of medicine she had feared, but rather topical treatment for bruises and injuries. Without hesitation, she turned and dashed towards the bathroom, bursting through the door. Chapter 10. Shockwaves in the Underworld. A mighty force emerges from Hongxing. Whoa! Just as Zhou Ji had soaked himself thoroughly and was about to grab the shampoo, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in, causing him to instinctively grab a towel to cover his modesty and take a couple of steps back. Upon recognizing Zhu Wanfang, he immediately grew furious. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Get out. The bathroom was already cramped. It could barely accommodate 1 person, let alone 2. Zhu Wanfang stood half under the unturned showerhead, her clothes drenched before she could even finish her sentence. Yet she remained there, her eyes red and fixed intently on him. Turn around. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. Girl, are you out of your mind? I'm not wearing anything. Hurry up and get out. Zhu Wanfang stood her ground, defiantly shouting, You said I was your girl. Zhou Ji's mind went blank, utterly perplexed by the situation. What is wrong with you? Can you please step outside? We can talk after I finish my shower. No. Do your words hold any weight? Am I or am I not your girl? Fine. Of course you are my girl. Are you satisfied now? Can I please take a shower in peace? Seeing her unwavering gaze, Zhou Ji could only nod repeatedly, attempting to persuade her to leave. I want to leave. Turn around so I can see. Zhu Wanfang did not retreat. Instead, she resolutely declared. Zhou Ji was taken aback, pondering how this girl could become increasingly outrageous with her pleas. I am your girlfriend. Are you afraid of me seeing you? No. If you continue like this, I must. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly taking off your clothes? So, that is why you rushed into the bathroom just now? Over an hour later, Zhou Ji lay on the bed in the bedroom, looking helplessly at Zhu Wanfang beside him. I see your clothes are stained with blood. It's so frightening. How could I have known? Zhu Wanfang weakly replied, her voice growing softer until it was almost inaudible. Zhou Ji couldn't help but tease. How could I have known? I am not injured at all. It's all your unnecessary worrying. Are you regretting it now? I just wanted to help you apply medicine. Who knew it would turn out like this? Zhou Ji was utterly amused. Just moments ago, he thought something serious had occurred. Instead, this girl barged in without a word, first standing there drenched, then inexplicably beginning to undress and lean against him. Wasn't that an obvious test of his composure? He was a young man, full of vigor, having just emerged from prison not long ago. In such a situation, who could remain unperturbed? Any normal man would likely surrender. Applying medicine? Who applies medicine in such a manner? Thus, the subsequent developments naturally omitted countless details. After Zhu Wanfang finished speaking, she immediately pulled the blanket over her head. She felt her cheeks burning, never having experienced such embarrassment in her life, and could hardly bear to lift her gaze. Now you know to feel shy? You understand the fear now? Zhou Ji chuckled as he patted her back. Don't hide. Can you really avoid getting out of bed for a lifetime? You haven't had dinner yet, and with your energy depleted so greatly, aren't you hungry? With that, he was the first to get up, dress, and leave the bedroom. You bad guy, you did this on purpose. Zhu Wanfang, hidden beneath the blanket, quietly pulled back a corner and muttered softly. What did you say? Zhou Ji heard the noise and turned to ask. It's nothing. I just said you should go out first. Oh, Zhou Ji smiled and turned to leave the room. The reason he brought her back was actually due to concerns that Xiaosua might cause her trouble. After all, previously in the shop, Xiaosua had already suffered a setback, and it was likely he would seek revenge on Zhu Wanfang that night. No matter how formidable he was ultimately just one person. As long as he could hide Zhu Wanfang away, even if the other party came knocking, he could feign ignorance and adamantly deny it. What could they do? Moreover, although Zhu Wenxiong had long since exited the underworld, he had once been involved with gangs. This could be discerned from certain past events. And Xiaosua had always had his eyes set on Zhu Wanfang, seeking to profit from her. As for her father, being of advanced age, he was merely a pork seller. How much money could he possibly have? Although he was acquainted with Brother Sheng of the gang, should matters escalate, it would still pose a risk. One might need to seek assistance from him someday. As long as Zhu Wanfang was not at home, her parents would likely remain safe. As for the harsh words spoken earlier, they were merely meant to intimidate her. Coupled with today's experiences with Xiaosua, it was enough to make her more cautious. Zhou Ji found himself somewhat drawn to her. After all, she was quite charming and captivating. Who could resist such allure? However, he hadn't anticipated that after enduring these events, she would become so sensitive and fragile. After everything that transpired today, have you reflected on anything? Zhou Ji casually inquired during dinner. Why are you so mean? Zhu Wanfang's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. What thoughts have you been harboring? Zhou Ji lightly tapped her forehead with his chopsticks. I'm asking you, from morning until now, have you gained any insights, excluding that incident in the bathroom? Oh. It was only then she reacted, biting her chopsticks and tilting her head in earnest contemplation. Think while you eat. Seeing her pause, Zhou Ji urged. Should I not have identified that person at the police station? She tentatively asked in a low voice. Zhou Ji smiled slightly, not too foolish. Have you considered what consequences you would have faced if I hadn't shown up today? You must have heard the saying, reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. Do you understand its meaning? Knowledge from books can only be truly comprehended through personal experience. In life and work, one cannot merely focus on the present. One must think comprehensively, act within one's means, and plan for the future. Oh, that night, Zhou Ji used this incident to impart a significant life lesson to Zhu Wanfang. Since she was already close to him, he felt it necessary for her to endure a setback and learn a lesson. After all, Zhu Wanfang's maturity was still in development. She needed guidance. Deep down, she possessed a resolute spirit and fierce determination, her potential not to be underestimated. In the end, she could even wield a blade, relentlessly pursuing Xiaosua. With proper guidance, she could certainly achieve a remarkable presence among women in the future. The most reliable information often comes from the small-time thugs at the grassroots level. Kowloon City was a place where various gangs vied for control. Previously, Brother Sheng had gathered his men, and many gangs stationed there were on high alert, sending people to investigate the situation, eager to uncover the true intentions of the Chaozhou gang. Initially, everyone assumed it was a conflict with other factions. However, they soon discovered the target was merely one person. What was even more surprising was that over 100 individuals were utterly defeated by one man. Zhou Ji's identity naturally attracted considerable attention from various factions. The following day, news spread rapidly through the underworld. Rumors claimed that the Chaozhou gang's stronghold in Kowloon City had been taken down by a newcomer just released from prison under the command of the Hongxing Society South Miao Street leader, Liang Kuan. Over 100 people were left with broken limbs, a sight too gruesome to behold. As the rumors spread, his past in prison was also unearthed. Only then did everyone realize that such a formidable character had been concealed within Hongxing. Indeed, Hongxing was not without its fierce individuals. Aji, Ps out, Liang Kuan, situated in Miao Street, also caught wind of the news and immediately summoned Sha Chong to question him. Didn't I instruct you to pick him up from prison? How did he end up in Kowloon City, creating such a ruckus? Although Liang Kuan prioritized profit, he always placed great importance on truly capable individuals. He had long hoped for a reliable aide among his subordinates. He had made multiple attempts to win over Chun Haonan, but to no avail. As for Sha Chong, he was merely a mediocre individual, empty-headed and left by default due to the lack of better options. Zhou Ji's name had long been known to him. The deeds he performed in prison had already become the talk of the town, and he had even dispatched someone to gather information. Reflecting on it now, he regretted not having brought him under his wing sooner. He had even specifically instructed Sha Chong to ensure a grand welcome for Zhou Ji on his release day. Shuangchang hesitated for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. Brother Kuan, he came out the day before yesterday. I miscalculated the time. By the time I arrived, he had already left. I have been searching for him these past 2 days. Damn it. Useless. Have you lost your mind? Liang Kuan, seething with anger, slapped him forcefully and followed up with a series of vicious kicks, shouting, if you can't even keep track of the days, how can you handle something so trivial? What use do I have for you? Brother Kuan, I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. Shuangchang cowered, cradling his head and begging for mercy. Get lost. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and find him. Do you expect me to treat you to a meal? Yes, yes. Shuangchang replied eagerly as he rushed towards the door, only to stop short, cautiously adding, but Brother Kuan, he has offended the Chaozhou gang now. And what of the Chaozhou gang? Do they think Hongxing is a bunch of saints? More than 100 of them can't possibly take on a single Aji. And they still dare to cause trouble? Yes, yes. I'm going right now. Wait. Liang Kuan suddenly called out to him, snorting coldly, I will go myself. With a useless fool like you, all you do is cause more trouble. With that, he abruptly stood up and strode out. Chapter 11. Is that man really formidable? After driving for a while, Liang Kuan suddenly spoke up. By the way, where is Aji currently in Kowloon City? How is he doing? I'm not too sure. Isn't he just in Kowloon City? Damn it. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan erupted in fury, raising his hand to slap Shuangchang on the head again. Is your brain filled with dung? Kowloon City is so vast. Without a specific location, how are you supposed to find him? Are you planning to shout his name throughout the streets? Should we still go? Get lost. What the hell are you talking about? Stop the car. Liang Kuan cursed, pulling out his mobile phone and dialing the number of the Hongxing representative in Kowloon City. Xian, it's me, a Kuan. A Kuan? You're looking quite impressive now. A newly released underling has already stirred up trouble with the Chaozhou gang. Are you planning to expand your territory here? Stop joking. I only just heard this morning that Aji has been released. I haven't even seen him yet, and I need your help to find him. You know how he has gotten into trouble with the Chaozhou gang. I'm worried about him being alone and facing unexpected dangers. I see. I will immediately send my brothers to investigate. Don't worry, Kowloon City is my territory. There won't be any issues. All right, I'll await your news. Let's have tea together when we have the chance. After hanging up, Liang Kuan pondered briefly before raising his hand to slap Shuangchang once more. What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry back and call people. Is your head filled with mush? Liang Kuan was indeed basking in glory, with such a capable subordinate emerging, and he was sure to feel even prouder upon their next meeting. Meanwhile, in a bar in Causeway Bay, Dalaobi spoke to Chun Haonan and the other 5, his tone slightly grave. Having an outstanding subordinate like Chun Haonan was something Dalaobi took great pride in. However, Shanji retorted, you speak so grandly. Who knows if it's true? De Tian Air chimed in, exactly. If he's really that formidable, why would he end up in prison? Chun Haonan calmly analyzed, there's no smoke without fire. Even if the rumors are exaggerated, the fact that they have spread this far indicates that Zhou Ji indeed possesses exceptional abilities. Dalaobi nodded, Haonan is right. This person must not be underestimated. After a pause, he continued, all right, as long as you are aware, keep your eyes peeled, and you may disperse now. At noon, Zhou Ji finally took Zhu Wanfang out, preparing to escort her to school. Last night was her first time, and this morning she felt somewhat unwell, so she had been resting at home. He also took the opportunity to address some of her physical concerns. Oh, are you the new neighbors? As they stepped out of their apartment, a crisp female voice called out from nearby. Who are you? Zhou Ji turned back to find it was Fang Min, the youngest of the Fang sisters. I live in 1206. Fang Min replied with a smile. Oh, Zhou Ji smiled slightly and nodded. I've lived here for a while. I just returned recently after being away for the past 6 months. No wonder I haven't seen anyone since I moved in over half a year ago. Turns out you were away. Noticing Fang Min carrying a school bag, Zhou Ji asked with a smile, are you heading to school? Oh no, Fang Min exclaimed. I'm going to miss the bus. Let's chat another time. Goodbye. Before she finished speaking, she dashed towards the elevator. Haha, let's go too. Zhou Ji chuckled lightly, taking Zhu Wanfang's hand as they headed for the elevator. It seemed the Fang family had only moved in during the 6 months he was away, and judging by her school uniform, which differed from Zhu Wanfang's, she evidently remained at her previous school and had not transferred. As Zhou Ji and Zhu Wanfang arrived at the elevator, it just reached their floor, and they entered alongside Fang Min inside the elevator. Fang Min noticed Zhu Wanfang also carrying a school bag and curiously asked, are you also going to school? Which school do you attend? Yes. I study at the nearby Southeast Secondary School. I'm in Form 5 this year. Fang Min couldn't help but complain. It's so annoying. I'm also in Form 5 this year. And soon we have the joint examination. I have to take the bus every day, and transferring schools would be too troublesome. Just endure until the exams are over. We're here. I have to go now. I'll find you to hang out later. Just as she finished speaking, they reached the first floor. And Fang Min quickly exited the elevator while waving goodbye. Have a good class. I'll pick you up after school. At the school gate. Seeing Zhu Wanfang gazing at him with reluctance, Zhou Ji smiled gently and reached out to smooth her hair in comfort. He only turned away after watching her walk into the classroom. Wow, Ah Fong, you finally made it. Thankfully, I was clever enough to guess you might not come today. So I asked for leave for you in advance. As soon as Zhu Wanfang entered the classroom and approached her seat, her friend Guo Xiaozhen immediately leaned in to claim credit. Thank you, Xiaozhen. We are good sisters. After saying that, she quickly leaned closer to Zhu Wanfang's ear and whispered, seriously, you two must have done it last night, right? Was that man really fierce? How many times did you do it? Stop it. What are you talking about? Zhu Wanfang's face instantly flushed red upon hearing this. Wow, so you really did it. Seeing her expression, Guo Xiaozhen exclaimed in surprise, and when Zhu Wanfang remained silent, she hurriedly pressed, is it true? Tell me quickly, did you use protection? As Guo Xiaozhen spoke, she vigorously shook Zhu Wanfang's body. Okay, I got it. Stop shaking me. I really can't take it. Zhu Wanfang could only nod in embarrassment. All right, I understand you are shy now. You will get used to it in time. We won't bring this up again. With her objective achieved, Guo Xiaozhen stopped pressing and instead asked, by the way, what is his name? Which gang is he from? Did he tell you? His name is Zhigu. I didn't ask anything else. So he is Zhigu. Do you know how formidable he is? Didn't we agree not to talk about this? What are you thinking? I'm not referring to that. I mean he is particularly skilled in martial arts and fights fiercely. Not against you, but with others. You actually had no idea? I heard that after he took you away yesterday at dusk. He went on to stir up trouble with the Chaos Han gang. Over 100 thugs, each armed with a 5-piece set of weapons, were all taken down by him single-handedly. Zhu Wanfang was stunned, incredulous. Over 100 people? Is that for real? Of course it's true. Haven't you heard? The whole school is buzzing about it today. The Chaos Han gang members were beaten so badly they ended up with broken arms and legs. Even the ambulances couldn't keep up with the casualties. When he came back, was he hurt? Zhu Wanfang's eyes widened as she instinctively shook her head. Not at all. He didn't have a scratch on him. He even escorted me to school, just now. Yet inside, a tempest of astonishment churned. Last night, Zhouji had spoken so casually about it. Except for some bloodstains on his clothes, he was completely unscathed. She had assumed, much like last time when he took her away from Xiaosa, that the opposition was small and no one dared resist. Little did she expect, it was over 100 professional thugs wielding deadly weapons. At that moment, she truly grasped the extent of this man's formidable strength. It's impossible. So many people, armed as well, yet not even a scratch. Is he even human? Guo Xiaozhen was equally shocked upon hearing this, but harbored no doubt about Zhu Wanfang's words. After all, the two had been intimately involved the previous night and had spent the entire morning together. She was well aware of the state of Zhou Ji's body during their first encounter and had undoubtedly seen every inch of him. Oh, you three are still here? After leaving the campus, Zhou Ji headed straight to Xiaosa's territory from the previous night. Xiaosa had led a large force to besiege him then, and he had assumed the place would be deserted by now. Coming here was a gamble, but unexpectedly, he found a pleasant surprise. Scar, George, and Shoppy, the three he had dealt with before, were sitting smoking at the entrance inside. Presumably, they were nursing injuries and unable to fight, hence left behind at the base. Unaware of last night's events. Why are you here again? The three leapt up from their beds in fright upon seeing him. A faint smile tugged at Zhou Ji's lips. I came because I wanted to. What's the matter? Got a problem? He then strode leisurely into the room. And no, the trio frantically waved their hands and backed away. Amused by their demeanor, Zhou Ji asked with interest, are you afraid of me? Why yes. They nodded hurriedly. And no, we're not scared. Oh, then come on over. Zhou Ji nodded and pointed to a nearby bed. Come, sit here. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ji looked at the three dazed, stupefied figures before him and nodded with satisfaction. A crisp snap echoed in front of them. He then smiled, turned, and walked away with composure. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ji, having donned an expertly crafted disguise, appeared in a well-appointed residential building. Using a slender wire, he effortlessly picked the lock of a certain apartment door. Swiftly locating a safe in the bedroom, he opened it with little effort. Upon seeing the neatly stacked cash inside, a subtle smile curved his lips. Approximately 800,000 Hong Kong dollars lay within, all of which he took before restoring the safe to its original state. After ensuring no trace was left behind, he departed quietly, the entire process taking less than 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Shoppy, George, and Scar arrived at the Kowloon police station by taxi and promptly walked inside. At dusk, as Southeast Middle School dismissed, Zhou Ji returned to the school gates. Having promised to pick up Zhu Wanfang in the evening earlier when he dropped her off at noon, he soon spotted her and Guo Xiaozhen walking side by side. Scanning their surroundings, he waved and called out immediately, Brother Ji. Hi, Brother Ji. I'm Guo Xiaozhen, a good friend of Fang's. We've met before. Guo Xiaozhen hurriedly introduced herself, beaming with excitement as she caught up to Zhu Wanfang. Zhou Ji smiled and nodded in response. Nice to meet you. Well, I want to keep you then, Guo Xiaozhen said with a smile. turning to leave, but suddenly glanced back. By the way, Afong, do you want me to call your family later to tell them you want to be coming home tonight? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanfeng's cheeks flushed as she cast a silent glance at Zhou Ji. He chuckled lightly. No need. After finishing things this afternoon, I came straight here and didn't have time to give Zhong's mother her acupuncture treatment today. I plan to drop by later since her place is in the same building as yours. Okay, got it. Guo Xiaozhen replied, not lingering and waving goodbye as she left. Though Zhu Wanfeng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Zhou Ji say no need to inform her family, she was at an age ripe for romantic yearning. Especially after learning the truth about the previous night, her heart brimmed with emotion and fluttering excitement. Having spent the night together, she regarded this as the definitive confirmation of their relationship and naturally dreaded parting even for a moment. Chapter 12 Confession. Admission of Guilt. Are you really going to take me home? Zhu Wanfeng finally mustered the courage to ask as they reached her apartment building. What's wrong? Zhou Ji smiled. Weren't you eager to go home yesterday? Now you don't want to go in? Zhu Wanfeng's face turned crimson, and she was momentarily speechless. She was reluctant to admit she missed him, too shy to say so outright, yet if she said she wanted to leave, she truly hesitated. Alright, I'm teasing you. Even if you want to go back tonight, it's not allowed. You have to stay at least until the end of the evening. I came here on serious business. Ah, you're so mean, you scared me. Zhu Wanfeng lightly tapped Zhou Ji's arm, her face finally lighting up with a smile. Upon reaching her floor, Zhou Ji reminded her, since we're here, you should tell your family you didn't come home last night. Zhu Wanfeng hesitated briefly, but nodded. Okay. You wait for me here. After taking a few steps forward, she turned back solemnly and emphasized, you must wait for me. Alright, I'll wait right here. If you don't come, I want to leave. Go quickly, Zhou Ji said, waving his hand to urge her along. Reassured by his promise, Zhu Wanfeng ran back home. Mom, Xiaozhen and I made plans. I might be out late tonight, so I want to be coming home to sleep. Not coming home again. It's not safe outside lately. Don't worry, I'll be careful. No time to talk. Xiaozhen's waiting. I have to go. Before finishing, she was already far away. Ah, you child. Her mother wanted to say more, but the girl had vanished, leaving only a soft sigh. The child was growing up. If she failed this year's entrance exam, she would have to step into society. Though she wished to discipline her, she understood the necessity of letting go gradually. They were not a wealthy family, and couldn't protect her forever. I'm back. I told Mom already. Soon, Zhu Wanfeng happily returned to Zhou Ji's side. Alright, let us go. Zhou Ji smiled and nodded, taking her hand as they ascended the stairs together. Having dined at Mrs. Zhong's residence, Zhu Wanfeng accompanied Liangzi as he diligently worked on his assignments, while Zhou Ji commenced the second acupuncture treatment for Mrs. Zhong. After more than an hour, the therapy concluded, and he meticulously imparted several precautionary instructions to her. Only then did he bid farewell to Mrs. Zhong and Liangzi, departing alongside Zhu Wanfeng. On their descent, Zhu Wanfeng deliberately led him along an alternate staircase. En route home, she cast him furtive glances repeatedly, her expression inscrutable, as if harboring unspoken thoughts. When she looked again, Zhou Ji could no longer contain his curiosity. What's the matter, lass? You've been eyeing me like that all along. Is something troubling you? Zhu Wanfeng hesitated before asking, are you a doctor? That night, was it because you were treating Grandma Zhong that you happened to encounter George and the others who came looking for me? From their initial meeting to last evening, when he came to fetch her after class, she had always presumed Zhou Ji belonged to the same ilk as those street toughs. Yet his demeanor was markedly different from the likes of Scar, George, and Xiaosa. Suddenly recalling the night she had rushed into the restroom, recalling their brief solitude, she realized she had not spotted any tattoos or similar marks on him. Her father, in his youth, had been involved with a gang and bore numerous tattoos. Similarly, street ruffians often displayed patterns on their arms or necks. Moreover, witnessing his acupuncture technique on Grandma Zhong, a skill only truly understood by medical practitioners, along with his courteous and gentle manner towards everyone they encountered, including the neighbors met at school and on the way home, further impressed her. His detailed and considerate post-treatment advice closely mirrored that typically given by hospital doctors. A bright and astute student, Zhu Wanfeng swiftly connected all these observations over the past 2 days, arriving at a startling conclusion. Are you a doctor? She inquired. Hearing this, Zhou Ji chuckled. So that is why you kept staring at me all this time, wrestling with this thought? What did you originally think I was? A gang member? Aye. Zhu Wanfeng was caught off guard, suddenly realizing she had guessed correctly and feeling flustered at her previous misconception. But then, recalling that they had already become intimate, she regained confidence and declared, I'm your girlfriend. We're together now, so just admit it. If you truly are a doctor, handsome and skillful, then you'd give me a sense of security, and everyone would be proud to know me. At the thought, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. No, Zhou Ji replied, shrugging and dousing her hopes instantly. What? Impossible. Zhu Wanfang's south smile froze in place. He spoke firmly, but that's the truth. I really am not a doctor. Really not. She pressed. Indeed. You can perform acupuncture yet are not a doctor. And you managed to single-handedly take down over 100 people without a scratch? Oh, I get it. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she blurted out. You're a martial artist, right? Many wuxia novels describe medicine and martial arts as intertwined. Nowadays, the social atmosphere in Hong Kong inspires many young people to dream of a chivalrous life. For a dutiful girl like Zhu Wanfang, who had once been threatened by hoodlums, she instinctively despised that lifestyle. Thus, upon sensing Zhou Ji might be different from her assumptions, she naturally hoped for the best. Zhou Ji was taken aback by her swift leaps of logic. Your kung fu must be extraordinary, with tremendous inner strength, right? Could you teach me a bit? If I learn it, I'll never fear being bullied again. Inner strength? Of course. You can't beat over 100 people without injury unless you've trained your inner power, Zhu Wanfang said, tugging his arm coquettishly. I'm your woman. Teach me. Please. As she spoke, she began to daydream about mastering martial arts, like a hero in the movies, leaping across rooftops and upholding justice. Next time Xiaosa dared to harass her, she would be able to take him down swiftly, just like Zhou Ji. Since the release of those classic martial arts films by director Jean, countless young men and women, even middle-aged folks, have harbored such dreams. Just as her hopeful smile appeared, Zhou Ji lightly tapped her head. What are you imagining? He sighed. Wuxia novels are fiction. There's no such thing as inner strength. If it existed, I do want to learn it myself. And the idea of one person defeating 100? That's an exaggeration. Humph. You're trying to fool me. Zhu Wanfang patted his arm, feigning reproach. At school today, Xiaojin told me everything. Even our class is buzzing that you single-handedly fought the Chaos Han gang last night, taking down over 100 men. No sooner had she spoken than she pouted, complaining, don't knock my head. I'm your girlfriend, if you get dazed. Who'll be responsible? Everyone at school knows about this. And they mention me by name? Zhou Ji asked. Zhu Wanfang hesitated. It seems only Xiaojin said that. Others don't know who did it. Realizing this, she coquettishly accused. You're the worst. Lying to me again. When you came back last night, you said you met Xiaosa, and with the blood on you. That person must have been you. That was quick thinking. Humph. I'm quite clever, always scoring straight A's on exams. Alright, you got me. I have trained in kung fu, but I haven't mastered any inner power. He paused, then added, if you really want to learn, I can teach you, but the training is grueling. As for inner strength, I'll pass it on when I truly acquire it. Anything less demanding? I'm still studying, you know. Less demanding. They chatted as they walked. Inadvertently arriving home. Returning a bit late, they found the corridor deserted, with no sign of Grandma Kai, who usually sat outside to cool off. After showering, Zhu Wanfang sat down to begin her homework, while Zhou Ji idly flicked through television channels. That afternoon, an incident had occurred at the Kowloon City Police Station, a deadly brawl among suspects resulting in one fatality. As he landed on a particular channel, a news report was airing. Zhou Ji paused, eyes fixed on the screen. Curious, Zhu Wanfang glanced up and exclaimed, that's Xiaosa. And George and Scar. On screen, the bloodied figure lying motionless was none other than Xiaosa, who had kidnapped her the previous day. Among the 3 men detained by the police were George and Scar, along with another accomplice named Shoppy, who had participated in the abduction. The news report detailed how Shoppy, George, and Scar had voluntarily surrendered at Kowloon City Police Station that afternoon. During the interrogation, they each confessed to their crimes, unanimously admitting that all their actions were orchestrated by their charismatic leader. Due to the limited space at the police station, the questioning took place in the lobby. Just as the 3 had finished giving their statements, the charismatic leader, having escaped the previous night and returned after receiving medical treatment, was brought back to the station by Brother Hai. After all, the previous night, the Chaozhou gang had suffered significant losses, most of whom were under the leadership of the charismatic leader, thus he could not evade capture. The one tasked with recording the statements was none other than Brother Hai's irascible subordinate, Cunning Bull, who had always harbored dissatisfaction towards the charismatic leader. Upon seeing the charismatic leader brought back to the scene, Cunning Bull could no longer contain his anger and loudly read aloud the confessions of the 3. To everyone's surprise, the charismatic leader not only did not deny the accusations but, after a moment of hesitation, admitted to all the charges. Just as Cunning Bull basked in his triumph, the charismatic leader suddenly turned aggressive, struggling violently, as if losing control of his emotions. Although his arms were restrained, his legs kicked out repeatedly, targeting Shoppy, George, and Scar. After a brief moment of shock, the 3 quickly retaliated, plunging the scene into chaos. The charismatic leader, already severely injured in both arms, stood no chance against the trio's assault and was swiftly knocked to the ground. The police exerted great effort to stabilize the situation. However, the charismatic leader showed no signs of life. Chuckling to himself after reading the report, Zhou felt a faint smile tug at the corners of his mouth. This was all, of course, the result of his meticulous planning. Why did Shoppy and the others confess? Why did the charismatic leader initially admit guilt only to later have a change of heart? Among the many skills he had acquired during his time in prison was a technique called hypnosis, which he had mastered to an intermediate level. More crucially, he possessed an extraordinary mental strength, scoring 58 points. Faced with 4 subordinates who were already terrified, implementing hypnosis was effortlessly simple. Whatever psychological suggestion he wished to implant could be successfully instilled. Why exert himself personally when he could orchestrate their self-destruction instead? It was efficient and left no trace. Now, you can rest easy. Quickly finish your homework, Zhou gently reminded as he noticed Zhu Wanfang still staring blankly at the television. Oh, Zhu Wanfang snapped back to reality. Hastily lowering her gaze to continue her studies, Zhou lit a cigarette, idly stroking his chin as thoughts of her earlier comment about wanting to learn some martial arts surfaced in his mind. Given the current chaotic state of Hong Kong, it was indeed imperative for young women to acquire self-defense skills. Chapter 13. From now on, you are the invincible Bruce Lee. By the way, observing Zhu Wanfang deeply engrossed in her writing, an idea struck him. He vaguely recalled a scene from a Hong Kong film where an ordinary person, lacking martial arts skills, encountered a group of thugs. Remarkably, through self-hypnosis, he imagined himself as Bruce Lee and managed to knock them all down. Unfortunately, the details of that film were hazy in his memory. Even the title eluded him. Yet, could he not give it a try? This would be the second time he employed his hypnosis skills. The first time had been shortly after he had learned it in prison. Speaking of which, he could not ignore the notorious ghostly encounter. When he was incarcerated, the assassin known as Heroic Beast had already exited the scene, leaving ghostly encounter in power. During that time, he gradually rose to prominence within the prison, teaching lessons to some seasoned inmates, which quickly drew attention. This individual was far more cunning and malicious than Heroic Beast. He wished to avoid being schemed against and did not want to be constantly monitored. A direct confrontation would be futile and could lead to a longer sentence. At that time, Zhong Tianjin casually mentioned, if only we could control him and make him reform. Unable to proceed with force, inspiration struck him, and he turned to hypnosis, delving into its study. The results? One need only observe his subsequent reign in prison and his safe, timely release to appreciate its effectiveness. As for dealing with the charismatic leader, the original plan was to infiltrate quietly at night and eliminate him without a sound. However, the previous night's unexpected battle, where he faced 100 opponents, had thrown a wrench into those plans. He never anticipated that the charismatic leader would retaliate so swiftly within the span of less than an hour. If he were to kill again and eliminate witnesses, would that not blatantly provide the police with clues? Yet, if he allowed the charismatic leader to live, he would always pose a threat to Zhu Wanfang. Having watched countless Hong Kong films and having had his own experiences within gangs, how could he be unaware of the nature of these thugs? Either one acted decisively or eliminated all threats. There are only thieves who can rob for 1,000 days. There are no thieves who can be guarded against for 1,000 days. Hence, he devised this dog-eat-dog scenario, using a knife to kill, ensuring he remained unscathed. The more he contemplated it, the more ingenious he found this plan. Would you like to learn martial arts? The kind that isn't exhausting? He inquired with a smile as Zhu Wanfang completed her homework and tidied up. Really? Zhu Wanfang's eyes lit up, but upon catching sight of Zhou grin, she instantly became wary. She rolled her eyes and playfully scolded, You're so devious. Trying to take advantage of me again. Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. She was already naturally charming, and today, with the weight of her worries lifted, her features were no longer strained. Having just experienced a tumultuous event, she remained blissfully unaware of how her small gestures could be utterly disarming to him. All thoughts of hypnosis and martial arts faded from his mind, replaced by a singular desire to enjoy a cup of milk tea. 2 hours later, Zhu Wanfang languidly complained. You said you'd teach me martial arts, and that it wouldn't be tiring. Zhou smiled. I truly have a method to teach you martial arts. And it's indeed not exhausting. This is what you call not exhausting. You can't blame me. You insisted on treating me to milk tea. I did not. You were the one who wanted it. Still being stubborn. Just finished one, and you want another? Such fragrant milk tea, 1 cup is hardly enough. And then, there was no more to say. After finishing the milk tea, Zhu Wanfang was overtaken by drowsiness, leaving no room for thoughts of martial arts. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, as dawn's first light broke, Zhou rose early. After a brief wash, he began his morning exercises in the living room, push-ups, squats, followed by punches and kicks. After a relentless training session, he only paused, drenched in sweat, once the system notification chimed in. After a quick shower, he entered the bedroom and softly called, Wanfang, it's time to get up. Time to rise. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Let me lie down for a bit longer. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for school. Zhu Wanfang sprang upright from her bed, hastily rubbing her tousled hair. I just fell asleep not long ago. It's all your fault. Like an insatiable pit, drinking milk tea endlessly. If you don't get up, I might just have to drink another. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanfang instantly became alert and exclaimed, "No, please don't. Get out. I'll get up right away." Just a moment. Is there a mistake? It's only 7:30. How can you say I'll be late? Can't you let me sleep for 5 more minutes? When she finally finished her morning routine and glanced at the clock, it was only 7:30. Instantly, she became indignant and began to complain, subsequently collapsing weakly onto the sofa in the living room. Did she not express a desire to learn martial arts? Is it truly that she cannot withstand rising early by just a little? I have already completed my training. You speak so lightly of it. If it were you, after indulging in bubble tea all night, would you still be this energetic? Did I not rise earlier than you? You are incorrigible. I shall ignore you. Please, just let me rest for a moment. Just a brief moment. Come on, don't dawdle. Let us try the new method I thought of yesterday and see if it might truly teach you martial arts. If you genuinely learn, perhaps you won't feel so fatigued in the future. Is it really effective? One can only know by trying. How do we try? Just lie there and don't move. No. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wanfang immediately sat up straight, kneeling on the sofa, her hands clasped in a plea. Jigo, spare me. Can't you let me rest for a bit? You drank so much bubble tea last night. Can't you let me off the hook today? You can drink as much as you like tonight, all right? Seeing Zhou Ji still advancing towards her, she quickly donned a pitiful expression. Whatever flavor you desire, I will prepare for you. I'll do as you say. I truly cannot continue. If this persists, I might just collapse. What nonsense are you thinking? Zhou Ji, both amused and exasperated, reached out to tousle her hair. Lie down. This time I am genuinely teaching you martial arts. You wouldn't deceive me? I would not deceive you. Noticing the seriousness in his tone, Zhu Wanfang gradually relaxed, cautiously lying back down once more. Just as she settled, she added, "You are not allowed to sip my bubble tea. Lying is for puppies. Women are truly fascinating creatures. Those who initially appear composed and dignified can swiftly transform into beings brimming with whimsical thoughts once a certain boundary is breached." Zhou Ji, helpless, extended a hand before her eyes, softly instructing, "All right, now focus on my hand." And then, "Who is the martial arts star you admire the most?" "Of course, it is Bruce Lee." "Excellent. 1, 2, 3, and 3, 2, 1. From this moment forth, you are no longer Zhu Wanfang, but the unparalleled Bruce Lee." Zhou Ji slowly moved his fingers before her, softly reciting guiding words. Chapter 14. Filming early in the morning. "Trust in Jigo, and you shall grow stronger." Snap. As the words fell, Zhou Ji snapped his fingers sharply in front of her. After completing the action, Zhou Ji looked down at Zhu Wanfang, who remained lying still, and gently inquired, "How does it feel? Do you sense anything?" At this moment, Zhu Wanfang's eyes slightly opened, staring at him in a daze, motionless. Yet deep within her consciousness, the figure of Bruce Lee was rapidly flashing, practicing, punching, kicking, fighting. Each frame was as vivid as a film replay. Seeing her unresponsive, Zhou Ji remained patient. After about a minute, she slowly blinked, her gaze gradually sharpening, and with a hint of hesitation, she remarked, "It seems, perhaps, that I am starting to feel something." Zhou Ji's eyes brightened immediately. "Come, let us give it a try." "MHM." Zhu Wanfang nodded, rising from the sofa, her movements unexpectedly exuding a fierce momentum. "Not bad." Zhou Ji noticed the change in her demeanor, subtly revealing the unique rhythm and essence of Bruce Lee. Moved to the corridor, seeing her stabilize and assume a fighting stance, lightly bouncing on her feet, fists raised. Zhou Ji realized the living room was too small for such a display and quickly advised. After speaking, he walked toward the door first. "Here, there is ample space. Feel free to attack me." He was still unaware of the depth of the hypnosis's effects. However, given his current physical condition, he figured that even against the real Bruce Lee, he might have a fighting chance. "You had better be cautious." Clap. Zhu Wanfang called out lightly, taking a few nimble steps before suddenly lunging forward, delivering a swift straight punch. Snap. Zhou Ji raised his hand to block, yet rather than meeting the blow directly, he employed the technique of Tai Chi to deftly diffuse her force. Even in a hypnotic state, Zhu Wanfang's body remained that of an ordinary person, having undergone no prior combat training. It was her consciousness that had transformed, not her physical form. Clap, 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 clap. Zhu Wanfang continued her relentless assault, her movements resembling a scene from an action film, with punches and kicks flowing seamlessly without pause. Snap, snap. Throughout, Zhou Ji maintained a defensive stance, skillfully neutralizing each wave of attacks through the method of deflection. Just as he had anticipated, Zhu Wanfang was able to exhibit 7 or 8 parts of proficiency in her techniques. As for her strength, it remained at her original fitness level, and her speed was unremarkable, yet her reaction time was notably sharp. What is happening? The houses of Ruan Mei and Zhou Ji faced each other diagonally, and the commotion in the corridor was substantial. Unable to contain her curiosity upon hearing the noise, Ruan Mei quietly opened her door to peek outside. Upon seeing the two engaged in combat in the corridor, her face was instantly filled with astonishment. This girl is astonishingly fierce. What has Aji done to provoke her? Observing Zhu Wanfang's continued onslaught, with Zhou Ji merely evading and defending, she felt a wave of anxiety. Ling Jia, what is all this noise outside? It's so loud early in the morning. Fong Ting and Fong Min, just awake, emerged from their bedrooms, inquiring of Ling Jia, who was bustling about in the kitchen. I'm not sure. Ling Jia, busy at the stove preparing meals, replied absent-mindedly, then returned to her tasks. She needed to prepare breakfast boxes for several people. With time pressing in the morning, she had no leisure to attend to the outside commotion. The youngest, Fong Min, dashed to the door, and upon opening it, was just in time to witness Zhu Wanfang and Zhou Ji battling at their doorstep. Wow, this is incredible. Watching their swift exchanges, she couldn't help but exclaim. Min, good morning. Did we disturb you? Zhou Ji turned his head upon hearing the voice, spotting Fong Min behind the iron gate, and while fending off Zhu Wanfang's attacks, greeted her with a smile. No, not at all. What are you two doing? Fong Min quickly waved her hands, effortlessly pulling open the gate, her gaze fixed intently on the duel, instinctively asking. Zhou Ji chuckled, just exercising in the early morning, practicing martial arts. At this point, he had gauged Zhu Wanfang's level of skill and began to intentionally guide her strikes, making the scene appear evenly matched. Min, what is happening? Fong Ting, hearing the noise, responded and followed suit to the door. When she saw the two figures engaged in fierce combat in front of their home, she was momentarily stunned. In astonishment, she asked, Min, do you know them? Yes. They are our neighbors. They were away for more than half a year and just recently returned. They are amazing, Fong Min replied, her attention still riveted on the unfolding spectacle, not even glancing back. Indeed, they are quite impressive. It is as if we are watching a scene from a movie. Fong Ting could not help but nod in admiration. The eldest sister, Fong Fong, emerged from the restroom and, noticing her two younger sisters blocking the doorway, reminded them, what are you two doing just standing there? Why aren't you hurrying to freshen up? You'll miss the bus, Fong Min retorted. It's all right, I'll go after I finish watching. Fong Ting replied, my classmates and I are collaborating on our graduation thesis, so I don't need to go to school today. What's so interesting? Observing this, Fong Fong's curiosity was piqued, and she stepped closer to her sisters, peering outside. Could it be a film shoot? It looks so realistic. Fong Min quickly clarified, no, they said it's morning practice for martial arts. At that moment, Zhou Ji and Zhu Wanfang were once again sparring in front of their home. Noticing that her forehead was glistening with beads of sweat and her breathing was labored, he immediately called out, all right, stop. Hearing his voice, Zhu Wanfang paused, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Ji was quick to react, catching her just in time. What's wrong? Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? At the entrance, Ruan Mei and the three sisters of the Fong family rushed forward to assist, eagerly inquiring with concern. Zhu Wanfang was panting heavily, unable to articulate a response. Don't worry, it's just the first time training like this. It's a bit exhausting, but a short rest will do you good. Then hurry, help her inside to rest. Yes, Ruan Mei exclaimed, promptly aiding the Fong sisters in escorting Zhu Wanfang into the house, settling her comfortably onto the living room sofa. Watching the flurry of activity as they hurriedly assisted Zhu Wanfang, Zhou Ji couldn't help but exhale in exasperation as he touched the bridge of his nose. How are you? Quickly drink some water. Ruan Mei noticed the kettle on the table and hurriedly poured a cup, carefully offering it to Zhu Wanfang's lips. Much better. Zhu Wanfang managed to take a few sips, finally stabilizing her breath enough to speak. Seeing that she was indeed fine, the eldest sister had to rush to work. The youngest still needed to attend school, and with Fong Ting being unfamiliar with Zhou Ji, they all bade farewell. After Ruan Mei finished feeding her water, she stood up, still shaken, and said, Aji, you scared me just now. I thought you had offended someone, and they came to confront you this early. It's nothing. I just helped her with some massage during morning practice. She'll be fine shortly. Then take care of her. I'll take my leave. All right, Zhou Ji replied, gently closing the door after Ruan Mei left and turning back to the sofa. Humph. Scoundrel, deceiver. Zhu Wanfang huffed, feeling aggrieved as she complained. Didn't you say it wouldn't be tiring? I was nearly exhausted. Now my entire body aches. Zhou Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Who told you to keep going? Do you really think you're Bruce Lee? All right, let us get you cleaned up, then I'll give you a thorough massage to help you relax. Otherwise, you'll be feeling it for the next few days. With that, he effortlessly lifted Zhu Wanfang in a horizontal position and made his way to the bathroom. Zhu Wanfang panicked. Don't touch my milk tea. This time, I really can't manage it. I can't even lift a finger. What nonsense are you thinking? Zhou Ji retorted as he cleaned her up, then skillfully massaged her entire body. His medical skills had already reached a masterful level, and massage was a crucial aspect of traditional Chinese medicine. She was just a student, likely not accustomed to exercising regularly, and her muscles had never been stretched. Experiencing such high-intensity training suddenly, with punches and kicks, it was only natural for her to feel sore all over. After half an hour, under Zhou Zhi's expert care, Zhu Wanfang had fully recovered, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The time for school was approaching. After she changed into her uniform, Zhou Zhi accompanied her to school. "Auntie, how do you feel?" "Ah Zhi, you're incredible. I feel so much better now, not a hint of a cough left. I truly owe it all to you." After seeing Zhu Wanfang off, Zhou Zhi returned to Zhong Tianzhang's home for the third acupuncture treatment for his mother. "You're too polite, Auntie," Zhou Zhi smiled. "Today's acupuncture can conclude, and if you take the remaining medicines on schedule, you'll be completely healed." Good, good. After the treatment, he lingered briefly at Zhong Tianzhang's home before taking his leave. Now that the matter of treating illnesses was wrapped up, he planned to step out for a stroll. Having been out for days, it was time to carefully plan for the future. Coincidentally, he had received a sum of money from Xiao Shui, which prompted him to consider investing in a project. Opportunities were abundant in Hong Kong these days. He had several ideas in mind, but they required on-site investigation before making a final decision. Aji, as Zhou Zhi stood by the roadside, contemplating where to go next while waiting for a bus, he suddenly heard someone call out to him. "Is that you, Shuang Chong? Brother Chong?" He turned around, slightly taken aback before recognizing it was indeed the familiar Shuang Chong, who often appeared alongside Liang Kuan in films. Shuang Chong approached, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. "Indeed, it's me. You're quite hard to find." Chapter 15, Brother Kuan? He.S. here too? Zhou Zhi furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Yes, the brothers have been looking for you these past few days. Brother Kuan is here. Let us go." With that, Shuang Chong headed across the street, and Zhou Zhi followed closely behind, his curiosity growing. "Brother Kuan? He.S. here too?" This was no pretense. Based on his memories, the original self had hardly ever truly met Liang Kuan. The few times he had only caught distant glimpses, making it seem as if they had never met at all. He had never anticipated that the other party would suddenly seek him out, especially coming directly to Kowloon City. "Indeed," Shuang Chong nodded. "You've made quite a stir since you came out. Do you know how worried Brother Kuan has been about you? Not only did he send us brothers to search for you, but he also specifically asked Brother Shiyan from Kowloon for assistance." "Ah, I'm truly sorry for troubling the brothers. I didn't mean to go missing." After hearing Shuang Chong's words, he finally understood. It turned out they had heard about his conflict with the Chaozhou gang. No wonder Liang Kuan had come personally. Once he pieced it together, he followed up with, "There's no need to mention trouble. We're all brothers." "All right, Brother Kuan is waiting inside." As they spoke, they reached the entrance of a tea restaurant, and Shuang Chong pointed inside. Upon seeing the sign, Zhou Zhi couldn't help but feel exasperated. It was this establishment again. A couple of days ago, Zhu and Xiong had met with Shang Gu here, and now Liang Kuan had chosen the same place to meet him. "Brother Kuan, Aji has arrived," Shuang Chong shouted as he entered. Zhou Zhi followed closely behind, and immediately spotted Liang Kuan sitting at the back of the tea restaurant, directly facing the entrance. "Aji." Liang Kuan, hearing the voice, looked up. With a raspy voice, he stood and strode toward them. "Damn, you little rascal. You just got out and didn't even report back to the Temple Street, but instead came to a place like Kowloon City? Is that female student really that captivating? Do you still consider me your big brother?" "Brother Kuan, enough with the chit-chat. We can discuss other matters later. Let us first handle your issues." Upon concluding his words, Jing Kuan firmly grasped Zhou Zhi's arm and led him to the table where he had been seated earlier. It was then that Zhou Zhi noticed, besides Shang Gu, there was another individual at the table whom he did not recognize. However, it was evident that anyone seated here was not an ordinary character. Jing Kuan pointed at the man and introduced, "Aji, this is our Hongxing's person of influence in Kowloon City, Brother Shiyan. It is thanks to his assistance that we were able to locate you so swiftly. Greetings, Brother Shiyan. I apologize for the inconvenience." Brother Shiyan waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "No need for such formality. We are all brothers here. You truly are one of us from Hongxing, and I admire you greatly. Now that you are residing in Kowloon City, how about considering working alongside me?" "Hey, Shiyan." Upon hearing this, Jing Kuan immediately chided playfully. "You rascal, how dare you attempt to poach in front of me? Do you look down on my Temple Street?" Afterward, he turned to Zhou Zhi and asked, "What do you say?" Though he wore a facade of openness, a flicker of barely perceptible concern flashed in his eyes, revealing that his inner turmoil was not as tranquil as it appeared. "Brother Shiyan, please do not jest. Loyalty is paramount in our line of work. Naturally, I stand with Brother Kuan." "Haha." Brother Shiyan chuckled softly. "Well said. In this life, one must uphold a sense of brotherhood. Ah Kuan, I truly envy you. I wish to one day have a subordinate as capable as Aji." "Haha." Jing Kuan responded with a smile. "You rascal, get some rest. You can dream of anything. With that, he turned back to Sheng Gu and remarked, Brother Sheng, the representative of the Chaozhou gang in Kowloon, Brother Lang Sheng. I believe he requires no further introduction? Humph. Brother Sheng scoffed coldly, turning his head away with disdain. Jing Kuan narrowed his eyes, and then smiled, Brother Sheng. This time I have invited Brother Shi Yin to meet you with the aim of peacefully resolving the matter concerning Aji. Surely, you would not deny even this small courtesy? Saying this, he resumed his seat. How do you intend to resolve it? Brother Sheng inquired icily. Your Hongxing can easily overpower us with a mere handful of men. Unless this matter is thoroughly settled, how can we, the Chaozhou gang, continue to operate? Brother Sheng. One cannot speak in such a manner, Brother Shi Yin began slowly. The information I have received indicates that this incident was entirely instigated from within your ranks and has nothing to do with Aji. Over 100 of your men surrounded and attacked him in the street, clearly intending to take his life. Is it unreasonable for him to defend himself? The law permits justifiable defense, and the code of the streets should allow for no less. At this, Brother Sheng was incensed, slamming his hand on the table. Shi Yin? What do you mean by that? The underlings on both sides immediately stood up at the sound, and the atmosphere grew tense. What do you mean? Brother Sheng, do not play the fool. Jing Kuan spoke coldly. The one from your side who caused trouble at the police station yesterday. What was his name? Xiao. Yes. That's right. He was ultimately dealt with by his own people. He provoked your own kin, and Aji merely intervened because he could not stand by. Yet you dispatched men to attack him in return. Is this how the Chaozhou gang operates now? It's no wonder that your underlings dare to bite the hand that feeds them. In my years in this business, I have never witnessed such absurdity. Brother Sheng, if you continue down this path, be wary of one day being dispatched by your own men. You, Jing Kuan, clarify your words. What? Have I spoken incorrectly? Jing Kuan scoffed. You dare to act yet fear the words of others? If it must come to this, I shall guarantee Aji's safety. Just tell me how much it will take to settle this, and I will cover it. In this life, we seek only profit, do we not? Your men have not perished. It's merely medical expenses. Whatever the amount, I will pay. Consider it an expenditure for a mere performance. Zhou Ji, standing to the side, was momentarily stunned by Jing Kuan's emphatic declarations. Was this truly the Jing Kuan he had seen in films? Usually quick to exploit any opportunity, he would run away at the first hint of trouble, turning a blind eye when his men faced adversity. Brother Sheng, do not let your anger get the best of you. Here, have a cup of tea to cool down. Brother Shi Yin quickly poured a cup of tea for Brother Sheng, smilingly advising, Brother Sheng, we are all men of the underworld. I understand this incident has cast a shadow on your Chaozhou gang. However, to speak frankly, this situation originated from your own missteps. We cannot allow our brothers on the streets to become a laughingstock, can we? How about this? You could release a statement saying that Xiao sought to leverage external forces for personal gain and was subsequently dealt with by you. We shall keep this matter confidential, and it will be as if it never occurred. What do you think? Chapter 16. From now on, follow me to boast. Bah! What a coward, truly thinks himself of high stature. Watching Brother Sheng depart, Jing Kuan spat disdainfully. Shi Yin, in my opinion, why bother negotiating? Just eliminate him outright. Seize the opportunity to take over his territory. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Although Brother Sheng felt reluctant, he ultimately had no choice but to accept Brother Shi Yan's proposal. There was no other way. Later, he had discreetly investigated and thoroughly understood the entire situation. Had Xiao not died at the police station, he would have personally sought vengeance against him. Although Zhu Wenxiong had retired from the underworld, he was still one of their own. Just that morning, he had entrusted him to mediate a dispute, and by the afternoon, Xiao had caused trouble, showing utter disregard for his elder brother. Causing a ruckus was one thing, but leaving incriminating evidence behind and attempting to use him as a shield was unacceptable. Akuan, you speak so casually. Brother Shi Yin shook his head helplessly. Do you think everyone is like Aji, capable and loyal? Among the younger generation, how many truly uphold brotherhood? My side is not Temple Street. Without any profit, how can I compete? Jing Kuan grinned proudly. You rascal, without profit. What are you even doing? Why not join me in a venture on Temple Street instead? Go to hell. Don't flaunt your gains. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Remember to call me for any opportunities to prosper. I am in need of a leading man for my new film. And with your impressive demeanor, if you agree to act, I will ensure your rise to fame. Get lost. You are the one who is more impressive. Why don't you go up instead? Hey, why the rush to leave? Let us chat a bit more. We should have tea together another day. Having reached the door, Brother Shi Yin waved his hand without looking back, leading his underlings away. At this moment, Jing Kuan was brimming with confidence. With someone like Zhou Ji among his ranks, he felt emboldened. Come on, Aji. Jing Kuan turned around, joyfully patting Zhou Ji on the shoulder. First, I'll take you on a tour of our territory so that the underlings can recognize you. Saying this, without waiting for Zhou Ji's response, he pulled him along and headed outside. He was eager for everyone to know that he had such a formidable character among his subordinates. If he did not show off a little, what kind of Jing Kun would he be? Especially when Boss B had only a handful of somewhat capable underlings who flaunted their power daily. Once outside, Jing Kun promptly ushered Zhou Ji into his car. Now that you are back, we must properly welcome you tonight. All food, drink, and fun are on me. I'll arrange for a couple of the new girls from the company tonight, so you can relax. Thank you, Brother Kun. The driver, Silly Chong, interjected, Ji. This is truly not Brother Kun's fault. He had made arrangements, but I mistakenly forgot the date, and didn't he pick you up? Jing Kun immediately scolded, fool. If you know you're foolish, then keep your mouth shut. Who gave you permission to speak? Just as Sha Chong was about to protest. His words were abruptly cut off by Liang Kun's icy command. Silence. It's nothing. I was always just an insignificant nobody. Earlier. I'm grateful Brother Kun stepped in to resolve the Chaozhou gang issue for me. Zhou Ji clearly understood Liang Kun's intention today, likely an attempt to recruit him into the fold. Yet he spoke with cautious prudence, refraining from losing composure despite the momentary triumph. What nonsense about being a nobody. You bore the brunt of the club's troubles this time. According to protocol, once released, it's your turn to rise through the ranks. Rest assured, I'll bring this up at the next meeting. Thank you, Brother Kun. Zhou Ji accepted without demur. In the underworld, ascending the hierarchy was naturally a coveted goal. He had once worried about lacking status in both legitimate and illicit circles, limiting his ability to operate. Now, hearing Liang Kun's words, that dilemma seemed poised for swift resolution. You're one of us, brother. This is what you deserve. No need for thanks. After a brief pause, Liang Kun inquired further, by the way, I heard not only did you excel inside, but you also diligently studied, while others merely endured their sentences. You seem to attend school. Is there some other plan? This was why he had silenced Sha Chong earlier. Only someone with Zhou Ji's intellect and foresight could remain focused on study in such an environment. Unlike the rash Sha Chong, clearly, Zhou Ji was a thoughtful, strategic individual. When dealing with the astute, it was best to speak sparingly. Excess words might arouse suspicion. Sha Chong's further chatter might have seemed like boasting, risking misunderstandings of behind-the-scenes manipulation. Moreover, Liang Kun had already thoroughly investigated Zhou Ji's situation before and after release in recent days, and was quite satisfied. This was a loyal and worthy person to nurture. Zhou Ji nodded slightly. Brother Kun, I truly learned a great deal this time inside, and I have some plans brewing. Oh, really? Liang Kun's expression remained unreadable as he said coolly, good timing, then. Tell me about them. If they're promising, we brothers will work together. They say our line of work is poverty at midnight, wealth by dawn. One foot in the grave, another in prison. Few and well. Indeed. This life is a gamble with one's fate. So what ideas do you have? I think this can't go on indefinitely. Hong Kong will revert soon. And I heard from the big circles inside that the crackdown on triads there is severe. I believe the better path is to go legitimate if possible. Oh, so you wish to become a businessman? Yes. I have several directions in mind, but I need to gather more intelligence before reporting to you in detail. Good. I'll be waiting. Whenever you have ideas, come find me. Afterward, Liang Kun asked about his experiences since release and chatted about old stories and the club's current state. Brother Kun has arrived. All right, Ji. Let us get off. The car stopped on Temple Street. Sha Chong turned off the engine, and Liang Kun beckoned Zhou Ji to descend with him. Brother Kun. Several nearby thugs immediately gathered upon seeing Liang Kun. Liang Kun nodded and gestured toward Zhou Ji. This is Ji, one of us. 2 days ago in Kowloon City, he single-handedly wiped out the Chaozhou gang's base, knocking down over 100 men. Greetings, Brother Ji. We've all heard of your exploits. Impressive. Liang Kun led him on a stroll through Temple Street, solemnly introducing him to every subordinate encountered. The territories we just passed are under our protection. Take time to familiarize yourself. Understood. Finally, Liang Kun took him into an office building. In the elevator, he told Zhou Ji, the top floor is our club headquarters. You know, my film company is housed here too, and I usually work here. Once inside the office, Liang Kun smiled. Have a seat. How do you feel? Interested in acting? I could make you the lead and arrange some beautiful actresses to support you. Huh? Zhou Ji laughed, waving off the suggestion. Brother Kun, don't tease me. I have no interest in acting. I think Sha Chong is more suited to that line. That guy is hopeless. After starring in several films, none attracted any audience. Really? That can't be true. All right, no more teasing. Liang Kun waved his hand, pulled open a drawer, and handed over 2 stacks of bills. You just got out, probably tied on cash. Here is 200,000 to start. If that is not enough, come to me again. Thank you, Brother Kun. Zhou Ji accepted without hesitation. I told you, you're one of us. No need for formalities. You said you wanted to scope out the market, so for now, I want to assign you specific tasks. If you find it unsuitable later, You can work downstairs or assist me directly. Okay, thank you, Brother Kowloon. Also, since you're new out and alone, it's inconvenient. I'll assign someone to accompany you, help you get familiar, run errands. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Brother Kowloon. Not long after, a slightly overweight man in his 40s, dressed somewhat sloppily, knocked and entered. Aji, this is Chue Shueda. He is older but knows the turf and has wide connections. Zhouji nodded in understanding. Liang Kowloon was quite pleased with this arrangement. Chue Shueda's capabilities were limited, otherwise he would not have remained obscure at this age after so many years. Yet precisely such a person was ideal, smooth, well acquainted with the Yao Tsimong area. Using him wouldn't make Zhouji feel surveilled or mistrusted, and he could truly assist. Chue Shueda, this is Aji. Newly out and the one who handled the Kowloon City Chaozhou gang incident. Stick with him for now and take orders. Understood, Brother Kowloon. Rest assured, I'll get it done. Chue Shueda's eyes brightened as he accepted eagerly. Aji, feel free to roam the company. Watch the filming if you like. If you get bored, Chue Shueda can show you around anywhere. No lunch plans today. Meet at the company at 6 for dinner. We'll welcome you properly. All right, Brother Kowloon, I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Zhouji said this and left Liang Kowloon's office with Chue Shueda. Just outside, Chue Shueda enthusiastically approached. Brother Ji, want to check out the filming? Our company's movies are quite interesting. Before he finished, Zhouji smiled and waved him off. No thanks. I'm not interested in movies. Just take me outside for a walk. He was well aware of the quality of Liang Kowloon's productions. With his vast experience, he had seen every kind of scene and would never truly care about such films. Not watching. Chue Shueda's tone immediately fell. You want to watch? No, I think it's boring too. Let us just go out for a stroll. Chue Shueda quickly shook his head and hurried to follow Zhouji out. Chapter 17. Brother Ji wants to visit a lingerie shop. Brother Ji, is it appropriate for us to enter here? Before long, the two entered a women's lingerie shop on Temple Street. Though Chue Shueda had roamed the underworld for years, this was his first time stepping into such a place. The female patrons in the store cast peculiar glances in his direction, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. What is inappropriate about this? Yet, this is a place frequented by women. And here we are, two men. Who says men are not allowed? Are women dressed this way for whom, if not for the eyes of men? Blowing water duh. Momentarily at a loss for words, could not help but cast a resentful gaze at Zhouji's back. Just moments ago, he claimed to have no interest in acting. Yet he turned around and dove into a lingerie shop? Can fabric ever compare to the excitement of a living being? Let's go, we've seen enough. While he pondered this, Zhouji had already made a circuit of the shop and beckoned him to leave. Blowing water duh, feeling a wave of relief. Hurriedly followed, almost fleeing from the establishment. Are there any other shops of this nature nearby? After taking a few steps outside, Zhouji suddenly turned back to inquire. What other types? Aren't they all somewhat similar? What difference could there be? Never mind. Zhouji paused, realizing it was a futile question, and promptly rephrased. Are there any other shops nearby? It is said that money from women and children is the easiest to earn. Products such as cosmetics, baby formula, and jewelry have slightly higher entry requirements. Given his current limited funds, he contemplated whether to begin with the relatively basic lingerie industry. With his aesthetic sensibilities from before his time travel, coupled with his masterful design skills, creating popular products should not prove too difficult. Of course, he must first ascertain the market conditions. Blowing water day immediately waved his hands, saying, I have no idea, truly. I have never paid attention to such matters. He desperately wished to avoid stepping foot into a lingerie store again. The strange stares from women were simply unbearable. Oh dear. 13 May, is that Uncle Da over there? Not far off, two young girls casually wandering about caught sight of Blowing Water Da and immediately tugged at the hand of the companion beside them to point it out. Where? Right there, next to that young man. Oh, it really is. He actually skipped playing mahjong today and came here instead. Hey, run, let us go take a look. 13 May followed the direction of the pointed finger and, upon recognizing her father, exclaimed, Dad. She then grabbed Zhang Mei Run's hand and hurriedly ran towards Blowing Water Da. She gently tapped his shoulder. Dad, I was just calling for you. Uncle Da. Little sister. And Run too. What are you doing here? Shopping. And you? How did you end up here? Zhouji turned at the sound, instantly recognizing that the newcomers were indeed Blowing Water Da's daughter, 13 May, and her friend, Zhang Mei Run. It must be said, Zhang Mei Run was undeniably beautiful, exuding a gentle and graceful aura. Unfortunately, being well acquainted with the plot, he understood that this young woman was fated to be unattainable for him, as her affections lay with the female 13 May. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Ji, who single-handedly took down over 100 people the day before yesterday in Kowloon City. He then turned to Zhouji to introduce, Brother Ji. This is my daughter and her friend Run. He then urged the still-dazed 13 May, hurry and greet him. 13 May finally snapped back to reality and, astonished, asked, "Hello, Brother Ji. Did you really take down over 100 people by yourself? That's incredible. Doesn't tea that make you stronger than Coca-Cola?" Brother Ji. Aaron also politely greeted him, her curious gaze appraising him from head to toe. Upon hearing this, Blowing Water quickly corrected, "What is Coca-Cola compared to him? You can't even begin to compare. That was a competition, and Brother Ji faced off against a group of tough characters wielding knives and sticks." Afterward, he hurriedly smiled at Zhou Ji, saying, "Brother Ji, please don't mind. Children can be thoughtless and speak out of turn." Zhou Ji smiled faintly, "No problem. Hello to you all. Are you out shopping?" 13 May nodded with a smile. "Yes, we just came out to stroll with Aaron. Oh, by the way." Blowing Water suddenly remembered what had just transpired, quickly saying, "Brother Ji, the places you were interested in, these girls must know best. Why not let them guide you?" 13 May, looking puzzled, asked, "Where to?" "Don't ask too many questions, just follow Brother Ji. Wherever he wants to go, you'll take him." He then told Zhou Ji, "Brother Ji, I just remembered, I rushed out in such a hurry that I think I left the gas on at home. I must hurry back to check. I'll wait for you later at the mahjong parlor. The place is known to Little May." Before he could finish, he hurriedly departed without waiting for a response. 13 May muttered under her breath, "He is obviously going to play mahjong. When has our family ever cooked?" She turned to Zhou Ji and smiled. "Brother Ji, don't mind him. That is just how he is. By the way, where do you want to go?" "My dad says we know this area best." "Oh, it's nothing much," Zhou Ji replied gently. "I merely wish to take a closer look at the lingerie shops. Preferably to familiarize myself with various types." "Lingerie shops?" 13 May and Aaron both paused, their expressions suddenly becoming somewhat nuanced. Zhou Ji remained unfazed by their reactions and continued to smile as he asked, "Is it inconvenient?" Zhang Mei Ran, sensing his calm demeanor did not suggest anything untoward, cautiously inquired, "Are you looking to choose styles for a girlfriend? There is a nice shop just around the corner." "No. I simply want to understand what is currently in vogue, as I am not very familiar with this area." "Oh." The two girls exchanged skeptical glances, still harboring doubts about his words. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the two local girls, the speed of locating the shops noticeably increased. Having grown up in Palam Street, they were not far from this place, and Temple Street was already famous for selling affordable goods. The two often strolled about and knew the area like the back of their hands. "Brother Ji, why have you been looking at these lingerie shops? Why do you check every style?" In a tea restaurant, 13 May could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. The entire morning had passed, and the trio had already visited numerous lingerie shops. 13 May and Aaron finally realized that Zhou Ji was purely there to observe and had no ulterior motives or actions. However, after accompanying him for half a day, surely there should be some reciprocation. A meal was inevitable. Zhou Ji smiled and said, "I'm just trying to get a sense of the current market situation." "Market situation?" 13 May was taken aback. "No way. Brother Ji, you're so impressive. You're not actually planning to sell lingerie, are you?" She was genuinely shocked. The person before her was formidable, capable of taking on 100 foes. How could someone so capable entertain the thought of selling lingerie? What kind of reasoning was that? Aaron's eyes widened, filled with confusion as she stared at him. Having grown up in Palam Street, they were accustomed to street thugs and familiar with the ways of gang conflicts. What good is it to be great at fighting? Can one fill their belly solely through fists? But protection fees can be earned. How much can one really make from protection fees? What if one day they were chased and stabbed? But isn't that what everyone does? Yes, everyone is doing that. But who says being in the underworld precludes one from selling lingerie? Earning money easily is surely better than facing blades. Sister 13 let out a weary sigh, saying, "Who doesn't desire to make money? Yet, it is not so simple. If it were that easy, who would still be fighting for their lives?" Haha. Zhou Ji chuckled lightly. Ultimately, making money boils down to having what others lack, possessing what others have in a superior manner, being exceptional when others are merely good, and transforming oneself when others remain static. The words were eloquent, yet the reality of execution was far more daunting. He smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, speaking is always easier than doing. "So, Brother Ji, will you continue to oversee the shop this afternoon?" "No need. After you finish your meal, just take me to meet your father. I have already gathered enough insight from what I've seen. Temple Street primarily deals in inexpensive goods, which is precisely the direction I wish to understand. Affordability often signifies a broader audience. In the initial stages, focusing on budget-friendly options is essential." "Dad." When Sister 13 led Zhou Ji to Chue Shueda, he was indeed seated at a mahjong table. "Oh my, Brother Ji has arrived. Shall we leave?" Upon seeing Zhou Ji, Chue Shueda immediately stood up to depart. "What is the rush? I'm just about to win. You're leaving now?" "No need to be hasty," Zhou Ji replied with a smile. "Let us wait until you finish this game before we go." "Oh, very well then." Chue Shueda reluctantly sat back down. Zhou Ji glanced at his hand and understood why he was eager to leave. The game had progressed significantly. Yet he was still without a winning hand, and the outcome would likely be a small loss or a hefty defeat. Just then, Shui drew a new tile and was about to play it. Isn't this a win? Zhou reached out to gently press down on his wrist, pushing his tiles forward and thus revealing a loss. Not a win. Shui couldn't believe it. How could I possibly win? I distinctly remember having 2-1 tiles in hand. Take a closer look, Zhou urged. Shui, half convinced, lowered his gaze and squinted, leaning in closer. Wow. It really is a win. A pure hand. Pay up. All of you pay up. With that, he slammed his tiles onto the table. Are you kidding me? You can win with this hand. The other 3 players craned their necks to see, instantly fuming and grumbling, yet they still tossed their money onto the table. Hee. Enough of this. We must attend to more pressing matters. Shui grinned as he collected the money, then followed Zhou out of the mahjong parlor. Brother Ji, you must have had a hand in that, right? What? I didn't even have a winning hand. The moment you touched my arm, I won. I remember clearly having 2-1 tiles. Oh, that seems unlikely. Perhaps you were merely seeing things. Impossible. I've played mahjong for decades and have never miscounted. Zhou shrugged. Then I cannot say what happened. Absolutely impossible. Regardless of Shui Da's murmurs, Zhou still had him take him around the vicinity in the afternoon, casually inquiring about the power distribution of the surrounding gangs. When the name Chongqing Society came up while discussing organizations around Jordan, he made sure to ask a few more questions. The current leaders were indeed the eldest son of the Ding family, Ding Xiaoxie, and the second son, Ding Yixie. Chapter 18. Encountering black market dealings for a car. When the evening gathering time with Liang Kuan arrived, Zhou first dialed the pager he had left for Zhu Wanfang to inform her that he had pressing matters and would not be returning home, before heading to Liang Kuan's company. Aji, you're the last one we were waiting for. As soon as he stepped into the company, Liang Kuan, who had been waiting for some time, greeted him with enthusiasm and promptly led the group out. Their first stop was to visit the territory of his sworn brother, the future victim of a brutal beating by Chun Hao Nan and others, at the Royal Palace sauna operated by Lian Shenghong Gunba. Liang Kuan naturally seized the opportunity to formally introduce Zhou to the others. After enjoying a sauna, the group transitioned to dinner. Following the meal, they made a special trip to Causeway Bay, heading straight to the bar owned by Big Boss B for some karaoke entertainment. Unfortunately, that evening, Big Boss B was out for business and did not make an appearance, leaving Liang Kuan somewhat disappointed. Throughout the evening, Liang Kuan persistently encouraged drinking, while his subordinates took turns raising glasses to toast Zhou, the guest of honor. By the end, Liang Kuan extravagantly announced, any hostess who can persuade Zhou to drink a glass will receive a cash reward for each drink. This was Zhou's first time attending a drinking event with Liang Kuan, and he felt compelled to maintain his composure. However, after being inundated with drinks, he ultimately could not hold his liquor. Come the following morning, he awoke in a hotel room. Over a week had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou had spent nearly every day roaming around with Shui, covering almost all bustling areas of Hong Kong. It must be said, Shui's decades of experience in the underworld had not been in vain. No matter where they went, in which gang's territory, or who was in power, he could articulate it all with confidence. That morning, the two met as planned. Brother Ji, where do you want to go today? Shui, now accustomed to following Zhou around, directly inquired about their itinerary. Zhou, however, countered, do you know where I can buy a car? Buy a car? Shui answered without hesitation. If you want something more economical, you should go to Saigon and find Big Fool. If you're looking for something more upscale, you can head to Kuaiqing and ask for Hanbin. He is quite the capable person in our Honghing area, having seen and understood enough in recent days. Zhou was ready to initiate his first plan, but first, he needed to resolve his transportation issue. Relying on taxis or buses had proven to be quite inconvenient. For someone in the underworld, the first thought regarding car purchases would naturally be the black market, as the prices were more appealing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou decided, then let's go to Big Fool. It was not that he had no interest in luxury vehicles, but rather that the current focus was on development due to insufficient manpower. Purchasing an extravagant car, while it might enhance appearances, would serve little practical purpose. At Saigon Pier, Shui and Zhou had barely arrived when they successfully located Big Fool. Big Brother Fool, I have business for you. Shui approached him with familiarity. Oh, who are you? What business do you bring? Big Fool raised his head, his tone indifferent. With a broad smile, Shui responded, we are brothers from Honghing. Who in the entire harbor doesn't know how formidable you are, Big Fool from Saigon? Even council members need to come seek your assistance for votes. When it comes to buying a car, you're the right person to talk to, regardless of the model. You have connections. Upon hearing this, Big Fool's demeanor visibly softened, a flicker of pride crossing his eyes. Clearing his throat, he feigned composure. You have good taste. Coming to me for a car is the right choice. Whatever car you want, I can get it for you. He leaned closer and whispered in Shueda's ear. Is what you said earlier true? Am I really that famous outside? Shueda was taken aback, but nodded vigorously. Of course it's true. That's the word on the street. This is my elder brother, Zhou. Not long ago, the Chaozhou gang in Kowloon City was single-handedly taken down. With over 100 people left crippled, that was his doing. Hello, big brother fool. I appreciate your assistance this time. Zhou approached with a gentle smile, extending his hand in greeting. Ah, so you're brother Ji. Big fool exclaimed, grasping Zhou's hand firmly, his face alight with admiration. I've heard tales of the Kowloon City incident for quite some time. Truly formidable. Don't fuss about any troubles. The very fact that you came all the way to Saigon to find me, big fool, shows you hold me in high regard. Whatever vehicle you desire. Even if I don't have it on hand, I will certainly procure it for you. At present, Chun Haonan had yet to make a name for himself. Big Fool was just beginning to establish his reputation in Saigon. Those who navigate the underworld all seek prominence and renown. Once status and fame are secured, wealth naturally follows. Though nicknamed Big Fool, he was far from foolish. A smooth talker, he wasted no time in introducing himself and offering compliments, striking the perfect chord to please Big Fool's vanity. Matters of face are always a delicate dance of mutual respect. The dealings between Zhou and the Chaozhou gang were well known in the underworld, and Big Fool had certainly heard whispers. Now, with such a figure personally seeking him out, he fully trusted the flattery just offered. Do you currently have any smuggled vehicles? Preferably commercial types. Saigon's docks were numerous. To survive here without some illicit trade would be downright foolish. How else could one carve out a reputation, let alone one-day challenge even Chun Haonan's standing? Of course, just recently, a batch of island cars arrived, all nearly new with paperwork squared away. Let me show you. Pick any, and you'll get a 20% discount. With that, he led them straight to his warehouse, which housed a remarkable variety of vehicles. Eventually, Zhou selected a Honda commercial van, about 80 new. According to Big Fool, it was the latest model. The deal closed at 20,000 yuan. As for whether it was truly the newest model, Zhou couldn't tell. His knowledge of cars was limited, especially those from the 90s. Before departing, Big Fool assured, if you ever need anything, just come to Saigon and find me. Zhou readily accepted. With multiple connections and avenues, he might indeed find Big Fool's assistance invaluable in the future. Brother Ji, how about here? Not far from your place, convenient for picking up the vehicle. Shueda pulled up the newly purchased car outside a repair shop in Kowloon City. Sure. Repainting it here is fine, Zhou replied casually. Though the car came from Big Fool and supposedly had legitimate paperwork, it was still smuggled goods. For prudence's sake, changing the color seemed wiser. Inside, the car also needed a basic cleaning. Boss, need any help? No sooner had the door opened than a shirtless, emaciated man approached. Shueda responded promptly. Business is here. You're here to repair the car? Repair? What is wrong with it? Just need a paint job and a quick tidy inside. Oh, what color do you want? And how is our craftsmanship? Don't worry, another voice emerged from the shop. Our skills are renowned on this street. Satisfaction guaranteed or no charge. Really? If I'm not satisfied, I'll have your shop smashed. Absolutely guaranteed. Shueda nodded approvingly, then glanced at Zhou. Brother Ji, what do you think? Zhou nodded lightly, replying, this place will do. David, Beckham, time to get to work. The gaunt man called out excitedly into the shop. Coming. Two male voices answered from deep inside. At first, Zhou paid no mind, but when he heard the names David and Beckham, he halted and looked toward the door. Ah, it really is Haigu. No, now he is David, and that must be Beckham next to him. Standing outside were likely Jiachuan and Haizi. Seeing Jiachuan unharmed signaled the story had yet to truly begin. David was quite a character, if not for the matter involving Anne. He might have ascended to the helm of Hong Lu's operations. Ji, Zhou, your brother Ji? While pondering the unfolding drama, a hesitant yet excited female voice came from inside the shop. He instinctively looked up to see Beckham's sister running toward him. Zhou was momentarily stunned. He recognized and, not personally, but from films. Yet this situation suggested she already knew him. Chapter 19, The Boxing Match. Speaking of Anne, she and Aaron were portrayed by the same actress in the film. Although Zhou instantly recognized her, they bore little resemblance, and was notably taller than Aaron. Amen, don't you remember me? We went to Chisi primary school together. That Zhou opened his mouth, raised a hand, and furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. He did have that memory, but primary school was long ago, and even he recalled it vaguely, let alone others. On the other hand, as a reincarnated soul, having first become neighbors with little Jew and now encountering a former primary school classmate, could it be they were childhood sweethearts? Beckham. What is going on? Could the brother Ji she keeps mentioning be him? But he seems not to recognize him at all. Jiachuan and David exchanged puzzled glances toward Beckham. Beckham waved his hand impatiently. How should I know? She always talks about him. But I've never met the man myself. No way. Have you really forgotten me? It's just that this caught me off guard. I've been exhausted lately. My mind has been foggy. Ultimately, through an detailed narration, Zhou Ji pieced together the entire story. In essence, it was a simple, even cliched, tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress during their youth. At the time, he dreamed of becoming a policeman and was physically fit. One day, he stumbled upon some boys bullying a little girl. Just entering 6th grade, Zhou Ji stood up for her. That's it. Nothing more complicated. To him, it was a trivial matter. Yet, it left a profound impression on Young and S. Hart, who thereafter often trailed after him simply because he was a few years older and left their original school after 6th grade. Ah, so you're the tearful little girl from back then. With the recollections of ANN, he finally unearthed a hazy figure from the depths of his memory. Little did he expect that, having matured, she was now a completely different person. No way. I've only cried once. ANN retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Oh, I must have remembered incorrectly. My apologies. Zhou Ji laughed, waving his hands dismissively. ANN then inquired, I heard you later enrolled in the police academy? Are you working as a police officer now? No. Zhou Ji shook his head. I didn't study for long. I was expelled for disciplinary violations. What? Then what are you doing now? I've saved some money over the past few years and am planning to start my own business. Jigu, Kuan Gu just called, saying he needs to talk to you. Just as Zhou Ji was conversing with ANN, Shueda, who had been passing time at the magazine stall, approached and whispered the reminder. Oh, he nodded. All right, let us go over. He then turned to ANN with a smile. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Let us have dinner another day. Here is my phone number. Feel free to call me anytime. ANN accepted the card. A hint of disappointment in her voice as she replied, oh, all right then. Jigu, the car has arrived. Well, bye. Zhou Ji nodded at ANN and turned to board the taxi that Shueda had hailed. Jigu, could it be true? Have you really forgotten about me? You are the little girl who used to cry. Even as they walked away, she continued to gaze after them. Didn't I leave my number? If you miss him, just give him a call. Standing by the roadside, ANN watched the taxi recede into the distance, when suddenly the teasing laughter of Jia Quan and Hey Zai reached her ears. Ugh, how annoying. I won't talk to you guys anymore. She called out lightly. Her face flushed as she dashed into the repair shop, swiftly ascending to the 2nd floor. Kuan Gu. Shueda brought Zhou Ji to a mahjong parlor on Bolan Street, where Liang Kuan was seated, engaged in a game with several others. Ji, you're here, Liang Kuan declared, playing a tile. This is our brother B from Hung Hing, and this is the lewd one from Lian He. The bespectacled gentleman is Gandhi from the Ni family, and this is the Ji you've all been eager to meet. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji immediately greeted them with a smile. Brother B, Brother Xianshi, Brother Gandhi. Greetings to you all. Hello. Both Brother B and Gandhi nodded with smiles. However, Xianshi remarked sarcastically, Hey, Kuan, you wouldn't be pulling my leg, would you? He looks so clean-cut. Can he really take on 100 opponents? Zhou Ji squinted slightly, but continued to smile as he replied, It's all just exaggerated talk from outside. It's not as impressive as that. Ji, when you're out there, don't be so modest. Liang Kuan interjected. He then turned to Xianshi with a dismissive tone. Don't believe it? Then gather 100 of your little brothers and test it out. I'm afraid you won't even be able to afford the medical bills. Why go through all that trouble? Doesn't your Hung Hing often hold competitions? Just step up and we'll see if it's true or not. What did you say? Ji is a person of status. Can you just challenge him at will? Can you afford the appearance fee? It's not something to be ashamed of. Why discuss fees? If he dares to step up, I'll dare to put down the money. Name your price. 100,000. Can you come up with that? Who do you look down on? It's just 100,000. I'll put it up. Ji, what do you think? This appearance fee is on you. I'll follow Kuan Gu's lead. He was well aware that this appearance was likely Liang Kuan's way of testing him. After all, he had been out and about lately and had never proactively sought out Liang Kuan at the company. The other party would inevitably have some doubts. All right, Brother B. Is there a venue tonight? You should be able to arrange that, right? This little matter is nothing. It's just a boxing match. Leave it to me. Who? Self-drawn 5 rounds. As Brother B's words fell, Liang Kuan picked up a tile, glanced at it, and slapped it down on the table. Damn. Didn't we say we were organizing a boxing match? Why are we still playing mahjong? Liang Kuan extended his hand towards Xianshi. Let us put the match aside for now. What about the appearance fee? Damn. Isn't at just 100,000? I want to default. Xianshi, visibly displeased, pulled out cash and slapped it down on the table. Here, the money is right here. Do you think I can't come up with it? Ji, take it. Thank you, Brother Xianshi. Zhou Ji grinned as he tucked the money into his pocket. I hope you're not a good-for-nothing. Otherwise, watch out for the consequences. Xianshi tossed out a parting remark before getting up and leaving. What a lack of grace. Haha. Brother B chuckled. All right, let us head to the arena. Ji, Tonight, it's your time to shine. With that, he shook his head, a broad smile on his face as he departed. Those who mingle in the underworld need a bit of wit to firmly establish their footing. He saw through Liang Kuan's little schemes quite clearly. Kuan-gu. On their way to the arena, Zhou Ji pulled out the money Xianxue had given him. Take the money that others give you. Feel free to spend it. Liang Kuan waved his hand. Compared to this sum, he was far more concerned about Zhou Ji as an individual. He was quite satisfied with the earlier test. By the way, I've heard from the younger brothers that you've been scouting for projects everywhere. How is that going? It's looking promising. Zhou Ji nodded. I believe the path of imitation products might be worth a try. Liang Kuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Imitation products? ISNT that already being done by others? Indeed. But I've observed that their quality is quite poor, far from the genuine article. If we can elevate the quality, there's definitely a market. Oh, how much investment are we talking about? Have you calculated it? In the initial stage, it doesn't require too much. A little over 1 million should suffice. If sales are good, we can expand production. If not, it won't be devastating. I see. All right, come by the company tomorrow. I'll allocate some funds for you. And you can give me 30% of the profits. Thank you, Kuan-gu. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. If you have an idea, pursue it boldly. If it doesn't work out, you can always come back and continue working with me. Sure. With Liang Kuan's declaration, Zhou Ji understood his intent. Given that their relationship was still in a honeymoon phase, he temporarily didn't put much weight on this business. However, for the sake of their rapport, it was worth investing some time, perhaps as a form of compensation for the earlier test. One couldn't deny that Liang Kuan, in his dealings, occasionally left no room for criticism. We've arrived. The boxing venue is just ahead. As the words fell, the two exited the vehicle and walked towards a docked boat. Kuan-gu, Jigu, are you here to enjoy the spectacle too? After just a few steps, Shueda came running up to greet them. Liang Kuan chuckled as he lightly patted his head. What spectacle? Aji is about to personally take the stage and stretch his muscles. Upon hearing this, Shueda immediately became excited. Jigu is going to make a move? Then I'll definitely bet on you to win today. And while you're at it, place a wager for me too. Kuan-gu, are there any restrictions on betting here? In a modest venue, merely wagering tens of thousands would suffice. Anything beyond that might overwhelm them. Thus, 5,000 it shall be. Zhou Ji extracted 50,000 from the funds acquired earlier and handed it directly to Chue. Splendid. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Liang Kuan also produced 50,000 and passed it over. Clearly, this is a lucrative venture. I too wish to partake with 5,000. No problem. I shall attend to it immediately. Shueda accepted the money and hurried off to place the bets. Chapter 20. Brother Kuan invests for a 30% stake. Oh, Brother Ji, is it truly his turn to enter the ring today? That spells danger for Kowloon. Indeed, it is quite perplexing. How did he suddenly come to fight? Should we not hastily amend our bets to favor Brother Ji? Certainly. Sister Shan and Iran, having just concluded their night classes, made their way to the boxing match, and upon spotting Zhou Ji standing in the ring, gasped in astonishment. Brother Ji, you are incredible. Kowloon could not withstand even a single move from you. Had I known, I would have wagered more. At a seaside eatery, Shueda animatedly recounted Zhou Ji's prowess. This boxing match held no suspense whatsoever. Although Kowloon was a decent fighter, he was no match for Zhou Ji, who effortlessly sent him crashing to the ground with a single kick. Zhou Ji merely smiled faintly. As long as there are earnings, that is all that matters. Do not flaunt it too much. Are you so fearful that others may not notice your winnings? Be cautious on your way home, lest you attract unwanted attention. Before placing his bets, he had specifically inquired with Liang Kuan about any limits, as he was well aware that such matches were orchestrated by the syndicate. As for whether it was Hongxing, Dongxing, or a collaboration of both, that was secondary. However, since they were behind the organization, their sole aim was profit. How much could one expect to wager in a small-scale boxing match? If one were to win excessively, how could they provide compensation? Should the situation spiral out of control, it would invite unnecessary trouble. He had future business endeavors to pursue and did not wish for anyone to undermine him from the shadows. Who would dare to touch me while I am with Brother Ji? But what if they act when I am not around? Zhou Ji shook his head in resignation. Shueda had been navigating the underworld for decades, adept in human relations and proficient in various matters. His only flaw was a penchant for ostentation. When he hit the lottery, he could hardly contain his excitement, boasting to anyone who would listen, until the entire street knew of his newfound wealth. What was the result? He became the target of Xianxue, lost all his money, and even his life in the process. After their meal, the two parted ways at the eatery. On his way back, Zhou Ji left a message on Zhu Wanfang's pager, inviting her to meet that evening. With the matter resolved, he felt at ease returning home. For the last few days, whenever he finished work a bit early, he would invite her out for a stroll and a cup of milk tea. Yet, he always had to escort her home in the evening, leaving him unsatisfied. With the weekend approaching, tonight would be perfect for a proper gathering. The night passed peacefully. The following morning, Zhu Wanfeng departed. Although George had turned himself in and implicated Xiao Shago, he had brutally murdered him in front of the police at the station. Ultimately, he was sentenced to serve time in Chaiwan prison. Gua Xiaozhan, troubled by his imprisonment, had been feeling downcast lately. Zhu Wanfeng had ventured out to accompany her in an attempt to lift her spirits, while Zhou Ji had business to attend to with Liang Kuan and could not spare the time to accompany her. Brother Kuan, Aji, you've arrived. Upon reaching the office, Zhou Ji walked straight into the office. After exchanging pleasantries, Liang Kuan got straight to the point, retrieving 500,000 from his drawer and handing it over. Aji, take this 500,000 for now. I'll take a 30% stake. Sound good? Brother Kuan, isn't that a bit unfavorable? The total is just over 1 million. You're investing half the capital, but only taking a 30% share. We are brothers. This was your idea. How could I profit at your expense? It's settled then. 30% is ample. Oh, very well. Thank you, Brother Kuan. No need for such formality. Liang Kuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, by the way, the month is nearing its end. Remember to join me for the syndicate meeting. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Liang Kuan had previously mentioned that he would be nominated for a higher position at the upcoming meeting. As a key figure, his presence was essential. I must get back to work now. Yes, off you go. If anything arises, feel free to come find me. If the funds fall short, I'll provide you with more. Understood. Zhou Ji acknowledged, then rose to leave. Brother Kuan. Once Zhou Ji had walked away, Sha Chong pushed the door open. What is it? Sha Chong hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Brother Kuan, are you being too courteous to him? Isn't that elevating him too much? What did you say? Do you think it's south your place to instruct me? Liang Kuan's anger flared instantly. He stood up and delivered a swift kick. No, I wouldn't dare. What do you know? Aji is like a brother to me now. I do not wish to hear such remarks again, or I shall toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Sha Chong, visibly pale with fear, quickly nodded. Yes, yes. I won't dare again. Are you still here? Are you waiting to be beaten? After delivering 2 more kicks, Sha Chong fled the office in a disheveled manner. What a mindless fool. Watching Sha Chong leave in disarray, Liang Kuan muttered a curse under his breath, returning to his chair, though a smile gradually crept onto his lips. While professing deep loyalty, Zhou Ji was acutely aware of the reality. Brother Kuan, at present, might appear to be thriving, but beneath the surface, he was likely grappling with financial strain. He had only recently taken the reins as the decision-maker, beginning to recruit new members when Zhou Ji had just entered this world. It had only been a little over 2 years. The film company project had not even materialized before his imprisonment, and it had been less than half a year since actual operations commenced. During their card game yesterday, he hardly regarded Gandhi, suggesting that the drug trade had yet to take off. Characters like Xian Shi, who had pilfered Shui Dai's lottery winnings, were the ones who dared to purchase LV bags for their lovers, while Bigu was still preoccupied with organizing boxing matches. Liang Kuan's primary sources of income at present were merely collecting protection fees, managing venues, and supporting a cadre of underlings. With his extravagant spending habits, how much wealth could he possibly retain? Ultimately, it seemed clear that he was merely attempting to win Zhou Ji over to have someone reliable to assist him in the future. In reality, Zhou Ji's suspicions were confirmed. Liang Kuan had been frequently playing cards with Gandhi lately, indeed contemplating venturing into drug trafficking, but had yet to make a definitive decision. The Hongxing gang explicitly forbade involvement with narcotics, and he was drawing Zhou Ji in to pave the way for future endeavors, seeking someone who could shoulder the blame while effectively getting things done. Exiting Liang Kuan's company, Zhou Ji happened upon Shui Da, whom he had arranged to meet the previous day. Yet, Zhou Ji found himself in a quandary. He had mentioned to Liang Kuan that he needed around 1 million, though the actual expenditures might not require such a sum. The 80,000 he had received from Xiao had mostly gone untouched. Liang Kuan had given him 70,000 in total, and he had garnered another 100,000 from Xian Shi, along with over 30,000 from the boxing match winnings. After accounting for expenses over the last few days, he already possessed more than 150,000 in cash. The funds were sufficient. Yet the issue lay in the lack of manpower. Relying on Shui Da for guidance and running errands was feasible, but expecting him to assist in contacting factories to produce counterfeit goods was rather naive. Moreover, he harbored no desire to outsource production. Instead, he aspired to establish his own factory, firmly securing the source in his own hands. Ada, do you happen to know any reliable and capable subordinates? Brother Ji, are you looking for someone to assist you? You are aware of my situation. Shui Da chuckled wryly and shook his head, stating that such individuals were rare. Even if they existed, there was no guarantee they would be amenable. However, if it were Brother Ji personally making the request, they might show some respect. Zhou Ji sighed. Never mind, I shall ponder over it myself. There truly seemed to be a lack of talent among Liang Kuan's subordinates. Sending them would be futile. At that moment, he suddenly recalled David, whom he had encountered yesterday. He was quite astute. Additionally, there was Jiachuan, reputed to possess good eloquence. Though his specific abilities remained uncertain, in the narrative, he had only made 2 appearances before becoming completely incapacitated. Beckham was a notorious gambler, while Heizai was timid and prone to fleeing from challenges. Just as he was mulling over the matters concerning David and the others, his phone suddenly rang. This phone was a recent purchase, as he had anticipated the necessity of a communication tool for future business endeavors. The sooner, the better. Fortunately, modern smartphones were considerably lighter, no longer resembling bricks from the past. Chapter 21. The presence of malevolent energy intermingled with auspiciousness signals a dire omen. Hello, who is this? Brother Ji, it's me and... Oh, and what brings you to me? It's the weekend today, and I wanted to inquire if you are free. I would like to invite you to watch a movie together. Oh, a movie you say? Zhou Ji paused briefly before responding. Very well, I shall come find you shortly. Just as he was contemplating the movements of David and the others, his call arrived at the perfect moment to subtly gauge the situation. With no one capable at his disposal, he would realize the inconvenience only when the time came to act. Ada. Zhou Ji ended the call and produced 10,000 yuan. Handing it over. You have been diligently accompanying me these days. Your efforts are appreciated. Take this money and treat yourself to some relaxation. I will call you when I need you. All right. Thank you, Brother Ji. Feel free to summon me whenever needed. Oh, the lottery station. Brother Ji. I will go buy a few lottery tickets. The two inadvertently found themselves at the entrance of a lottery station. Chue Sueda took the money and was about to leave when he caught sight of the lottery station, his eyes lighting up. He greeted Zhou Ji and made his way inside to purchase tickets. Zhou Ji had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing this, his interest was piqued. And he immediately said, Wait, I shall also buy a few tickets while I'm at it. After saying this, he followed Chue Sueda inside. Brother Ji, I have been pursuing these numbers for many years. Really? Let me take a look. Zhou Ji took the lottery ticket, examined it closely, and smiled. Your complexion is rosy, and there is an auspicious aura about you. It seems you are destined to win, and I would like to share in your good fortune. Wow, Brother Ji. You can read fortunes too? Of course. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Ji placed a double bet on Chue Sueda's numbers. He was well aware that Chue Sueda could win the lottery. Who doesn't love money? Yet he understood that excessive greed could lead to failure. While the lottery appeared random, who could ascertain whether someone was manipulating it from behind? If one bought too many tickets, and the winning numbers changed as a result, wouldn't that render the effort futile? Brother Ji, did you truly discern that just now? Are you really skilled in this? As they exited the lottery station, Chue Sueda could not help but ask again. Indeed, it is true. Even if you do not win this time, you will certainly win next time. Zhou Ji possessed intermediate fortune-telling skills, and this statement was not mere bravado. When Chue Sueda mentioned purchasing lottery tickets, he had carefully observed his facial features upon entering the shop. Upon hearing this, Chue Sueda's face brightened with joy. Whether it was credible or not was secondary. Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words. However, before he could revel in his delight for 3 seconds, Zhou Ji spoke again, his tone somewhat detached. However, the auspicious aura you possess is tainted with malevolence, which portends a grave misfortune. Chue Sueda's smile instantly froze. Brother Ji, please do not frighten me. Did you not just say I was about to get rich? Indeed, but that is not contradictory. Have you heard of the phrase one dies for wealth? Is there a risk to my life? How tragic. What should I do? Chue Sueda's voice trembled. Quite simply, calamity often arises from careless words. Zhou Ji smiled faintly. Consider this, if you were to attain wealth but lose your life, what would be the reason? What reason? Naturally, it would be because others became aware and developed greed. Therefore, once you win, it is imperative to keep your mouth shut and refrain from boasting. Is that all it takes? Otherwise, who would wish you harm for no reason? That is true. Very well, I have shared all I can. The rest depends on your own fortune. Take some time to reflect. I shall take my leave now. After saying this, Zhou Ji disregarded the still-dazed Chue Sueda and hailed a taxi by the roadside to depart. In the past few days, Chue Sueda had diligently run errands for him, and it was only reasonable to offer some guidance while leveraging his luck to buy lottery tickets, especially since he was aware of the narrative's trajectory. As for whether he could ultimately evade disaster, that lay entirely in his own hands. Brother Ji, you have arrived. As Zhou Ji stepped out of the car, and, who had been waiting at the garage, rushed to greet him. This is a gift from me to you. See if you like it. Seeing her approach, Zhou Ji smiled and handed over the gift he had thoughtfully purchased along the way. A gift, and exclaimed in surprise, accepting it without glancing at it. I like it. As long as it is from you, I will like it. The two engaged in conversation as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the garage. Jiachuan spotted him and teased. Is the boss in such a hurry? The car cannot be picked up until tomorrow. Haha. Zhou Ji chuckled. No rush, no rush. Take your time. I am here to see in today. Oh, so you have an interest in our Anne. Before he could respond, Anne's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. Stop it. Oh, Jiachuan, don't say such things. Saying this, she reached out to hit him. Oh, so, you have a crush on the boss? You still dare to say that? I will hit you. Ah. Oh, Jiachuan laughed while dodging around the car. Have I struck a chord? Our Anne's heart is fluttering. Girls should not be so fierce. Especially in front of someone they like. It leaves a poor impression. Stop talking nonsense. All right, Akio, enough with the antics. Do you not fear being laughed at? At this moment, David emerged from the car and pulled Oh Jiachuan aside. He then turned to Zhou Ji. Do not mind him. He loves to joke around. Zhou Ji smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. Please, have a seat. David casually removed his gloves and tossed them aside while inviting. By the way, what should I call you? I'm David. Last time you left in a hurry, and we didn't get to speak properly. Zhou Ji responded. You can call me Ji. The two then sat down at the table. David nodded and continued the introductions. The one just now causing a ruckus is Oh Jiachuan. He then pointed to Heizai, who had just poked his head out from under the car. That is Heizai? Hi, boss. Heizai waved his hand in greeting. Hello. Zhou Ji nodded with a smile. And has an older brother named Bixian, who has just stepped out. We have grown up together since childhood. And is like our little sister. It's evident that you share a deep bond. Zhou Ji mused internally, due to his involvement. The relationship that was meant to blossom between David and has not unfolded as anticipated. Jigu, have some water. Thank you. At that moment, An brought over a cup of water and, seamlessly, took a seat beside him. By the way, how is business at your repair shop? David sighed and shook his head. The economy in Xianjiang is currently sluggish. We are barely managing to make ends meet. To speak candidly, if I hadn't run into you yesterday, and was considering working at a nightclub. Really? Zhou Ji was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at An. He was well aware of the original narrative and understood the struggles of the repair shop. But he had not anticipated that such a coincidence would occur at such a critical juncture in her decision-making. It's not what you think. And quickly clarified. I just wanted to earn some money to help alleviate everyone's burdens. I meant no other intentions. Zhou Ji smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Since you haven't gone, there's no need to be anxious. David also urged. And don't blame me for being blunt. We watched you grow up. And that kind of place is far too chaotic for you. I can take care of myself. Upon realizing Zhou Ji was still gazing at her, her voice gradually trailed off. Then I won't go. Chapter 22. Establishing a factory. Producing imitations. Hearing this, Zhou Ji finally spoke up. David is right. That environment is indeed unsuitable for you. If you truly want to find work, once I am settled here, you can come help me. Really? An's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Zhou Ji nodded solemnly. I have already begun preparations over the past few days. He then turned to David. Since the repair business is tough, have you considered changing paths? I am in need of extra hands. Would you contemplate it? I assure you, the compensation will be generous. Well, David hesitated for a moment. He noticed that and clearly harbored feelings for Zhou Ji, in just a couple of days prior. She had mentioned wanting to work at a nightclub. Thus, he had casually brought up that topic to dissuade her. He did not expect Zhou Ji to pose such a question. Seeing this, and, not waiting for Zhou Ji to speak again, quickly encouraged David. Since the repair shop's business is rather slow, why not help Jigu? You. David couldn't help but chuckle. You've so quickly taken his side? The matter isn't settled yet, and you're already bending your arm outward? After saying that, he turned to Zhou Ji. What exactly do you plan to do? Imitations. Zhou Ji smiled slightly, what everyone commonly refers to as a goods. David furrowed his brow and remarked, there are quite a few people doing that now, aren't there? Indeed. Many are involved in that trade. However, I recently conducted market research and found that the quality of their products is inconsistent. Overall, the standards are quite mediocre. Zhou Ji paused before continuing. What I intend to create is a 100 faithful reproduction of the original. Upon hearing this, and immediately grew anxious. Isn't that going to incur losses? The originals are so expensive. Haha, Zhou Ji chuckled lightly. How could it possibly lead to losses? The reason those luxury brands are sold at high prices is due to their branding. The actual production cost isn't that high. David chimed in. Exactly, and if you don't understand, please refrain from making assumptions. Oh, An lowered her head, feeling a bit wronged, but soon lifted it again, her eyes shining. David, since you feel that way too, can't you help Jigu? David hesitated. I need to think it over and discuss it with Quan and your brother before making a decision. And immediately expressed her displeasure. What is there to discuss? What is there to hesitate about? The repair shop is dead quiet now, and you're still dawdling. All right. Zhou Ji chuckled as he patted An's shoulder. This isn't a decision that David can make alone. He cannot decide for others, especially since this matter may impact their futures. In truth, he had already sensed that David's expression reflected some intrigue. However, as he himself had stated, David had grown up alongside Oh Jiachuan and the others. and it was only natural to respect their perspectives. Thank you for your understanding. I will provide you with a response as soon as possible. David nodded and then smiled. By the way, I heard from and that you both plan to go out for a bit of fun, so I want to delay your time. Otherwise, she might just hold me accountable later. Not at all. And flushed slightly. You all love to tease me. I will ignore you. As she spoke, she pulled Zhou Ji's arm. Jigu, let us go. Don't mind them. Zhou Ji nodded and smiled at David, then stood up, following and out the door. You all heard the conversation. What are your thoughts? Once Zhou Ji and had departed, David turned to Jiachuan and He Zai and inquired. Jiachuan pondered. It sounds promising, but whether it can be profitable remains to be seen. Moreover, we've only just met him, and his reliability is uncertain. He Zai, somewhat unsure, remarked. He appears quite capable and looks spirited. It should be fine, right? David contemplated for a moment and said, if it truly is as he claims, making money shouldn't be an issue. Then it's up to you. If you do it, I'll follow suit. After all, he is looking for you. I share the same sentiment. All right. David nodded. Let us settle on that for now. When Bixian returns, I'll ask for his opinion. If he agrees, I'll go take a look at the situation. If it truly seems feasible, we'll proceed. He had indeed felt a spark of interest earlier. The repair business was increasingly challenging, and finding work outside was also not easy. Otherwise, he would have closed the shop long ago. However, he had just met Zhou Ji and knew nothing of his background. He had deliberately brought up and outing with Zhou Ji, partly to distract the two. On the other hand, he also wanted and to interact more with Zhou Ji and gauge his character. What matters require me to return and provide my opinion. Just then, Bixian, looking weary, walked in, trying to muster some energy to inquire. He had previously claimed to be negotiating business, but had actually been playing mahjong. The outcome was predictable. He had lost miserably. The thought of the 30,000 he borrowed from Mo Xiong nearing its due date, without a solution, made his head throb. Upon seeing him, Jiachuan immediately said, Bixian, your timing is perfect. That boss came by again yesterday. Which boss? The one knows. She seems to have a liking for him. Oh, it's him. Is he here to pick up the car? How can a paint job be completed so quickly? No, he wants to ask us for help with something. Upon hearing the words help with something, Bixian immediately perked up and eagerly questioned, what kind of work? What compensation is he offering? He mentioned wanting to start an imitation brand business and is currently in need of manpower. What conditions is he offering? That remains unclear. David meant to wait for your return to discuss matters. If you had no objections, he would first go to assess the situation. I have no objections. After all, this repair shop hardly earns much, and if other opportunities arise, that would be even better. Very well. Seeing that Beckham had no dissent, David nodded and said, since you agree, I'll contact him tomorrow and visit the site to inspect the conditions firsthand. By the way, where is Anne? Why haven't I seen her? Only after concluding the serious discussion did Beckham realize his sister was absent and casually inquired. She must have gone out with the boss. What? You just met yesterday? And today she has already gone out? Didn't you stop her? Please, and was the one who took the initiative to invite him, all right? She has grown up and knows what she is doing. Zhou Ji and spent the entire day wandering outside, watched a movie together in the evening. And after a late-night snack, he escorted her home, and was very warm and welcoming. If he had made even a slight gesture, tonight might have offered the delight of freshly brewed milk tea. However, since they had only just reunited and Zhou Ji was a meticulous thinker, he was not naive enough to expect wholehearted help after mere casual conversation. Too rapid progress could arouse suspicion. Early the next morning, Zhou Ji went directly to the repair shop. Shortly after returning home last night, David had called to express his willingness to assist, but wished to conduct an on-site inspection first. Zhou Ji naturally had no objection, now that he had nothing but money. Having more hands to help would only facilitate matters. Since the car's paint needed until afternoon to dry completely, they had to take a taxi. If we want to start a factory, which area in Hong Kong is most suitable? Before setting off, Zhou Ji casually asked David, who, after all, ran a repair shop and was somewhat of a businessman. Although in a different industry, this question should not be difficult for him. David replied without hesitation, of course. Kuntong is the prime choice for setting up a factory. There are many existing factory buildings there, and with the current downturn, many are up for transfer. Great. I'll follow your advice. Let us check it out there first. Zhou Ji decided immediately. He originally intended to take a taxi, but David said the distance was far and suggested taking a minibus instead. A minibus was fine. Zhou Ji didn't mind as long as they reached their destination. Chapter 23, the F1 minibus. No way. Is this driver really that reckless? Upon reaching to Kowloon and transferring to the minibus bound for Kuntong, Zhou Ji regretted his choice. This was no mere minibus. It was a death-defying race car. The dilapidated vehicle was driven with the intensity of an F1 racer. The driver overtook every vehicle he saw, and during turns, if not for the bus's aged frame, Zhou Ji suspected he would have drifted. Even someone as robust as him felt his stomach churning violently. I don't understand. I've ridden this twice before. It was never this extreme. David fared even worse. His naturally dark complexion had turned a purplish black, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands gripped the front seat's backrest tightly, trembling with every violent jolt. I feel like we're not just riding. We're rushing headlong into the afterlife. Let us just call a taxi instead. Slower is better. Zhou Ji was on the verge of collapse, unable to endure such driving on a vehicle in that condition. After surviving the ordeal, with his career just beginning, he certainly did not want to be undone by this minibus ride. Don't say another word. I'm about to give out. Young man, don't be nervous. Relax. There's no need to be so scared. At that moment, a calm woman in her 50s beside him spoke gently. Don't worry. I take this ride often and it has never had an accident. Really? David asked incredulously. This bus drives like a race car. And you say it's never had an accident? The woman appeared even steadier than he did, not holding on to anything. Her expression unperturbed as if the jolts did not affect her at all. Of course, look at the gentleman in front. He is older than me and sits as steady as a rock. Wow, truly so. Zhou Ji glanced forward and saw that except for a few tense faces, most passengers appeared composed, clearly accustomed to such rides. Ling Jia, is that you? When the bus arrived at the stop, Zhou Ji prepared to disembark and couldn't he help but glance towards the driver's seat, curious about who dared to drive so fiercely. To his surprise, the driver turned her head to grab a water cup, and he blurted out her name. He never expected the driver to be his neighbor, Luo Huiling. No wonder the driving style was so wild. Although he had been traveling a lot recently, the two families lived close by, and they had chatted occasionally. So they were somewhat acquainted. You know her? David asked, puzzled by Zhou Ji's exclamation. Neighbor. Luo Huiling, noticing it was him, was also startled. Ah, Ji, what are you doing on this bus? Zhou Ji smiled wryly. My friend and I came to Kuntong on business. I didn't expect to ride your bus. Luo Huiling, aware that her driving had been a bit unruly, felt slightly embarrassed, and said, well, you better get to your business. I want to hold you up. All right. Bye. Zhou Ji replied briefly and got off with David. Today, they had important matters to attend to. See, this area is full of factories, with for transfer signs everywhere. Soon, the two walked into the industrial district. David pointed at the densely packed factory buildings by the roadside. Let us gather information first and understand the situation before making decisions. Zhou Ji, planning to produce counterfeit goods, naturally wanted to find a garment factory, which would make starting up much more convenient. In the following days, David accompanied him as they toured various factory districts, inspecting venues and negotiating prices. The constant hustle left him quite exhausted and increasingly aware of the shortage of manpower. If only he had subordinates to share the workload, he wouldn't have to personally handle such trivial errands. David, however, remained composed and unhurried. Several times, Zhou Ji thought it was time to make a decision. But David insisted on looking around more. On the way back, David summarized as he drove. We've seen many places these days, including 10 garment factories, with prices ranging from just over 500,000 to over 1 million. Zhou Ji rubbed his temples and said, I think that's enough. Let us choose one from among them. Based on your needs, I think the one priced slightly above 800,000 suits you well. It's neither too big nor too small, and the equipment is about 70% new. After days of interaction, David was convinced that Zhou Ji genuinely wanted to build a career. Financially, it shouldn't be a problem. Only, as a first-time entrepreneur, he was understandably anxious. Having operated a repair shop himself, David understood how challenging business was nowadays. Moreover, Sinsen clearly had feelings for Zhou Ji. Whether for future cooperation or considering his feelings, David felt compelled to help Zhou Ji save wherever possible. For this reason, Zhou Ji increasingly regarded David as a reliable person, though he was utterly exhausted. Zhou Ji nodded. Then it's this one. Let us focus on negotiating for this factory. After a pause, he added, you go ahead and talk to them first. When things are nearly settled, I'll step in. David responded affirmatively, all right. Lest the other party perceives us as overly eager. In truth, he had already discerned that after days of relentless hustle, Zhou Ji had grown somewhat anxious. Even if Zhou Ji remained silent, he would have proactively brought it up. By the way, has the repair shop changed hands? After discussing the factory matters, Zhou Ji casually inquired about their former repair shop. Not yet finalized, but the notice has been posted. By Xian and the others are following up. It should be soon. David replied. Good. Zhou Ji nodded, retrieving $50,000. You can use the car for now. Keep this money for emergencies. Call me anytime if you need anything. I'll get out ahead. Upon finishing, he placed the money on the passenger seat. Then I shall not be polite. The car gradually came to a stop by the roadside, and Zhou Ji opened the door, stepping out with determination. They were at Sim Sha Sui waterfront, and after days of toil, he indeed felt a bit weary. He intended to take a stroll by the sea, to feel the breeze and soothe his mind. After lunch, Zhou Ji lit a cigarette, walking slowly along the sidewalk. taking the opportunity to digest his meal. "Ah, excuse me." Suddenly, he was jolted by a collision, followed by a man's apologetic voice reaching his ears. Hearing the sound, he lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Seeing him silent, the man quickly added, "Are you all right? I didn't mean to bump into you. What is your name?" "Li Changjiang. Just arrived from the mainland, I presume?" "No, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Li Changjiang's expression changed dramatically, leaving behind a hurried remark as he walked away briskly. He never expected to encounter him here. Chapter 24. Li Changjiang. Gazing at the retreating figure, Zhou Ji did not pursue. From the man's accent and their brief exchange, he had confirmed without a doubt that this person was indeed Li Changjiang. At this moment, he must have recently smuggled himself into Hong Kong, having yet to obtain local identification, which explained his panicked escape. Li Changjiang, the protagonist of The Province and Hong Kong Flag Soldier 3, was once an honorable veteran who found himself embroiled in a robbery case, resulting in a death sentence. With his father's assistance, he narrowly escaped execution and subsequently smuggled into Hong Kong, where he met a man, and feelings blossomed between them. However, upon arriving in Hong Kong, a man was taken away, ultimately falling into the hands of a powerful figure, becoming a captive. To save his beloved, Li Changjiang was forced to confront the human smuggler, Brother Liang, and the ruthless gangster, Sha Paizhua, enduring brutal beatings and threats of mutilation. At this moment, he appeared here alone, evidently having just learned of a man's whereabouts and preparing to rescue her. Little did he know, this was merely a trap set by Brother Liang, designed to coerce him. Li Changjiang was indeed a remarkable individual, both skilled and loyal. The timing was fortuitous. Encountering him felt like a serendipitous dream. The Chongqing Mansion, located in Tsim Sha Tsui, was completed in the 1960s and is a mixed-use building. Its interior houses numerous budget hotels, shops, restaurants, currency exchange points, and various service stalls. The clientele is diverse, comprising many foreign nationals. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, numerous mainland smugglers also sought refuge here. The chicken stall owned by the powerful figure was situated within. Zhou Ji, holding a cigarette, had just strolled to the rear of Chongqing Mansion when he suddenly heard the cacophony of shouting and the piercing screams of a woman from above. Just in time. Li Changjiang's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Armed with only a military knife, he faced a group of 50 or so ambushers without fear, causing them to retreat at every turn. Had he not been in a hurry to save someone, rescuing a man would have been a simple task. Alas, in this world, there are no ifs, and the powerful figure had long been prepared. Zhou Ji had no intention of intervening. Instead, he lit another cigarette. The battle above was manageable, and Li Changjiang was capable of handling it. What truly mattered was a man, who had already been relocated. "Ah Jiang, let go." A man's cries intermittently echoed from above. At that moment, a car sped toward them, screeching to a halt not far from Zhou Ji. Finally, they had arrived. Zhou Ji took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt away, and exhaled slowly. As he looked up, he saw a figure leap from a window above, swiftly dispatching several interceptors with ease. Utilizing the protruding walls and pipes, the figure descended rapidly. "Let go! Hurry, let go!" Turning around, Zhou Ji saw two thugs dragging a struggling man, rushing out through the back door. Bang! Zhou Ji stepped forward, kicking the just-opened car door, violently slamming it back into a man attempting to exit, knocking him unconscious on the seat. "You scoundrel, who are you? If you don't want to die, scram." The two thugs holding a man halted, one raising a steel pipe menacingly at Zhou Ji, barking a warning. "They're the bad guys, help me." Seizing the moment as the two were distracted, a man broke free from her restraints and sprinted toward Zhou Ji. "You filthy woman, still trying to run," one thug growled, swinging the iron pipe toward a man's back. "Watch out," Zhou Ji shouted, swiftly grasping a man's wrist and pulling her behind him. Just then, a loud bang resounded as a figure descended from above, landing heavily on the roof of the nearby parked car. The person rolled off the car roof, landing firmly in front of Zhou Ji and a man, blocking the attacker's path. "Ah Jiang," a man exclaimed with delight. "Ah man, are you all right? Be careful." Just as Li Changjiang turned to check, Zhou Ji immediately warned him. The two thugs ahead had raised their steel pipes, advancing rapidly. Ding! Bang! Li Changjiang parried one attack with his military knife, countering with a kick that sent the assailant staggering back, then swiftly turned to slash down the other. Meanwhile, Zhou Ji leaped lightly, rolling over the car roof and dodging to the other side. Bang! A powerful punch shattered the driver's side window, stunning both the driver and the glass. He opened the door, pulled the driver out, and quickly slid into the driver's seat. "Get in," he shouted to Li Changjiang and a man, who had just embraced. "Coming," Li Changjiang responded, opening the back door, unceremoniously tossing the thug Zhou Ji had knocked out from the car, then swiftly ushering a man inside. Zhou Ji slammed the accelerator, the car darting forward like an arrow, rounding the corner and merging onto the main road. Stop here. Upon reaching a secluded alley, Zhou Ji brought the vehicle to a halt, opening the door to exit. Thank you. Li Changjiang took Ah Man's hand as they disembarked, both bowing in gratitude. Zhou Ji turned with a faint smile, saying, no need to rush with your thanks. As Li Changjiang recognized his face, astonishment washed over him. It's you. Haha. I didn't expect to run into you so soon again. What do you intend to do? Li Changjiang's expression turned wary, immediately positioning Ah Man protectively behind him. Zhou Ji waved his hand with a smile, saying, do not be anxious. If I truly wished you harm, I would not have intervened to rescue you just now. Oh, they have arrived so swiftly. Before his words could fully leave his lips, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the mouth of the alley. A car came to a slow halt, and several individuals emerged, their eyes fixed upon them as they strode directly into the alley. Liang Gu. Upon seeing the newcomers, Li Changjiang was about to step forward. Do not move. Allow me to handle this, Zhou Ji interjected, stepping forward to greet them. Liang Gu wore a broad smile, saying, thank you for saving Changjiang, brother. I have come to take him away. You are Liang Gu, I presume? Zhou Ji replied with a slight smile, his expression quickly turning serious. I am well aware of your intentions. Let us speak plainly. I am Zhou Ji of Hongxing, and I have taken a liking to this individual, intending for him to work with me. Might I request a favor from you? One of Liang Ji's subordinates, overhearing this, immediately voiced his discontent, exclaiming, is Hongxing truly that formidable? Who do you think you are, demanding respect? Zhou Ji nodded slightly, his tone calm. Allow me to remind you. How long has it been since the incident at Kowloon City? Surely, it cannot have been forgotten so soon. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly seized the hand of the disgruntled subordinate that pointed accusingly at him, twisting it gently. Ah! The young man cried out in agony, collapsing to his knees. Ha ha! Liang Ji's expression shifted, desperately laughing to mask his unease. So, it is the esteemed war god Zhou Ji of Hongxing. My apologies. My subordinate is unaware of the rules. I hope you will show mercy. Since Liang Gu has spoken, I must, of course, grant him this courtesy. Zhou Ji smiled as he released his grip and took a step back. However, he shifted the conversation. We are all individuals of the Underworld. I acknowledge your favor, but might I also request a gesture of goodwill in return? Of course, of course. I cannot allow Liang Gu to suffer a loss. Zhou Ji smiled composedly. You are aware that I have just emerged, and I am on good terms with the major players. As he spoke, he produced a stack of cash from his pocket. I understand that the major players engage in substantial business. This sum of 100,000 is not excessive. Consider it an invitation for tea, and I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to the old master. Ha ha. Liang Gu accepted the money, laughing heartily. Very well. I shall certainly deliver it. I shall take my leave now. Travel safely. I shall not see you off. Let us share a cup of tea another day. Watching Liang Gu and his entourage depart, Zhou Ji squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upward as his smile deepened. Chapter 25. The newly recruited subordinate. Conflicts between local gangs in Xiangjiang typically do not involve firearms unless absolutely necessary. Once guns are drawn, the nature of the situation escalates immediately, and the police will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. Most organizations tacitly adhere to this unwritten rule. However, the Big Circle Gang is different. Its members are primarily desperate individuals who are willing to use real guns without hesitation. These people arrive in Xiangjiang with the intention of making a quick fortune and disappearing without a trace. Their modus operandi is utterly reckless, disregarding any potential consequences. After a successful endeavor, they would revel for a time, then return when funds run low to execute another job. Zhou Ji, unless absolutely necessary, is reluctant to become entangled with such individuals. Li Changjiang stood behind him, his voice tinged with frustration. Why should we give them money? I have long since repaid my debts. You are being overly naive. Zhou Ji chuckled softly. Do you believe today's events are mere coincidence? They have had their eyes on you for quite some time. What do you mean? Zhou Ji replied with a hint of exasperation. You truly do not understand what they are involved in? You possess skill, you are new here, and you have no criminal record, yet you have information that could be used against you. They will not let you leave so easily, especially with how conveniently your arrival was timed. Li Changjiang had only been in Xiangjiang for a few months. Prior to this, he was an honorably discharged soldier. He still possessed a degree of innocence, his mindset not yet fully adapted to the survival rules of this place. Do not say another word. Zhou Ji waved his hand. You have understood what I just said. Since you currently have no place to stay, why not work alongside me? You are part of Hongxing? Although Li Changjiang had been working at a construction site to repay debts, he had heard a little about the underworld affairs in Xiangjiang. Naturally, he had heard of Hongxing, one of the most formidable local factions. Indeed, Zhou Ji nodded, but rest assured, I am on the straight and narrow. Furthermore, if you wish to build a stable life with her in Xiangjiang, Having a gang background will actually be advantageous. Jiang, upon hearing this, tugged at Li Changjiang's sleeve with concern. Li Changjiang glanced at her and then resolutely turned to Zhou Ji. All right, I will work for you. However, I will not engage in any unethical activities. That is my bottom line. Also, we do not possess identification. Leave that to me. Compared to these conditions, securing Li Changjiang as a subordinate is paramount. 2 identification cards are a trivial matter for Hongxing. As for the so-called bottom line, Zhou Ji believed that once Li Changjiang truly experienced the realities of Xiangjiang, his attitude would naturally shift. Jigu. Zhou Ji led the 2 of them directly to Bolan Street, where they found Shui Dada. This is my newly recruited subordinate Li Changjiang. And beside him is his beloved. Jiang, hello. Everyone calls me Shui Da. I hope you will take care of me in the future. Hello, Da. Just call me Jiang. Once the 2 exchanged pleasantries, Zhou Ji took out a stack of cash and handed half to Shui Da. Here. Take this and find them a place to stay. They have just arrived from the mainland and do not yet have identification. Help them familiarize themselves with the surroundings. And do not let them wander too far. Understood, Jigu. He then handed the remaining money to Li Changjiang. Changjiang, use this for now. Thank you. I will definitely repay you later. Li Changjiang, indeed feeling financially constrained, hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon receiving the money. In the future, as we work together, there is no need for such formality. Zhou Ji waved his hand. For the next few days, stay close to Da. Be vigilant of Liang Gu's crew. It is best to avoid them. If anything happens, contact me immediately, understood? Liang Gu had promised to behave well when he left. But Zhou Ji knew well enough that he was quite cunning. Who knows what tricks he might play behind the scenes? That group is not to be underestimated. Alas, it ultimately comes down to having no capable subordinates. If he had a few reliable brothers at his disposal, he would not have let Liang Gu off today, nor would he have allowed the Shapitro gang to escape unscathed. Once he has the time, he must ensure they are thoroughly eradicated. This force, if left unchecked, will always remain a source of trouble. Li Changjiang nodded solemnly. I will remember. If anything arises, I will call you. Having given his instructions, Zhou Ji turned to leave. It is imperative to expedite the processing of Li Changjiang's identification. Concurrently, the matter of expanding manpower must also be hastened. With the end of the month approaching, should this upcoming gang meeting go smoothly, future recruitments will be justified, while discreetly bringing on 1 or 2 individuals poses no significant issue. Making a grand announcement of an expansion would ultimately appear unfounded. Just as Zhou Ji intended to seek out Liang Kuan, his phone suddenly rang. Jigu, it's me. And, are you free tonight? I have something to discuss. I would like to invite you to watch a movie together. Sure, Zhou Ji replied after a moment of contemplation. Once I finish my matters here, I will come to find you. Great, I will wait for you. All right, see you later. After hanging up the phone, he made his way directly to Liang Kuan's company. Brother Kuan, Ji, you have arrived just in time. The old man just called. Did you offend him? Zhou Ji paused for a moment, thinking to himself that the old fellow was indeed cunning. He hadn't anticipated such a swift reaction. He had only just sent a message to that person, and it was unlikely that it carried any good news. It was probable that some trouble had been stirred up in the interim. Otherwise, the old man would not have sought Liang Kuan so promptly. I have a new little brother who just came down from above. He got involved with a girl on the way, and as soon as he arrived in Hong Kong, she was sold into the old man's territory. Ah, I see. Liang Kuan cursed, daring to stir trouble on our Hongxing's turf? This fool has no regard for his life. I will immediately instruct Sha Chong to bring people to overturn his establishment. Zhou Ji quickly interjected, Brother Kuan, how about I go this time? Liang Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That is the prince's domain. There is no point in fighting over it. He is a minor character, not worthy of your personal involvement. Then thank you, Brother Kuan. Seeing Liang Kuan's stance, Zhou Ji did not insist further. Haven't I mentioned before? We are brothers. There's no need for such formality. Liang Kuan smiled, and then asked, how is the progress on your side? The factory site has been chosen, in Kuntong, and I am currently negotiating the details. Very well. Keep a close watch. There are also our Hongxing's halls over there. If anyone causes trouble, just report it in the name of Hongxing. Understood. Zhou Ji nodded in affirmation and then inquired, Brother Kuan, I would like to obtain 2 identification cards. Do you have any connections? A trivial matter. I will speak to Chun Yao. He should be able to handle it. I will have him contact you later. I truly appreciate it, Brother Kuan. Chapter 26. Do you know who I am? The color of Yuan Long is fierce. After chatting for a while, Zhou Ji stood up to take his leave. Sitting in the taxi, he gazed blankly out the window, his mind racing with thoughts about manpower. To be honest, he was quite familiar with many talents. During this period of investigation, he had discovered numerous individuals who had yet to make their mark. However, most of them came from humble beginnings. Who could possibly know where they were hiding? Unlike Li Changjiang and David, who had fortuitously crossed paths with him, making it easy to bring them in. Wait a moment. As he thought of these 2, A spark ignited in Zhou Ji's mind. It was challenging to find locals in Hong Kong. It would take time to get a firm grip. However, there might be opportunities from the mainland. The two mountain battles in Annam seemed to have concluded only last year. The mainland should have plenty of retired soldiers from the conflict. The capabilities of these individuals were beyond question, as evidenced by Li Changjiang alone. Soldiers are a unique group. Even after retiring, they often maintain contact. If he were willing to assist in bringing some reliable and capable individuals into the fold, it should not be difficult. Once the identification cards were in order, he would seek him out for a thorough discussion. Jigu, you're here. Just as Zhou Ji exited the car, Ayan joyfully approached him in a cheerful trot. Reminiscent of their last meeting, he smiled and ruffled her hair. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Not at all. I just arrived a little while ago. Has David returned yet? Not yet. Big Brother and Aquan have also gone out. I see, Zhou Ji nodded. Then let us set off as well. All right, I will go grab my bag. Ayan exclaimed, turning to dash back into the shop to fetch her bag before bouncing back out. It's still early. Shall we walk for a bit? After securing the shop door, she was about to hail a cab when Zhou Ji gently took her hand. That sounds good. Zhou Ji smiled faintly, intertwining his fingers with A and S as they strolled leisurely down the street. Given her enthusiasm, it would be ungrateful of him not to reciprocate her warm feelings. Jigu, you have no idea how happy I was to see you that day. I thought I would never see you again. Why would you think that? It's such a small place in Hong Kong. We are bound to run into each other eventually. It's not that simple. If it were so easy to meet, then how come I haven't seen you even once since you moved up in your studies? Do you know how much I've longed to see you again over the years? As they walked along the street, Ayan shared her sentiments of longing throughout the years. Oh no, Brother Xiong, please, I beg you. Suddenly, a scream echoed from a narrow alley. Don't treat me as a fool, Bixian. I know exactly what I want. A man shouted angrily. Ah, it's my brother. And immediately recognized the voice, her complexion shifting as she without hesitation dashed into the alley. Zhou Ji, witnessing this, could only hasten after her. This scene was all too familiar to him. Bixian was a man with a gambling addiction who had previously borrowed money from Sayamo Xiong. Sayamo Xiong had heard of Ayan's beauty and lent him $30,000, with the condition that Bixian take his sister out to dine and socialize with him. While it was termed dining and socializing, who could be oblivious to his true intentions? At that time, a desperate Bixian had readily agreed. Later, unable to repay the debt, he continuously sought excuses to delay payment. This time, he was caught at the mahjong parlor by Sayamo Xiong and threatened once more. Brother, are you all right? And quickly discovered Bixian lying on the ground, surrounded by Sayamo Xiong and two of his subordinates. Oh, Ayan has arrived. Upon seeing her, Sayamo Xiong's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Xiong, please don't do this. Let my sister go. Bixian cried out in struggle. Ayan, frightened, took a step back, demanding, what are you doing? Why are you bullying my brother? Why? Sayamo Xiong sneered, turning to Bixian. You tell your precious sister why? I borrowed 30,000 from him. Bixian muttered under his breath. Brother, how could you borrow so much money? Ayan exclaimed in shock. Bixian stammered. I had to settle shop accounts. I had no other choice. See, and you heard it. Sayamo Xiong grinned. What is going on? And just then, Zhou Ji finally arrived and swiftly pulled Ayan to his side. Jigu. Ayan saw him and immediately hid behind him, whispering, my brother owes him a debt. It's one of those unscrupulous loans. Not a loan shark. Bixian scrambled to his feet to clarify. He had seen Zhou Ji once. Although they had not spoken, he was aware of his sister's interest in him. He also knew that David had been working closely with Zhou Ji lately. Their shop was preparing to transfer ownership. And once the deal was finalized, they too would join Zhou Ji's side. It's clearly a loan shark. Sayamo Xiong interrupted with a cold snort. I lent him 30,000, with the agreement that he would let his sister accompany me for dining and socializing. Yet he stood me up. Oh, I see. After listening, Zhou Ji nodded slightly. No. Initially, it was said to be for tea and dinner, but later on, Beckham still wanted to defend himself. Cut the chatter. Sayamo Xiong waved his hand to stop the chatter. Now, I want an answer. Bixian hurriedly pleaded, Brother Xiong, can you give us another 2 days? 2 days? Can you pay back? Sayamo Xiong patted his shoulder and asked with a sinister smile, choose, your sister or money? Of course. It's to pay back the money. David Beckham gritted his teeth and said. Sayamo Xiong scoffed, can you deliver? 30,000, right? Zhou Ji suddenly spoke up, smiling and saying, I'll pay for him now. Who the hell are you? Sayamo Xiong approached Zhou Ji fiercely, with a face full of sarcasm. Who are you trying to bluff? I lent him 30,000 yuan on the condition that his sister would sleep with me. Now that I haven't got her, this debt has become 300,000 yuan, including interest. Oh, 300,000. Zhou Ji's expression remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Bixian immediately jumped to his feet and exclaimed, you're robbing me. Going from 30,000 to 300,000 000 just like that? Is that too excessive? What? Disagree? Upon seeing this, two of Sima Xiong's subordinates immediately stepped forward and pushed by Xian. 300,000. Zhou Ji nodded slightly. Ha! He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Sima Xiong hard on the face. Sima Xiong let out a piercing scream and fell to the ground. How much? Zhou Ji looked down at the man on the ground, a smile playing around the corners of his lips. I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. Fuck. When the two younger brothers saw their boss being beaten, they immediately rushed forward with fists swinging. Get lost. Bang. Bang. Zhou Ji kicked out with both legs, sending the two men flying with two fierce kicks before crashing heavily into Sima Xiong. Sima Xiongban was already dazed from the slap, and just as he was about to struggle to get up, he was pressed back to the ground by two of his subordinates, who had descended from above. He let out another mournful howl. How much? Zhou Ji squatted down, reached out and gently patted Sima Xiong's cheek, still smiling as he asked. Sima Xiong raised his head and glared angrily. You, his mother. Ha! Before he could finish, another slap landed hard, abruptly silencing his roar. Zhou Ji said gently, think carefully before you speak. I asked you how much it costs. Do you know who I am? You and Long Sima Xiong. You, his mother. Ha! Slapped him again with a heavier force. This is the last time I remind you. I asked how much it costs. 300,000. 300,000. Chapter 27. Watching a midnight movie. Ha! Another slap was thrown. I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. Pooh. Sima Xiong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with several broken teeth. 330. Ha! Zhou Ji didn't stop and slapped again. How much? My hearing is not good. Say it clearly. 30,000. He had intended to vent his anger by hurling some harsh words, but every time he was about to speak, a burning slap would come his way. It hurts more than being hit in the face with a brick. Although I grit my teeth in hatred, I also understand that the situation is now hopeless. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. This place is not within his sphere of influence, and his only two subordinates have already collapsed. After recognizing the reality, he had to quickly give in. But deep down, I had already vowed to myself, I will not let today's humiliation go unavenged, especially by Xian and that, and none of them can escape. In the future, I will make their lives a living hell. Slap. Another slap landed. Zhou Ji still wore a smile. Exactly how much? Think carefully before answering. 3,000. The palm slapped down again. How much? Sima Xiong's voice trembled. Brother, I was blind, and I admit defeat this time. He doesn't owe me any money, okay? Please spare me. Oh. Zhou Ji smiled and nodded, asking, what you said is true. As he spoke, his 5 fingers slowly spread out in front of Sima Xiong's eyes, and then flickered gently. Really as sure as fate, Zhou Ji's smile deepened. Really? Don't you feel any bit of resentment? Are you planning to seek revenge once you go back? And his voice sounded as flat as usual. In the ears of Sima Xiong, it seemed to come from a distant place, flickering in and out of range, illusory and ethereal. Baixian stared at the swaying hand, his gaze involuntarily becoming slightly unfocused. No, not at all. Is that so? Zhou Ji's tone softened, asking, what would happen if you really went to seek revenge? Sima Xiong's eyes were glazed over as he mechanically responded, whatever you say, I'll do it. His pupils had already become dilated. Oh, really sensing the other party's state. Zhou Ji paused briefly and said softly, if you have thoughts of revenge afterwards, the first thing you need to do is personally kill these 2 subordinates beside you, and then commit suicide. What do you think? How Mo Xiong responded woodenly. Well, got it. I remember. Huh. Zhou Ji snapped his fingers in front of him, producing a crisp sound. Now, you can leave. After saying that, he stood up slowly. After giving Beckham a meaningful glance, the man's eyes were still somewhat dazed. As I turned to leave and raised my hand to signal and to follow, I noticed a look of evasion and unease in her gaze towards me. He subconsciously retracted his hand, lightly grazed the tip of his nose, shook his head slightly, and walked past, and, intending to leave, Jigu, and was taken aback. Quickly reaching out to hold on to Zhou Ji, her voice trembling slightly. No, don't leave me alone again. Zhou Ji turned around and looked at her. Aren't you afraid of me? But I'm even more afraid of you leaving. I'm afraid I won't see you again. All right, let's go. Zhou Ji paused briefly, a hint of a smile playing around his lips, then nodded gently. He turned around, held Anne's hand, and walked towards the entrance of the alley. Boss, wait for me. Baixian was still in a daze, and when he came back to his senses, he only saw the gradually receding backs of Zhou Ji and Anne. He glanced at the 3 men, including Sima Xiong, who were sprawled on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he hurriedly chased after them. Walk out of the alley. Zhou Ji stopped and turned to ask, and, do you still want to go watch a movie with me? And blurted out, yes. That. At this moment, Baixian caught up panting and stammered, Boss, I really want to thank you just now. Zhou Ji waved his hand with a smile and said, it's a trivial matter. Don't take it to heart. The key is that you must remember this lesson and ideally avoid gambling in the future. And echoed, yeah, brother, you should never gamble again. Bastian immediately vowed, no more gambling. Never again. I swear I won't touch it again. Great. I hope you will do what you say. Zhouji nodded, paused, and suddenly became serious. Otherwise, for the sake of, and what happened to say Ma Xiong today could be your fate tomorrow. After saying that, he gently patted Bai Xian on the shoulder, took him by the hand, and directly hailed a taxi, getting into it. Bai Xian stood rooted to the spot, lingering for a moment, his body suddenly shuddering. As he glanced around, he realized that Zhou Ji had already taken A and away. Jigu, you can't be serious. Can you? In the car, after a considerable pause, Ayan hesitated several times before finally mustering the courage to look at Zhou Ji and speak. Zhou Ji glanced at her with a smile, interrupting, you're wondering about what I just said to my brother, aren't you? Yes. Ayan nodded vigorously. But is it okay? Noticing her anxious demeanor, Zhou Ji chuckled softly. I was only trying to scare him. Did you really take me seriously? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Ayan sighed in relief, placing a hand over her chest. You were so serious just now. I thought he. Zhou Ji laughed. If I didn't say it like that, would he even remember? Otherwise, what would be the point? You wouldn't want him to continue gambling, would you? Indeed. Ayan nodded earnestly. I truly hope he can learn from this lesson. Zhou Ji smiled, but said no more. Deep down, he understood that after this incident, Bai Xian would never dare to gamble lightly again. As long as he had the audacity to gamble once more, the scenes from tonight would haunt him like a nightmare, replaying and amplifying in his mind. Hello, this is Zhou Ji. May I inquire who is speaking? Ji, it's me, Chen Yao. Oh, Yao Ge, hello. Hello. Just now a Kowloon told me you want to get 2 ID cards? Yes, that is correct. Then just send me the photos and names of both individuals tomorrow. Alright. Thank you, Yao Ge. After exchanging a few brief words, they hung up the phone. A Kowloon was remarkably efficient. Just mentioning it led to such swift progress. Seeing him put away his phone, Ayan couldn't help but softly ask, Jigu, do you have something to attend to? As the words left her lips, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. No worries. Just a quick call sorted it out, Zhou Ji replied, ruffling her hair affectionately. By the way, where would you like to go for some fun later? Ayan pondered for a moment, her eyes lighting up. I'd like to stroll around Temple Street. It's particularly lively at night, and there's a cinema nearby. I bought tickets for the midnight show. The midnight show? Zhou Ji was momentarily taken aback, his gaze tinged with surprise. Watching a movie was fine, but what did a midnight show imply? In this day and age, who didn't he know that midnight screenings typically screened adult films? Ayan was usually quite proactive, but this level of initiative seemed uncharacteristic of her. What's wrong? She asked, sensing his unusual gaze. Is there something on my face? As she spoke, she instinctively wiped her cheek. Zhou Ji shook his head lightly. It's not about your face. I'm just curious why you suddenly want to see a midnight movie. Ayan hurried to clarify. Today I asked Quan if there were any good films recently. And when he heard I wanted to invite you, he said the midnight show was the most reliable. So I bought tickets for that. Oh, I see. Zhou Ji nodded in realization, understanding her reasoning. No wonder Ayan chose such a time. It was a Quan's suggestion behind the scenes. That guy, in the original story, was quite the troublemaker, even daring to sneak a condom into birthday gifts. It wasn't surprising he would suggest a midnight viewing. What's the matter? Nothing. Zhou Ji waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate. Some matters, once made explicit, could only lead to awkwardness. Since Quan had gone this far to assist, why unearth the truth? Given his ingenuity, he would certainly deserve fair treatment if he were to work alongside Zhou Ji in the future. After their conversation, Zhou Ji made a call to Chui Shueijia. The call was answered by Sister Shi-san, and he instructed her to ask his father, upon his return, to bring Li Changjiang and a man along for a photograph. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Maron's family owned a photography studio. Entrusting this task to her would surely yield results. Upon arriving at Temple Street, Zhou Ji led Ayan straight in. They hadn't gone far when they were greeted by a chorus of voices. Jigu, good evening. Jigu, come by tonight. Is this your sister-in-law? She's truly beautiful. So, this is your sister-in-law? As soon as he appeared, a throng of street thugs surrounded him to greet him. Ayan, who had been in a cheerful mood, suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She had thought the bustling night at Temple Street would allow her some quality time with Zhou Ji. However, they had barely taken a few steps when an unending stream of people approached to chat. Sometimes it was 2 or 3, other times 5 or 6. And at one point, even more than 10. Moreover, the way they dressed made it evident they were players in the underworld. Jigu, you seem quite familiar with this place. Ayan ventured cautiously, recalling how Zhou Ji dealt with the thug earlier, her suspicions growing. Zhou Ji chuckled and shook his head. You're wondering if I'm part of a gang, aren't you? Ayan quickly defended herself. Jigu, I'm not doubting you. I just want to hear me admit it, right? Jigu, I don't be nervous. No need to explain. You guessed correctly. I do have ties to a gang, Zhou Ji said candidly, then added, this isn't the path I chose, if given a choice. Who would want to walk this road? But the current situation in Xianjiang is such that without joining a gang, many things simply cannot progress. He had never intended to hide this from her, especially after witnessing the terror in the thug's eyes when he had reprimanded him earlier. At that moment, he had resolved to find an opportunity to clarify, and coincidentally, she had suggested coming to Temple Street. He knew that stepping in would expose his identity, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it earlier. Sometimes, hearing about something 10 times couldn't compare to witnessing it once. Only by allowing her to experience it firsthand would she be free from delusions. David and the others would eventually need to learn the truth. Especially since they would be working together in the future, fire could not be hidden beneath paper forever. Rather than waiting for them to realize it themselves and harbor resentment, it was better to be upfront. Of course, it needed to be at the right moment. However, Ayan gently shook her head. Jigo, you don't need to explain so much. I trust you. You would never harm David and the others. Zhou Ji was mildly taken aback. Oh, you have such trust in me? He knew that while David was efficient, he had little interest in gangs. His involvement was primarily motivated by the need for money to treat Quan and the desire for revenge. Ayan's impression of gangs also seemed rather negative. Of course, Ayan nodded firmly, her voice soft yet resolute. Because you are Jigo. In my heart, you have always been that invincible hero. Weren't you just a bit scared earlier? That was just too sudden. I didn't have any time to react, and wasn't prepared at all. As the two walked and conversed, after sharing their heartfelt thoughts, and gradually navigated through her psychological adjustment phase, and began to realize that those seemingly fearsome gangsters were not as terrifying as they appeared. Particularly, when she observed their respectful demeanor towards Zhou Ji, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, a flicker of intrigue ignited within her, prompting her to inquire about the gang's affairs. Women, after all, possess this curious nature. Despite previously avoiding certain matters, a mere shift in mindset can awaken boundless curiosity. Zhou Ji, naturally, offered just the right amount of information, neither too little nor too much, striking a perfect balance. Consequently, their rapport flourished. Meanwhile, on the other side, long after Zhou Ji's departure, Mo Xiong and his two subordinates finally regained their composure. The two lackeys assisted the swaying Mo Xiong out of the dark alley and swiftly into a car, heading straight for their stronghold in Yuanlong Boss. This cannot go unpunished. As the vehicle entered Yuanlong territory, the lackey in the passenger seat could no longer contain his indignation and spoke out vehemently. The humiliation of their recent encounter weighed heavily on him. How could they simply let it slide with their boss so grievously injured? What? Mo Xiong, his face swollen to near deformity and his head still spinning, instinctively replied. The lackey, filled with fervor, retorted, it's about what happened earlier. How dare they lay hands on you? Such disgrace is utterly intolerable. The driver echoed, indeed, boss. We cannot let them off easily. Humph. Whoever dares to touch me, Mo Xiong, regardless of who they are, shall not escape my wrath. Gather the brothers upon our return. I will ensure they pay a heavy price. Yes, yes. The two lackeys chimed in unison, their spirits soaring. However, they remained oblivious to the fleeting moment of dazed intensity that crossed Mo Xiong's eyes, which soon morphed into a terrifying ferocity. His hand gradually slid beneath the seat, inching towards a long-concealed blade. Those who traverse the underworld always keep weapons on hand, both for self-defense and for desperate measures. As the leader, Mo Xiong was acutely aware of where his arsenal lay hidden. Boss, I believe that by Xian and those who dared to strike you must have their hands and feet rendered useless once captured. They need to be dealt with severely. Absolutely. And that woman, and, must not be spared either. It is her fortune to gain your favor, yet she fails to recognize it. I see the two lackeys became increasingly animated, already envisioning the scenes of vengeance. Yet, they remained entirely unaware that Mo Xiong's gaze had grown progressively colder, a bloodthirsty glimmer lurking within the depths of his pupils. Boss, after we deal with them, you should have your way with that woman. We'll join in afterward. One lackey's eyes glinted with greed as he turned to Mo Xiong upon mentioning, and just then, he witnessed Mo Xiong draw his knife and, without a second thought, bring it down upon him. Chapter 29. After slaying the lackey, the driver meets his end. Ah, boss, what are you doing? No. Initially, he managed to evade the strike, but with the cramped confines of the vehicle offering little room for escape, he quickly found himself on the receiving end of a flurry of blows from Mo Xiong. His screams diminished from fervent cries to mere whispers, ultimately fading into silence. Boss, the driver in the front seat, hearing the commotion, turned back and was instantly struck with terror, slamming on the brakes. This outburst only ignited Mo Xiong's murderous intent. He lifted his bloodied head, his eyes glaring red at the driver, his voice gravelly like a beast's. It's your turn. Before his words could settle, he swung his knife. Ah, boss, no? The driver desperately leaned back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, and in a panic, flung open the car door and leapt out. I will kill you. I will kill you. Samo Xiong lunged forward, pursuing relentlessly, descending from the driver's seat, wildly swinging his blade. Boss, it's me. It's A Zhong. One lackey, in a frantic attempt to dodge, cried out in agony. I will kill you. I will kill you. Samo Xiong remained unresponsive, repeating his mantra as he continued to slash at the hapless lackey. He has gone mad. Boss, you've truly lost your mind. The lackey, having been struck by a blade, finally realized the severity of the situation as Samo Xiong persisted in his frenzy, forcing him to flee without a moment's thought. I will kill you. I will kill you. Samo Xiong relentlessly chased after him, his words echoing in a frenzied chant, the blade flashing ominously. The fleeing lackey slipped and fell heavily to the ground. Samo Xiong immediately pounced, mercilessly striking down with the blade over and over. It was not until the lackey lay there, drenched in blood and utterly motionless, that Samo Xiong finally stood up in a daze. They're dead. Both of them are dead. And I too must die, he muttered to himself, driving the blade into his abdomen in a reverse grip. Then, mechanically, he repeated the act. Blood gushed forth, his strength waning until, ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his breaths gradually ceasing, life extinguished. The unfolding of these events was, of course, rooted in the hypnotic suggestions Zhou Ji had previously implanted. As for whether his death would cause any complications, what did it matter? He was, after all, a member of the Underworld. The police would be more than happy to rid themselves of such individuals. Moreover, he had taken his own life. The knife still embedded in his body. The police would merely send someone to collect the body and notify the family for identification. At that moment, Bai Xian, having been fixated on Zhou Ji's hands, had also fallen victim to hypnosis. However, the content of the suggestion he received was different. At that time, Bai Xian held no hostility. Thus, he passively absorbed the visual memories, witnessing the process of Samo Xiong being subdued. When he rushed out of the alley and encountered Zhou Ji again, Zhou Ji, taking the opportunity, imposed a psychological suggestion to deter him from gambling. Of course, had and not held Zhou Ji back, urging him not to leave, this suggestion would not have occurred. It was precisely because she persuaded him to stay and encouraged Bai Xian to distance himself from gambling that Zhou Ji was able to seamlessly plant the suggestion after Bai Xian made his promise. Zhou Ji was well aware of how difficult a gambler could be. Furthermore, this man was In's elder brother, someone who would eventually work alongside him. He could not afford to have such a hidden danger near him. Trouble was bound to arise sooner or later. Thus, addressing it now could be considered a permanent solution. Their plan was to watch a midnight screening. Naturally, they needed to fill their stomachs first. As the hour approached, Zhou Ji chose a restaurant with a pleasant ambience. With their hearts unburdened, the two enjoyed a delightful dinner together. After the meal, they continued their leisurely stroll through Temple Street. During dinner, Zhou Ji had also informed her that this area was within his sphere of influence. In the future, when he opened a shop, he planned to establish it here. Although they occasionally encountered street thugs who recognized Zhou Ji and approached to greet him, and grew accustomed to it with time, her mood becoming increasingly relaxed. She began to take the initiative to wander about with Zhou Ji, purchasing a few intriguing trinkets and sampling novel snacks together. So soon. I bought tickets for the 12 o'clock show. We're going to miss it. Unbeknownst to them, it was nearly 11:30. And hastily tugged at Zhou Ji as they rushed toward the cinema. What movie are we watching? Zhou Ji asked, curiosity piqued. Even if she was unaware of the typical offerings of a midnight screening, surely she had glimpsed the title when purchasing the tickets? Generally speaking, one could infer a fair bit merely from the name, could they not? Charming beauty and enchanting mistress. And exclaimed, I've heard it's newly released. But I'm not sure how good it is. The title does sound rather peculiar. Zhou Ji paused slightly, as his extensive viewing experience had led him to conclude that he had neither seen nor even heard of such a film. With a title so utterly banal, he could almost ascertain its dubious nature as a film of erotic themes. Observing An's innocent expression, it was evident she had not entertained such thoughts at all. Her naivety was almost endearing. He couldn't help but wonder how she would react once they encountered the actual content. Zhou Ji mused to himself, I'm rather looking forward to it. I've heard the female lead is quite voluptuous. He added, yes, I've seen a few of her films. Her figure is indeed commendable. Oh my, please stop. I'm getting so anxious. And exclaimed as they entered the cinema, taking their seats in the back row. The auditorium was already populated with numerous patrons, many of whom were couples, while a significant number were solitary, nearly all male. At this late hour, which girl would venture out alone to watch such a film unless accompanied by a partner? As the film had yet to commence, the air was filled with hushed conversations, snippets of which drifted to Zhou Ji's ears. Soon enough, the lights dimmed, and the screening began. Zhou Ji glanced at the screen, which opened to reveal a dimly lit room. The camera then shifted, capturing a pair of individuals engaged in intimate interaction, blunt and unadorned. A chorus of gasps erupted within the cinema, punctuated by the sound of many swallowing nervously. And, who had been intently focused on the screen, was caught off guard by the sudden scene and cried out in shock. She quickly turned her head, only to find Zhou Ji staring ahead. "Don't look," she exclaimed, hastily covering his eyes with her hand. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ji gently grasped her hand, tilting his head in confusion, but struggled to suppress a laugh. "So," An's lips moved, her voice barely a whisper, unable to articulate the rest of her thoughts. "It's completely normal. Midnight screenings are just like this." "Huh." Upon hearing this, and stiffened, her face instantly flushing crimson. "Jigu, you knew all along, didn't you?" Realization struck her. No wonder Zhou Ji had such a peculiar look when she had mentioned the midnight screening earlier. "Of course I knew. Then why didn't you warn me?" And hurriedly defended herself. "No, it's not like that. It was Jiachuan who mentioned it. That's why I bought the tickets. I really had no idea." "Not knowing is fine. Don't be so anxious. The tickets are already purchased, so let us just enjoy the film together. It's no big deal." Saying this, Zhou Ji tightened his grip on her hand, enveloping it within his own palm, then turned back to face the screen. But Ian stammered, unsure of how to express her feelings. After a while, Zhou Ji found the film rather tedious. The quality was mediocre at best, with a plot that was nearly non-existent, consisting solely of monotonous, repetitive intimate scenes. The only redeeming quality was the female lead's commendable figure, though her appearance was rather unremarkable. It was evident that this was a hastily produced work, churned out by a small studio seeking quick profits. He couldn't help but glance sideways at Anne, who appeared deeply conflicted. She would steal quick glances at the screen, only to be startled into closing her eyes tightly the next moment. Perhaps it was the sounds from the film that captivated her, or perhaps it was merely a psychological response. After a while, she couldn't resist the urge to sneak a peek again, only to quickly shut her eyes once more. The hand he held was now slick with a thin sheen of perspiration, and her body squirmed restlessly, as though seated upon a bed of needles. At that moment, and was a maelstrom of emotions. It was her first time witnessing such scenes. What made it even more embarrassing was that the person sitting beside her was the one she harbored feelings for, and she had been the one to initiate the invitation. The thought of Zhou Ji's meaningful gaze when she suggested the midnight screening made her heart race with anxiety, fearing he might perceive her as a frivolous girl. Though her eyes were closed, the continuous sound still penetrated her ears, sending shivers coursing through her body. An uncontrollable thought surfaced in her mind. Would it be the same if I were with Jigu in that scenario? She felt compelled to open her eyes for a fleeting glimpse, yet was terrified of being misinterpreted by Zhou Ji. Sensing her discomfort, Zhou Ji leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "If you're uncomfortable, we can leave." His soft words sent a jolt through the already agitated Anne, and she gasped in surprise. "Let us go. There's really nothing worth watching." Zhou Ji no longer teased her, standing up and taking her hand as he made his way toward the exit. "Jigu, I once outside the cinema," and lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "I truly didn't know what kind of movie this was. You have to believe me. It's my first time here. It's all right. No need to explain." Zhou Ji squeezed her hand gently, his tone soothing. "I understand. It's getting late. Let me walk you home." "Oh." And Anne's lips moved as if to say something, but no words came forth, and she could only follow Zhou Ji with a droop of her shoulders. She took several deep breaths, lifting her head to speak, yet the words seemed to deflate in her throat as she once again lowered her gaze. As they neared the roadside, she finally mustered her courage to speak. Zhou Ji looked back in confusion. What is it?" Upon meeting his gaze, and promptly looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. "Jigu, I don't want to go home tonight. Have you thought this through?" Zhou Ji was keenly aware of the implications behind her words. Yes, and suddenly lifted her head, her eyes resolute as she nodded firmly. In truth, she had initially just wanted to invite Zhou Ji to watch a movie together. She never anticipated that so much would unfold. First, encountering that frivolous individual, then learning of Zhou Ji's true identity, culminating in the viewing of an erotic film. She feared Zhou Ji might misinterpret her intentions, worried he would think she was concerned about his background. On the other hand, she dreaded he might consider her a capricious girl, if she wished to prove her feelings. Staying behind seemed the only viable option. She felt she could not afford to delay any longer. She feared that a moment of hesitation would lead to a disappearance akin to 10 years prior, when Zhou Ji had vanished the instant he turned away. Moreover, yesterday, when Jiachuan had set out, he had remarked, "Some matters are ultimately just a question of time." Regardless, she had already resolved to stand by the person before her. The following morning, Zhou Ji awoke early and, as was his custom, commenced his daily training. Ever since his combat skills had ascended to the master level, it seemed he had encountered a plateau. The growth of his attributes had slowed to a crawl. More than 20 days had passed since his release from prison. Yet his strength had only increased by 5 points, his agility by 2, and his mental fortitude had seen no improvement whatsoever. The reason his mental value had reached a remarkable 58 points, far exceeding his other attributes, was due to an initial assessment of 35 points when the system was activated. He attributed this to the influences of his journey through dimensions. Subsequently, upon attaining the master level in combat, he received a boost. And through continuous learning, especially after mastering hypnosis, he gained yet another enhancement, culminating in a total of 58. However, during this period post-release, he was engaged in every task himself, leaving him with little time to delve into new knowledge. Thus, the sluggish growth of his attributes was entirely understandable. Sighing. After finishing his training and gazing at the unchanged attribute panel, Zhouji couldn't help but let out a soft exhale. He pondered quietly. Once he had capable assistants, he would certainly carve out time for systematic learning. Especially in the current Hong Kong, strength was paramount. Only with a solid fist could one earn the right to speak. Chapter 31, The Revelation. I'm with the charming Quan from Temple Street. Awake? After showering and entering the bedroom, he found and already wide-eyed and anxiously scanning the surroundings. Just woke up. I thought you had vanished. Zhouji approached, sat at the edge of the bed, gently tousled her hair, and kissed her forehead. Silly girl, you are mine now. How could I possibly abandon you? That is what you said. And wrapped her arms around his neck tightly. You must never disappear like you did 10 years ago, leaving me helpless to find you. You still remember that? Zhouji chuckled and gave her a peck. How was I to know? You were so young back then and already had your sights set on me. Humph. And playfully pouted. I won't talk to you anymore. You're just teasing me. With that, she grabbed the blanket and covered her head. All right, no more jokes. Zhouji smiled as he gently patted the blanket. It's getting late. Let us tidy up. You haven't returned home all night. I'll take you back first so your brother doesn't worry. Then you go out first. Fine. He waited outside for a moment, and soon in, looking somewhat stiff as she emerged from the bedroom, walked with an unusual gait. Seeing her like this, Zhouji couldn't help but say, why don't you rest a bit longer and return in the afternoon? And shook her head. No need. I'm fine. If I return too late, they'll tease me again. All right then. Zhouji chuckled helplessly, shaking his head slightly. After having breakfast at the hotel, Zhouji assisted into the roadside, where they hailed a taxi. Aaron is back. She's truly blossomed into a beautiful young lady. In the repair shop, Jiachuan and He Zai were languidly passing the time. Upon seeing Zhouji and an enter, Jiachuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately broke into a knowing smile. I won't talk to you anymore. And S cheeks flushed instantly as she quickly released Zhouji's hand and hurried upstairs. And don't rush off. Jiachuan called out playfully. Didn't the movie I introduced to you yesterday work wonders? Did it help at all? You rascal. Quan. Just you wait. I will settle this score with you eventually. Before her words could fade, an S figure had already vanished around the staircase. Haha. Jiachuan and He Zai exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right now, you two are going too far. Bai Xian came down from upstairs, casually picking up a glove from the floor and tossing it at them, and is naturally shy, and you're making a scene in front of others. How can we call them outsiders? Jiachuan retorted immediately, turning to Zhouji with a grin. Right, boss? Enough with the nonsense. Is there no sense of decorum? Bai Xian feigned annoyance and scolded, then turned to Zhouji with a respectful tone. Boss, you've arrived. Please don't mind them. They just love to joke around. Saying this, he swiftly pulled over an empty stool and placed it firmly in front of Zhouji, his actions remarkably considerate, entirely unlike that of a relative. In truth, Bai Xian had long perceived the events between and in Zhouji from the previous night. However, the memory was too overwhelming. He now dared not casually refer to him as brother-in-law or anything of the sort. Thank you. No need for such formality. Zhouji nodded with a smile and took a seat. Boss, please have some tea. He Zai quick on the uptake. Brought over a cup of hot tea and gently placed it beside Zhouji. Boss, have some fruit. Jiachuan, sensing the atmosphere was off, hurriedly presented an apple. Zhouji waved his hand, smiling. All right, no need to be so formal. Everyone, please take a seat. Thank you, boss. Jiachuan and He Zai replied in unison. Finally settling down, albeit with some tension. Zhouji paused slightly, shook his head, and refrained from saying more. These two were clearly putting on a show before him. After a moment, he inquired, how did the negotiations at the repair shop go? Bai Xian replied, the price has been settled. The other party will come over this afternoon for the handover. Is the accommodation arranged? All sorted. Zhouji nodded. Speaking slowly, I think you understand that working with me will never leave you at a loss. Let us start with a monthly salary of 10,000. What do you think? That's great. Absolutely. The three of them nodded eagerly. Nowadays in Hong Kong, a university graduate barely earns over 2,000 a month. They work hard at the repair shop, just scraping by. 10,000 is an astronomical figure for them. Zhou Ji continued. Has David mentioned anything since he returned? He is currently helping me with the factory arrangements. He has. Once this handover is complete, by Xian, you'll accompany David for a few trips to familiarize yourself with the process. Once the factory is established, I'll need you to oversee it. You can count on us, boss. We'll manage the factory meticulously. Bai Xian immediately affirmed. Oquan Heizai? Here. The two straightened up instantly. I see you both are quick-witted and efficient in your tasks, so I'll entrust you with finding the shop front. I need not elaborate on what kind of space is required for selling clothing, correct? No need to say. We understand. Good. Let us secure 3 storefronts. The one on Temple Street must be acquired, and the other 2 you may choose, preferably larger ones. No problem. We've got it covered. The 2 assured. Thumping their chests. Zhouji nodded, then retrieved 2 stacks of cash and 2 cards from his pocket, placing one stack in front of Bai Xian and the other between Jiachuan and He Zai, along with the cards. This is the funding for your activities. Separate from your salaries. Use it for the next few days. My phone number is on the cards. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Thank you, boss. The 3 of them beamed with joy as they hastily accepted the money and cards. All right, that will be all for now. Zhouji stood up, his tone becoming more serious. In the unlikely event that you encounter an insurmountable issue out there, invoking the name of the Hongxing Society should suffice. Startled, the 3 of them gasped in unison. He Zai's complexion paled slightly as he stammered. Boss, are you involved in the Underworld? Zhouji nodded calmly, replying, Indeed. I am associated with Miao Jieliang Kuan. Should you find yourselves in trouble, just mention his name. If they inquire about the leader, simply state mine. Why yes. The 3 of them responded hastily, their breaths growing cautious. Noting their tension, Zhouji couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need to be so tense. I am a legitimate businessman, not asking you to resort to violence. Joining the society is merely to avoid unnecessary disputes. You won't be required to engage in any perilous activities. Understood. The 3 of them finally relaxed, their expressions gradually easing. Zhouji added also, keep this matter from David for now. I will speak with him personally later. Understood. The 3 were easily appeased, yet David possessed his own opinions, necessitating a thorough discussion. The reason Zhouji allowed David to observe first was twofold. First, to clarify his intentions. Second, to assess David's capabilities. Now that his abilities were confirmed, it was time to reveal his identity within the society and persuade him to align with his side. Chapter 32. Shui De wins the lottery. The following morning, just after Zhouji concluded his morning exercises, his phone rang. Jigu, it's me, Shui De. As soon as the call connected, Shui De's voice, straining to contain his excitement, burst forth. Zhouji was momentarily taken aback. Ada, what's the matter? Your voice sounds strange. Shui De spoke in a rapid-fire manner, almost incoherently. I won. I really won. You were right. I hit the lottery. The second prize. Over 600,000. Zhouji was stunned, recalling the incident from days prior when he had witnessed Shui De purchasing the lottery ticket, and he had even made a double bet. Could it be that his own portion won as well? His heart leaped with joy. Calm down. He instructed over the phone. Ada, take a deep breath. Inhale deeply. Yes, Jigu, I'm perfectly composed, truly. Very composed. Do you remember what I told you before? Of course. I mustn't speak of it to anyone. Since last night's draw, you have kept it to yourself. You are the first to know. Yes, I must remember. I cannot spread the word. Exactly. Now, listen to me. Hang up, collect yourself, and take a nap. Okay, I'll do as you say. With that, Zhouji ended the call, unable to suppress his laughter. After spending money like water with no income recently, this time he had indeed struck gold with over 100,000 securely in his pocket. However, Zhouji was unaware that as Shui De hung up, he turned around to find his daughter, Sanmei, standing right behind him. Startled, Shui De let out a shriek. Sanmei quickly covered her ears, exasperation evident on her face. Dad, why are you shouting so early in the morning? Oh, it's you, little sister. You nearly scared me to death. Upon realizing it was his daughter, he patted his chest, gasping for breath. You can't just stand behind someone early in the morning. You might frighten them to death. Sanmei rolled her eyes. Who scared you? You're clearly the one who's uneasy. Is there something you need? Nothing. I just woke up and was headed to the bathroom. Oh, then I'll head back to sleep. Shui De responded, his face stern as he turned back towards his room. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang. In the next moment, he could no longer contain himself, pacing back and forth in his room, flailing his arms in sheer excitement, completely at a loss for composure. How mysterious, Sanmei muttered as she made her way to the bathroom. A moment later, after washing her face, she passed by her father's door when she suddenly heard muffled, yet unmistakably joyful exclamations coming from inside. Haha, I'm rich. Huh. She paused in her tracks, then tiptoed closer, pressing her ear against the door. I'm rich. I really hit the jackpot. The second prize. Over 600,000. Now she could hear it clearly. San Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. The image of her father purchasing lottery tickets flashed in her mind. It was evident that he had won. Wow. When did Dad become so lucky? How could he keep this from me? Dad. With that thought, she burst through the door, confronting her father, who was exuberantly waving the lottery ticket. Little sister. Shui froze in place, caught off guard by her sudden entrance. He had just been unable to contain his excitement and had taken another look at the ticket, bursting with joy. Who would have thought San Mei would walk in at that moment? You won the lottery, and you kept it from me. San Mei rushed forward, grabbing his collar. Tell me, were you planning to sneak off to claim the prize and leave me behind? And no, it's not like that. Little sister, let go? No. If you don't explain yourself, you're not leaving today? I truly cannot say. Zhigu specifically instructed me that this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, otherwise there will be dire consequences. What dire consequences? What does Zhigu have to do with this? On the day I bought the ticket, he was standing next to me, saying I would definitely win, but I mustn't tell anyone, otherwise there would be fatalities. Is that true? Is he really that accurate? Of course it's true. He said it would lead to death. Do you think I don't know? If he hadn't stopped me, the entire street would know by now. San Mei hesitated for a moment before asking, what else did Zhigu say? She knew her father well enough to understand his nature. There are only wrong names. Never wrong nicknames. The name Shui De alone indicated he was not one to keep secrets. Nothing more. Just 1,000 reminders that I mustn't mention it to anyone. Oh, I understand. San Mei nodded, adding, but I'm your daughter, not an outsider. Now that you know, remember not to tell anyone else, or I might meet my end. All right. Let us not dwell on that anymore. Father, have you decided how to use this money? Not yet. Blowing water, De shook his head, noticing his daughter's eyes sparkling with excitement, and quickly hid the lottery ticket behind his back. I'll tell you this. I've won the prize, so don't get any funny ideas. I might share half with you at most. Isn't that generous enough? Dad, if you take this money, I know you'll squander it all on gambling, said 13 sister. How about this? Let's cash in the winnings and buy a flat. There's a new development at Kwaichung Center, just over 2 million for a unit. And we only need a down payment of around 600,000. Buy a flat? Blowing water, De paused for a moment. Well, that sounds good. Let us go ahead with it. Pay attention these next few days. Long live Dad. 13 sister exclaimed, immediately leaping into his arms, filled with exhilaration. Growing up on Baolang, she was accustomed to seeing street thugs every day. Whenever she mentioned her home, people's expressions would change, as if she were of a lower status. Had it not been for her father's lack of ambition and his obsession with gambling, still drifting through life at over 40. Unable to earn much, she would have longed to leave this place. Now, with this newfound money, her first thought was to buy a home and finally escape. Days swiftly passed. One morning, after finishing his morning exercise, Zhou Ji's phone rang. Ji, don't forget, there's a club meeting at 10 this morning. Got it, Brother Kuan. I'll head to the office shortly. Chapter 33, the first club meeting. After hanging up, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Ji's eyes. Brother Liang Kuan had hinted multiple times that this meeting would formally elevate him to a prominent position. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. After a quick shower, he returned to his bedroom to search for suitable attire. As he was about to become a key figure and make his debut at the club meeting, he needed to present himself well. Dear, what is all the fuss this early? Zhu Wanfang, who had stayed over, was stirred awake by the commotion, sleepily inquiring. I'm looking for something to wear. I have an engagement shortly. You rest for now. With that, he pulled out a gray suit from the wardrobe. I'll help you. Zhu Wanfang got out of bed and walked over to Zhou Ji, carefully helping him into the jacket and meticulously tying his tie. Looking sharp. My husband is so stylish. After securing the tie, Zhu Wanfang stepped back a few paces to admire her handiwork. What? Am I not handsome usually? He teased, reaching out to tickle her. You're always handsome. My husband is handsome at all times. Enough of that. Be careful not to mess up the suit. All right. I'll let you off this time. Here, take this money and go shopping or buy whatever you like. As he spoke, Zhou Ji handed her a stack of cash. No need. I haven't spent the last amount you gave me. Since you call me husband, you should take it. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. It's better to save any leftovers. As he spoke, he pressed the money into her hands. I'm off now. You get some more rest. At 9:40, Zhou Ji arrived at the club headquarters with Liang Kuan. We're here, let us get out. Zhou Ji opened the car door, and alongside the simple-minded Chong, followed Liang Kuan into the Hongxing headquarters. Inside the conference hall, a considerable number of people had already gathered. Among them were the leaders from various districts, Brother Ji from Western District, Brother Shi from Kowloon, Prince from Tsimsha Sui, Bin from Kwaiching, Brother Chao from Kuntong, Dinosaur from Tun Mun, Lao Li from North Point, and Ma Wang Jian from Chaiwan, among others. They occupied their seats, casually chatting about recent events. You guys don't know. Last time I went to Tayo with a few friends. We went straight to the nightclub to find some ladies, picked a few hot ones, and brought them back to the hotel. Just as they reached the entrance of the conference hall, they overheard a man vividly recounting his escapades. Zhou couldn't help but smile. In such a setting, who else but Brother Ji would be so brazen? Brother Kowloon is here. As Liang Kowloon entered the hall, the doorman quickly stood up to greet him. Liang Kowloon nodded slightly and took a few steps forward, casually placing his hand on Brother Ji's shoulder. Brother Ji, are you still bragging about chasing girls? Can your waist hold up with all this excitement? Not a problem. I've been soaking in medicinal wine daily. I'll bring you a few bottles to try later. They'll ensure you're full of energy and can't get enough. Is that for real? Of course. After exchanging playful banter with Brother Ji, Liang Kowloon greeted several other leaders and older figures before turning to Zhou Ji. Ji, let me introduce you. This is Brother Ji from Western District. Hello, Brother Ji. And this is Prince from Tsim Shui. Hello, Prince. This is Bin from Qing. And Brother Chao from Kuntong. Liang Kowloon introduced a number of prominent figures and senior elders to Zhou Ji, who respectfully greeted each one. Greetings, everyone. After the introductions, Liang Kowloon patted Zhou Ji on the shoulder and said, "This is my brother, Ji." Before he could finish, Brother Shi immediately chimed in. Kowloon, you finally brought Ji out. You weren't afraid we'd steal your treasure, were you? Cut it out, you're just talking nonsense. Liang Kowloon replied with a smug expression. Ji is like a brother to me. I wouldn't hide him away. It's just that the opportunity hadn't presented itself until now. Oh, so this is Ji? Brother Ji perked up at once. Is he the one who took on over 100 Chaozhou gang members in Kowloon City? Not just a fight. They were all left sprawled on the ground. Brother Shi quickly corrected him. You should be seen it. Those Chaozhou boys were left with broken arms and legs. It was quite a sight. I've heard about that. Well done. You've brought honor to Hongxing. Indeed, Ji, I admire you greatly. I've heard tales of your heroics. And today I finally meet the man himself. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Others among the leaders and several elders also chimed in with praises, their words laden with recognition. What is all this commotion? At that moment, Big Brother B entered with Chun Haonan, Shanji, and others. Brother Ji greeted him with a smile. B, you're the last to arrive. We were just discussing Ji. I know Ji. He did quite the job in Kowloon City. If all our young members were like him, we wouldn't have anything to worry about. B is here. Brother Kowloon. At this point, Liang Kowloon and Big Brother B had yet to encounter any significant conflict, and they greeted each other with smiles. Hello, Brother B. Zhou Ji also smiled and returned the greeting. Ji, you'll be sitting right behind me shortly. As more members arrived, Liang Kowloon lightly patted Zhou Ji's shoulder and whispered instructions. He was aware that the Hongxing Society held monthly meetings. Once everyone was in place, the leader, Jiang Tiansheng, would soon appear. Mr. Jiang, hello? Zhou Ji merely nodded in acknowledgement when he saw Jiang Tiansheng, accompanied by Chun Yao and several subordinates, walking slowly into the hall from the back. Everyone present stood up and greeted him in unison. Jiang Tiansheng approached the main seat with a smile and said, I apologize for my slight tardiness. Brother Ji immediately responded with a grin, no worries. We have only just arrived ourselves. At this moment, Liang Kowloon had only been in his position for 2 years. His influence had yet to fully blossom, and his demeanor remained unpretentious and humble. Once Jiang Tianxing took his seat, the other key figures followed suit, and the accompanying younger members resumed their places. Brother Ji, have you been to Tayo again? I just heard you speaking about it outside. A few old acquaintances invited me. It was difficult to decline, so I had to make the trip. Bingu, your business in Qing is thriving. I heard you've recently acquired another boat. Just managing, really. Mr. Jiang. If you have time, you are welcome to visit. Chapter 34. The Red Stick takes office. Jiang Tianxing engaged in casual conversation with several key figures, creating a congenial atmosphere. Only then did Chun Yao speak up. All right, all 12 key figures are present. The meeting can now officially commence. Subsequently, each faction reported on recent affairs and briefly outlined their upcoming plans and directions. Jiang Tianxing, having a background in commerce, applied corporate management principles to the organization, emphasizing efficiency and order. Good. Does anyone have any other matters to address? After everyone had reported, Jiang Tianxing inquired once more. Before he could finish speaking, Liang Kowloon stood up and said, Mr. Jiang, I have one more matter. Oh, what else does Kowloon wish to discuss? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji perked up, understanding that Liang Kowloon was finally going to advocate for his elevation. It is like this, Mr. Jiang. Liang Kowloon stepped forward, pulling Zhou Ji up. This is Zhou Ji, who has been with me for 2 years. He was incarcerated 6 months ago for handling an affair for the organization and has only just been released. Oh, Jiang Tianxing, after a thorough appraisal of Zhou Ji, smiled and said, So you are Ji, a fine young man indeed. I have heard about your situation. I believe everyone here is also aware. Since Mr. Jiang and everyone are already familiar with Aji's past, I shall not elaborate further. Liang Kuan nodded solemnly. In terms of both qualifications and contributions, I believe Aji is more than deserving of a promotion. I propose granting him the position of Red Stick. Indeed. Jiang Tianxing nodded with a smile. I have no objections personally. The key lies in the opinions of the other key figures. Brother Ji immediately exclaimed. I may not be well acquainted with others, but I have heard of Aji single-handedly taking down 100 members of the Chaozhou gang. With such prowess, he is more than qualified for the role of Red Stick, if not even the dual Red Stick. I have no objections. I concur. I agree as well. Zhou Ji, being Liang Kuan's subordinate, had his promotion regarded as an internal matter, with no direct implications for other factions. Moreover, given Zhou Ji's tangible achievements, no one wished to offend him over such a favor. After all, if trouble arose in the future, they might need to seek his assistance. Thus, no one voiced any opposition. As for the younger subordinates who had accompanied the key figures, they were not given the opportunity to speak. They could only silently spectate. Their eyes filled with envy. Who among them did not aspire to rise in the underworld? Especially for those like Chen Haonan, who had followed Big Brother B for over 5 years. Unfortunately, they were too young back then to shoulder heavy responsibilities, and it was only in the past 2 years that they began to emerge. Yet, lacking significant accomplishments, they could only watch helplessly, vowing silently. One day, they too would occupy that esteemed position. Well, since there are no objections, Jiang Tianxing nodded and said, Chen Yao, prepare the incense hall for AGS elevation ceremony. The others quickly moved the tables and chairs to clear a space, while Chen Yao handed a red cloth-wrapped wooden stick to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji knelt before the statue of Guan Yu, with Chen Yao presiding over the elevation ceremony. The process, once intricate, had been simplified significantly as the organization evolved. There was a set procedure, which Chen Yao had already explained to him while the others were moving the furniture. The entire ceremony concluded swiftly, and Zhou Ji was officially conferred the title of Red Stick. After the conferral, Mr. Jiang offered him a few encouraging words. The attending key figures also congratulated him. Exchanging pleasantries, the organizational meeting thus came to a close. Aji, Yao Gu. As Zhou Ji followed Liang Kuan out, having just taken a few steps, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw it was Chen Yao. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Liang Kuan lightly patted his shoulder and proceeded downstairs. The identification cards you asked me to handle are ready. I brought them along for you. Zhou Ji approached Chen Yao, smiling as he produced 2 identification documents. They were indeed the identification proofs for Li Changjiang and A-Man that he had previously requested. Thank you, Yao Gu. We are brothers. It's a small matter. You are now a person of considerable standing. You must devote yourself fully to serving the faction. Understood. All right. Today is your day of glory. I won't keep you any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Yao patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Having just completed the elevation ceremony, Liang Kuan announced that a banquet would be held at Dunhuang at noon to celebrate him, inviting the key figures who were available to join the meal. Yao Gu has given me the identification cards. Upon descending the stairs and seeing Liang Kuan waiting, he spoke up proactively. All right, let us depart. The car arrived at the Dunhuang restaurant in Yaomati right on time. Brother Kuan, Brother Ji. The restaurant's main hall had already been reserved in advance by Liang Kuan. As the two entered, many subordinates immediately stood up and greeted them respectfully. Brother Kuan, I raise a toast to you. My elevation is entirely due to your support. No need for formality. Your success is a result of your own abilities. Liang Kuan clinked glasses with him, and they both drank heartily. From now on, you will be the big brother. You must make your own decisions in your endeavors. Yes, I understand your meaning, Brother Kuan. After setting down his glass, Liang Kuan began to impart his wisdom. His main advice was to remind him, now that his status had changed, if he was to conduct business, he needed to recruit the necessary subordinates and be discerning in choosing, utilizing, and mentoring them. Liang Kuan generously shared his insights without reservation. Brother Ji, I toast to you. As their conversation progressed, several of the senior members under Liang Kuan began to approach with their subordinates to offer toasts. Though Liang Kuan held Zhou Ji in high regard, he had never intervened in the interests of others nor contended for territory or resources, which ensured that everyone harbored no ill feelings and maintained a friendly demeanor. This was also the reason why Zhou Ji had not yet recruited any subordinates. After all, a backbone without underlings differs entirely in status and responsibility from a big brother who has a solid foundation. A person who operates solo requires no territory for support. However, once one has subordinates, there must be an enterprise to sustain them. The various bosses under Liang Kuan had long delineated their spheres of influence. If Zhou Ji were to recruit now, from where would the territory come? Would he have to snatch food from others' bowls? Even if it were a remote area, it would still be manageable, but encroaching on core regions would inevitably stir discontent. As the saying goes, severing a person's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. His original intention was to conduct business in a stable manner, and naturally, he wished to avoid such senseless disputes whenever possible. Otherwise, those so-called leaders, although they may not express it openly, would surely conspire against him behind his back, resulting in a situation that is ultimately counterproductive. Chapter 35. The second in command of the loyal Qing society, Ding E. Crab. In the early evening, Zhou Ji awoke in his hotel room. How do you feel? Upon stepping outside, he fortuitously encountered Liang Kuan, who had just emerged from the adjacent room. Having indulged excessively at lunch and with evening plans ahead, they decided to rest at the hotel. Not bad. Zhou Ji nodded. After so many rounds of toasting at noon, I certainly overindulged. However, after sleeping the whole afternoon, I have fully recovered. You've got some skills. Not only can you fight, but your tolerance for alcohol is impressive as well. Brother Kuan is the real deal. I dare say you have even more energy than I do. Haha. Liang Kuan chuckled lightly. Just right, we have a bit of time. I wish to discuss something with you. Let us head to your room. All right. The two entered Zhou Ji's room. Ah Ji, Liang Kuan began after taking a seat. It was too crowded to speak openly at lunch, but now that you are in a position of some authority, I must bring this up. You are now quite familiar with my territory. What do you think about managing a few venues for me? Well, Zhou Ji anticipated Liang Kuan would broach this topic so suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Brother Kuan, you know my aspirations. I wish to engage in legitimate business. Besides, your territory must already have someone managing it, and it would be rather inappropriate for me to intervene without invitation. We've declared ourselves brothers, so why bother with such formalities? As long as I give my nod, who would dare to object? Brother Kuan, perhaps it is better to wait a while longer. Zhou Ji paused before continuing. The factory site is nearing finalization, and once it commences, I'll be swamped with work. Currently, I have no one to assist me. Even if you entrusted me with the locations, I would be unable to oversee them. Indeed, that is a valid point. Liang Kuan nodded. Then you must hastily recruit some subordinates. Otherwise, if word gets out that the red stick leader of my temple street is a lone wolf, wouldn't he that invite ridicule? I understand. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Rest assured, since the incident at Kowloon City, your name has spread throughout the underworld. If you make your intentions known, people will naturally flock to you. Brother Kuan, you exaggerate. It cannot be that impressive. Haha, I am not deceiving you. You will understand once you begin recruiting. Saying this, he glanced at his watch. All right, it's about time. Let us head to the bar for some drinks. Tonight, as you are in a position of prominence, you must enjoy yourself. Let go of me. I can walk on my own. As Zhou Ji sat in Liang Kuan's car, they arrived at a bar in Jordan. As soon as he stepped out, he heard a girl's voice calling out from nearby. Instinctively, he turned to look and was momentarily stunned upon recognizing the girl's face. It was none other than Fong Ting, the second daughter of the Fong family's three sisters, whom he knew well. Do you recognize her? Liang Kuan, who had also spotted her, was quite accustomed to such scenes after years in the underworld. However, when he turned to usher Zhou Ji away, he noticed Zhou was frozen in place, and thus inquired. I know that girl. Oh, she's quite attractive. Is she your woman, or are you planning to pursue her? Liang Kuan asked, scrutinizing her further. What difference does it make? Zhou Ji retorted with a hint of amusement in his tone. Liang Kuan, unusually serious, said, if she's just an acquaintance, I advise you to steer clear of this murky water. That man is Ding E. Crab, the second in command of the loyal Qing society. This area is under their control. Zhou Ji was taken aback. Are you saying that man is Ding E. Crab? Unfortunately, he had been so focused on Fong Ting that he hadn't noticed the man's appearance. Indeed, Liang Kuan nodded. The Ding brothers have managed to establish themselves in Jordan, which speaks to their capabilities. Now I see. I must go over and take a look. Zhou Ji's words had barely left his lips when he made his way towards Fong Ting and Ding E. Crab. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he was already aware of what would transpire next. If he had not encountered them, it would have been one thing, but since fate had brought them together, he could not simply stand by. Having developed a rapport with the Fong family, he could not allow Fong Ting to fall into the hands of such scoundrels. In the original narrative, although Fong Ting had faced difficulties, she ultimately emerged unscathed. However, in this world where Hong Kong film tropes intertwined, who could guarantee that things would not take an unexpected turn? Having been preoccupied lately, he hadn't realized that the story had progressed to this juncture. Hey, Aji, don't act impulsively, Liang Kuan exclaimed urgently, sensing the situation. They had come out to celebrate and had not brought many subordinates. Now, on the opponent's turf, Zhou Ji's reckless advance would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Damn it, this kid. As Zhou Ji charged forward, ignoring the warning, Liang Kuan's expression darkened. Boss, what should we do now? Sha Chong asked in a hushed tone. What else can we do? Liang Kuan smacked Sha Chong on the head, shouting. Are you really that foolish? Why are you still standing there? Call for help. Gather as many as you can. Move quickly. Yes, boss. Though Sha Chong felt wronged after receiving a smack, he could only nod in agreement, hastily pulling out his phone to make calls. He gradually realized that since Zhou Zi's return, his own status had been dwindling day by day. Although he had often been beaten in the past, the frequency of such incidents had noticeably increased recently. The key was that he was still working alongside Liang Kuan, and despite feeling unhappy, he dared not show it. What troubled him even more was that Brother Kuan's aura seemed to grow increasingly formidable. In the past, if faced with such a situation, he would have surely avoided it altogether and would not have intervened. Ji, don't mess this up for me. At that moment, Liang Kuan had no time to ponder Sha Chong's thoughts. He could only hope that Zhou Zi would not act rashly, at least waiting for him to gather his men first. The opponent was indeed formidable. He had single-handedly taken down over 100 people before. However, the loyal Qing society was at least a second-rate gang, and this was their territory. In a short time, they could easily summon hundreds or even thousands of men. With so many people surrounding him, no matter how skilled Zhou Zi was, he would surely be overwhelmed. Zhou Zi pursued without hesitation, seeing Fong Ting and Ding E. Crab enter a Japanese restaurant. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed them inside, but as soon as he entered, their figures had already disappeared. Without a second thought, he quickly made his way toward the private room area. As soon as he stepped into the private room area, he heard Fong Ting scream coming from a room where two of the gang's lackeys stood guard. Don't go in. Our boss is busy inside. I advise you to mind your own business. Get out of my way. Zhou Zi shouted coldly, raising his hand to deliver two swift slaps that sent the two lackeys sprawling to the ground, unconscious. With a loud crash, he forcefully flung open the private room door and strode inside. Chapter 36. Are you the infamous Ding Yixia from Jordan? I am Zhou Zi from Temple Street. Who dares to roll out of here? Ding Yixia was pinning Fong Ting to the ground, cursing angrily without turning his head upon hearing the commotion. Zhou Zi, however, paid him no mind. He rushed forward in a few swift steps, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ding Yixia flying off Fong Ting, crashing heavily against the wall. He then reached out, swiftly pulling Fong Ting up and anxiously inquiring, Fong Ting, are you all right? Have you been hurt? Jigu? Fong Ting looked up, recognizing Zhou Zi, and was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, why are you here? Let's talk later. Stand behind me. Zhou Zi spoke with unwavering resolve, positioning Fong Ting protectively behind him. Turning to fix his gaze on the struggling Ding Yixia, who was attempting to rise. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know where this place is? How dare you lay a hand on me? Ding Yixia finally managed to stabilize himself, glaring at Zhou Zi with clenched teeth. Zhou Zi approached slowly, feigning indifference as he asked, and who are you? What is this place? Enlighten me. This is the territory of the Qing Society. I am Ding Yixia from Jordan. Dare to strike me, and you will not walk out of here alive today. Qing Society? Is that impressive? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Zi delivered a resounding slap across his face. I am from Hongxing Society. Ding Yixia from Jordan? Is that so remarkable? Slap. Another slap sent Ding Yixia staggering to the ground. I am Zhou Zi from Temple Street. With that bang, bang, Zhou Zi unleashed two more fierce kicks. Ding Yixia curled up on the ground like a beaten dog, howling in agony. Zhou Zi looked down at him, sneering, stop playing dead and get up. Let me see how you just proclaimed that I wouldn't walk out of here today. As he spoke, he crouched down and grabbed Ding Yixia's collar, forcing him to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Fong Ting, fearing for Zhou Zi's continued aggression, hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his wrist, pleading softly, Jigu, that's enough. I'm really fine, please stop. If this goes on, it will truly escalate into something serious. Zhou Zi slowly turned his head to look at her, his expression grave as he asked, are you truly willing to let him go? Have you considered what might have happened to you if I had arrived, even a moment later? Fong Ting opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. She was no naive child. She was acutely aware of Ding Yixia's intentions moments ago. The thought of the dire fate she would have faced had Zhou Zi not arrived in time sent a chill down her spine. What do you intend to do? Ding Yixia was taken aback to hear Fong Ting plead for him, a flicker of delight washing over him. However, upon hearing Zhou Zi speak, his composure quickly unraveled. What do I intend to do? Let me think. Zhou Zi chuckled lightly, appearing calm while rapidly calculating in his mind. He was all too familiar with the Ding family's nature. Aside from their own bloodline, they were ruthless and cold-hearted towards outsiders. Compared to his elder brother, who still retained some semblance of a moral compass, this second son, Ding Yixia, was utterly shameless and devoid of any principles. He had previously insulted Fong Min, leading her to take her own life, and later threw several members of the Fong family off a building, with only the eldest, Fong Zhanhua, escaping by sheer luck. While Fong Fong and Fong Ting met their demise on the spot, Zhou Ji had originally planned to eliminate these threats once his own power solidified, but he had not anticipated the rapid progression of events. He had only just begun to establish himself when he encountered this situation. What is going on? Aren't those two from the Second Sun's crew? Just as he pondered his next move, a cold male voice emerged from outside the door. It was Ding Xiaoxia, who had been meeting a client and happened to arrive at this juncture. Upon seeing the two unconscious figures in the corridor, he recognized them as his brother's subordinates. Xiaoge, be careful. Someone must be causing trouble. Quickly call for help. A subordinate following closely behind him, seeing him about to enter the private room, immediately grabbed his arm while signaling others to summon their comrades. Another rushed to check on the two individuals lying on the ground. It seemed there was no need for further hesitation. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhou Ji shook his head slightly. With Ding Xiaoxia now present, the unfolding events were no longer within his control. It all depended on how the other party chose to respond. Second brother, Ding Xiaoxia, unable to quell his worry for his younger sibling, pushed past his subordinates and entered the private room directly. The space was already small, and he quickly spotted Fong Ting, Zhou Ji, and the bloody Ding Ixia being restrained by Zhou Ji. Upon catching sight of Fong Ting, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissed the thought. He recognized her from their childhood playdates, but at this moment, his primary concern was his younger brother, Ding Ixia, who was being subdued. Elder brother, save me. Ding Ixia cried out the moment he saw his brother, his voice filled with desperation. He then glared viciously at Zhou Ji, gritting his teeth. You bastard. My elder brother is here. You're as good as dead. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Slap. Zhou Ji retaliated with a backhanded slap. You want me dead? You should first take care of yourself. Was this man not just foolish from the beating or inherently deluded? His life was in someone else's hands. Yet he still dared to spew such bravado. My friend, Ding Xiaoxia, witnessing his brother getting struck, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a deep voice. I am Ding Xiaoxia of the Chongqing Society. If my brother has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. You have already taught him a lesson. Could you possibly show some mercy and let him go? Oh, Zhou Ji, still gripping Ding Ixia's neck, slowly rose. A faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, let him go? But he just explicitly stated that he would take my life. Ding Xiaoxia responded calmly. You need not concern yourself with him. The Chongqing Society is under my command. If you release him now, I can ensure your safe departure. Is that so? Absolutely. I, Ding Xiaoxia, am a man of my word. There was a brief pause before he added, however, once you step out that door, I will say no more. You should understand that, given the humiliation you've inflicted on the Chongqing Society today, if there is no resolution, even if I am willing to let it go, my subordinates will not. Very well. How straightforward. I find you far more admirable than your cowardly brother, who only bullies women. With that, Zhou Ji casually shoved Ding Ixia forcefully to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Ding Xiaoxia immediately took a step back, sidestepping to clear the entrance to the private room. Xiaoge. The subordinates who had followed in were alarmed at his decision to release Ding Ixia, exclaiming in protest. Let him go. Ding Xiaoxia sternly commanded, stopping those who attempted to intervene. Bring me her belongings. Zhou Ji did not rush to leave but extended his hand, his tone calm, yet resolute. He was acutely aware that Fong Ting had accompanied Ding Ixia to this place solely for her thesis. However, she had clearly underestimated the depths of Ding Ixia's depravity. What belongings? Hurry and hand them over. Ding Xiaoxia suddenly turned, fixing his gaze on the two subordinates who had just regained consciousness after being knocked out by Zhou Ji. Why yes. Upon hearing the commotion, one of the younger associates immediately turned and dashed outside. Moments later, he returned at a brisk pace, cradling a crimson folder, which he respectfully presented to Ding Xiaoxia. Without casting a glance, Ding Xiaoxia simply gestured towards Zhou Jiang with a nod of his chin. The young associate instantly understood, pivoting to offer the folder with both hands to Zhou Ji. Subsequently, Zhou Ji accepted it and casually handed it over to Fong Ting. Thank you, she whispered as she took the folder, her fingers trembling slightly. Chapter 37. Which fool dares to provoke Brother Cohen? Without a word, Zhou Ji grasped Fong Ting's hand and strode purposefully towards the exit of the private room. Upon reaching the doorway, he suddenly halted, turning back to shoot a cold glare at Ding Xiaoxia, his voice chillingly resolute. She is under my protection. Regardless of any past grievances between you and her family, do not trouble her again. In this world, even those who navigate the underbelly must adhere to certain principles. Bullying a few vulnerable women is utterly excessive. If there are issues, direct them towards me. Otherwise, should I encounter you again, it will not end so easily. There will be consequences. Do not say I did not warn you. Ding Xiaoxia momentarily faltered, his expression darkening as he slowly turned to regard his disheveled younger brother. Having already harbored doubts about Fong Ting's presence, he now comprehended that all turmoil stemmed from Ding Ixia. Very well, I understand. Ding Xiaoxia replied with a solemn nod to Zhou Ji. He then directed his attention to Fong Ting, murmuring, "I apologize. He will not disturb you again." Fong Ting offered no reply, not even a glance in his direction. Zhou Ji said nothing further, leading her away without delay. As for whether Ding Xiaoxia genuinely intended to relent, it held no significance to him. Even if the latter were to retract his words, he could simply force his way out. "Brother, you can't just let him go." At that moment, Ding Yizai, having just risen, staggered over to Ding Xiaoxia. Desperation etched on his face as he howled in protest at his brother's apparent acquiescence. Slap. A resounding slap met his face, sending Ding Yizai crashing to the ground. "Boss." He was momentarily stunned, the sting of his brother's slap burning against his skin, fear flickering in his eyes as he stared blankly at Ding Xiaoxia. Ding Xiaoxia, maintaining a cold demeanor, crouched down and seized his collar, bellowing, "Did I not instruct you to leave the Fong family alone? Do I need to repeat myself?" "Brother," he. An associate nearby, witnessing the scene, hesitated to intervene. Knowing that Ding Yizai had already suffered enough and now faced the humiliation of being struck by his own brother. "Get out." Ding Xiaoxia abruptly turned, his thunderous command sending chills through the gathered subordinates. They promptly fell silent and fled the private room in a panic. Slap. As soon as the door closed, Ding Xiaoxia raised his hand once more, delivering another sharp slap to Ding Yizai's face. "Do you understand me now?" Ding Yizai stumbled back from the blow, fear evident in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. "I understand. I won't dare again. Take him to the hospital." Hearing this assurance, Ding Xiaoxia finally stood up expressionlessly and strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the door, he coldly instructed several of his men waiting outside. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan was anxiously awaiting outside the restaurant, his eyes fixed on the activity within. "Brother Kuan, look over there. This is bad." Shag Chong, having just organized the men, suddenly noticed a large group of armed individuals swiftly approaching the establishment and urgently alerted his superior. Slap. Already on edge, Liang Kuan retaliated with a backhanded slap to Shag Chong's head, fuming, "Am I blind? Can't you see? Useless. Look at how many of them there are. Where are our men? Why aren't they here yet? How are you managing things?" Shag Chong, clutching his head, defended himself. "Brother Kuan, I've already notified them. The brothers are on their way." He truly felt wronged, for this was the opponent's territory, their influence extending far beyond Temple Street. No matter how swiftly he issued commands, he could not outpace the local gang's response. Liang Kuan remained relentless, barking, "Fool." Then keep urging them. "Tell them to hurry up. If they're late, you'll be feeding the fish in the sea." Yes, I'm calling now." Before he could finish, Liang Kuan kicked him in the leg, roaring, "Hurry up. Make that call. You dimwit." Shag Chong quickly dialed, while stealthily retreating a few steps, wary of further violence from Liang Kuan. Vroom vroom. At that moment, several vans sped into view, skidding to a halt not far away. As soon as the vehicles came to a stop, the doors swung open with a clatter. "Quick, everyone grab your weapons." Several armed associates jumped out of the vehicles, loudly urging those inside. 20 to 30 young men wielding machetes, iron pipes, baseball bats, and various implements of intimidation swiftly poured out of the vans. "Brother Kuan is over there," someone shouted, recognizing Liang Kuan standing still, and the crowd surged towards him. Brother Kuan, the target is right there. Which fool dares to challenge Brother Kuan? I'll chop him into pieces." The younger associates clustered around, their voices merging into a cacophon. "What's the matter?" Shueda immediately reprimanded. "How well has Brother Ji treated you? He hasn't made you do a single chore, arranged your accommodation, provided you with money to spend, and is even helping you and your wife with your identification cards. It was he who rescued your wife. Are you going to be a coward and stand idly by now?" As he spoke, Shueda thrust a package wrapped in newspaper into Li Changjiang's hands. "What is this?" Li Changjiang had yet to comprehend, unwrapping the newspaper while instinctively inquiring. Shueda declared with conviction, "A cleaver. How can you go into battle empty-handed?" Just as the newspaper fell away, a gleaming cleaver was revealed before his eyes. Li Changjiang stared at the lethal weapon in his grasp, opening his mouth in shock. Momentarily rendered speechless, the driver had initially thought Shueda was merely trying to intimidate, considering he appeared to be in his 40s. With an unremarkable appearance and a nondescript physique, it was hard to believe he was a figure of the underworld. However, as he caught sight of the glinting cleaver in Li Changjiang's hand, a chill ran down his spine. He pressed the accelerator with urgency, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Outside the Japanese restaurant, members of the Zhongqing Society were gathering in increasing numbers, while more of Hongxing's younger brothers were arriving behind Liang Kuan. Both sides had already spotted each other, yet the leaders from Zhongqing had yet to make an appearance. On Liang Kuan's side, although they were outnumbered, they did not rush into action. It was evident that this was a large-scale standoff, and both parties would need to negotiate before any conflict erupted. Only if talks broke down would they resort to violence. as engaging in combat would come at a significant cost. At present, the combined forces numbered around 5 to 400, with reinforcements still arriving from various directions. It was clear that if the situation continued to escalate, it could evolve into a conflict involving thousands. Should a battle ensue, the aftermath would be grave. Just the medical expenses and compensation would amount to a staggering sum. Naturally, Liang Kuan preferred to avoid confrontation. He believed that the leader of the Zhongqing society was not a fool. As long as Zhou Ji had not completely offended them, Zhongqing would likely refrain from acting rashly. At this moment, Boss B had just concluded his role as host for a boxing match and was about to take a sip from his water bottle. Boss B, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji rushed onto the boat, hastening toward Boss B while calling out to him. Seeing them approach, Boss B set down his water bottle, puzzled, and inquired, Haonan, what's the rush? Boss B, I've just received word that Liang Kuan is in Jordan confronting the Zhongqing society, and I've also received a request for reinforcements. Although Boss B had not yet fallen out with Liang Kuan, and Chun Haonan had previously faced Liang Kuan's wrath, they were now part of the same organization, and their boss maintained a decent relationship with the opposing side. Thus, they, as younger brothers, had no intention of causing trouble. Boss B frowned slightly upon hearing this. What is going on? How did Akun end up in Jordan? The details are unclear. But it seems Brother Ji has been surrounded there. Zhou Ji had just been promoted to a Hongkuan, and his status was no longer the same. He should be respectfully addressed as brother when they met. A Ji? Boss B furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. He had seen Zhou Ji twice and did not recall him being a belligerent individual. He was aware of the incident in Kowloon City, which had not been initiated by Zhou Ji, but rather provoked by others. Shan Ji, sensing Boss B's hesitation, urged, Boss B, say something. Are we going or not? That's Zhongqing's territory, and I hear they have a significant number of people. His urgency stemmed not from a genuine desire to assist Zhou Ji, but rather from seeing this as an excellent opportunity to make a name for himself. Although he had heard Zhou Ji's name before, they had yet to exchange a single word, so what bond existed between them? If the opposing side had not been numerous, Akun's men would not have sought their help. Boss B shook his head with a faint smile. All right, you few go and assess the situation. Yes, Boss B. Shan Ji's face lit up with joy as he pulled Chun Haonan along to leave. Haonan, Boss B suddenly called out to him. Boss B, be clever when you go, and don't act impulsively. I understand, Boss B. Chun Haonan nodded in agreement and quickly turned to leave with Shan Ji. Jordan, originally known as Guanchong, was already a bustling area of Kowloon. Now, with so many gangsters gathered, armed with knives and iron pipes, it was evident that a violent clash was imminent. Soon, two patrolling police officers noticed the unusual gathering and immediately called headquarters for backup. Zhou Ji, holding Fong Ting's hand, arrived at the entrance and was instantly taken aback by the scene outside. Fong Ting, still in college and accustomed to campus life, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Her face turned pale, instinctively hiding behind Zhou Ji. What the hell? Coming to his senses, Zhou Ji scanned both sides of the entrance, which was marked by the Japanese restaurant. Everywhere he looked, there were thugs wielding cleavers, iron pipes, and other without awaiting instructions from above. He took the initiative to contact the brothers who had yet to arrive, even alarming other leaders in the process. The shrewd leaders on Liang Kuan's side, sensing the unfavorable situation, promptly adopted the same strategy. They not only summoned members from their own faction, but those with extensive connections even began requesting reinforcements from other branches. It was under such circumstances that Chun Haonan received the news. Not only him, but several nearby branches of Hung Hing also gradually received notifications. Upon learning from his subordinates that Zhou Ji was surrounded, the sharp-eyed leader of Kowloon City personally rushed over with his men. Thus, both sides engaged in a contest of summoning reinforcements, vying to see who could arrive faster and in greater numbers. This ultimately culminated in the formidable scene before them. Chapter 39. He demands to duel Aji. What on earth transpired? Ding Xiaoxia, already in a foul mood, grew even grimmer upon hearing this. Along cautiously reported, a large contingent of Hung Hing has arrived at the entrance. From what the brothers downstairs said, the man earlier seems to be from Hung Hing. Hung Hing. Ding Xiaoxia had entered the private room later and was not present when Zhou Ji identified himself. He knew nothing of Zhou Ji's identity, not even his name. Hearing that the other party was a member of Hung Hing, his heart jolted immediately. Yes, he is an underling of Liang Kuan from Hung Hing South, Shimao Street branch. Just promoted to Red Pole this very morning. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaoxia's expression changed drastically as he strode toward the door. If the man was merely an ordinary member of Hung Hing, he would not be afraid. After all, Jordan was loyal Qing society's territory, and Hung Hing had no foothold there. But if he was truly a newly promoted Red Pole, especially one who had just assumed the post today, that would be troublesome. He was well aware what it meant when his own men had just gone to summon reinforcements. As the gang's leader, Ding Xiaoxia fully understood the gravity of the matter. The man had only been officially appointed that morning, and tonight he was surrounded on Ding's turf, a blatant slap in the face. Ignorance might have been excusable, but once aware, Hung Hing would never let the matter rest. Moreover, Hung Hing was the preeminent gang in Hong Kong, while the loyal Qing Society was merely a middling, second-rate organization. Even off their own ground, Hung Hing would inevitably intervene with overwhelming force. Aji, just as Zhou Ji was lost in thought, Liang Kuan's voice came from the crowd. Brother Kuan. Zhou Ji turned at the sound to see Liang Kuan standing among a cluster of leaders, exuding formidable presence. He immediately took Fong Ting's hand and quickened his pace toward Liang Kuan. In the current circumstances, he could handle things alone, but with Fong Ting by his side, bringing her to Liang Kuan was the safest option. Are you all right? Any injuries? Liang Kuan approached with several lieutenants. Brother Ji. Several leaders greeted Zhou Ji respectfully. I'm fine, Zhou Ji replied, shaking his head before frowning and asking, what exactly is going on here? Hey, glad you're unharmed. Liang Kuan relaxed visibly, then laughed heartily. What else could it be? We came to back you up. You're my brother, and anyone who dares touch you must first ask my permission. Brother Kuan. At that moment, Ding Xiaoxia emerged from the Japanese restaurant entrance. His gaze swept the scene, his face immediately growing solemn. He hadn't expected that just a single Zhou Ji would bring such a large force from Hung Hing in such a short time. His estimation of the man's importance rose another notch. At the same time, he felt a twinge of difficulty, as his second-in-command, Ding Yixia, had provoked the other side. Naturally, he recognized Liang Kuan. Regardless of how things unfolded, he had to step forward and greet him first. Haha, Liang Kuan chuckled lightly, stepping forward to stand beside Zhou Ji and looking at Ding Xiaoxia. Boss Ding, long time no see. Brother Kuan, a minor family matter hardly warrants such a large mobilization. Minor? Ji is my brother. What concerns him concerns me. Has the loyal Qing Society grown too comfortable in Jordan and now wants to pick a fight with Hung Hing? Ding Xiaoxia's expression darkened slightly as he forced a smile. Brother Kuan, enough joking. Haha, whether it's a joke or not, Boss Ding, you know best. Liang Kuan's face suddenly turned stern as he declared, I put it plainly today. Ji is my sworn brother. Anyone who lays a hand on him is challenging me, Liang Kuan, and I shall see it through to the end. Brother Kuan, your Hung Hing has vast power, but our loyal Qing Society in Jordan is no pushover. He barged into our turf causing trouble today. Shouldn't he be given an explanation? Explanation? I, Liang Kuan. Never explain my actions. Not convinced? Then let us settle it by force. Brother Kuan, you're being too aggressive. Oh, so you want to fight? Yu Ding Xiaoxia nearly agreed outright, ready to flip the table and battle. But as a gang leader, he had to consider the bigger picture. Once fighting broke out, it would mean all-out war with a colossal force like Hung Hing, and he would face more than just one enemy. Jordan lies at the heart of Yao Simong, not the exclusive domain of loyal Qing Society. Should he strike first, other gangs would swarm in to claim their share. Moreover, numerous factions have long coveted this territory. In such chaos, no one would miss the chance to kick someone when they're down. What is it to be? Liang Kuan, noticing Ding Xiaoxia's silence, grew more brazen. Are we fighting or not? Give me a clear answer. Ding Xiaoxia suppressed his fury and said gravely, Brother Kuan, ultimately, this is a personal grievance. We're all established players here and surely don't wish to stir up a storm. If fighting breaks out, no one benefits. Liang Kuan shrugged nonchalantly. I don't mind. It's up to you. How about this? We each yield a bit, all right? Yield? That depends on how you yield. Since it's a personal matter, why not settle it by the code of the Underworld? A one-on-one duel? A duel? Liang Kuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. Turning to his core men, he wants a duel. To face Ji one-on-one. Haha. Laughter erupted around them. Anyone familiar with Hung Hing or the inner workings knew Zhou Ji's reputation. This man possessed astonishing combat prowess, once single-handedly taking on hundreds, storming the Chaozhou gang's stronghold in Kowloon City and leaving them utterly defeated. Now Ding Xiaoxia proposed a duel with him? Surely a joke. Liang Kuan waved his hand to quell his men's laughter, barely containing his amusement. Are you serious? Ding Xiaoxia twitched his eyelid, restraining his anger. Brother Kuan, it's just a duel. Why are you laughing? Is it ridiculous? Or are you afraid to accept the challenge? Or is it him who is afraid? The last words were pointedly directed at Zhou Ji. Haha. Liang Kuan threw back his head and laughed heartily. I'm laughing at your foolishness. Do you know his name? Zhou Ji. Duel him? You must be joking. I'm afraid you'll lose so badly you'll try to deny it afterward. Ding Xiaoxia was about to retort when his subordinate Along quietly tugged his sleeve and whispered a few words in his ear. Chapter 40. Could it be true? You won the lottery? Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaoxia's gaze once again fixed on Zhou Ji, his pupils suddenly contracting. Previously, the name had seemed vaguely familiar, but in his anger, he had not given it much thought. It was only after a long reminder that he finally realized the truth. Before him stood a man whose refined appearance and striking features belied the fierce reputation circulating recently in the Underworld. A man who single-handedly battled 100 adversaries and crushed the Chaozhou gang in Kowloon City. No wonder Liang Kuan and his men had burst into laughter upon hearing the word duel. Had it been himself, knowing Zhou Zi's prowess, he too would have scoffed. This was no contest, but a certain humiliation. Their Zhongqing society also held territory in Kowloon City. During that incident, some of his men had been nearby and witnessed everything firsthand. Compared to those who only heard rumors, he understood the details and truly comprehended the terrifying skills Zhou Zi possessed. At one point, he had even contemplated recruiting Zhou Zi. But upon learning that Zhou belonged to the Heng Triad and failing to locate him, the plan was abandoned. Unexpectedly, they would meet again under such circumstances. Liang Kuan curled his lip and shrugged. So, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Dare to duel now? All right, I concede today. Ding Xiaoxie took a deep breath, fixing his eyes on Zhou Zi. You are indeed formidable, but we shall have more battles ahead. I'll be waiting any time. Zhou Zi shrugged lightly and replied calmly. I stand by what I said. Come at me if you have any grievances, openly or covertly, I can handle them. But leave those around me untouched. He paused, his eyes turning icy cold. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever being born. Don't think I'm bluffing. Ding Xiaoxie nodded solemnly, staring intently. Very well. I'll remember your words. We shall see about that. Then he turned to Long and instructed, dismiss everyone. Without looking back, he strode toward the Japanese restaurant. Zhou Zi shook his head gently, not taking Ding's words too seriously. As long as nobody targeted his people, their schemes were futile. If he weren't short-handed, he would have disrupted their gathering tonight and sent those brothers to feed the fishes. He somewhat trusted Ding Xiaoxie's promise, but if it were his unscrupulous second brother, Ding Yixia, he wouldn't believe a single word. After the severe lesson Zhou had dealt Ding Yixia, it would be months before he dared cause trouble again. In that time, Zhou could recruit forces and decisively deal with the Ding brothers. Currently, without a stronghold, the Zhongqing Society's territory was just right for him. Heng Hing had no presence in Jordan. Capturing this area might even earn him a say in local affairs. Is that all? Liang Kuan scoffed, waving dismissively. I thought you'd be more impressive. Duel? What a joke. Utterly foolish. We're leaving too. Shoo. The surrounding underlings erupted in cheers and whistles, then followed their leaders away. Haha. Liang Kuan clapped Zhou Zi on the shoulder. Ah Zi, you're ruthless. When they heard it was you, that guy's face turned green. Like he swallowed a dead fly, ha ha ha. He burst out laughing again. What a downer. Come on, we promised to celebrate your victory tonight. This place is too shabby. Let us find somewhere better to party. Kuan Gu, maybe let us just forget it? How can we? You're the star tonight. Zhou Zi glanced at Fang Ting beside him, whispering, Kuan Jia, I feel bad making so many brothers rush here on my behalf. Brother Ji, what are you saying? We're all family, brothers in arms. No need for such formalities. Exactly, Brother Ji. When you're in trouble, we stand with you. Yes, Brother Ji, don't be shy. Loyalty means everything in this world. The leaders around Liang Kuan immediately chimed in. Chuckling, Zhou Zi said loudly, since the brothers are so gracious, I can't let you come for nothing. I recently earned some extra money, just 50,000. I'll give it out as a token of appreciation for your hard work. If it's not enough, I ask for your understanding. If there's any left, drinks are on me. Can't let the brothers work for free. Wait. Liang Kuan interrupted immediately, leaning close and lowering his voice. Ah Ji, are you sure about this? This is just a gesture. No real fight happened. No need to spend so much. Leave it to me, I'll handle it. Liang Kuan knew Zhou Zi's background had only become known less than a month ago. He was supposedly in business, but hadn't he truly started? Where would 50,000 come from? I'm serious. Zhou Zi whispered back. Kuan Gu, I did come into some unexpected fortune recently. Really? You hit the lottery? Hom. Liang Kuan had mentioned it casually, not expecting Zhou Zi to nod seriously. Damn, no way. Liang Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Zi laughed and waved his hand. Relax, Kuan Gu. Not the jackpot, just second prize, about 600,000. Oh. Liang Kuan exhaled in relief, having thought it was the grand prize. Knowing it was second prize eased his mind considerably. All right then, no problem, Liang Kuan declared. Turning to shout, brothers, Brother Ji says to thank you all for coming tonight. He.s. offering 50,000 as a token of appreciation. Everyone here gets a share. I'll distribute the money to your respective leaders. If anyone doesn't receive theirs, come find me. Yeah, the nearby underlings cheered, surprised that just showing up without a fight could earn them money. Those farther off heard the commotion and began inquiring. Soon, all the brothers present learned the news, excitedly praising Zhou Zi's loyalty and generosity. Liang Kuan smiled wryly. In this life, it's all about profit, isn't it? Then his expression hardened as he stared at the leaders around him. Listen up. This money comes from Ah Ji. Let me be clear, Anyone who embezzles a single cent will have no mercy from me. Boss, looks like the cops are here. A leader whispered urgently. Liang Kuan glanced up and waved dismissively. What are we waiting for? Tell the brothers to disperse and go their separate ways. Tomorrow, the big shots will come to my company to collect their money. All right. Goodbye, Kuan Gu. Goodbye, Brother Ji. Take care. Chapter 41, Shock. The seemingly perfect man was unexpectedly greeted by a few leaders, who hastily acknowledged Liang Kuan and Zhou Ji before swiftly dispersing to summon their subordinates for a rapid retreat. In the blink of an eye, only Zhou Ji, Fong Ting, Liang Kuan, and Sha Chong remained, along with a few companions who had come together that evening. Since you have matters to attend to tonight, let us postpone our outing for another day, Liang Kuan remarked, giving Zhou Ji a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I shan't intrude upon your evening. Enjoy yourselves. After casting a meaningful glance at Fong Ting, who stood behind Zhou Ji, he departed with Sha Chong. Thus, a potentially large-scale conflict involving thousands quietly concluded. In the current state of Hong Kong's underworld, the majority have shifted their perspectives, focusing entirely on the pursuit of wealth. As for the reckless and impulsive individuals, they have either ended up in Stanley Prison or have long been eliminated from the scene. Occasionally, despite being at odds, parties may find themselves laying down their arms due to a negotiation. While minor skirmishes involving dozens may still occur, the era of large-scale brawls involving thousands has nearly vanished. On one hand, the police maintain a vigilant watch, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of unrest. On the other, the times have changed, and those unable to grasp the shifting tides will ultimately be left behind by history. Well then, go home, take a warm shower, and enjoy a good night's sleep, Zhou Ji said with a smile as he escorted Fong Ting to her building. The events of the night had likely left a significant impact on her. First, she had been deceived by Ding Yixie into a Japanese restaurant with ulterior motives, and then she encountered a gathering of thousands of ruffians in confrontation. Having said this, Zhou Ji opened his front door, switched on the lights, and when he turned to close the door, he noticed Fong Ting still standing in place. What's wrong? Why are you still here at this hour? May I come in for a moment? Fong Ting asked softly, glancing around. Is there something else? Zhou Ji inquired. And upon seeing her neither answer nor leave, he paused before adding, all right, if you're not afraid, then come inside. He was well aware that the Fong family traditionally harbored a disdain for the underworld. Previously, she was oblivious to his true identity, which made it inconsequential. However, after witnessing his other side tonight, she would likely feel apprehensive. Did I get you into big trouble? Fong Ting followed Zhou Ji inside, her voice trembling slightly. She had stood behind him the entire time, absorbing every word exchanged between him and Ding Yixie. Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively, saying, you now understand my identity, which might be a burden for you. As for me, I've seen far more daunting situations in this world. This is hardly worth mentioning. But, he interrupted himself. There's no but in this. Don't dwell on it. After all, we've been neighbors for nearly a month, and our interactions have been quite pleasant. Am I to stand idly by? Just keep this to yourself. You know how neighbors can be. I intend to stay here for the foreseeable future. Yes, I absolutely won't breathe a word of it, and you did this to save me. Then it's settled. You should head back now. Take a warm shower, and let tonight fade into oblivion. We can continue to be good neighbors as before, all right? All right. Fong Ting nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before turning to leave. Wait. Just as she was about to step out, Zhou Ji suddenly remembered something and added, you witnessed what happened tonight. Try to stay indoors as much as possible. If you truly need to go out, remember to call me. Ding Yixie had been severely injured, and it was unlikely he would recover quickly. Yet, one could never be too cautious. He might secretly instruct his men to engage in underhanded tactics. Am I being too much of a bother to you? Not at all. I happen to be free these days, mostly at home. If I'm not, just give me a call. I've already given you my number. Then I'll take my leave. I will definitely repay you the money I owe. With that, Fong Ting clutched her folder and hurried back to her own home. Money? What money? Zhou Ji instinctively questioned, but the words never left his lips. As she had already disappeared from view, he could only shake his head with a smile and shut the door behind him. As Fong Ting entered her home, leaning against the door, she took several deep breaths. Hey, why are you back so late? Just then, Ling Jie emerged from her room, curiosity etched on her face. Nothing. Just handling some matters at school. Chen Wei called a dozen times. Are you all right? I'm fine. Fong Ting forced a smile. Just then, the phone in the living room rang again. It must be him calling again, Ling Jie remarked with a glance. Fong Ting quickly answered the phone. Ting Ting. You're finally back. Are you okay? Why are you calling so late? I was just worried you hadn't retrieved your thesis. If you don't submit it tomorrow, you 1T graduate. I got it, don't worry. She hastily hung up the phone and retreated to her bedroom. After her bath, as she lay on the bed, the events of the night replayed vividly in her mind. She had never imagined that Zhou Ji, her neighbor for nearly a month, who was always so gentle and courteous to everyone, always ready to lend a helping hand, could possess such a hidden identity. He had repaired appliances, unclogged pipes, and even tutored her younger sister. He had even provided invaluable advice on her graduation thesis. She had heard that once, when a neighbor's child fell gravely ill. It was Zhou Ji who intervened with a few acupuncture needles to resolve the crisis. According to Fong Min, who was present at the time, a few gentle pricks were all it took for the child to turn from peril to safety. Initially, she had assumed Zhou Ji might be a doctor or a young professional just starting out, temporarily residing in the area due to family circumstances. Yet, what she witnessed tonight shattered all her preconceived notions. It was utterly shocking. The man she had considered nearly perfect turned out to be a member of the Underworld. And not just any member, but one of considerable standing. This was a reality she could never have fathomed. When Ding Yixia attempted to assault her, and she was on the brink of despair, Zhou Ji appeared as if sent from the heavens, rescuing her from peril. Faced with a throng of armed thugs, he remained unfazed, effortlessly guiding her to safety, dismissing the Ding brothers as inconsequential. What was even more astonishing was that he produced 50,000 right there, distributing it to the thugs who had come to his aid. This turmoil originated because of her, and she felt it was her responsibility to bear this financial burden. However, 50,000 was an insurmountable sum for her. She had yet to graduate and was still to submit her thesis tomorrow, and even if she drained her family's resources, she could not muster such an amount. Finally, she suddenly recalled that she must go to school tomorrow to submit her thesis, otherwise, she would not graduate successfully. However, Zhou Ji had advised her to refrain from going out for the time being. Now, she found herself in a dilemma, hesitating over whether to venture out to find him the following day. Chapter 42, at the police station. Sir, I've told you more than a dozen times. I was merely passing through there. What more do you want from me? At this moment, within the confines of the Yao Ma Ti police station, Shui Suida was on the verge of tears as he faced intense questioning. Shui Suida, do not presume that I am oblivious to your nefarious activities. The officer in charge of the interrogation, known as Sir, slammed his hand on the table, his tone dripping with disdain. You, a mere small-time thug, claim you were just passing by? Who, in the dead of night, wanders the streets brandishing a knife? It was evident that this officer held Shui Suida in low regard. Both were involved in the underworld, yet while others had ascended within their gangs, Shui had languished at the bottom for decades, aging without advancement. Why couldn't he simply lead a modest life and engage in small business ventures? Sir, I suddenly craved watermelon at midnight, and with no knife at home, I stepped out to purchase a cutting knife. Is that a crime? Having navigated the streets for many years, Shui Suida had become as cunning as an old fox. Although he felt aggrieved, he was well versed in handling such encounters with the police. After all, the laws of Hong Kong did not explicitly prohibit carrying a watermelon knife in public. And since he had not harmed anyone, what was there to fear? Sir sneered, not a crime. Perhaps not. Yet just prior, there were over 1,000 small-time thugs gathered in that vicinity, and you appear with a dangerous weapon, claiming you were merely passing through? Speak. What truly transpired tonight? It was indeed unfortunate. Shui Suida felt unjustly treated. He had dashed to the scene alongside Li Changjiang, arriving just in time. He hadn't even grasped the situation before charging in with his watermelon knife, resulting in immediate calamity. Initially, he had thought that with Zhou Ji's formidable skills and numerous brothers rallying in support at Temple Street, the Zhongqing Society was merely a second-rate gang. With Zhou Ji in command and sheer numbers on their side, as long as he remained cautious, nothing should go awry. After a lifetime of struggle, he had finally mustered the courage to fight back. Little did he know that he would encounter no signs of a brawl after just a few steps. Before he could even react, he found himself pinned to the ground by two patrolling officers. As for Li Changjiang, his situation was even more dire. He had hesitated about whether to actually wield his weapon, but Shui Suida had already plunged in. By the time he exited the vehicle, Shui had been subdued by two officers, and he himself faced several guns pointed at his head the moment he appeared. Thus, both were taken back to the police station. Their luck was perplexing. Should it be deemed fortunate or unfortunate? Upon their arrival, the confrontation had just concluded, and police reinforcements had only just arrived. They had missed the rumored melee, only to be caught by the police instead. In a separate interrogation room, Li Changjiang was also being questioned. Compared to Shui Suida, his background was far more complicated. He had committed crimes in the mainland, fled, served time in prison, and even faced a death sentence. However, his mindset remained rooted in the old rules from his past, leaving him utterly bewildered by the procedures here. Moreover, he currently lacked even a legal identification card. Thus, he resolved to adhere to the adage that silence is golden. Since his arrest, he had only uttered his name and nothing more. Hey, Li Changjiang, how long do you intend to remain silent? The officer in charge, sir, spoke with impatience. You refuse to answer any questions, and without an ID. How do you expect us to proceed? Upon hearing the mention of identification, Li Changjiang felt a tightening in his chest, but remained silent, his head bowed. In this state, I cannot help but suspect you are an illegal immigrant. Regardless of the pressure applied, Li Changjiang remained tight-lipped. Ah, sir, exasperated. Tossed down the file and exited the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Shui Suida was still entangled in a web of confusion in the adjacent room. Ah, sir, how many times must I say it? I was merely passing by. If you don't believe me, then present the evidence. Just then, the officer who had just exited Li Changjiang's interrogation room entered, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon him. Shui Suida, how long do you plan to maintain this charade? Your accomplice has already confessed. I advise you to be wise and come clean. Then just arrest me. Shui Suida was unfazed by this tactic. Confess? Confess what? Although he and Li Changjiang claimed to be there to lend support, they had not engaged in any altercation. They merely possessed 2 watermelon knives, hardly causing a ruckus. Shui Suida, you would do well not to play games. Your companion does not even possess an ID. Do not attempt to tell me he merely forgot it. Shui Suida was taken aback, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. They indeed had not instigated any trouble, but Li Changjiang lacked proper identification. This was becoming a predicament. Li Changjiang's origins had been previously discussed with Zhou Ji. He had illegally crossed over from the mainland, and if this were verified, the consequences would be dire. They could either face years in Stanley prison before being deported or be directly sent back. This was someone Zhou Ji had entrusted him to look after. If anything went awry, how could he explain himself to Zhou Ji? What? Have you remembered something? Usher noticed the change in his expression and couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. I wish to make a phone call. A phone call? That is no problem. As long as you cooperate honestly, not just 1, but 10 or 8 calls can be made at your leisure. Ah, sir, are you mistaken? Shui Suida rolled his eyes. I simply wish to call someone to secure our release. What do you want me to confess? Fine, I shall let you call. I am eager to see what you can concoct. Zhou Ji had just finished his shower and was preparing for bed when his phone suddenly rang. It was Shui Suida calling from the police station, stating that he and Li Changjiang had been taken to the Yao Mati police station. Zhou Ji was instantly overwhelmed with a headache and hurriedly dressed to address the situation. Shui Suida did not elaborate. But Zhou Ji was keenly aware that the issue likely stemmed from Li Changjiang's identity. Li Changjiang was someone he valued. His identification had long been arranged, but he had yet to pass it on. Upon arriving at the police station, he sought out the officer in charge of the case, presenting Li Changjiang's identification documents. Once the police verified the information as clean, and noting that neither had been involved in any criminal activity, he paid the bail and was permitted to take them away. Before departing, someone quietly warned him to exercise caution. Zhou Ji's reputation in the underworld had already spread, and the police were certainly paying attention. However, regarding the incident in Kowloon City, there was no evidence against him, and he had acted in self-defense. Legally, he had the right to defend himself when faced with over 100 armed thugs. He was now focused on pursuing a legitimate path. Thus, he paid little heed to such warnings. Yet, upon learning that the 2 had been apprehended while attempting to support him, he found the situation both amusing and lamentable. He never imagined that Shui Suida, typically timid and conflict-averse, would engage in such antics at his age. Was this not simply seeking trouble? Shortly after the 3 departed the police station, Sister 13 hurriedly arrived to take Shui Suida away. His lottery winnings had already been credited, and Sister 13 had been busy searching for a new place to live. Once the property was secured, she intended to move from their current residence. However, she could never have anticipated that her usually law-abiding father would end up detained for involvement in a brawl. The journey was filled with her reprimands and nagging. Chapter 43, Recruiting Old Soldiers. Since Zhou Ji handed over Li Changjiang to Shui Suida for settlement, the 2 had not met again. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to have a thorough conversation with the other party. Thus, he chose to walk to Li Changjiang's residence instead of calling for a car. Along the way, neither of them spoke, merely walking in silence. Changjiang, here are the identification cards for you and Amon, just obtained today. Upon reaching the base of Li Changjiang's building, Zhou Ji halted, extending the 2 cards. Thank you, Brother Ji, Li Changjiang exclaimed as he received the identification, a look of joy illuminating his face. With this, he and Amon could finally establish their roots, no longer needing to fear police identity checks when venturing outside. However, the thought of tonight's events cast a shadow of worry across his expression. Although the scene had long concluded by the time they arrived, he had overheard snippets from the police at the precinct. A chaotic melee of thousands. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had experienced the battlefield, endured the hail of gunfire. Merely imagining such a scene was enough to send shivers down his spine. He glanced down at the identification in his hand, his thoughts swirling. Zhou Ji had assisted him immensely, never imposing any conditions, only asking him to follow his lead and work. Did this imply that he would inevitably face such storms repeatedly in the future? Observing his demeanor, Zhou Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Now that you have your identification, You can go wherever you please in Xianjiang. Even a leisurely stroll around Tai would be fine. What are you still worried about? Li Changjiang opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily speechless. Are you afraid of a repeat of tonight's events? Zhouji pondered for a moment before speaking. Changjiang, you've been in Xianjiang for a few months now, right? You should have some understanding of the rules of the underworld. In today's Xianjiang, you can't avoid associations in whatever you do. Some matters cannot be sidestepped simply by wishing to do so. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to get involved in these affairs, but the reality is that without backing, one can hardly make a move. Since there's no escaping, we must confront it. To ensure your safety, you need to grow stronger. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Li Changjiang nodded, though reluctant to admit it. He recognized the truth in Zhou Zi's words. Although he rarely ventured out, he had witnessed enough of the association's operations. Even a small street stall selling fish balls had to pay on time for protection. There was no need to elaborate on other matters. In that case, I'll be direct. Zhou Zi patted his shoulder, his tone earnest. You know I'm currently short on manpower. With my current reputation, if I put the word out, those wishing to ally with me would likely line up. Recruiting isn't a concern. Li Changjiang nodded. Did Gu mention your situation to me? Do you know why I haven't taken anyone in? Zhou Zi countered. Li Changjiang was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. He was not unfamiliar with underworld affairs and had seen many bosses flaunting their entourages. However, Zhou Zi was different. He had hardly anyone by his side, appearing particularly solitary. It's not that I don't want to recruit, but those who come forward are not what I'm looking for. Zhou Zi paused before continuing. What I seek are capable individuals like you, who avoid trouble and follow orders. Li Changjiang was about to respond when Zhou Zi raised his hand to interrupt him. I know your background. An honorably discharged veteran from the mainland, who has seen combat, and escaped from a death sentence due to your comrades' entanglements. Moreover, your family has a military background. Your father also hails from the army, correct? Li Changjiang was taken aback, suddenly looking up at Zhou Zi. These details had not even been shared with Amon, let alone outsiders. He never anticipated that the other party would know so much. Don't be alarmed. Zhou Zi waved his hand dismissively. I'm not probing into your background, nor am I using this information to coerce you into working for me. In fact, I was already aware of this before meeting you. Li Changjiang was even more astonished. He could not fathom how someone from a Xianjiang gang, barely a month out of prison, could have knowledge of his past. Don't be too surprised. Zhou Zi observed him calmly. When I was inside, I had a decent relationship with the big circle over there and gained some understanding of the situation in the mainland. Li Changjiang slowly nodded. This is how I see it. You are a veteran, a community I am somewhat familiar with. After retiring, you usually maintain contact with your comrades, don't you? Li Changjiang's expression hardened, instantly becoming alert. What do you intend to do? If it were solely targeting him, it wouldn't be a concern. After all, Zhou Zi had helped him immensely, and even if reluctantly, it would be reasonable for him to assist Zhou Zi in return. However, if it involved his comrades, those who had survived the battlefield together, he could not remain indifferent. Calm down. Zhou Zi produced a cigarette box, offering him one while lighting up another for himself. Consider the current state of affairs in Xianjiang, and then think of your comrades. They survived against all odds. Surely you wouldn't want the same fate to befall them, or see them end up like those few comrades who once harmed you, would you? Indeed. Li Changjiang took a deep drag from the cigarette, memories flooding back, his expression growing somber. To say he harbored hatred was difficult. How could one resent those with whom they had fought side by side, entrusting their lives to each other? The mainland would surely improve in the future. But the present was undeniably challenging. Zhou Zi exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone distant. Rather than letting them struggle there, risking trouble at any moment, why not bring them over to help me? At least they would have a way out. I've told you before, I aim to walk the straight path. I'm not asking them to engage in illegal activities. They all possess skills and can help me manage the territory and business. As long as they are willing to come over, they will be my brothers. As long as I have a meal, they won't go hungry. With that, he gently patted Li Changjiang on the shoulder before extinguishing his cigarette and tossing the butt to the ground. You don't need to respond immediately. Take your time to think it over. It's getting late, and I should take my leave. Amon is probably waiting anxiously. You should head back as well. Li Changjiang nodded solemnly, his tone earnest. I will think it through carefully. Good. I await your response. Zhou Zi waved his hand and turned to leave. This time, he had spoken from the heart, expressing his attitudes and intentions clearly. The next steps were entirely up to Li Changjiang. Li Changjiang watched Zhou Zi's retreating figure, standing still for a long while. It was not until the silhouette vanished into the night that he lowered his head, extinguished the cigarette butt, and frowned as he ascended the stairs. In truth, Zhou Zi had long intended to discuss matters with Li Changjiang, to swiftly find a reliable group of individuals. Recruiting these veterans was undoubtedly the most efficient approach. Having served in the military himself, though not having been on the battlefield, he understood this community all too well. Having undergone formal military training, possessing an understanding of teamwork and exhibiting discipline, not to mention the ability to survive on the battlefield. Such individuals boast psychological resilience and practical skills that far surpass those of ordinary people. How could the street ruffians of Hong Kong possibly be compared to them? In this day and age, having such a group of individuals to assist one's endeavors would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon. Moreover, among this group, not everyone is as compliant as Li Changjiang. Chapter 44. The future leader seeks my support. A night passed without incident. The following morning, after finishing breakfast at home, Zhou Jigang was visited by Fong Ting. "What is the matter?" Fong Ting said, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Well, Jigu, I need to go to school today to submit my thesis. Otherwise, I won't be able to graduate." "All right, just a moment. I'll have someone bring the car around," Zhou Jigang replied, promptly retrieving his phone to dial David's number. He was aware that Fong Ting was studying at Shuren College in North Point, which was indeed a considerable distance from Kowloon City. David had recently been at an impasse with suppliers while simultaneously searching for raw materials. Given the early hour, he likely had not yet left his residence. When the call connected, Zhou Jigang's assumptions proved correct. David was still at home. Upon learning that a vehicle was required, he immediately agreed to send one over and mentioned he would bring his cousin along to introduce him to Zhou Jigang. "All right, go back and get ready. We'll head downstairs shortly." After hanging up, Zhou Jigang turned to Fong Ting and asked, "By the way, did you mention this to Sister Ling and the others last night? Try not to go out too much these days." "I didn't say anything. I was afraid they might worry." Zhou Jigang pondered for a moment. "That's fine. Let us keep it under wraps for now. Don't be too anxious. I will resolve this matter promptly. After all, it only occurred last night, and for the time being, there is no need to be overly cautious regarding Ding Xiaoxia. I suspect he will first warn Ding Yixia, and in the short term, they should refrain from taking any reckless actions. Besides, last night's incident stemmed from Fong Ting. If retaliation is to occur, she will likely be the first target." Fong Ting returned to her room to prepare and soon came downstairs. Shortly after they arrived at the ground floor, David drove up with the car. After the vehicle came to a halt, a young man emerged alongside him. Zhou Jigang recognized the individual at a glance. He had dark skin and bore a resemblance to David, causing him to momentarily pause. However, given the small size of Hong Kong, where actors often played multiple roles in films, he could not ascertain exactly who this person was. "Boss." David greeted Zhou Jigang as he stepped out of the car, but upon noticing Fong Ting beside him, his brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware that and had already become involved with Zhou Jigang. Now, with the appearance of another young girl, whose beauty and presence were equally striking, he felt a twinge of wariness. Zhou Jigang, sensing David's reaction, smiled and clarified, "This is my neighbor's daughter, Fong Ting. She's headed to school today, and I'm giving her a ride." "Oh, Miss Fong, it's a pleasure to meet you." David quickly donned a cheerful smile. "Hello," Fong Ting responded politely. After exchanging pleasantries, David then introduced the young man beside him. "Boss, this is my cousin. He heard that I'm working with you and wanted to come along to see if he could join in." "Hello, Jigu. I'm Jimmy." "Jimmy?" Zhou Jigang's heart jolted, internally exclaiming, "Oh, it's you." The very Jimmy who, in his relentless pursuit of wealth and business, was ultimately compelled to sit atop the throne of Liansheng. In the film, David portrayed two roles, and he had never anticipated that in this intertwining world of Hong Kong cinema, they would be revealed as cousins. Nonetheless, it must be said that their personalities bore some resemblance. Both were astute thinkers, drawn into the underworld only by circumstance. "Yes, you can call me Jimmy. You wish to work with me?" "Indeed." Jimmy nodded vigorously. "Excellent. From today onward, you will stay by my side to assist." Zhou Jigang nodded and addressed David. "David, you can go about your business. I'll take care of Jimmy today." "All right, I'll take my leave then." David replied, turning to Jimmy to advise, "Jimmy, since you're working with the boss, make sure to follow his orders." "Understood, cousin." David nodded slightly and then departed. The negotiations had recently reached a critical juncture, and today he needed to visit several suppliers in person. "Can you drive?" "Yes." "Good, then you'll be the one driving. Fong Ting, please provide him with the address." After confirming the details, Jimmy started the car and set off. "Jimmy, you should be aware of my true identity, correct?" After they had driven for a while, Zhou Jigang lit a cigarette, casually offering one to Jimmy as he narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. Although Jimmy had not shown any overt signs of surprise upon first meeting him, there had been a fleeting moment of hesitation when he first laid eyes on him after stepping out of the car. Clearly, he was not entirely oblivious to Zhou Jigang's background, perhaps even more informed than David. "Yes, I know." Jimmy nodded with frankness, showing no signs of concealment. "You are the subordinate of Liang Kuan, the leader of the Hung Hing Society at Temple Street, and you were just promoted to a red stick yesterday. In fact, when my cousin mentioned your name, I was still somewhat skeptical. Although I had never seen you in person, once I saw Sister Fong beside you, I was almost certain." Upon hearing this, Fong Ting felt a sudden tightening in her chest, and quickly glanced at Zhou Jigang. The conversation between Ding Xiaoxia and Zhou Jigang from the previous night still echoed in her ears. She had initially thought that Jimmy was a pawn sent by Ding Xiaoxia to deal with Zhou Jigang. Sensing her unease, Zhou Jigang gently patted her hand in a comforting gesture. Don't worry, he has no connection to Ding Xiaoxia. Jimmy hastily added, that's right, Sister Fong. You need not fear. I genuinely wish to follow Ji Gu. He then smiled and continued, with Ji Gu's skills, someone like me is hardly a concern. Even Ding Xiaoxia wouldn't resort to such tactics. Oh, Fong Ting slowly nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Zhou Jigang turned his head, smiling as he asked, your cousin doesn't seem to be fully aware of my background. How did you come to know? And why do you wish to associate with me? Well, Jimmy sighed with a wry smile. I lack the good fortune of my cousin to meet you directly. I originally intended to lead a quiet life and engage in small business ventures. However, as you know, individuals like me, who lack support, face constant harassment from gang members even when trying to set up a stall. Once or twice, it's bearable, but after repeated incidents, it becomes impossible to continue business. Recently, I was contemplating joining a gang, so I've been particularly attentive to such information. When I heard my cousin was working for you, I couldn't help but feel intrigued and wanted to see for myself. You possess a keen mind. There's no other choice. If I don't align myself with a gang, I will eventually be left with no options. Initially, I planned to find some organization to affiliate with, merely seeking stability for survival. But now that a better opportunity has presented itself, how could I let it slip away? Haha. Zhou Jigang chuckled softly. Indeed. Your thoughts mirror my own from the past. Rest assured, from now on, follow my lead and do not concern yourself with anything else. Simply focus on managing the business. I assure you, I will not treat you unfairly. Jimmy nodded enthusiastically, his face beaming with joy. Don't worry, Brother Ji, I will certainly dedicate myself wholeheartedly from now on. Excellent, let us prosper together. Zhou Ji felt a surge of delight. Jimmy, being an anomaly within the gang, was a person of remarkable business acumen. The prospect of bringing him under his wing was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Chapter 45. In the future, she would serve as my secretary. At that moment, Fong Ting suddenly spoke softly beside him. Brother Ji, I have graduated. May I also work with you? Huh. Zhou Ji was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at her. You wish to work with me? Yes. Fong Ting nodded vigorously. Why? Zhou Ji inquired, perplexed. You just submitted your thesis today and have officially graduated from university. Securing a respectable white-collar position should not be difficult for you, should it? Zhou Ji was indeed somewhat bewildered. While he could comprehend Jimmy's willingness to follow him, after all, although Jimmy was quick-witted, he lacked formal education and finding a decent job was nearly impossible for him, necessitating a start from small street ventures. Fong Ting was different. She was a legitimate college graduate. Her qualifications were evident, so why would she entertain such thoughts? Jimmy just said it. Fong Ting hesitated for a moment before continuing. Regardless of the field, there is always a shadow of the gang behind it. Brother Ji, you possess so many remarkable skills, yet you too must join the organization to wield your abilities. As for me, not to mention, I am merely a girl. With a powerful figure like you nearby, why should I seek distant prospects? Rather than hoping for an elusive future, I would prefer to seize the opportunities at hand. Moreover, I still owe you a significant sum of money. Her words were heartfelt. The months spent together had allowed her to witness many admirable qualities in Zhou Ji. He was knowledgeable, insightful, skilled in medicine, and possessed a multitude of talents, with capabilities that were unfathomable. If even someone like him had to rely on the gang to navigate his path, what chance did she have? As a woman, how far could she realistically go in this world? After the events of the previous night, her understanding of society deepened, and her mindset matured. She no longer held the naive belief that diligent study alone would guarantee a bright future upon graduation. Zhou Ji was momentarily startled, as a vision of Fong Ting from the great era flickered through his mind. She was bold and passionate, fully aware that Ding Xiaoxia was a figure of the underworld with whom there was a long-standing feud, yet she chose him without hesitation. In the workplace, she was equally decisive and capable, embodying the very model of an independent and self-reliant woman. It must be said, she was indeed a rare gem. Have you thought this through? He asked. If Ling Jie finds out, will she agree? She has worked tirelessly to raise all of you. I have thought it through very clearly. Once I decide, I will not regret it. If Ling Jie learns of this, I will explain it well, and I believe she will understand. Besides, you are still our neighbor, and she has always held a favorable impression of you. Very well, Zhou Ji said, rubbing his nose. Since you have expressed your intent so clearly, once you obtain your graduation certificate, you may officially work with me. With the conversation reaching this point, he had no choice but to agree. Though Fong Ting was a woman, the narrative indicated that she was indeed a remarkable talent. Furthermore, she had received systematic education, which inherently made her qualifications stronger than Jimmy, who had come into the fold later on. He recalled that in the original story, Fong Ting's second job was as a secretary to a high-ranking official. Allowing her to serve as his secretary in the future seemed an excellent choice. On the way back, Zhou Ji happened to meet Liang Kuan and handed over the 50,000 they had discussed the previous night. Around 11 in the morning, he returned to Kowloon City with Fong Ting. He instructed Jimmy to drive to find David and additionally tasked him with a mission to disclose his true identity to David and to persuade him to accept it. Given Jimmy's eloquence, combined with Zhou Ji's first-hand experiences, persuading his cousin should not pose much of a problem. 3 days swiftly passed. During these days, Zhou Ji had not ventured outside, partly to attend to the Fong family situation and partly to observe Ding Xiaoxi's movements. However, the latter remained inactive, leaving him uncertain whether he had given up or was biding his time for the right moment. Initially, he had thought that according to the plot, Fong Zhangbua should have returned by now. Yet, after inquiring, he learned that Ling Jia had yet to find any trace of him. Perhaps it was because he had repaired the television for Ruan Mei, which caused them to miss their originally intended meeting. Staying indoors during these days had afforded him the opportunity to read extensively. His focus lay predominantly in the realms of hypnosis and psychology. As the two disciplines complemented each other, after several practical applications, he discovered that hypnosis was an exceptionally useful skill. In an era where surveillance was not yet advanced, it was akin to a lethal weapon that left no traces. After days of intensive study, he had made significant progress. His experience with hypnosis had notably increased. Nearing the threshold for an upgrade. Knock knock. Is anyone there? Are you there? Just as Zhou Ji finished his dinner and sat in the living room perusing a book, a series of urgent knocks echoed, accompanied by the anxious calls of Granny Kai. I am Granny from next door. Please open the door. As he approached the door, the knocking persisted, laced with a sense of urgency. I'm coming. Zhou Ji responded and hurriedly opened the door. Granny Kai stood at the threshold, her expression frantic as she exclaimed, Aji, something terrible has happened. Amei is gravely ill. I fear for her life. I'm truly terrified. I will go immediately. Zhou Ji replied, rushing out of the house towards Ruan Mei's residence. Quickly, Granny Kai urged from behind. What happened? Fong Ting, hearing the commotion, quickly opened her door and rushed out, concernedly approaching them. Amei is writhing in pain on the floor. Something is seriously wrong. Upon hearing this, Fong Ting immediately supported Granny Kai and hurried towards Ruan Mei's home. Zhou Ji swiftly entered through the open door and found Ruan Mei curled up on the bed, clutching her abdomen tightly and twisting in agony. What's wrong? It hurts so much. Ruan Mei gritted her teeth, groaning in distress. Fong Ting rushed to the bedside, anxiously asking, where does it hurt the most? My stomach hurts, she replied, nearly unable to articulate a complete sentence due to the intensity of her pain. Quickly call an ambulance. Don't panic. Let me take a look first. Zhou Ji observed the situation and had formed a preliminary assessment. To confirm, he reached out and placed his hand on Ruan Mei's wrist, carefully checking her pulse. Brother Ji, how is it? Fong Ting, seeing him checking her pulse, waited quietly. And as soon as he finished, she immediately inquired. Fong Ting, go to my house and bring me the bag of silver needles next to the television. All right. I'll go right now. Fong Ting turned and dashed out. Aji, what illness has Amei contracted? Granny Kai asked tremulously. The issue is not significant. Zhou Ji reassured her, then added, Granny Kai, please step outside for a moment. This illness is contagious. I will first administer acupuncture to alleviate her condition, and then we will take her to the hospital. Huh, it's contagious? The elderly woman, startled, took a step back and, as she was about to leave, couldn't help but remind, you must ensure that Amei survives, Aji. You must not let anything happen to her. Chapter 46. Am I on the brink of death? Brother Ji, the silver needles are here. At that moment, Fong Ting rushed back, breathless, handing the silver needles to him. Yes, Ting, you should step outside as well. Keep your distance and be cautious not to contract anything. Okay. Fong Ting hurriedly exited the room upon hearing this. As both were dismissed, Ruan Mei immediately grew anxious, her voice trembling. Aji, don't hide it from me. Am I not long for this world? He chuckled lightly. Even in such a state, you can still laugh. Lie down. Let us address your pain before discussing anything else. All right. Ruan Mei obediently reclined. Zhou Ji then lifted the fabric covering her abdomen, skillfully inserting several silver needles into the acupoints. Oh, the pain has truly subsided, but I still feel unwell all over. You were already ill. Naturally, you would feel discomfort. How do you know I am unwell? Isn't it obvious? I am a physician. How could I not discern that there is something amiss with your health? Zhou Ji shook his head helplessly. From the very first time I met you, I sensed your frailty. Really? Why have you never mentioned it? We were not well acquainted back then. How could I speak so freely? But now that we are familiar, why haven't you brought it up? It is precisely because we have grown closer that it feels more difficult to say. In truth, Zhou Ji was well aware that Ruan Mei suffered from congenital heart disease. a condition he had discerned upon their initial encounter. Now, with his medical skills having reached a masterful level, he could easily diagnose her ailment and even had the capability to cure it entirely. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that such a condition required a surgical procedure performed by a cardiologist in a sterile environment, utilizing specialized equipment, all of which must occur within a formal operating room. Despite his extraordinary medical prowess, he lacked a medical license. Furthermore, which hospital would readily grant access to an operating room to someone like him, an outsider? As he spoke, he carefully withdrew the silver needles from her abdomen. Let us go. It's time to take you to the hospital. But you have already administered acupuncture. Why hasn't it cured me? If you were cured, would you still feel unwell? Stop talking. Conserve your strength. I will carry you there. Before long, Zhou had Ruan Mei on his back, hailing a taxi at the roadside. Aji, you still haven't told me what illness I have. Be honest with me. Am I beyond hope? You didn't allow the old lady to enter the room. Does that mean I'm already doomed? In the taxi, Ruan Mei leaned weakly against his shoulder, her eyes reddening as she trembled, asking in a wavering voice. What nonsense are you thinking? Zhou said, exasperated. Ruan Mei, you merely ingested spoiled food and contracted cholera. I asked the old lady and Fong Ting to leave simply to prevent cross-contamination. Cholera, while dangerous, is not incurable. Acupuncture can only provide temporary relief. True treatment requires medication and rehydration. Rest assured, once we reach the hospital, everything will be fine. He had only the silver needles at his disposal, devoid of any medication. And given the contagious nature of her condition, it was wise to seek hospitalization. After all, hospitals are well equipped to handle such infectious diseases. If she remained at home, where would the old lady stay? Sniffle, I knew it. Didn't I? Upon hearing this, Ruan Mei immediately began to sob. She then recounted her experiences over the years, mentioning her parents and several siblings, all of whom had succumbed to heart disease. Over the years, she had lived frugally, never indulging in good food or purchasing new clothes, fearing that one day she would collapse without anyone to care for her. At that time, lacking both funds for treatment and family companionship would be utterly tragic. She was completely engulfed in sorrow, leaving Zhou unable to interject to clarify that her heart was not failing. He could only comfort her repeatedly, promising that once she recovered, he would take her out to savor delicious food and buy her new clothes. In the end, she looked at Zhou with tear-filled eyes, choking on her words. There is something I've never dared to try, and now I truly regret it. Zhou, slightly puzzled, gently inquired, what is it? Speak, and I will certainly help you fulfill it. He had indeed watched the drama The Great Era, but it was merely a television series with a convoluted plot that he often skimmed through, particularly neglecting the minor details. He was aware that Ruan Mei had been hospitalized due to food poisoning, but he was unclear about the dialogue surrounding her transportation to the hospital, as he had skipped over that part. Thus, he was unaware of what she had said at that time or whether she had left behind any words of farewell. Yet, upon hearing Zhou's willingness to assist her, Ruan Mei's expression brightened considerably. She then quietly said, throughout my life, many boys have shown interest in me, wanting to pursue me, but I understand that my condition is precarious, and I fear burdening others, so I have never entered into a relationship. Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to flow once more. Stop crying. You just said you wanted to try something. Are you sincere? Of course I am. Once you recover, I will pursue you. Don't cry. We will be at the hospital shortly. You don't understand. As a child, I always fantasized about dying in the arms of a Prince Charming. Now that you are by my side, it feels as though my childhood dream has come true. As she spoke, her sobs grew louder. All right, enough of the tears. Since your wish has been fulfilled, why the sorrow? But I have never truly been in a relationship with you. We have been neighbors for so long, yet you have never pursued me. Don't worry. You will be fine. I will definitely pursue you once you are discharged, all right? It's too late for all that. I am going to die? Zhou replied helplessly. Who says you are going to die? You do not have heart disease. How could you possibly be in danger? You are deceiving me. Your medical skills are so profound. If it weren't a terminal illness, how could you not heal me? And you still refuse to tell me what illness I actually have. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's that you keep crying, not giving me a chance to explain. All right. We've arrived at the hospital. Let us go inside. As they continued their conversation, they had already reached the hospital. Zhou quickly exited the vehicle, escorting Ruan Mei to the emergency room. Watching Ruan Mei being wheeled into the operating room, Zhou couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Was this not akin to personally experiencing a final farewell? Chapter 47. I Can Heal. Approximately an hour later, the doors of the operating room opened, and the doctor emerged. Zhou hurried forward, asking, Doctor, how is the situation? The doctor nodded. It's all right. She was brought in a bit late. But she mentioned that you performed acupuncture on her, alleviating her symptoms, which proved effective. She is now out of danger. She contracted cholera and must be isolated for treatment. You currently show no symptoms and will be able to leave after a checkup. Understood. Thank you, doctor. Subsequently, a nurse led Zhou Ji to undergo a routine examination. Although he was well aware that he was fine, it wouldn't hurt to comply. One could surmise that after this incident, Wanmei would no longer carelessly consume leftover food. While frugality is indeed a virtue, neglecting one's health for the sake of it is a grave disservice to one's own life. After completing the checks, Zhou Ji was ready to leave. Wanmei had been isolated and was not accessible at that moment. "Doctor, where's the doctor? Please come and save my mother." As he made his way down the corridor, two men rushed past him, shouting loudly as they ran. "Sir, the doctor has already explained that your mother has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. As long as the surgical fees are paid, the operation can be arranged immediately. Is there any way to perform the surgery first? We will gather the money right away. I implore you to make an exception." "Sir, I truly have no power to assist you. This is the hospital's policy. I beg you, my mother cannot wait. Can you please proceed with the surgery? I will kneel before you." Before the words had fully left one man's lips, he suddenly dropped to his knees before the nurse with a thud. "Sir, please don't do this. I am merely a nurse." The other man, witnessing this, immediately roared, "Where is the doctor? Where is the doctor? Get him out here." No sooner had he finished speaking than he kicked violently at the reception desk in front of the nurse. The wooden surface splintered instantly, sending shards flying. "Ah!" The nurse screamed in terror and fell to the ground. "What are you doing? This is a hospital. No disturbances are allowed. Who are you? Are you a doctor?" "I am." As soon as the doctor responded, the man who had kicked the desk lunged forward, grabbing the doctor's collar. "All right. Then you will perform surgery on my mother immediately, or I will make you wish you hadn't. Do you believe me?" "Yes. Arrange the surgery quickly, or I will beat you until you are picking up your teeth." The man who had knelt also sprang to his feet, clenching his fists in threat. The doctor trembled in fear, his legs shaking as he stammered. I am a surgeon. What is wrong with your mother?" The doctor said it was a cerebral hemorrhage. "This is a matter for neurosurgery. I don't understand. You can't treat her? Do you think I won't beat you down right now? Even if you beat me to death, I cannot perform the surgery. I truly cannot. A neurosurgeon is required." At that moment, Zhou Ji arrived on the scene. Upon seeing two men so desperate for their mother's life that they were ready to assault the doctor, he was taken aback. These two were none other than Tony, the second brother of the Vietnamese trio, and Ahu, the third. Knowing their reputation for filial piety, the scene before him was not difficult to comprehend. Judging by their appearance, they had likely just escaped from the Baishur refugee camp. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to begging on their knees for the surgical fees. Despite the doctor's repeated explanations that he was not the specialist needed, the brothers still refused to relent. After a few more shouts, they directly dragged him toward the patient room. Zhou Ji silently followed suit. The eldest brother, Jia Gu, was presumably in the ward tending to their mother at that moment. He approached the door and glanced inside. Due to the intimidating presence of the three brothers, the other patients had long since hidden away, leaving only their mother lying alone on the hospital bed. Upon learning that this doctor was a surgeon and unable to handle a cerebral hemorrhage, Jia Gu erupted in fury. "What madness is this? Do you wish to kill our mother? He is a surgeon. Our mother has a brain hemorrhage. What use is he here?" Seizing the opportunity, the doctor managed to slip away, scrambling out of the ward in a hurry. Ahu spoke in a low voice. "Big brother, what do we do now? The nurse said we need to pay for the surgery first, but we don't have that much money. I even knelt down and it was of no use." Tony gritted his teeth. "Big brother, how about you and Ahu stay with mom while I think of a way to raise the money? If worst comes to worst, I'll rob it. I will get that surgical fee." With that, he turned to leave. Sometimes, a mere penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. In the movies, the three brothers are portrayed as extravagant and glorious. Now, to save their mother, Ahu could only kneel and plead. "Brother, don't act impulsively." Zhou Ji finally stepped into the room, blocking Tony, who was about to go out and commit robbery. Tony's expression darkened. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" "I am a relative of another patient. Seeing how devoted you are to your mother, I wish to help." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Jia Gu rushed over, grasping Zhou Ji's hand tightly, and said eagerly, "Hello? Thank you so much. If you can help us pay for the surgery, we will do anything you ask of us. First, let me see the condition of your mother." Sure. Jia Gu quickly stepped aside, also pulling Tony to the side. Zhou Ji approached the bedside and observed the elderly woman, who appeared to be over 70, with a pale complexion and an extremely weakened state due to her illness. The hospital's diagnosis was indeed accurate. She had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. He placed his hand on the elderly woman's wrist, carefully checking her pulse, discovering that her condition was still within a controllable range. "How is it? We did not deceive you, did we? My mother is truly in trouble," Jia Gu exclaimed as Zhou Ji withdrew his hand from his mother's wrist, leaning closer with urgency. "Yes, it is indeed a cerebral hemorrhage. But considering your mother's age and physical condition, I would advise against surgery." Ahu panicked upon hearing this. "What? If we don't perform surgery, what should we do? I can treat her. The three brothers' eyes brightened simultaneously as they exclaimed in unison, "You can treat her?" "Yes." Zhouji nodded. Then took out the acupuncture kit he had previously stored after treating Wanmei. "First, I will stabilize your mother's condition. And then we must hurry to get her out of here. Given the commotion you just caused, the police will likely arrive shortly." Before the three could respond, Zhouji moved like a gust of wind, expertly inserting several silver needles into the acupuncture points on the elderly woman's head. "Hey, you!" Among the Vietnamese three brothers, only a who stood frozen in place, unable to move. The eldest and the second brother, initially excited by Zhouji's claim to be able to heal, soon reconsidered the gravity of a cerebral hemorrhage, realizing that such a serious condition could not simply be cured by mere words. Moreover, the individual before them, despite being well-dressed, appeared far too youthful to possess exceptional medical skills. They hesitated to gamble with their mother's life and were about to advise him to pay for a proper doctor when Zhouji, having already acted swiftly, had inserted several needles into their mother's head. Chapter 48. We three brothers will follow you from now on. Just as they were about to express their anger, a soft groan escaped from the hospital bed. They turned abruptly to see their mother, who had been in a coma for so long, slowly opening her eyes. "Mom!" The brothers shouted in excitement, rushing to the bedside. "For now, her condition is only temporarily stabilized. We must relocate her quickly. Otherwise, it will be troublesome once the police arrive." Zhouji understood that mere words would not convince them. If he waited for them to contemplate thoroughly, he might lose the opportunity to administer the acupuncture. Thus, he decisively awakened the patient to provide proof through action. "All right, Ahu, quickly carry Mom. We need to go." Jia Gu responded repeatedly, helping to lift their mother while urging Ahu. Ahu immediately crouched down and lifted their mother onto his back, with Jia Gu and Tony supporting her on either side, swiftly following Zhouji out of the hospital. As they exited the hospital doors, they coincidentally brushed past two uniformed patrol officers. Fortunately, the other party remained oblivious to any irregularities, allowing everyone to successfully hail a taxi by the roadside and depart smoothly. By this time, it was already late at night. Without hesitation, Zhouji escorted them back to his residence. "Here we are, this is my home. Be careful as you come inside." He opened the door, illuminated the living room, and guided the three brothers, supporting their mother into the house. He then led them into the bedroom, gently settling the elderly woman onto the bed. "Step back a bit, don't block the light. I'm going to administer another acupuncture session for Aunt now." All right. The three promptly retreated, almost pressing against the wall, anxious not to interfere with Zhouji's procedure. "Tonight, one more treatment. Tomorrow, we continue with the acupuncture to gradually expel the intracranial blood stasis. Auntie will regain most of her faculties. With persistent therapy and medication, recovery is merely a matter of time." About half an hour later, Zhouji carefully withdrew each silver needle from the patient's head, tidying up as he spoke. "Mom." Upon seeing him finish removing the needles, the three brothers hurriedly rushed to the bedside, their voices filled with urgency. Zhouji immediately cautioned, "No need to call out. Auntie still cannot hear you." "Why?" "Mom was awake earlier." Jia Gu asked anxiously. "That was merely to earn your trust. I temporarily awakened her consciousness. Don't worry, the blood stasis is not yet fully dissipated. We must proceed gradually." "Oh, I see." Having witnessed the events at the hospital, the three brothers had absolute faith in Zhouji's medical skills and now followed his guidance without question. "It's late. Let us make do here tonight. We can discuss other matters in the morning." "Thank you, big brother. You rest first. Don't trouble yourself with us." Zhouji nodded slightly, ignoring them as he felt somewhat fatigued after leaving the bright street not long ago. The following morning, shortly after 10 o'clock, Zhouji slowly awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found three pairs of anxious eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him, causing his heart to jolt. He sat up abruptly, instantly alert. It turned out the three brothers had kept vigil throughout the night, waiting for him to treat their mother. Although Ahu had wanted to wake him earlier, Aja stopped him. They all knew when Zhouji had fallen asleep last night. Despite their anxiety, their mother's condition took precedence, as did their gratitude toward this life-saving benefactor. Noticing Zhouji's sudden movement, the three brothers realized they had startled him and quickly stepped back a few paces. "Big brother, sorry for frightening you." "It's all right." Zhouji waved it off, his gaze falling on their bloodshot eyes. "You haven't rested the entire night?" Aja replied sheepishly. "Mom's still unwell. How could we sleep peacefully?" "All right then." Zhouji sighed and rose calmly. "I'll wash my face first. Then perform acupuncture again to draw out the stasis. She'll awaken soon." Such filial devotion was indeed deeply moving. Great. The three brothers' faces lit up with joy, nodding repeatedly. "By the way, my name is Zhouji." Emerging from the restroom, Zhouji feigned a sudden realization. "I still don't know your names." Aja promptly responded, "Hello, brother Ji. Just call me Aja. This is my second brother, Tony, and this is our third brother, Ahu. You too." Greet big brother. Hello, brother Ji. They bowed quickly. Zhou nodded. I'm going to administer acupuncture to Andy now. Which of you will come in to assist? I will. Ahu immediately stepped forward. Aja quickly stopped him. You're too clumsy. I'll help instead. Ahu reluctantly stepped aside. Aja followed Zhou Ji into the bedroom, asking hurriedly, Brother Ji, what should I do? Bring a basin of warm water from the bathroom. Got it. Aja turned to prepare. Soon, Zhou Ji began the acupuncture treatment. Undeniably, both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine possess their respective strengths in post-stroke rehabilitation and bone realignment. Traditional Chinese medicine often holds a distinct advantage. Continue. After about half an hour, Zhou Ji gently lifted the elder's head. From her nostrils flowed dark purple blood mingled with tiny clots. This was the blood stasis accumulated in her brain. How is she? Upon Zhou Ji and Aja emerging from the bedroom, Tony and Ahu immediately approached, anxiously inquiring. Zhou Ji smiled. The basic treatment is done. She'll awaken soon. We'll continue acupuncture and medication. She should recover within about a week. He then took a sheet of paper from the table and swiftly scribbled a prescription. Next, he called Jimmy, asking him to come here quickly. When Jimmy arrived, Zhou Ji handed him the prescription, instructing him to procure the medicine promptly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The three brothers witnessed their mother's gradual awakening from coma to full recovery. Their gratitude toward Zhou Ji was beyond words. Early that morning, Jimmy arrived at the door. Aja, Tony, Ahu, and Jimmy gathered to sit together. Upon Jimmy's arrival, Zhou Ji invited the four to the living room. Aja spoke first after sitting down. Brother Ji, whatever you need, just say it. We'll handle it thoroughly. Then I'll get straight to the point. Zhou Ji nodded. Actually, I'm affiliated with the Honghing Society. Currently serving under the leader Liang Kuan at the Honghing Temple Street branch. I was recently promoted to Red Pole, but I've lacked reliable men by my side. Aja immediately pledged, Brother Ji, no need to say more. The three of us will follow you from now on. We may not have many skills, but we're decent fighters. If anyone crosses you, just say the word. We'll settle it. Good. Zhou Ji smiled. Since you all say that, then I accept you as my brothers. As long as I have food on my table, I won't let you go hungry. Chapter 49. Mistaking the eldest for a strategist if memory serves, aside from their filial piety. The three brothers in the film were no strangers to betrayal and murder for profit. Yet, under current circumstances, Zhou Ji had no other options. He truly had no one else capable to rely on. Although Aja's skills were somewhat lacking, Tony and Ahu were quite formidable. Since fate had brought them together, it was better to recruit them first. Neither now nor in the future would these three cause much trouble. What Zhou Ji could do was treat them sincerely and with utmost loyalty. But if they ever betrayed or schemed against him, he would not hesitate to respond with ruthless severity. Zhou Ji briefly explained his situation to the three brothers. There was not much to elaborate on. He had few subordinates, and the counterfeit goods factory was not yet fully arranged. He then handed them $50,000, instructing Jimmy to take them out shopping for new clothes and to find a place to settle. His own home was too small to accommodate three brothers and an elderly woman together. It was neither conducive for the old lady's recuperation nor for his own rest. At midday, the three brothers donned their new attire and returned alongside Jimmy. The issue regarding their residence had also been resolved. Upon learning that Zhou Ji was associated with the Honghing Temple Street faction, Asa promptly rented a room nearby. He and his brothers accompanied the elderly gentleman to ensure he was comfortably settled, and once again administered acupuncture to him. After the treatment, he instructed Jimmy to remain behind for supervision. Brother Kuan. He then led Asa and the three brothers to the company to meet the illustrious Kuan. These three may be lacking in various skills, but when it comes to navigating the underworld, they are undoubtedly remarkable. Thus, he made a point to introduce them, fostering familiarity for smoother collaboration in the future. Aji, you've arrived. Have the Chongqing Society given you any trouble in these past few days? None at all. Just encountered a minor issue that temporarily held me back. Oh, has it been resolved? Indeed, it's all settled. Zhou Ji replied with a smile. As luck would have it, I seized the opportunity to recruit 3 younger brothers. I believe they have potential, so I brought them along to broaden their horizons and familiarize themselves with the scene. Really? You finally decided to take on younger brothers? Kuan's interest peaked at this revelation. All right then, I must take a good look. Anyone who catches your eye, Aji, must surely be extraordinary. I'll let them in. Zhou Ji chuckled as he opened the door, inviting Asa and the 3 brothers inside. Come, you 3. Remember this well. This gentleman is our leader at Honghing Temple Street, Brother Kuan. Greetings, Brother Kuan. Greetings, Brother Kuan. Greetings, Sister Kuan. The trio exuded an air of ferocity, unmistakably the kind of individuals who could hold their own in a fight. Haha, splendid. Splendid. Kuan laughed heartily, unable to contain his amusement. Indeed remarkable. Each one of you possesses a robust physique and an imposing presence. As he spoke, he opened a drawer and placed 3 stacks of cash on the table. From now on, Follow Aji diligently, and the faction shall not treat you poorly. This sum shall serve as your initiation red envelope. Thank you, Brother Kowloon, Azza exclaimed, seizing the money from the table. We will undoubtedly remain steadfast in our commitment to assist Brother Ji. Indeed, your leader, Aji, is a prominent figure in Hung Hing, having single-handedly taken on an entire faction, leaving over 100 men incapacitated. Do not tarnish his reputation. The three brothers were taken aback by his words. Having stayed with Zhou Ji for the past few days, they had only seen him engrossed in books or engaging in friendly chats with neighbors, always wearing a warm smile and exhibiting genteel manners. Hearing that he was a member of the society, they had assumed he was a strategist, never imagining he was capable of such ferocity. Kowloon, being an old hand in the game, could instantly discern the inherent rebellious spirit within the three. Though he was unaware of how Zhou Ji had managed to tame them, he was more than willing to give Zhou Ji a hand in mentoring these newcomers. After all, sometimes the weight of words spoken by others carries more significance than one's own, especially when the speaker holds a position of authority. They are Zhou Ji's subordinates, but ultimately, they also belong to Kowloon's ranks. Azza, you and your brothers are men. Do find a reliable caregiver for your mother. It will bring peace of mind. Upon leaving the company, Zhou Ji addressed the three. Ahu, you will temporarily accompany me. You two, swiftly recruit a group of younger brothers. Do not bring just anyone. I am not after quantity, but quality. Understood, Brother Ji. We are clear on that. Azza promptly replied. Zhou Ji nodded. Good. Shortly, I will have Jimmy send you a sum of money. This group must be ready to mobilize at any moment. We may soon need to take action. Indeed, he had been contemplating whether to officially raise his banner and gather followers, but had been hindered by a lack of capable hands. Now, with the arrival of Azza and his brothers, the problem had been effortlessly resolved. To overlook such talent would be a grave waste of opportunity. Just moments ago, Kowloon had discreetly informed him that Ding Xiaoxia had been frequently in contact with individuals from Japan, likely seeking skilled fighters to deal with him, and advised him to exercise caution in the coming days. Zhou Ji had long been eyeing the territory of the Chongqing society. Otherwise, he would have acted already. With the strength of Ding's brothers, he could easily handle the situation himself. However, the absence of capable subordinates rendered him unable to maintain control over the territory, even if he managed to eliminate the opposition. Hence, he had decided to remain patient and observe the unfolding situation. Now, with Azza and his brothers at his side, there was no need to wait any longer. Procrastination had never been his style. Regardless of the truth behind the information, as long as he had the manpower, he would first subdue the adversary and then deliberate on the next course of action. Furthermore, he had been awaiting a response from Li Changjiang. After so many days of silence, it seemed he was still in a state of hesitation. Li Changjiang was a man of loyalty. The previous night, he had approached Zhou Ji with certain words, likely burdened by too many thoughts and lingering doubts. However, Zhou Ji had never intended for these individuals to involve themselves in the affairs of the society. Once the matter concerning the counterfeit goods factory was settled and legitimate business was on a stable path, the other party should no longer be entangled in uncertainties. He could afford to wait for this period of time, utilizing people to their fullest potential and resources to their utmost utility. After imparting his instructions, Zhou Ji departed with Ahu. Before leaving, Azza specifically reminded Ahu to stay vigilant and ensure Zhou Ji's safety. Chapter 50. How should I express my gratitude to you? Azza had previously caught wind of certain rumors while at Kowloon's, understanding that Zhou Ji's recent circumstances were rather precarious. Upon returning, he promptly took action, arranging for a caregiver for his mother that very afternoon. That evening, he went out with Tony to begin the recruitment of new members. The three brothers had narrowly escaped from a refugee camp, and by fortunate chance encountered Zhou Ji, who not only cured their mother's ailment, but also directly brought them into the ranks of such a significant faction as Hung Hing. Being entrusted with such a vital task from the start was an opportunity that must be seized with both hands. As for the troubles Zhou Ji faced, they considered them trivial. Not to mention Zhou Ji's formidable strength, the three brothers were not to be trifled with either. Anyone daring to oppose Zhou Ji would be directly taking on the three of them. Should anyone obstruct their path, they would resort to force until they were subdued. To rise above, to live a better life, one must fight relentlessly. A single punch can clear the way, sparing one from enduring countless blows. Zhou Ji's intention to act against the Chongqing society was not only due to their offense against him, but also to establish his authority. He genuinely sought to conduct legitimate business, but relying solely on the Hung Hing name was insufficient. In Hong Kong, there are hundreds of gangs, several of which stand equal to Hung Hing. If he did not showcase his prowess, by the time his legitimate business was underway, countless insignificant players would emerge to challenge him. Even if the Chongqing society were not present, he would still need to find a target to engage. Upon returning home, Zhou Ji tidied up the house briefly. He instructed Ahu to remain and keep an eye on the Fong family's situation while he prepared a medicinal soup to visit Yuan Mei and check on her recovery. After all, when he had initially sent her to the hospital, he had passionately declared his intentions to pursue her. Several days had passed, and he had yet to pay her a visit. As Zhou Ji pushed open the hospital room door, he caught sight of her hurriedly stuffing something under the quilt. "It's you. You scared me to death." Upon realizing it was him, Yuan Mei sighed in relief and raised her hand to pat her chest. "It is I. What is it?" Zhou Ji approached with a smile, concealing something. Even in the hospital, one cannot remain still. As he spoke, he noticed Yuan Mei pulling out a knitted item from beneath the blanket. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, gently placing the nourishing meal and the fruits he had picked up along the way on the table. "Ah Ji, do you not understand that this is an isolation ward? You should not be here. Did the nurse permit your entrance? If I do not enter, should I stand outside and speak to you through the glass?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Mei instinctively shrank back, urging softly, "You should leave quickly. I might infect you." Zhou Ji smiled slightly. "If I were to be infected, it would have happened long ago. Who was it that brought you to the hospital? I am a doctor myself. Would I fear such a trivial risk?" He paused, his tone teasing. "Besides, if I truly were to catch it, wouldn't he that allow me to accompany you? Who was it that cried so sorrowfully, lamenting why I did not pursue her? The one who clamored for a romantic relationship with me? Oh dear, why do you still bring that up?" Yuan Mei's cheeks flushed immediately, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "What can I do?" Zhou Ji shrugged with a smile. "Someone cried so pitifully back then. How could I possibly forget? You still dare to say that? I will ignore you," Yuan Mei muttered, grabbing the yarn and bowing her head to continue her knitting. "Let me see what you are knitting. Is it a sweater?" Zhou Ji said, bending down to pick up the half-finished sweater lying at her feet. It appeared to be skillfully crafted, and the design was quite unique. This pattern seems somewhat unsuitable for you, does it not?" He held up the sweater for comparison. Though the style was lovely, it did not quite match Yuan Mei's temperament. Yuan Mei explained softly, "I am knitting it for the elderly lady next door. It is 100 yuan per piece." "Oh my, is that true?" Zhou Ji exclaimed in surprise. "You are quite impressive. At this rate, you might even earn back your hospital expenses. This time, I will at least be unable to work for some time. All my work-study subsidies and allowances are gone. If they are gone, then they are gone." Zhou Ji gently pressed down on her hand that was knitting. "Do not busy yourself with this for now. Look at what I have brought you. Specially prepared nourishing soup, filled with ginseng, angelica, and red dates, all beneficial ingredients." Yuan Mei's expression changed, and she blurted out, "Have you lost your mind? What is the matter?" Zhou Ji asked, puzzled. "Do you not realize this is meant for patients? It replenishes energy and nourishes the blood. Particularly beneficial for your heart's recovery. You cannot be serious, can you?" Yuan Mei's voice trembled, her face paling further. No, I cannot accept your things. My grandmother's pig liver soup is enough." "What do you mean by not serious? This soup was cooked specifically for you. Enjoy it without worry. I will not ask you for money." But what? If one is to pursue a girl, one must show some sincerity, right? Otherwise, do you think I could easily win your heart? Ah, you are actually serious." Yuan Mei shook her head in a panic. "You know I have a heart condition. My sister passed away at just 24, and none of my other siblings lived past that age. I am already 21. I surely cannot last much longer. It is merely a heart condition." Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively. "Do not forget, I am a doctor. It is not a terminal illness. I can treat it." Yuan Mei gently shook her head. "Do not joke about. My illness is hereditary and cannot be cured. I do not wish to be a burden to you." "Who is joking with you?" Zhou Ji looked at her earnestly. "The day I brought you to the hospital, I told you that I sensed something was wrong with your health the moment I laid eyes on you. But no more buts." He handed her the medicinal soup. "This soup has been specially formulated for you. It will help regulate your body and alleviate the burden on your heart. Would you like to try it and see for yourself if I am deceiving you? Is it really effective?" "Of course." Zhou Ji nodded, then poured a steaming bowl of medicinal soup and presented it to her. It smells delightful." Yuan Mei, inhaling the aroma, could not help but exclaim. "Did you not say this was medicine? How can it have no bitterness at all?" "I already mentioned it is medicinal food, belonging to the category of dietary therapy. If you prefer bitter medicine, I can prepare the actual medicine for you next time." "Ah, please do not." Yuan Mei hurriedly waved her hands. "I fear bitterness the most." After saying that, she cautiously took a sip, her eyes lighting up instantly. "This is truly delicious. Is this really medicine?" Though medicinal food has effects similar to medicine, it is far more palatable and easier for the body to absorb, Zhou Ji explained with a smile. In the course of their conversation, Yuan Mei had finished the entire bowl of soup. "How do you feel? Is your chest more comfortable?" It truly is." Yuan Mei suddenly realized that the long-standing feeling of heaviness in her chest had quietly dissipated significantly with the consumption of this bowl of medicinal soup. Zhou Ji took the empty bowl, gently placing it aside, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Now, do you believe me? I can truly help with your heart issue. Now tell me, how should you thank me? Chapter 51. Has the factory agreement been finalized? Ruan Mei raised her eyes in confusion. Thank you for what? Still pretending to be clueless? Are you trying to entice me into treating you for your illness? I am not so easily fooled. Who is trying to fool you? I am not. Oh, then what do you mean? Let me remind you, your condition is not simple. If you do not show some sincerity, I will not continue to assist. How much do you want? Money? This is not about money. Initially, it was you who said you wanted to pursue a relationship with me. Seeing such a beautiful girl facing demise is truly a pity, which stirred my compassion. You are not trying to deceive me, are you? In that case, it does not matter. There are plenty of beauties around. Even if they cannot compare to you, I can always have a few more girlfriends. Ah, you are shameless. You dare to say a few more? What is wrong with that? For someone as handsome and capable as I am, having several girlfriends is quite normal. You are simply too shameless. Oh, you actually call me shameless? Well then, I have decided that even if you agree now, I will only grant you one position among my many girlfriends. You if you hesitate any longer, you will lose even that position and become merely an ordinary backup. Ah, you infuriate me. You do not cherish the opportunity. Will you agree or not? Otherwise, you will truly be just one of many. All right, I agree, but there can only be one position. No one else can be added. And it must wait until I am completely healed. Understood. Zhouji could not help but burst into laughter. Well then, dear future girlfriend, shall we fulfill a tiny obligation first? What obligation? Did we not agree to discuss that after I recover? Upon hearing this, Ruan Mei was startled like a frightened rabbit, instantly retreating to the corner of the bed. What are you thinking? I am only talking about a small obligation, not the entirety. What is it? At the very least, a kiss, right? How else would I know you are sincere? If I cure you and you go back on your word, I will have worked in vain. Humph. If you are not afraid of infection, then come. Ruan Mei straightened up suddenly, raising her chin and glaring at him sideways. TCH, if I were afraid of that, I would not have stepped into this ward. Before he finished speaking, Zhouji had already walked up to her, unhesitatingly bending down to kiss her. Ruan Mei's eyes widened suddenly, and the warmth that brushed against her lips made her heart race like a drum, causing her breath to catch in her throat. Quite satisfactory, Zhouji remarked as he lifted his head, gently patting her cheek with a smile. Barely passing, yet you exhibited no reaction whatsoever. More practice is necessary for the future. Ruan Mei, instantly incensed, retorted, that was my first kiss. And you speak so casually about it. I understand. Zhouji waved his hand dismissively. My dear potential girlfriend among many, rest well. Once you are discharged, we shall take our time to practice. With that, he turned and left, his steps light and his mood buoyant. Oh, it was only after the door had been closed for some time that Ruan Mei regained her senses. Letting out a startled exclamation, she then unconsciously reached up to touch her lips. Her cheeks flushed as fleeting images danced through her mind. In a sudden flurry, she pulled the blanket over herself, enveloping her entire being within it. The following day at noon, David called. The negotiations for the factory had concluded successfully, with the other party agreeing to a transaction price of 500,000. Zhouji felt a weight lift from his heart. After such prolonged discussions, a resolution had finally been reached. What surprised him even more was that this price was significantly lower than expected. He recalled that the initial asking price had been 850,000. The reduction was indeed quite substantial. Jigu, Zhouji, accompanied by a Hu and Fong Ting, made his way to the Fuck Kt house in Kuntong. David, Jimmy, and Bixian were already waiting at the entrance. Zhouji nodded slightly and inquired, is this where we're meeting? Has anyone arrived? David replied, the appointment is for 2 o'clock. The other party has yet to show up. 2 o'clock? That's still quite early, Zhouji observed, glancing at his watch, noting it was only 12:30. Ample time remained. Curiously, he asked, David, is this the factory we previously considered with an asking price of around 800,000? Indeed. Zhouji could not help but probe further. How did you negotiate from 800,000 down to 500? You should ask Jimmy. David paused, glancing at Jimmy beside him, whose expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Oh, so it was Jimmy who negotiated it? Zhouji's gaze shifted to Jimmy. Jimmy chuckled awkwardly. Jigu, it wasn't entirely my skill. He then turned to beckon a few individuals who were lingering a short distance away. You lot, come over here. Coming, Jimmy Gu, coming. Zhouji looked over to see several young men squatting on the ground, smoking. Upon noticing Jimmy's call, they promptly discarded their cigarettes and hurried over, adjusting their attire as they approached. Hello, Jimmy Gu. As they drew near, all but one appeared somewhat shy, while the others greeted with enthusiastic bows. This is Jigu. Greet him, Jimmy instructed. Hello, Jigu. Hello, Jigu. They chorused respectfully. Zhouji scrutinized them, recognizing two faces that seemed familiar but could not immediately recall their names. Jigu, this one here is Feiji, and the one beside him is Dongguanzi, Jimmy introduced, prompting Zhou Ji to realize they were the two from the film. They had already garnered some recognition in the industry, yet still bore the youthful, somewhat raw aura of streetwise delinquents. He had not expected that these two would be enlisted by Jimmy for this task. Once Jimmy had introduced everyone, he continued, "The reason we managed to lower the price is largely due to their efforts." He then recounted the entire course of events to Zhou Ji. He and David had engaged in several discussions with the seller, who steadfastly clung to a price of 750,000. Despite the seller's humble beginnings as a mere street vendor, he should have understood the fundamental principles of business. Negotiation entails both concessions and gains. Given that the factory was evidently struggling to remain operational, each day of delay incurred further losses, yet the seller stubbornly held on to an inflated price, which was rather peculiar. Having interacted with a wide array of people in his daily life, Jimmy, being astute, quietly investigated the matter. He discovered that the seller's initial cost to establish the factory was just above 800,000. Yet he dared to demand 850,000 and stubbornly clung to 750,000, regardless of profit or loss. Such tactics clearly indicated a desire to exploit them as fools. However, the present circumstances were no longer comparable to the past. They were no longer mere street vendors, but had become part of a syndicate under Zhou Ji's leadership. Since the seller chose to play tricks, Jimmy felt no need to hold back and sought out individuals to exert pressure on the seller. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Though Kuntong was somewhat remote, there were plenty of young people loitering about. Soon, they located Feiji and Dongguanzi, who appeared relatively agreeable. He revealed his affiliation with Hongxing, offered them $2,000, and explained the situation, instructing them to handle it as they deemed fit. Within a couple of days, the seller reached out voluntarily, expressing a willingness to renegotiate the price. Chapter 52, Unwelcome Guests. Are they attempting to play games? Haha, Zhou Ji chuckled at the conclusion of Jimmy's tale. Well done. Impressive. With that, he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Feiji, Dongguanzi, and the others. You all performed admirably. From now on, work alongside Jimmy. Take this money and enjoy yourselves. Rest assured, as long as you put in the effort, I will not shortchange anyone. Thank you, Jigu. The group accepted the money, counting it to find a sum of 10,000, astonished by the generous reward for merely running an errand. Zhou Ji merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. In the world of society, who does not strive for a living? To inspire diligence in others, one must be willing to invest. As it happened, it was mealtime. You've all worked hard during this time. Come, lunch is on me. Let's enjoy a meal together. With that, Zhou Ji led the way into the tea house. What's the matter? As they ascended the stairs, he lightly patted David on the shoulder and asked, Has Jimmy not mentioned what I actually do? David shook his head. He did. Since you are aware, and you haven't reached out to me proactively, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Jimmy has shared quite a bit with me. Then, do you harbor any alternative views on this matter? Zhou Ji smiled slightly. David, I joined the syndicate to engage in meaningful work, not to intimidate others. However, should anyone dare to toy with me, they must not blame me for my lack of mercy. Not at all. David quickly shook his head. I do not disagree with Jimmy's approach. Rather, I misjudged the situation and nearly jeopardized everything. Upon hearing Jimmy's findings, I was infuriated. That scoundrel, despite my sincere attempts to negotiate, repeatedly toyed with me, nearly leading to an agreement, only to have me treated like a fool. Had Jimmy not intervened, I would have stormed over to demand an explanation. It was then that Jimmy had taken the opportunity to reveal Zhou Ji's true identity to him, sharing his own experiences of the hardships of street vending, emphasizing that to succeed in the world, one must inevitably navigate the syndicate's challenges. Reflecting on his own days running a repair shop, barely making ends meet while paying protection fees each month, he realized that without such past experiences, he would not have been able to reconcile with Zhou Ji's identity. Since the other party is unwilling to negotiate earnestly, we might as well resolve this matter in the manner of a syndicate. Later, when Jimmy sent men to take action, he did not voice any objections. Don't take it too personally. Zhou Ji chuckled. Even if it gets smashed, it's no great loss. At least the factory is secured. It's merely a matter of spending a bit more money. Consider it the price of a valuable lesson. Honestly, I have high hopes for you. David truly put in his utmost effort this time. A minor slip-up does not undermine the overall outcome. After all, this is his first time handling such affairs, and everyone must go through a learning curve. I trust that after this experience, he will proceed with greater caution in the future. Yes, I shall be more vigilant in handling matters henceforth. Enough, the contract is about to be signed. Relax. Later, accompany me for a few good drinks. Zhou Ji generously ordered a sumptuous spread of fine dishes and exquisite wine, and they all indulged in a hearty feast. These people, including Fong Ting who accompanied him today, had now become his trusted inner circle. In the days to come, they would rely on each other's efforts to carve out their shared destiny. After the meal, Zhou Ji found a window seat on the second floor of the tea house, brewed some tea, and patiently awaited the opposing party's arrival to sign the contract. David and Jimmy sat at another table, while two subordinates were stationed downstairs to keep watch. How do you find it? Zhou Ji accepted the tea poured by Fong Ting, took a light sip, and inquired, how does it feel to accompany me on your first business outing? Today, he had deliberately brought Fong Ting along to give her a taste of the syndicate's affairs in her capacity as secretary. If she wished to back out now, there was still time. Fong Ting smiled faintly. Not bad. It's somewhat different from what I imagined. What did you expect? Zhou Ji paused, then smiled and asked, surely you didn't think that every time we go out on business, it would be like last time, with crowds of thousands watching? Fong Ting chuckled shyly and lowered her head to fetch the teapot. She was unsure whether it was fortune or misfortune that her first real exposure to syndicate matters coincided with such a grand spectacle. Young people tend to harbor fantasies, and some unrealistic notions are inevitable. But having witnessed such a grand scene, adapting to life alongside Zhou Ji would now come more swiftly. It was merely a coincidence. Zhou Ji shook his head. Those who roam the streets may appear glamorous on the surface, but who knows what lurks behind the scenes? The dazzling exterior is forever but the facets seen by outsiders. He spoke the truth. How many truly rise in this line of work? Most merely eke out a living. Only they themselves know the bitter and sweet realities. The original owner's days before imprisonment had been miserable, often going hungry from one meal to the next. Then why do so many syndicates still exist? That's a rather profound question. Zhou Ji smiled. It ultimately boils down to social issues. Hong Kong is such a small place with limited opportunities. What about the rest? People need to eat. To live well, they must find other paths. Oh, enough. I won't dwell on this now. In time, you will understand. In truth, operating within a syndicate is no different from other endeavors. The key is to think strategically. Those without brains will always remain at the bottom. Fong Ting nodded gently, refraining from further comment, her gaze drifting to the street view outside the tea house, quietly reflecting on Zhou Ji's words. At that moment, a subordinate downstairs hurriedly ascended, his face flushed with urgency, whispering a few words into David's ear. David and Jimmy's expressions darkened instantly as they swiftly approached Zhou Ji's table. What's the matter? What happened? Brother Ji, the situation is not right. The subordinate downstairs reported that quite a number of people had arrived opposite, and they did not seem friendly. Oh, what mischief are they up to now? Jimmy promptly suggested, Brother Ji, why don't you leave first? We'll stay and gauge the situation. Haha. Zhou Ji waved his hand with a smile. No need. This has dragged on too long. I'm not inclined to wait any further. If they want to play tricks, I'll see how they intend to perform. No sooner had he spoken than he rose to his feet. Fong Ting hurried to stand as well. Sit down. Zhou Ji gently pressed her shoulder. Ah Ting, stay here. And by the way, help me brew a fresh pot of tea. This one is too weak and tasteless. With that, he strode toward the table where David and the others had been seated. Brother Ji, Fei Ji, Dongguan Zi, and a few others stood to greet Zhou Ji as he approached, even pulling out chairs for him. Zhou Ji's gaze swept over the group, evidently. They had all heard about the commotion downstairs, their faces tense. Nervous? He asked with a smile. Not at all. Fei Ji and Dongguan Zi answered simultaneously, their tones crisp and resolute. The others opened their mouths, but uttered no sound. Hearing the two as confident replies, their faces reddened with shame as they lowered their heads. Chapter 53. You're also with Hung Hing. Haha. Zhou Ji patted Fei Ji and Dongguan Zi on the shoulders. Well done, brave souls. Then turning to the others, he said, don't be embarrassed. Fear is natural. Those of us in this life walk a razor's edge every day. Who isn't afraid? It's okay to be afraid. The key is not to succumb to it. When it's time to act, you must act. No matter how scared you are. You cannot retreat, lest you perish yourself. Brother Ji, we understand. Zhou Ji nodded and sat down. Relax, sit as you please, talk as you must. It's just a few more people. What is there to fear? As he spoke, he casually picked up a cigarette from the pack on the table and lit it. At that moment, two men ascended the stairs first, followed by 20 or 30 more trailing behind. The factory owner's surname was Huang. Zhou Ji had met him once before and recognized him at a glance. The leading figure was indeed Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang cast his eyes around the second floor, his gaze settling on Zhou Ji's table before he whispered a few words to the person beside him. That man looked toward Zhou Ji briefly, nodded slightly, and then accompanied Mr. Huang toward their table. Jimmy immediately rose to greet them with a smile. Mr. Huang, welcome. Our brother Ji has been waiting for you for quite some time. Oh, is that so? Mr. Huang smiled. Apologies for the delay, there was traffic on the way. No matter, the price has been settled, so there is no rush. Let us talk things through at leisure. Please, have a seat. Jimmy beamed and invited them to sit. Mr. Huang and his entourage accepted without hesitation and took their seats. Come, have some tea. Jimmy hastened to pour tea for them. Set the tea aside for now. Let us get down to business first. After we finish, we can enjoy the tea properly. Mr. Huang waved his hand, withdrew a pre-prepared contract from his leather bag, and placed it on the table. Very well. Mr. Huang, please wait a moment while I review it. Jimmy smiled as he took the contract and skimmed through it. After reading a few lines, his expression changed abruptly. Boss, please take a look at this. He turned and handed the contract to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji glanced over the contract briefly, a faint smile curling his lips before he placed the document back on the table and lightly tapped the paper with his fingertips. Mr. Huang said proudly, well, no issues, right? Zhou Ji looked up and smiled lightly. The contents are generally acceptable. However, this price seems somewhat different from what we previously discussed. Have I misremembered, or did Mr. Wang make an error on the contract? Mr. Wang grinned broadly. You remembered correctly. And I certainly did not make a mistake. Humph. No sooner had he spoken than he snorted coldly, his tone abruptly turning severe. Don't think you can fool me. This is the price today, whether you agree or not. You must accept it. Otherwise, he trailed off, merely casting a glance at the person beside him, then raising his head to survey the group that accompanied him. The implication was unmistakable. I see now. Zhou Ji nodded, his gaze shifting to the burly man beside him, and asked calmly, what is this brother's name? Is he here just to make noise, or to bolster the occasion? Heh, Mr. Wang sneered preemptively. Don't think that calling a few hooligans can intimidate me. This gentleman beside me is none other than Niu Gu from Kuntong. Oh, Niu Gu from Kuntong. Zhou Ji raised an eyebrow, wondering which turf he roamed. From Hunghing. My boss is Super Gu, the Kuntong fit man. Upon hearing that the other party also hailed from Hunghing, David, Jimmy, Beckham, and others who had been tense visibly relaxed. Since they were all Hunghing men, though from different branches, they were ultimately brothers. Even if negotiations collapsed, it would not escalate into actual violence. So he is a brother from Hunghing. Zhou Ji nodded, then turned to Jimmy. When you handled this, didn't he reveal your affiliation? Jimmy was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking towards Feiji and Dongguanzi, who had primarily managed this matter. He only cared about the outcome and had not scrutinized the process. After all, the task was accomplished. Moreover, he had previously investigated Mr. Wang's background and knew he was not a Triad member. Dongguanzi's voice was faint. Brother Jimmy, you told us to intimidate him, so we scared him twice. You said it was an initiation test, so before formal induction, we did not display any affiliation. In other words, we never revealed our identity. Zhou Ji interrupted, turning to Niu Gu with a respectful gesture. Apologies, these newly recruited disciples below are ignorant of the rules. I trouble you to personally handle this matter. Pausing, he inquired further. Is Mr. Wang also from Hunghing? Niu Gu shook his head. No, I am here on his behalf to lend a hand. Are you also from Hunghing? His mind raced swiftly. Having just declared his allegiance, the other party immediately probed whether his subordinates had revealed their identities. Their tone amicable and devoid of hostility. Evidently, the other party was very likely a fellow member. Then there was still room for negotiation. Well, that makes things easier. Zhou Ji smiled and said, my name is Zhou Ji, from Temple Street. Brother Ji? Upon hearing this, Niu Gu suddenly sprang from his chair. Damn. His face darkened abruptly as he cursed, snatching the teapot from the table. With a loud crash, he struck Mr. Wang on the head, knocking him to the ground. Blood instantly streaming from his forehead. Brother Niu, why did you hit me? We agreed on a 50-50 split. To hell with the 50-50 split. I hit you. How dare you stir trouble under the sovereign's nose, and even scheme against Brother Ji? Niu Gu cursed vehemently and delivered a fierce kick to Mr. Wang's abdomen. After cursing, he turned to his underlings and ordered, drag him away. Disable one of his legs first. No, please don't. Brother Niu, spare me. I was wrong. I'll give you everything. I don't want the money. Please spare me. Niu Gu turned a deaf ear, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor and smiling apologetically. Brother Ji, I'm truly sorry. I had no idea that this scoundrel dared to provoke you. Zhou Ji waved his hand, smiling. Brother Niu, no need for formalities. We are all brothers here. The misunderstanding is resolved, and that's what matters. Not at all, not at all. Brother Ji, just call me Little Niu. At that moment, Niu Gu's heart was filled with bitterness, yet he did not know to whom he could complain. Just now, he had been calculating that even if the other party was also from Hunghing, he could not easily lose his financial route. There was still room to negotiate terms. But upon realizing it was Zhou Ji, his thoughts instantly extinguished. This man single-handedly defeated over 100 people, leaving them dead or crippled, with such a violent temper. If he were angered, would he even care if he were a fellow member? What was worse, he had just been promoted to Red Pole, a rank higher than his own, and outranked him in seniority. Having struck him, it was as if he had struck nothing. He pondered silently, never daring to take that step. Chapter 54, The Factory Secured. Niu Gu was indeed a clever man. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he immediately bowed his head in submission. Before Zhou Ji could inquire, he spilled all the details about Mr. Wang without reservation. In truth, Mr. Wang specialized in such schemes and was a seasoned expert in setting up honey traps. Strictly speaking, he and Mr. Wang had even been partners. They had collaborated multiple times, maintaining an uneasy but tacit understanding. After all, the Hung Hing name carried great weight in Kuntong, having conducted numerous such operations. Nyogu had amassed considerable wealth and an expanding cadre of subordinates, naturally becoming increasingly sophisticated in his dealings. The factory indeed belonged to Mr. Wang and served as a base for orchestrating high-end scams. As for why the negotiations dragged on so long, it was deliberately so, awaiting David's underhanded move. Otherwise, how could Nyogo make an appearance? How could the scheme be solidified to complete this honey trap? Unfortunately, the opening was unfavorable, though the trap was set. Nyogo could not control the situation. Helplessly, he had to break one of Mr. Wang's legs in frustration. Otherwise, if Zhou Ji pursued accountability, Nyogo feared for his own life. Ultimately, better to sacrifice a friend than oneself. In this life of crime, isn't money the true aim? Debts must sooner or later be repaid. What brotherly loyalty, merely a tale to comfort subordinates. Why take it seriously? Now he regretted deeply having been dazzled by Mr. Wang's foolishly painted rosy prospects, claiming that the greater the investment, the higher the returns, using a factory to stage the trap, yet forgetting that high returns come with high risks. Damn it. Thinking back, what's wrong with making a living by extortion? Steady and safe, with money coming in steadily. So what if it's not respectable? As long as it makes money, it's not shameful. What followed was simple. The leg-broken Mr. Wang was dragged back to the scene. A new transfer agreement for 500,000 was signed. As for the payment, Zhou Ji paid every cent on the spot. Since Nyogu had handled matters so thoroughly, Zhou Ji could not take advantage of him. After all, this was forcibly cutting off someone else's financial route, regardless of its legitimacy. Plainly speaking, honey traps are a game of willing players. Without greed, who would fall into such a snare? Being men of the underworld. Expecting righteousness is futile. If one wanted to walk the straight path, better to work honestly. As long as one does not touch drugs or rob openly, one might be considered benevolent among hoodlums. On the return journey, Zhou Ji smiled at David and Beckham. Well, the factory is finally ours, albeit with some twists and turns. I look to you now. I hope to commence operations swiftly, preferably shipping within a week. David responded immediately. Brother Ji, rest assured, we have already secured the raw materials. Recruitment starts tomorrow, and operations will soon be underway. Excellent. Zhou Ji turned his head to look at Jimmy. I entrusted the shop matters to Aquan and Heizai earlier. I'm not sure how they're progressing. Jimmy, you must inquire tomorrow. We need to finalize it promptly and immediately arrange the renovation. Understood, Brother Ji. I hope the shop can open simultaneously with the arrival of the goods, so we can start business without delay. I'll keep a close eye on it. After a brief pause, Zhou Ji added, once the shop is confirmed, notify me. I'll provide you with the design blueprints for construction according to the plans. Jimmy nodded solemnly. All right. I'll strive to settle everything about the shop by tomorrow. He was deeply invested in the business, fully aware that time was money. Feiji and Dongwenzi have been performing well. You need to mentor them more, so they understand that in this world, skill alone isn't enough. One must also be astute. I will teach them diligently. Zhou Ji then delegated several tasks and precautions for the near future. By the time they returned to Kowloon City, dusk was settling. He immediately called Anne, casually instructing her to bring Jiachuan and Heizai along. Although he had told Jimmy to follow up on the shop tomorrow, these two were notoriously sluggish, so a firm reminder was necessary. Once everyone gathered, Zhou Ji secured a private room at a restaurant. Having just reprimanded Jiachuan and Heizai, his phone suddenly rang. Brother Ji, this is a run. Something terrible has happened. Uncle Da and little sister have been kidnapped. You must save them quickly. What? Otto was taken? Zhou Ji was momentarily stunned, then urgently asked, a run, stay calm. Where are you now? Who took Ada and little sister? Did you see them clearly? I'm near Palam Street. I went to little sister's place, and just as I arrived, I saw them being forcibly dragged into a car, which sped away. All right, I understand. Stay put. I'm coming immediately. Brother Ji, what is going on? As soon as the call ended, Jimmy immediately inquired. You don't need to get involved in this. Continue your meal here. Afterward, ensure and Ting get home safely. Before Jimmy could respond, Zhou Ji pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it on the table, then turned to Ahu. Ahu, come with me. With that, he briskly left with Ahu. Watching their swift departure, those in the room exchanged glances in silence, and hesitantly asked, should we follow and see what is happening? Jimmy instinctively looked at David, meeting his gaze. Jiachuan whispered, didn't Brother Ji just say we shouldn't interfere? Shut up. David scowled sharply. Jimmy pondered for a moment, then proposed, cousin, how about I send Feiji and Dongwenzi with some men? Brother Ji only forbade us from going. But didn't he say others couldn't act? Agreed. David nodded, scanning the others in the room. These men handled factory affairs well enough. although nominally members of the syndicate. They lacked real experience. If a fight broke out, they might not be reliable, especially with 2 women present. Throughout the day, David felt uneasy. The factory negotiations dragged on and were repeatedly undermined. Yet, as soon as his cousin Jimmy arrived, things were resolved, albeit with some hiccups. He observed Zhou Ji's recent recruits, hearing nothing but praise from him. By contrast, the old comrades, Aquan and Heizai, responsible for finding the shop, had been evasive, always claiming progress was near, speaking eloquently but achieving little. Now that the factory was settled but the shop remained elusive, Zhou Ji had to personally press the matter. As for Beckham, once a reckless gambler who recently seemed to have reformed but remained secretive, Zhou Ji still placed great hope in him. This only deepened David's unease. Since Jimmy revealed Zhou Ji's identity to him, he had learned much about Zhou Ji's methods and the syndicate's rules. He understood one thing. To establish oneself in the syndicate, connections alone weren't enough. True ability was essential. Having chosen this path, he was prepared to fight for his place and aim to ascend further. He didn't want to face another situation like today, forced to watch helplessly and told not to intervene. Chapter 55, Encounter with an Undercover Agent. Screech. The sound of tires scraping the pavement pierced the night as Zhou Ji sped toward Palam Street. Earlier, he had explicitly instructed Shueda to keep the lottery when a secret. Seeing him behave obediently these days, Zhou Ji assumed the matter wasn't being broadcast around. Unexpectedly, trouble had still arisen. As the car entered Palam Street, Zhou Ji immediately spotted a run pacing anxiously by the roadside. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a sudden halt. Brother Ji. A run rushed forward as Zhou Ji stepped out. Calm down, a run. Think carefully about the situation. Did you notice the license plate, appearance, or any useful details? He then handed his phone to Ahu. Notify Aja and Tony immediately. Tell them to bring reinforcements. Got it, Brother Ji. Ahu took the phone and dialed promptly. Arun was so distraught he paced back and forth with tears streaming, his mind blank, recalling nothing. Screech, screech. Minutes later, 2 vans screeched to a stop side by side. Brother Ji. What's wrong? Aja and Tony jumped out almost simultaneously, hurrying to Zhou Ji's side. One by one, more than a dozen men leapt from the vehicles, forming a neat line. Are these your new recruits? Zhou Ji asked. Aja waved his hand and loudly called, Everyone, come here. This is our leader, Brother Ji. Hello, leader. The group greeted respectfully. Good, everyone's here. Zhou Ji nodded slightly, his voice grave. Here's the situation. One of our brothers was just kidnapped in this area. Split up and investigate. See if you can find any useful clues. Understood. No problem. The men dispersed swiftly toward the nearby shops. You're efficient. Just how long did it take to assemble so many? Zhou Ji remarked to Aja and Tony after they left. You don't know, Brother Ji. We only hinted that you intend to establish a hall, and many came voluntarily. These are the elite. Some others from a far haven arrived yet. Excellent. Well done. But Brother Ji, shouldn't we see some territory? With so many brothers, we can't keep wandering outside. Zhou Ji nodded. I've already decided on the target. Once we have enough people, we'll act. That is wonderful. Upon hearing this, Aja was immediately invigorated. Then I shall expedite the process over the next couple of days and strive to accomplish the task in one go. Very well. However, this matter must remain known only to the 2 of you. It is imperative to maintain confidentiality. The more people involved, the more likely it is for word to leak. Understood. The 2 brothers nodded solemnly, casting vigilant glances around them. Boss, we have a situation. Just then, a younger member rushed over with urgency. There's a shopkeeper who claims the abductors were in a black van. He happened to be outside and noted the license plate number AJ527. There were approximately 7 or 8 individuals involved. The owner also mentioned that one of the assailants looked familiar, though he couldn't recall the name at the moment. I suspect they are likely from around here, possibly even acquaintances. Zhou Ji lowered his head to listen, then suddenly raised his gaze to scrutinize the young man. What is your name? Boss, I'm called Haisheng. Haisheng. Zhou Ji nodded slightly. I shall remember that name. Though he spoke thus, internally he couldn't help but curse his misfortune. Just as he had begun to establish his authority and recruit a few subordinates, he had encountered an undercover agent. What dreadful luck. Haisheng, the full name, emerged from Black and White Path, having spent 8 years as an undercover operative before ultimately returning to the police force. Yet, the conclusion of his tale was far from fulfilling, verging on tragic. Aja immediately interjected. This lad is the most outstanding among the newcomers. He possesses both skill and wit. Indeed, his analysis is quite astute. Zhou Ji nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Haisheng, then took out his phone to dial Liang Kuen's number. Kuengu. It's me, Aji. As soon as he spoke, a cacophony erupted from the other end, clearly from a bar. Aji, hold on a moment. Liang Kuen replied. Moments later, a furious shout pierced through. Are you blind? Didn't you see I'm on the phone? It's too loud. Turn off the music. With that, the The background noise abruptly ceased. Eiji, what is the matter? Kuin-gu, I wish to inquire if you are aware of a business vehicle with the license plate AJ527? AJ527 sounds familiar. Wait a moment, let me ask someone nearby. A short while later, Liang Kuan responded, Eiji, that is the vehicle belonging to the scoundrel Xian Shi. What is going on? Has something happened? About half an hour ago, Ada and Sister 13 were abducted by that vehicle. Liang Kuan's voice faltered. Are you kidding me? They took Ada and his daughter? That bastard Xian Shi, what does he intend to do with them? He then cursed. What a worthless scoundrel. Hold on. I'll call him immediately and demand he release them. Zhou furrowed his brow as he hung up, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Aja quickly stepped forward to light it for him. It seems there is no escaping this. I had my suspicions about Xian Shi, and it turns out I was right. Given Liang Kuan's call, it would be difficult to reclaim the hostages. Xian Shi must have learned of Ada hitting the lottery jackpot and set his sights on that money. With a chill in his gaze, Zhou spoke coldly. Aja, Tony, notify all the brothers who have yet to arrive. They must assemble immediately. It's time to take action. Ensure they all bring their weapons. Understood. I will make the arrangements at once. Upon hearing this, the two brothers were instantly filled with excitement. They turned and hurried off to make calls. Zhou extinguished his cigarette and approached Aaron. He recalled that in the movie, both Ada and Sister 13 seemed to know Xian Shi's hideout. Sister 13 had set a trap for Xian Shi with Aaron, leading to Aaron's narrow escape, while Xian Shi captured Sister 13. Ada had wasted no time, armed with a knife, seeking vengeance, indicating that Xian Shi's lair was not a secret. Having grown up in Bolan Street, Aaron should logically be aware of that location. Aaron, Zhang Meirun raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Jigo, I can't remember. I really can't recall. What should I do? What should I do? Do not panic. Do not rush. Zhou reached out to wipe away her tears. Speaking in a deep voice, I have already discovered who is behind this. It is Xian Shi. Xian Shi? Yes. Zhou nodded. I merely wish to ask if you know where he is. Upon hearing this, Aaron quickly nodded. I know. I will take you to rescue Sister. Do not act impulsively. Wait for my people to arrive. Just tell me the location. You are a girl. Do not involve yourself in this. All right, but you must ensure Sister returns safely. Though Aaron was filled with anxiety, she understood that Zhou's team would undoubtedly take action. Accompanying them would only hinder their efforts, and she feared she could do little else. Thus, she conveyed every detail of Xian Shi's usual haunts to Zhou. Chapter 56, Xian Shi brother. Xian Shi brother, stop hitting me. I haven't done anything to provoke you. What do you want from me? At that moment, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Ada and Sister 13 were bound hand and foot, sprawled on the ground, already battered and bruised. Now you're behaving, huh? Xian Shi approached Ada with a smug grin, sneering. I've heard you've been making quite a bit of money lately. What is this? Have you forgotten about your brother Xian Shi? Sister 13, struggling on the ground, shouted, Xian Shi, do you not realize my father is allied with Jigo? If you dare to harm us, he will never let you off the hook. Huh? Spare me the threats with that pretty boy. Xian Shi scoffed. Others may fear him, but I, Xian Shi, do not. And as for your father being with him, the only useful one among his men is your father, a complete waste. If he can recruit such individuals, how formidable can he truly be? After a pause, he gritted his teeth. It's better if you don't mention him. Just thinking of him infuriates me. I still remember how he and Liang Kuan conspired to swindle me out of that money. If he dares to show up, I'll settle old and new scores all at once. Since that time he had experienced Zhou's methods, Xian Shi had indeed been wary for a while. However, after some observation, he found that this kid seemed rather dim-witted. After returning to Miao Street for quite some time, he hadn't even seen him recruit a single lackey. It appeared that Ada was the only useless one among his ranks. No matter how formidable one might be, what could it achieve? If they couldn't win, just gather more people. Isn't it possible to summon 100 or so? Then just send 200 to surround them. Xian Shi had thousands of subordinates at his disposal. Why would he fear a lone commander? As for his boss, Liang Kuan, Xian Shi had known him for quite some time. When there was something to gain, he'd be the fastest to run. When trouble arose, he'd hide faster than anyone else. Besides, their strengths were hardly comparable. One was a leader of the Hung Hing, while the other was the head of the United Alliance. If it came to blows, who would truly be afraid of whom? As soon as he finished speaking, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is it? Xian Shi, it's me, Liang Kuan. Oh, hey Kuan. Calling so late. You're not thinking of gambling again, are you? I just hooked up with a beautiful lady tonight. I don't have time to play with you. Sister 13 attempted to take this opportunity to cry for help, hoping to capture Liang Kuan's attention. Unfortunately, a nearby lackey swiftly covered her mouth. Xian Shi, stop playing dumb. Did you kidnap Ada and Sister 13? Release them immediately. Liang Kuan, has your brain gone soggy? If someone goes missing, go look for the police. You want to threaten me? Salacious, I am not jesting. Do you wish to turn hostile? Damn, am I supposed to fear you? If you want to confront me, then confront me. Have I ever feared you or your organization? Very well, those are your words, so just wait for me. I shall be waiting. With a cold sneer, he abruptly hung up the phone. Damn. If you want to turn hostile, then by all means, I am not afraid of you. He slammed his phone onto the table, cursing under his breath once again. He chuckled, turning to Chue Sueda, unable to contain his laughter. Chue Sueda, you're quite impressive. At your age, Ling Quan dares to confront me for you? Brother Xian, spare me, and I will immediately go back to persuade Quan to calm down. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Xianshi delivered a sharp slap. Spare you? Do you think I fear him? If he has the guts, let him come. I am more than ready for him. He then coldly remarked, stop trying to play tricks with me. You better be honest and hand over the money quickly. Otherwise, do not blame me for tossing you out of here. Brother Xian, you know me. Where would I get the money? Still trying to deceive me? Don't think I am unaware that you went to view properties despite having no money, right? That is absolutely not the case. Quan. Meanwhile, Zhou Ji was waiting for his underlings to assemble when he suddenly received a call from Ling Quan. Ji, is the news accurate? That scoundrel Xianshi actually refuses to acknowledge it? It is indeed true. Since he refuses to acknowledge it, I shall personally pay him a visit. Brother Quan, do not worry. I will take care of this. That guy has quite a few underlings. You remain where you are, and I will promptly send nearby brothers to assist you. I will come as soon as I can. Zhou Ji pondered for a moment and replied, I am on Bolon Street. Good, just wait there. I will send someone to find you immediately. After hanging up, Ling Quan swiftly called Shuang Chong, hastily heading back while continuously dialing, commanding all personnel around Bolon Street to assemble immediately. Aja and Tony had just begun recruiting today, so their manpower was limited, but they were not intimidated by Xianshi. The issue was that this time, he not only wanted to deal with anyone daring to touch his subordinates, but was also prepared to challenge the entire organization. But what after winning? Xianshi's territory was vast. With his limited number of men, it would be impossible to seize it. As for losing, that was out of the question. Now that Ling Quan was proactively sending support, it was just perfect. If he could not consume it himself, he certainly would not allow others to take advantage. During this time, he had indeed treated himself well, so this time it would be a return of a personal favor. Approximately 10 minutes later, Aja and Tony approached to report, all our brothers have gathered. Zhou Ji glanced around, finding only about 50 people. With so few, they could at most control 2 or 3 venues. It was far from enough to take over Xianshi's territory. Brother Ji, Brother Quan sent us to follow your orders. Just as they spoke, a van drove up and stopped by the roadside. A leader accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates quickly approached. All right, thank you brothers for coming. Let us wait for the others. Once we have enough, we'll take action. After another 10 minutes, over 100 more people arrived. Zhou Ji felt the time was ripe and immediately led the team straight to Xianshi's lair. Chapter 57, A Full-Scale Assault on the United Society. Bolon Street lies between the bustling districts of Mongkok and Yaomati, a notorious gathering place for all sorts of characters, infamous for its lawlessness. The streets are bustling with people, preserving the old market charm of the city. Shops line the streets, including theaters, record stores, suit shops, leather goods stores, grocery stalls, herbal medicine shops, foreign goods stores, various Western and Chinese restaurants, and even schools. With convenient water and land transportation, densely populated residential buildings, and a vibrant nightlife, this area is particularly famous for its vibrant entertainment industry, attracting countless revelers. This place is rich in resources, and nearly every gang aspires to stake a claim here, leading to a tangled web of power and numerous factions. Hongxing specializes in muscle, and the old adage about the United Society producing chicken essence succinctly captures the essence of the organization, which operates numerous venues in this area. Wherever the United Society's territory lies, we shall eradicate it. Drive all their people out. As Zhou Ji advanced, he issued orders to the various leaders beside him. Understood. Brother Ji. The leaders immediately dispersed, each leading their subordinates to launch an assault on various United Society strongholds. These individuals were familiar with the territory, knowing it better than Zhou Ji himself. Tony, take more brothers for support. If any team encounters tough resistance, go to their aid immediately. Yes, Brother Ji, Tony replied, promptly leading away a majority of the men to swiftly assist in various locations. Let us go. We'll strike at the heart and settle accounts with that scoundrel Xianshi. Zhou Ji, along with Aja, Ahu, and the remaining younger brothers, headed directly for Xianshi's stronghold. At this moment, night had just begun to fall, and the city's clamor was gradually intensifying. Inside a bar, the deafening music blared as numerous men and women swayed to the rhythm on the dance floor. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and a group armed with machetes, iron pipes, and other weapons charged in. Shut off the music, turn on the lights, and clear the place out. The leader coldly commanded his subordinates. 5 or 6 of his men immediately rushed deep into the bar with their weapons drawn. Who are you? Do you know this is the United Society's territory? How dare you act recklessly here? A few underlings responsible for security quickly approached, sensing something amiss. We are from Hongxing. Today, we are here to smash your venue. And we will cut you down. At the leader's command, he was the first to charge forward with his blade. The opposing team was caught off guard, not even having time to grab their weapons, and in an instant, they were toppled to the ground. Immediately, the music came to a halt, and the lights illuminated the entire venue. Many revelers, bewildered, looked around, unsure of what was happening. A timid woman near the entrance screamed in shock as she realized the situation. Hongxing is handling business. Unrelated parties, leave immediately. The leader leaped onto a table, raising his machete and shouting, simultaneously signaling his men to clear the exit. Upon hearing this, the patrons rushed for the door in a panic. In the struggle for territory, innocent bystanders are rarely affected. After all, no matter which side wins, they still need to conduct business in the future. If they injure passers-by, wouldn't that be cutting off their own financial lifeline? In an instant, all the unrelated patrons had fled, leaving only adversaries behind. Cut them down. Not a single one spared. At this moment, no words were needed. If one was not an ally, they were an enemy, and action was taken without hesitation. Such scenes were not isolated to this establishment. Various venues across Kowloon Street witnessed the same scenario. Bars, bathhouses, and nightclubs all erupted in chaos. Though Zhou Ji's forces were not large, they had meticulously planned, acted in unison, and concentrated their assault. In a short time, United Society strongholds fell one after another. Some venues were slightly stronger and difficult to breach immediately. However, Tony soon led reinforcements, and with his ruthless tactics, he swiftly suppressed any resistance. Although Ling Quan had previously called Xian Shi, warning him that if he did not release the individuals, there would be consequences, he remained utterly unconcerned by the words spoken. Caught off guard, after abruptly hanging up the phone, he continued to leisurely torment Shueda, fixated solely on extracting that winning sum. Brother, the phone. Before long, his subordinate handed him the receiver that had just been set down. Hello, what is it? What? There's a disturbance? Then tell them to call back. Who dares to trespass on our union's territory? Are they tired of living? No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone was set down, only for it to ring again. You two are facing trouble? Do I need to instruct you on how to handle such matters? Just go all out. What? It's the Hongxing gang? What are they to us? Our union fears no one. If they dare to cause a ruckus, we shall strike, without mercy. You say you can't hold on any longer? You've lost the venue? What the hell are you talking about? Wait, I will immediately dispatch reinforcements. We must retrieve what's ours. Once he answered the call, he could not stop. Initially, it was merely sporadic reports of disturbances. But soon the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Messages began to pour in. Multiple venues had fallen, the defenses were in tatters, and the force behind the attacks was finally uncovered. Upon learning it was the handiwork of Hongxing, he was momentarily stunned. Although Hongxing had meddled in Kowloon Street for some time, their influence was fragmented, lacking a commanding figure. In contrast, their union was deeply rooted and ruled the area. Had this group lost their minds to dare a full-scale assault? Damn it, Liang Kuan, that bastard, is playing for real, actually sending people to raid my territory. However, as the calls continued to flood in, he soon realized that it was indeed Liang Kuan's men who were behind the onslaught. And a sense of panic began to creep in. He never imagined that Liang Kuan, who usually only boasted verbally, would take such decisive action this time. In the Underworld, who hasn't hurled curses at each other's ancestors, making threats to annihilate entire families. Yet, how many truly dare to act upon it and succeed? Yet this time, Liang Kuan was serious, flipping the switch without hesitation, declaring you wait, and promptly sending in reinforcements. Moreover, their response was astonishingly swift. Within half an hour, they had already arrived. The forces on Kowloon Street were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Yet, the foundation Liang Kuan had established on Miao Street was comparable to his own strength on Kowloon Street, which could not be dismissed lightly. This is bad. Quickly call for reinforcements. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through him, and he urgently whispered to the subordinate beside him. He understood all too well why the sudden attack had occurred. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Shueda and his daughter, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. Having risen to his position in the Underworld, he was far from a fool. He knew precisely who to engage and who to avoid. Shueda, at his age, was only adept with words, utterly useless otherwise. Such a liability, if he were in charge, he wouldn't even consider taking him in. He had presumed that Liang Kuan would not bother with someone like him. Who could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent? Now it was too late for any words. Having taken action against this father-daughter duo, reinforcements were undoubtedly already en route. With few men at his side and this location not being a hidden stronghold, he had always been brash and domineering. knowing full well there were too many people here. At this moment, attempting to escape was likely already futile. The only option left was to quickly gather his forces while keeping a close watch on these two pivotal characters. Yet, before he could finish his thoughts, a loud crash resonated as the door leading upstairs was violently kicked open. Immediately following were two piercing screams. The two subordinates stationed by the door were sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. A surge of panic gripped Xianshi, and before he could fully process what was happening, a figure burst into the crowd like a ferocious tiger, charging straight for his subordinates. The sounds of fists and feet colliding mixed with agonized wails reverberated as over 10 of his men fell to the ground in an instant, groaning in pain. "Do not act recklessly, or I will beat you down so hard you won't be able to get up." Just as he prepared to lunge toward Shueda, intending to take him hostage, a chilling voice pierced through his ears. The figure that had just stormed in, having taken down the last man, slowly turned, locking eyes with him, filled with a fierce intensity. The look sent a shiver down Xianshi's spine, instinctively causing him to retreat 2 steps, his legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. In that moment, his face was a mask of terror, utterly devoid of the bravado he had displayed while scolding Shueda and Senmei over the phone. "Ahu, didn't I tell you not to charge in so recklessly? Leave at least a couple alive. You've taken them all down. How are the brothers supposed to take over?" Moments later, a slightly disgruntled voice echoed from the staircase. Then, a tall figure, flanked by more than 10 men, strode into the center of the scene. Jigu! Jigu! Shueda and Senmei, still bound and with faces swollen and bruised, cried out in excitement upon seeing the newcomer. "It's you. Xiaobai Zhouji." As Xianshi recognized the visitor's face, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively cursed, only to quickly change his tone given his precarious situation. "Aja, go untie them." Zhouji ignored Xianshi, merely nodding slightly at Shueda and his daughter before turning to his companion Aja and issuing orders. "Brother, you've suffered. Damn it, which bastard dared to do this to you? Rest assured, this beating will not go unavenged. I'll help you settle the score." Aja promptly complied, hastening to Shueda's side, his anger boiling over as he saw Shueda's face, nearly unrecognizable from swelling. As he untied the ropes, he offered consolation while spitting venomous curses at the assailants. "It's all right, thank you. I'm sorry for troubling all you brothers to come to my aid. It's entirely my own inadequacy." Once freed, Shueda quickly responded with a touch of guilt. He hurried over to Senmei, swiftly helping her untie the ropes while asking with concern, "Little sister, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" "Dad, I'm fine really. Jigu, thank you so much. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have been done for." Having been released, Shueda immediately supported Senmei, stumbling over to Zhouji. "Let me see, are you badly hurt?" Zhouji said, gently brushing his fingers across Shueda's face, inspecting closely before nodding. "It's all right, just some superficial injuries. A bit of rest, and you'll be fine." As for Senmei, he merely glanced at her. Compared to Shueda, whose entire face was swollen, her condition was evidently much lighter. It seemed that the assailant had primarily targeted Shueda, completely disregarding the young girl. Earlier, when Zhouji charged upstairs, he had been anxious, fearing that it could unfold like a scene from a movie, where someone just disappears. Although Shueda was sometimes a bit reckless, he was the first to ally with his brothers and had always put in considerable effort. Moreover, having borrowed some of his fortune, Zhouji naturally did not wish for him to meet a tragic end. Once he confirmed that Shueda was not seriously injured, Zhou leisurely retrieved a pack of cigarettes, igniting one and inhaling deeply before raising his gaze, fixated on the man known as Xianshi. A cold chuckle escaped his lips as he remarked, "Xianshi, Adar is under my protection. How shall we settle this debt?" Xianshi, though outwardly fierce, responded with a hint of trepidation, "Zhou, what do you intend? I warn you, I am a member of the United Society, and even your leader, Liangquan, would not dare lay a finger on me." Zhou merely nodded, his demeanor unflinching. But the matter at hand is that you overstepped first and harmed my associate. Is it not within my rights to seek justice? Even if this escalates to the United Society, reason is on my side, is it not? Xianshi's expression darkened. "Zhou, what are you implying? Do you look down upon me? You would sever ties over a worthless fool like Shueda?" Zhou stepped forward, his tone icy. "It is not your place to judge the worth of my people, especially not as an outsider from the United Society. Let us settle this matter clearly." With that, he seated himself on a nearby chair, turning to Shueda. "Adar, your injuries are severe. Aja, fetch a chair for Adar to rest." Shueda quickly gestured for them to desist. "No need. I am not weary. I can manage." Though unreliable, he understood the ways of the world and the nuances of the situation. In such circumstances, it was acceptable for Zhou, the leader, to sit, while he, as a subordinate, had no right to do so. If I say sit, then sit you shall. We are all brothers. Why the formality? 13 May. Help your father to a seat. 13 May gently tugged at her father's hand, softly urging, Father, since Brother Ji has spoken, you should rest a while given your condition. Very well, I shall sit for a moment. Just then, Aja returned with the chair, and under 13 May's assistance, Shue de carefully took a seat. Aja, come here, I need to discuss something with you. Jigu. Aja immediately leaned in closer to Josakeo. Josakeo whispered a few instructions into his ear, and Aja's eyes lit up with understanding as he nodded vigorously before calling over a few subordinates and hastily departing. All right, Adar. Josakeo turned back to Shueda, observing him settled comfortably. Now tell me, what do you make of our friend Xianxue here? So eager to welcome you back and lavish hospitality upon you and your daughter? What is his true intention? Brother Ji, he kidnapped me and my sister. Shueda recognized that the real game was underway. He recounted the events in detail. Brother Ji, you know my character. In conclusion, he expressed a hint of grievance. I merely enjoy boasting occasionally, and I often play the lottery. Who doesn't wish to win? But I truly did not win. Xianxue claims I hit the jackpot and demands I hand over the money. How could I possibly have it to give him? He was seasoned in these matters. And with Zhou Zikao's previous instructions echoing in his mind, he spoke with precision. He clearly articulated the facts while resolutely denying any lottery win. He had overheard Xianxue's phone call earlier, and the stakes involved were too high. Hongxing had raided every establishment of the United Society on Bolan Street due to the commotion, as the focal point of the incident. If he were to admit a win, future troubles would multiply exponentially. After years in this life, he understood all too well that a life is worth but a pittance. Many would risk their lives for such money, and he was no Josakeo. Merely a small-time thug fortunate enough to succeed this time. Luck would not always be on his side. Upon hearing Shueda's account, Josakeo nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Indeed, after years of navigating the underworld, he had learned valuable lessons. This experience had taught him the importance of discretion regarding wealth and the perils of loose lips. Shueda, do not play the fool with me. Do you think I am unaware? At this, Xianxue's temper flared, and he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of curses. He had already confirmed that Shueda had indeed won the lottery, and he was well aware that it was the second prize, amounting to over 600,000. To his astonishment, Shueda still stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. Xianxue, do you still fail to grasp the situation? Josakeo interjected coldly. We are men who dance on the edge of a blade. When mistakes are made, they must be acknowledged, and when one is struck, one must stand tall. What use is there in discussing anything else now? You are quite something. Xianxue inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, and nodded in resignation. This time, I concede. Speak. How do you wish to resolve this? The wise recognized the tides of fate. His ascent to this position stemmed from an understanding of the balance of power. No matter how resentful he felt inside, defeat was defeat. As Josakeo stated, arguing at this juncture would yield no fruit. Survive this ordeal first. There would be opportunities to turn the tide later. That's more like it. Josakeo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Xianxue, Adar is under my protection. You have harmed him, and it is only reasonable for me to seek an explanation. Xianxue responded succinctly, no arguments here. Do as you wish. Adar, now that Xianxue has conceded, would you prefer to take matters into your own hands or accept a monetary settlement? 13 May was about to speak when Shueda pulled her back. Brother Ji, I will follow your lead. Excellent. Josakeo nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There will indeed be repercussions, but you must continue to work with me going forward. With that, he turned to Xianxue. You are an experienced man in this world, older and of higher standing than I. You must understand that if word of today's events spreads, others will say that Josakeo cannot protect his brothers, and I would find it impossible to maintain my position in this realm. Xianxue's demeanor darkened as he stared at Josakeo, fully aware of the implications. Josakeo was seeking to capitalize on this situation. However, Josakeo paid no heed to his expression and continued slowly. Merely administering a beating may not suffice to quell this storm. What do you think, Xianxue? Josakeo, I am now in your hands. Speak plainly. No need for circumlocution. Refreshing. Josakeo clapped his hands and declared, in light of today's events, Hongxing mobilized over 100 brothers to take action. Casualties are inevitable. You must bear this cost. I propose you provide 3 million as medical expenses and compensation. Does that sound reasonable? Josakeo, you are being excessively ruthless. Xianxue bellowed in anger. Are the brothers of Hongxing not human? You demand 3 million as if it were nothing. Might as well rob a bank. Josakeo spread his hands, speaking calmly. Xianxue, this is not a marketplace negotiation. I am not offering you terms, merely stating the outcome. Accepting or rejecting this is your prerogative, but I must receive 3 million today. Xianxue turned his head, resolutely declaring, no, If you have the guts, kill me now. 3 million? Not a chance. If he truly possessed such wealth, he would not have resorted to kidnapping Chue Shueda over a mere second prize. Very well. Since you insist. Zhou Zik Ahu responded with a sinister smile as he approached Xianshi step by step. Upon witnessing this intimidating demeanor, Xianshi's heart sank, and he instinctively retreated. His voice trembled. Why you, Zhou Ji? What do you intend to do? I am the spokesperson of the United Society. If you dare to harm me, the entire organization will not spare you. That is a matter for another time. You need not concern yourself with my affairs, Brother Xianshi, he replied. Before he could finish speaking, Ahu had already closed the distance, seizing Xianshi with both hands and feigning to throw him off the building. Let go. Let go of me. I will give you 3 million. Ahu. Upon hearing Zhou Ji's voice, Ahu paused his actions and turned around, still holding Xianshi. Zhou Ji, quickly tell him to release me. 3 million, right? I'll give it, I concede. Now that is more like it. Zhou Ji responded with a light chuckle. Ahu, put Brother Xianshi down. For now, he is our fortune god. We wouldn't want to frighten him into a fit. Complying, Ahu released Xianshi, who fell to the ground, nearly soiling himself in fright. He had initially thought Zhou Ji was merely intimidating him. After all, as the leader of the United Society, Zhou Ji would surely consider the powerful forces behind him before taking any drastic measures. To his astonishment, this man was serious and indeed willing to have his underlings throw him off the building. Cursing inwardly, he thought, Liang Kuan is a madman who turns on people without a second thought, showing no mercy whatsoever. His subordinate, Zhou Ji, is even more ruthless, playing by no rules and truly intent on ending my life. At this moment, Xianshi's mind was in a state of chaos. He had known Liang Kuan for a long time. How could his temperament have suddenly shifted to such extremes? Even his lackeys had become desperate outlaws. All right, Brother Xianshi, Zhou Ji began, allowing him a moment to regain his composure. Let's continue our discussion on business. I've already agreed to give you 3 million. What more do you want? Xianshi replied anxiously. Brother Xianshi, debts are debts, and matters are matters. Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively. Just now, we spoke only of your unprovoked abduction of Ada and the extortion of funds. We have yet to address other grievances. Wait, Zhou Ji, what do you mean by that? Isn't this all related? What else are you scheming? Xianshi, feeling frustrated after having already conceded, sensed that his opponent was still unyielding. It's simple. Zhou Ji leaned slightly forward, his tone steady. You seized Ada's money without cause. So I shall take a piece of your territory now. That seems fair, does it not? One cannot be allowed to strike while the other is forbidden to retaliate. That makes no sense in this world. You intend to seize the territory of the United Society on Bolan Street? Xianshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Ji, your appetite is rather insatiable. Are you not afraid of bursting? Whether I can handle it is my concern, Zhou Ji replied. Standing up and turning to Chue Shueda and Shi Sanmei, we have finished discussing what needs to be discussed. Ada, Shi Sanmei, what are you waiting for? Treat them as they treated you. He then addressed Ahu. Ahu, stay here and keep watch. I will go downstairs to check the situation. Zhou Ji had previously dispatched a Jia to retrieve the money downstairs, and it had been some time. The funds from the gang were mostly of dubious origins. Who would dare deposit them in a bank? That would be inviting the police to investigate their accounts. While Xianshi may not have much personal savings, it did not mean that the United Society lacked funds. They had numerous venues in the area, generating considerable daily revenue. As the spokesperson here, all income should naturally pass through him before being reported upwards. Zhou Ji did not believe himself to be so unfortunate as to arrive just as Xianshi had finished handing over all the money. Chapter 60, The Safe. Speak up. Will you? If you don't, you can forget about keeping those remaining fingers. Zhou Ji had just descended to the ground floor when he heard a Jia's furious shout. Soon after, a man cried out in trembling desperation, Big brother, I'm just a lowly lackey. How could I possibly know the confidential password to the safe? Please, spare me. I swear I can't disclose it even if you kill me. A Jia cursed, damn it. I walked in and found you here. And you still want to deny it? Keep hitting him. Accompanying this were the sounds of fists striking flesh and the man's anguished screams. Jigu? Why are you down here? I'll have it sorted out in no time. A Jia, having just lit a cigarette, turned to see Zhou Ji standing at the door and immediately stood straight. I came to check on the progress after finishing things upstairs. Have you run into trouble? We've located the person and the money is in the safe, but we can't open it without the password. Should I go up and ask Xianshi? Can't open it. Zhou Ji shook his head. No need. I already know what to do. Leave this matter to me. As he spoke, he stepped into the room. He found several lackeys surrounding a bloodied man, beating him mercilessly. Glancing over, he noticed a half-person high metal safe standing in the corner. He sighed, saying, enough. Stop hitting him and drag him out. The man being beaten likely had no knowledge of the password. Of course, it was also possible he knew it, but was deliberately withholding the information. Once he revealed it, if the money from the safe was taken, he would bear the responsibility. At that point, not only would he be in trouble, but his family would likely suffer consequences as well. Yes, big brother. Upon hearing this, the lackeys immediately ceased their actions. Drag him out. They quickly grabbed hold of the man and hurriedly pulled him out the door. Aja, you guard the entrance, Zhou Ji instructed before making his way to the safe. He examined the box closely but couldn't discern its model at a glance. However, these details were of little importance to him. He crouched down, spun the dial of the lock a few times, and listened intently for any internal sounds, feeling a sense of confidence building within him. Then, he glanced at the nearby desk and detached a piece of wire from a small fan. With his ear pressed against the safe surface, he began to slowly rotate the lock. Within moments, a faint click echoed in his ears, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. Indeed, this advanced unlocking technique proved effective. Acquiring an additional skill would never go to waste. Oh, quite a considerable amount, Zhou Ji exclaimed as he opened the safe, and his eyes brightened at the sight before him. The interior was neatly filled with stacks of cash. This trip had certainly not been in vain. Aja, you come in alone. He pulled out a stack, glanced at it, then tossed it back in, and called out towards the door. Come here, Jigo. Pack this money up carefully, and try not to let outsiders know. Yes, Aja responded as he approached, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing the open safe, exclaiming, wow, so much money. Just a few days prior, the three brothers had been fretting over their mother's surgical expenses. Had it not been for their encounter with Zhou Ji, they would have been compelled to resort to desperate measures and rob the place. Now, confronted with a cabinet full of cash, the shock within them is unimaginable. Keep your voices down. Don't just stand there. Hurry and gather it up. Yes, yes. Aja nodded vigorously. What does this amount of money even signify? As long as you three brothers stick with me and work hard, your rewards will only increase in the future. Understood, understood. Brother Ji, you can rest assured. We will not let you down. I leave this to you. Handle it swiftly, and also send someone to check on Tony's situation. After giving his instructions, he turned to leave but paused at the door to add, that person from earlier cannot be left alive. Ensure it is done thoroughly. With that, without waiting for Aja's response, he strode out, making his way once more to the rooftop. You bastard. I told you to hit me. Go ahead and hit me. On the rooftop, Shueda and Sister Shursan were surrounding the crumpled figure of Xian Shi, raining down blows upon him. Given Shueda's age, he had been significantly beaten prior, yet it was Sister Shursan who was now the most ruthless. It was no surprise that she would later become one of the 13 leaders of the Hongxing Society, showing no mercy in her assault. She targeted his most sensitive points, cursing incessantly and dragging his ancestors through the mud. Aren't you infatuated with the top 10 tortures of Qingtian? Come on, let us see how you like it firsthand. As she spoke, Sister Shursan picked up a broken brick from the ground and smashed it onto Xian Shi's hand. The pain shot through him, causing Xian Shi to spring up from the ground, pushing Sister Shursan away in a frantic attempt to escape, only to be kicked back into place by a who. Still trying to run? You bastard. How dare you push me? I will kill you. Sister Shursan roared, charging forward as bricks rained down upon Xian Shi, who writhed on the ground, howling in agony and begging for mercy. Zhou Ji ascended to the rooftop, his heart jolted by the scene before him. He quickly called out, Enough, Sister Shursan, that's enough. Don't actually kill him. He had no desire for Xian Shi to die there, especially not under his watch. Though Xian Shi had instigated the conflict, Zhou Ji had accepted money and seized territory, forcing him into a corner. If the Lianhe Society were to catch wind of this and hold him accountable, it would indeed be troublesome. However, as long as Xian Shi did not die at Zhou Ji's hands, there would be room for maneuvering, and he need not fear complications. Yet, letting Xian Shi off the hook? That was out of the question. If action was to be taken, it must be decisive. But naturally, he would not sully his own hands. In the underworld, one relied on intellect, not brute force. Not only did he want Xian Shi dead, but he also wanted it to serve a purpose for him. Sister Shursan, upon hearing Zhou Ji's command, she immediately ceased her assault, standing upright. You lucky dog. This time you've escaped. She spat at the bloodied, groaning Xian Shi on the ground. Zhou Ji nodded slightly at Sister Shursan, then crouched beside Xian Shi, wearing a gentle smile. Ah, brother Xian Shi, are you alright? Is your injury serious? Xian Shi struggled to lift his bloodied face, his voice trembling. Zhou Ji, are you satisfied now? Can I leave? I will give you the money immediately. Of course. Why wouldn't you? Zhou Ji replied with a friendly smile. Brother Xian Shi, you can leave whenever you please. As he spoke, he pulled out a packet of tissues from his pocket, gently wiping the blood from Xian Shi's face while shaking his head and sighing. Alas, really? Who would have thought our brother Xian Shi would be beaten to such a state? Xian Shi's heart burned with fury, yet he dared not show it. He had already taken the beating, and money was promised. All he could hope for was that nothing further would complicate matters. He could only allow Zhou Ji to wipe his face, feeling an extreme sense of humiliation. However, brother Xian Shi, Don't blame the brothers for being harsh. After all, who wouldn't be enraged if they were bound without reason and forced to hand over money? Chapter 61. The Long-Haired Youth. Zhou Ji continued to wipe with one hand while the other, seemingly inadvertently, waved the tissue lightly in front of Xian Shi's eyes. At first, Xian Shi paid no heed, but when Zhou Ji accidentally brushed against a few of his wounds, the sharp pain instinctively made him turn his head to avoid the gaze, only to collide with the swaying hand. Meanwhile, Zhou Ji continued speaking, his tone sincere as if he were an old friend, sharing heartfelt words of comfort. Those words seemed to carry a certain charm, gradually dissipating the resentment within Xian Shi. The hand swinging in front of him inexplicably captivated him, causing his gaze to become fixated upon it. Slowly, his expression relaxed, and his eyes began to grow vacant and dull. Brother Xian Shi, to be honest, I truly feel that you have been wronged. Now I finally understand why you would resort to kidnapping even minor characters like Ada. Alas, they say your Lianhe society is a major gang on par with Hongxing, yet when I glanced into your office just now, I was taken aback. Who would have thought that the powerful figure of Lianhe society on Bolin Street would be living such a wretched life? What is your status? Who would dare to disrespect you on Bolin Street? If I were in your position as a leader, I would have quit long ago. If anyone dared to utter a word, I would have them killed. Zhou Ji spoke while continuing to provoke, belittling the Lianhe society to mere nothingness, all the while advocating for Xian Shi's plight. Yes, kill him. The previously silent Xian Shi suddenly chimed in, his voice sounding strangely odd. The onlookers, Shueda, Sister Shi-san, and the gang of underlings, believed Zhou Ji was merely humiliating Xian Shi and did not delve deeper into the matter. Exactly. He should be killed. That is more like our brother Xian Shi's temperament. Zhou Ji, upon hearing his response, couldn't help but smile subtly, echoing back, indeed, he should be killed. With a snap of his fingers before Xian Shi's eyes, he then helped him to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes and straightening his collar. All right, brother Xian Shi, take care. I won't see you off any further. Farewell. With a blank expression, Xian Shi uttered 2 words before turning and heading straight for the stairwell. Hee. Watching the retreating figure, Zhou Ji chuckled softly. The ensuing drama promised to be quite spectacular. The Lianhe society would likely face turmoil for a while, while over on Bolin Street, it remained uncertain whether they would even have the capacity to ponder over such matters. Ahu hesitated slightly, asking, Brother Ji, are we just letting him go? What else should we do? Zhou Ji turned his head, questioning Ahu in return. What do you think I should do? Ahu replied in a low voice, to dare provoke you. I believe he should be taught a severe lesson before being thrown down from here. Haha. Zhou Ji chuckled lightly, non-committally responding, sometimes, one does not need to take matters into their own hands. Some people are far more valuable alive than dead. By the way, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately commanded, I forgot to instruct earlier, hurry down and inform the brothers to let Xian Shi go. Yes, I will go at once. Afu responded with a sharp acknowledgement and swiftly pursued Ham Shum as he departed. Though he harbored a strong desire to intervene, he was bound to obey Brother Chi's orders to release the captives. Zhou Ji strode calmly to the edge of the rooftop, his gaze sweeping over the depths of Bolin Street. Under the cloak of night, Bolin Street ought to have been ablaze with dazzling lights and shimmering neon, suffused with an aura of decadent revelry. Yet at this moment, the entire thoroughfare had descended into chaos, far more turbulent than he had anticipated. As far as the eye could see, panicked crowds scattered in every direction. Occasionally, clusters of a dozen or more gangsters brandishing lethal weapons wove through the streets. Some abruptly stormed into buildings, others burst forth from within. When rival factions encountered each other, some allied to fight shoulder to shoulder, while others drew blades at once, erupting into fierce brawls on the spot. Brother Chi, Tony has arrived. Aza's voice rang from behind him, as Zhou Ji silently observed the unfolding turmoil. Brother Chi. Zhou Ji nodded in reply, and turned to see Tony standing there, drenched in blood. What is the situation now? Most of the Union Society's turf has been secured by our brothers. A few other gangs are trying to exploit the chaos for gain, but it's still manageable. We can handle it. Everyone has their eyes on this lucrative slice of Bolin Street. Some are eager to grab a piece, but I anticipated that. Zhou Ji smiled faintly. Anyone who dares reach out must be struck down. But time is short. Remember, 20 minutes from now, regardless of the outcome, everyone must withdraw. Tony asked in confusion, Brother Chi, why retreat after finally taking the territory? The commotion tonight is massive. Do you think the police are mere ornaments? If we don't leave after fighting, do you expect them to come knocking and arrest us? Zhou Ji replied firmly. What about the ground we've taken? Don't worry. Hung Hing Isn't just us alone. Reinforcements will follow. No one dares swallow what belongs to us. Understood. I'll relay the order immediately. Go. After Tony departed, Zhou Ji's gaze returned to the street below. Noticing a particular skirmish, he froze slightly. At a nearby street corner, A long-haired youth wielding twin machetes sprinted wildly, soon encircled by 2 or 3 dozen assailants. Contrary to expectations, the boy did not flee. Instead, he charged fearlessly into the crowd's heart. Under Zhou Ji's somewhat astonished gaze, the youth's twin blades danced like the wind, seemingly unstoppable, an unrivaled force unleashed. Within moments, 7 or 8 foes lay fallen. In the blink of an eye, he alone chased and cut down more than a dozen adversaries. Didn't he expect this kid to be so fierce? His skill might rival Tony's, Zhou Ji mused, pondering which Hong Kong film character he resembled. Aza's voice expressed astonishment, while Ah Fu said gravely, in terms of blade technique, he might even surpass second brother. Is he one of ours? Zhou Ji asked Aza, turning with mild surprise. Ah Fu, ever at his side, naturally knew nothing of the youth's origins. In this world, a fusion of many Hong Kong films, a figure wielding dual blades with the might of a war god is typically destined for leading roles. Aza nodded decisively. Yes, this kid is our newly recruited brother. Called Xiao Hui. Young but hot-headed. I remember clearly. Zhou Ji nodded slightly. Good. Time is nearly up. Let us head down and meet this young man. Chapter 62. The Union Society's reinforcements descend. From the rooftop, vision was limited. The youth's long hair bore some resemblance to Chun Haonan's style, but his martial prowess was incomparable. Even if several Chun Haonans arrived, few could withstand his blades. Moreover, Chun Haonan was Boss B's loyal subordinate. Having spoken, Zhou Ji turned toward the staircase. He had not intended to intervene personally in tonight's conflict. With fierce lieutenants like the Aza brothers and reinforcements summoned by Liang Kuan, there was no need for his direct involvement. As Zhou Ji took a few steps, he caught sight of Xiao Hui knocking down the last opponent. Boss. The man looked up and called out upon seeing Zhou Ji, then hurried over, weary but unscathed. So it was him. Seeing the blood-smeared yet still youthful face, Zhou Ji finally recognized him. Xiao Hui, real name Chen Zhihui, hailed from Mongkok prison. Originally a low-ranking member of the Mongkok Righteous Hall, he had covertly swapped a death lottery slip drawn by his brother, Porcupine. Subsequently, he and other drawn members were tasked to eliminate traitors. Unfortunately, the plan leaked. Upon arrival, they were ambushed and wiped out, leaving only him alive. Yet, armed with twin machetes, he turned the tide, slaying over 20 enemies and personally executing the betrayers. Sadly, during his escape, he was shot from behind by a newly minted uniformed officer. Severely wounded and captured, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, spending 29 years incarcerated, developing severe schizophrenia in the process. Ultimately, he fell victim to the brutal internecine gang wars. Unbelievably, in just one day, Aza had already recruited him. His story bore some resemblance to the original owner's, except that the latter was apprehended on the spot without further incident. Xiao Hui's harsh sentence seemed entangled with the officer's perjury, who falsely claimed the youth injured him during a scuffle. It was implausible that an ordinary thug could overpower several officers. A harsh sentence was inevitable. As Xiao Hui approached, Zhou Ji inquired with concern, "What happened? Why are you alone here?" Tony had only recently left. Xiao Hui should not have been here solo, especially surrounded by over 30 assailants. Boss, the Union Society's reinforcements have arrived. Brother Tony sent me to inform you so you can withdraw swiftly. He is holding the front line for now. Reinforcements too? Zhou Ji was momentarily taken aback, then said, "It seems Ham Shum has returned. Let us go have a look." He had assumed the police should have arrived by now. Evidently, it was not that they hadn't come, but that they were lurking at the periphery, observing. Likely their usual tactic, let both sides exhaust themselves before stepping in to clean up the mess. From his vantage point, the entire Palan Street was engulfed in brutal street warfare. If the police rushed in recklessly, an uninformed junior might mistake them for targets and strike. After all, these were gang conflicts. The cops would be glad to see more casualties, reducing future trouble. Using their lives to shield these lowlifes was akin to smashing porcelain against stone. Xiao Hui urged anxiously, "Boss, there are too many of them." Zhou Ji waved him off. "Don't panic. We're just going to assess the situation. If it turns dangerous, we'll rescue and retreat immediately." Having spoken thus, he swiftly quickened his pace, striding purposefully in the direction from which little Hui approached. He had previously asserted that no action was necessary this evening. Yet if the United Society's overwhelming forces truly pressed upon them, it seemed inevitable that he would have to intervene personally. Having finally secured capable lieutenants, such as the 3 Aja brothers, he was unwilling to suffer losses so soon, especially not of Tony, the most formidable among them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Boland Street, a car sped along and screeched to an abrupt halt by the roadside. What is the situation now? Is Ajia's side unharmed? As soon as the vehicle came to rest, Liang Kuan hurriedly alighted and anxiously inquired of the few subordinates waiting nearby. "Brother Kuan, just received word. The United Society's territory has been completely cleared out by Brother Ji," came the report. Liang Kuan paused momentarily, then asked, completely cleared? So swiftly resolved? Indeed. Brother Ji caught Xianshi red-handed. The United Society's forces are leaderless and utterly incapable of mounting resistance. Thus, progress has been remarkably smooth. I see. Liang Kuan nodded slightly. Sneering, that wretched Xianshi truly believed Liang Kuan, would hesitate to turn hostile? Let us see how he fares this time. With that, he strode forward decisively. Come, let us enter and assess the situation. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already taken the lead, with Sha Chong hastily following. Yet scarcely had they advanced a few steps when a bloodied subordinate staggered toward them, face etched with panic. Upon seeing Liang Kuan, the man cried out in relief. Brother Kuan, there's trouble. Hundreds, at least 200 or 300, of United Society men have arrived and have encircled Brother Ji and his group. What? Wasn't Xianshi being kept under close watch by Aji? Where did these people emerge from? Sha Chong, noticing Liang Kuan's relentless advance, urgently counseled, Brother Kuan. It's far too perilous inside. Perhaps we should wait, gather reinforcements before proceeding. Fool, what do you know? Liang Kuan retorted, slapping Sha Chong sharply on the head. Dangerous? Do you think I, Liang Kuan, am easily frightened? Our brothers are fighting desperately inside, and you want me to cower outside? If word spreads of that, how can I maintain my standing? Brother Kuan, if we charge in, we must have sufficient manpower. Sha Chong rubbed his head in grievance. With only a few of us, it's a certain death sentence. Brother Ji is formidable. He can hold out for 10 minutes, surely. You damn. Liang Kuan paused, snorted, finally, something sensible. Now hurry and summon reinforcements. Also, doesn't T.R. Hongxing have men stationed on Bolan Street? Where have they all gone? One subordinate quickly replied, Brother Kuan. King Siyuan is currently locked in fierce combat with East Star's madman, Hui. East Star? What business do they have here? This is our feud with the United Society. East Star seeks to profit from the chaos, does it? Liang Kuan cursed, then inquired further, and what of Beast? I recall he operates nearest here, managing several enterprises on Bolan Street. Beast's men have indeed mobilized, but their current location is unknown. We have been unable to make contact. Damn. Liang Kuan irritably scratched his head. Sound the whistle immediately. Notify all brothers nearby to assemble at top speed. Not a single one is to be left behind. Chapter 63, shocking all of Hong Kong. Hongxing's resounding victory. When Zhou Ji arrived at the scene, he found the situation was not as dire as anticipated. Amidst the crowd, Tony wielded a steel pipe, leading 7 or 8 subordinates in a ferocious onslaught, their momentum unstoppable and no adversary daring to approach. Not far off, another burly man stood out prominently. Grasping a cleaver, he led several men in courageous combat, his blade sharp and footwork swift, nearly invincible. Zhou Ji even spotted Feiji and Dong Wanzi within the fray. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Why didn't he notify them? How did they all arrive? Despite the United Society's numerical advantage, they failed to dominate. The battle was evenly matched, a deadlock ensued. Xiaohui, can you still fight? Zhou Ji scanned the scene and asked a nearby subordinate. Gritting his teeth, Xiaohui replied, Boss, rest assured. I'm still good to go. Excellent. Ada, 13 sister. Fall back and protect yourselves. The rest, follow me and charge. No sooner had Zhou Ji spoken than he darted into the crowd like lightning. Stay close to Brother Ji. Take down those scoundrels. Asia bellowed, leading the charge, with Ahu and Xiaohui close behind. Witnessing this spectacle, Shui De's legs weakened. Intending to pull 13 sister to safety, he was startled as she suddenly shouted and dashed forward. Sister, Dad, take care of yourself. I'm coming to help. 13 sister tossed out the words, swiftly bent to retrieve a cleaver that had just fallen, and plunged unhesitatingly into the melee. Shui fumed helplessly, unable to intervene. His age and serious injuries rendered him powerless, even if he wished to assist. He lacked the strength to reach the front line. The weakness in his legs made each step labored. Though Zhou Ji's contingent was small, his presence, combined with fierce fighters like Ahu and Xiaohui, had already shifted the momentum in their favor. Asia, albeit ordinarily unremarkable, had conserved his strength, far surpassing the fatigued subordinates who had been battling for some time. Their charge sliced through the battlefield like a sharp blade through butter, carving a straight path. Unstoppable and unyielding. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of both sides. Brother Ji, how did you get here? Tony, having felled an opponent, quickly scanned the battlefield and spotted Zhou Ji, immediately calling out loudly. I heard Union came with reinforcements. I came to check the situation. How goes the fight? Rest assured. Hongxing has plenty of men arriving steadily. They won't hold out much longer. As they spoke, they dispatched several attackers with swift blows, exchanging information at a rapid pace. Good. Then let us press harder and finish them off quickly. Before Zhou Ji finished, he executed a sweeping kick that toppled an enemy, seized a steel pipe, and wielded dual weapons to advance relentlessly. In moments, he approached a muscular, agile adversary. I am Hongxing S. Beast. Which brothers come to support? Beast, engrossed in combat with his men, cleared enemies around him upon noticing allies approaching, and loudly announced himself. Ah, Beast brother. I am Yao Street S. Zhouji. Zhouji responded, his dual pipes flashing as he swept aside a crowd of foes. Brother Ji, no wonder your skills are so fierce. Beast acknowledged with a few words, and the two groups quickly merged. However, as Zhouji neared Beast, a strong, pungent odor assaulted his senses, nearly suffocating him. The stench emanated from Beast himself, leaving Zhouji speechless. Unexpectedly, Beast suffered from body odor. Yet amidst the chaos of battle, retreat was impossible. Fortunately, the air was thick with the scent of blood and sweat, and after some adjustment, Zhouji could tolerate it. With their forces united, they overwhelmed the Union Society's men, crushing them utterly. The enemy gasped for breath, retreating step by step, unable to continue the fight. The once scattered members of the Hongxing gang gradually converged towards the position of Zhouji. He took a moment to glance around. Although the Dongguan fellows bore some injuries, they were not in grave danger. Just then, a group suddenly charged around the corner, led by a towering figure adorned with a head full of dreadlocks. Brothers of Hongxing, hold your ground. I, Xiu and Wang, have arrived. The burly man bellowed, brandishing his machete as he plunged into the fray. Reinforcements had arrived for Hongxing. Our leader is wounded and cannot hold on. Run for your lives. The United Alliance was already struggling, and the sudden influx of fresh troops shattered what little morale remained. The quick-witted younger members began to slip away unnoticed. To make matters worse, the leading brother was struck several times in the chaos, collapsing to the ground, which completely shattered the remaining spirit of the group. The crowd scattered in panic, a disorganized rout. Jiang Quan from Ma Temple Street has arrived. Brothers, let us slay the scum of the United Alliance. At this critical moment, Jiang Quan finally arrived with his men, effectively sealing off the United Alliance's escape route. Without uttering a word, he launched a relentless pursuit of the fleeing enemies, with blades flashing and blood spilling, showing no mercy. By the time the two factions converged, not a single member of the United Alliance remained standing on the battlefield. Aji, are you all right? Jiang Quan exclaimed, spotting Zhouji, bloodied but alive, and immediately expressed his concern. Quan Gu. The others greeted Jiang Quan respectfully upon his arrival. I'm fine, but you need to tend to that wound on your arm. Zhouji shook his head. He was unscathed, while Jiang Quan's arm was bleeding profusely, his sleeve torn to reveal a distinct knife wound, evidently incurred during the melee. Jiang Quan shook his head and replied, in this line of work, such superficial wounds are nothing. Have we taken complete control of the United Alliance's territory? Tony immediately responded. Quan Gu, it's all taken care of. Good. Jiang Quan repeated thrice, then spoke gravely. I've just received word that the police have arrived at the perimeter. First, evacuate the injured brothers. I'll handle the rest. With this battle, the dust had largely settled. Given the magnitude of the incident, the aftermath would naturally be handled by the society. All the strongholds of the United Alliance on Boland Street had changed hands, and that evening, the medical expenses and compensation for the injured participants would not fall solely on Zhouji. This time, Hongxing was in the right. Whether the two sides would negotiate peace or continue their conflict in the future, they had nothing to fear. The loss of territory on Boland Street was a significant blow to the United Alliance, reverberating throughout the Underworld. Almost overnight, the news spread across the Triad circles of Hong Kong. As the de facto leader of this operation, Zhouji's reputation soared throughout the city. Despite not being present on the front lines for most of the conflict and only participating in the final battle, this confrontation showcased his leadership ability, drawing together several formidable allies around him, inevitably attracting the attention and wariness of various interested parties. Such a significant event could not go unnoticed by the police. That evening, the leaders of the United Alliance and Hongxing were summoned to the police station for questioning, only released the following afternoon. Both remained tight-lipped about the discussions within the precinct. However, that very afternoon, Jiang Quan personally led a team to officially take over all the territories of the United Alliance on Boland Street. The United Alliance made no protest, seemingly acquiescing to this outcome. Thus, all major gangs understood that this conflict had culminated in a resounding victory for Hongxing. Chapter 64. Seizing the territory of the United Alliance. The Nightshade Bar, once the domain of the United Alliance, now proudly displayed the banner of Hongxing. Aji, you performed splendidly this time, leaving the United Alliance too intimidated to utter a word. In a private room, Jiang Quan, with one arm in a sling, raised a glass with his other hand, his face beaming with excitement as he spoke to Zhouji. This time, Jiang Quan truly basked in glory, having seized all the assets of the United Alliance on Boland Street in the span of a single night. Hongxing already had a foothold in the area and was not merely an interloper. Henceforth, should any other society dare to encroach, it would be their own territory to defend. That afternoon, just as Jiang Tianxing had emerged from the police station, he had called Zhou Ji, until the higher-ups made a final decision. The territory around Bolin Street would be managed by him on an interim basis. This indicated that he was now not only the decision-maker in Ma Temple Street, but also in charge of affairs on Bolin Street. Jiang Quan was acutely aware of just how lucrative this territory was. Even if only temporarily managing it, he could reap substantial rewards. Zhou Ji humbly replied, "This success is largely thanks to your unwavering support, Quan Go. Without the backup of my subordinates, nothing could have been achieved. The real credit belongs to you." His words rang true. Although Jiang Quan had not initially been present, he had mobilized almost all his forces to provide support. Given his limited strength, how could he have possibly breached the layers of defense set by the United Alliance on Bolin Street? Ji, there's no need to be overly modest. The credit that belongs to you cannot be claimed by anyone else. Jiang Quan waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Jiang made it clear that your leadership in taking Bolin Street was paramount, and you must not be slighted. My intention is simple. You may choose any of these territories. Whichever you favor will be yours to manage from now on. What do you say? Zhou Ji was taken aback, hesitating as he replied, Quan Go. This victory is not solely my achievement. Is this distribution truly appropriate? But you contributed the most effort. Besides, you're my brother. What is mine is yours. Why be so formal with me? Very well. Thank you, Quan Go. After some contemplation, Zhou Ji finally nodded in agreement. That is more like it. Come. Let us raise a toast to our future prosperity. Quan Go, cheers to you. The two conversed in the private room for quite some time. Despite Jiang Quan's assurance that Zhou Ji could select the venues, he felt completely unfamiliar with the area and could not discern which businesses were thriving and which were languishing. Ultimately, Jiang Quan finalized the selections for him. The other party was quite accommodating, directly allocating 2 bars, a massage center, and a sauna for him. Jiang Quan even personally accompanied him for an inspection, confirming that the businesses were indeed bustling with clientele. In the end, he suggested adding a few more mahjong parlors, but Zhou Ji politely declined, opting instead for a boxing gym. He was well aware of how many men he had at his disposal and the scale of operations he could realistically manage. Currently, the few establishments he had already acquired were barely sustainable. Any more would be overwhelming. Although he had taken the lead in this operation, greed could lead to an unseemly outcome. During this endeavor, Zhou Ji had recruited nearly 50 new subordinates, with 2 casualties, 3 injured, and over 10 severely wounded. The rest were mostly hurt as well. After officially taking over these properties, he summoned all available younger members for a simple initiation ceremony. After all, aside from the Aja brothers, the others had yet to be properly inducted. The ceremony, while not elaborate, was deemed essential by him. Rituals foster a sense of belonging, making them feel like family. Whether the society would offer any rewards for their efforts remained uncertain. The funds confiscated from Xianxia amounted to over 3 million upon counting. He was generous, distributing an advance of 10,000 to each participant, 20,000 to those severely injured, and for outstanding performers like Xiaowei and Tony, a reward of 100,000 each. Those disabled were granted 100,000 as settlement fees, with light duties arranged for them thereafter. The families of the 2 fallen brothers each received a condolence sum of 200,000. After these dispersions, only about 50,000 remained in the account. Subsequently, several venues were systematically assigned. 2 bars were entrusted to the Aza brothers, though Ahu was still required to accompany and assist for the time being. The Jade Washing Center was placed under Xiaowi's supervision, while the sauna was handed to another promising subordinate, reportedly once a henchman. The mahjong parlor was managed in shifts by Feiji, Deng Wenzi, and others. Naturally, they also took turns shadowing Jimmy Z for a period, both for his protection and to learn the art of management. How much they absorbed depended on their individual insight. As for the boxing gym, it was designated as a daily training ground for the younger disciples. Although it did not generate much revenue ordinarily, he planned to personally oversee it during his leisure time in the future. Additionally, he admonished everyone to accelerate recruitment efforts to expand the team. While combat prowess was crucial, numbers could not be overlooked. It was untenable to rely solely on a few capable fighters to charge forward and risk their lives every time. In the Underworld, how could one avoid getting cut? After this campaign, Zhou Ji finally secured his own territory and established a stable income stream. Recruiting henceforth would no longer be hampered by accommodation concerns. Naturally, the evening featured a celebratory banquet, held at the nightclub he had just taken over, the very Nightfall bar where he had spent the afternoon with Liang Kun. The appointed managers of the various venues were all present, and he had specially invited Jimmy and Li Changjiang. Jimmy was regarded as the sharpest mind among the younger disciples. Now that they had assets, such talents were indispensable for management. Since following him, Li Changjiang had barely been seen except during their last conversation. To avoid making him feel neglected, Zhou Ji relied on him for errands and deemed it appropriate to show occasional concern. Everyone has worked hard. Come, let us drink a toast first. Inside the private room, Once everyone had arrived, Zhou Ji stood, raising a bottle of beer. Cheers. Upon hearing this, the younger disciples excitedly clinked their bottles together. These novices, entrusted with significant responsibilities after just one battle, were naturally elated. After drinking and taking their seats, Zhou Ji spoke. Since you are with me now, no matter your past, from now on we are brothers under Zhou Ji, sharing wealth and bearing hardship together. Pausing briefly, he added in a solemn tone, but let me be clear, if anyone here commits treachery, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Xiao Wei was the first to respond. When venturing out, loyalty is paramount. Brother Ji, rest assured, if anyone betrays the brothers, Xiao Wei will be the first to deal with them. No need for you to lift a finger. Dong Guanzi followed. Indeed, Brother Ji, from now on we follow you. Whomever you say to fight, we will fight without hesitation. Azza also pledged. Brother Ji, you have been a great benefactor to us three brothers. From now on, our lives belong to you. One by one, they expressed varying degrees of loyalty, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Li Changjiang sat aside, several times wanting to speak but uncertain what to say, appearing somewhat awkward and detached. When it was his turn, he mustered courage and said, Brother Ji, don't worry. If there is anything, just tell me, I will obey. Such a scene was indeed difficult for someone like him, raised inland and a veteran of the battlefield, to adapt to. Enough, Changjiang, you're different from them. Brother Ji interrupted as he was about to speak. You grew up in a different environment, so naturally your thoughts differ. No need to force yourself. As I told you before, your duties are not the same as theirs. Zhou Ji did not say this behind the others' backs. Now that he had his own territory, his future path was clear. To conduct legitimate affairs, he had to make his subordinates understand his boundaries. These young men, brimming with youthful vigor yet inexperienced, were easily tempted by external influences. It was precisely the time when one could stray, so certain matters had to be clarified early to prevent future disasters. I understand. I have been reflecting on what you told me, Li Changjiang nodded. I've already begun making contact, and was about to report that most have agreed to come. But alright. I got it. Zhou Ji cut him off. We'll discuss this privately later. I will arrange everything. Then he turned to the group. You've only just joined me, so I must speak frankly. We're out here to make a living, but certain lines must not be crossed. I can't control others, but none of my men are allowed to touch face powder. Understood, boss. They responded respectfully. Zhou Ji nodded slightly. That's all for today's instructions. We'll go over other matters gradually. Today is for relaxation. Let loose and enjoy yourselves. With business concluded, he immediately summoned Mommy to bring Xiao Jia, allowing the younger disciples to choose freely. This was a time for celebration. Other matters could wait, for excessive talk might spoil the mood. While Zhou Ji's side reveled, elsewhere someone was restless. Big brother, are you really going to let the last debt slide? In the hospital ward, Ding Yixia, wrapped in bandages and with gauze around his head, half reclined on the bed, gazing at his visiting elder brother Ding Xiaoxia with a tone full of resentment. Since that incident, he had been hospitalized, only recently showing signs of improvement. His heart seethed with unending hatred, singularly focused on avenging his humiliation. Ding Xiaoxia's face was grim. Don't worry about this. I have my own plans. I want to ignore it, but look at me now. And I just heard he helped Hongxing seize territory on Poland Street last night. Hongxing is a major syndicate. If we don't act soon, we'll never be able to touch him. Your sole task now is to recuperate. Don't concern yourself with anything else. Big brother. Enough. Stop talking. I warn you again. No more acting behind my back. But Ding Xiaoxia abruptly grabbed his collar, his voice low and icy. Did you hear me? I've warned you twice already. Don't force me to say it a third time. No one is allowed to touch the Fong family. Heard. I won't dare again. Ding Xiaoxia snorted coldly and released him. Zhou Ji is not as simple as you think. Your petty tricks won't work on him. They will only enrage him. Do you know what someone like him is capable of once he is desperate? His gaze remained coldly fixed on his younger brother. Fortunately, he has been keeping a close watch these past few days. Otherwise, a grave disaster would have nearly unfolded. How dare the second brother harbor intentions towards Fong Ting? Has he not considered the possibility of losing his life should Zhou Ji become aware of his schemes? He cannot possibly believe that Zhou Ji's earlier remarks were mere jest, as all who navigate the underworld are acutely aware of the stakes involved. He is utterly convinced that Zhou Ji possesses both the audacity to act and the capability to fulfill his threats. As the leader of the organization, he is acutely aware of a fundamental law. When one's power reaches a certain level, all plots and tricks are nothing more than paper tigers. Should one fail to strike decisively against a tiger, they will ultimately suffer the consequences. Either one refrains from action, or, like Zhou Ji, once he takes action, it is assuredly lethal. During these days of inactivity, he has been waiting for the opportune moment, while also discreetly monitoring the movements of his adversary. Ding Xiaoxia, he admonished sternly, are you intending to drag the entire family into ruin? Do not think I am trying to scare you. Before entertaining such thoughts, Could you not first ascertain the true nature of your opponent? What kind of person is Leon Cohen? You have known him for more than a day or two. Does he place such importance on someone without reason? I was wrong. Focus on your recovery. I shall take my leave for now, as I have matters to attend to. Stay out of trouble. Understood. Ding Xiaoxia fixed his gaze on his brother for a moment, seemingly to ascertain whether he was genuinely repentant, before turning away with an impassive expression. Yet within him, turmoil brewed far more intensely than his outward calm suggested. The more he understood Zhou Ji, the stronger his anxiety and unease became. If possible, he truly wished to avoid a direct confrontation with that individual. In the blink of an eye, a week had quietly passed. During this time, numerous gangs had taken advantage of Liang Kuen's recent acquisition of the Bolan Street territory, testing the waters by instigating conflicts. However, each attempt was swiftly quelled by Liang Kuen's formidable methods. Those individuals, realizing their opportunity had evaporated, retreated decisively. Bolan Street soon returned to its usual vibrancy, with songs sung, dances performed, and drinks enjoyed. Everything appeared as though no disturbances had ever occurred. Leveraging Zhou Ji's reputation, the number of new recruits under his command surged to over 200 within the week. These individuals had been meticulously selected and had completed the initiation rites to become formal members. When accounting for those affiliated but not directly involved, the total approached 500, marking the nascent formation of a powerful entity. It was not that he was unwilling to continue recruitment, but rather that expanding further would be unsustainable given the current financial burdens. After all, the venture's yielding profit remained too few to support a larger force. Chapter 66. Preparing for the grand opening. On a bright morning, Zhou Ji stepped out of the boxing gym with An. Since taking over the gym, he had made some repairs and updated the training equipment. Most importantly, he had established an office for himself, along with a cozy lounge. Last night, An had accompanied him to enjoy the new delights of the lounge, complete with milk tea. Overall, the experience had been quite enjoyable. Good morning, Brother Ji. Good morning, sister-in-law. As the two emerged, they were greeted by a gathering of individuals who respectfully acknowledged them. The core team responsible for the venue's operations, including Aja, the three brothers, Xiao Hui, Fei Ji, and Dongguan Boy, were all present, alongside key members from the egg goods factory, such as Jimmy and David. Secretary Fong Ting had naturally taken her position as well. Today marked the official grand opening of the egg goods store, bringing everyone together for the occasion. Everyone is here. Zhou Ji nodded, acknowledging all present. Initially, a smile graced his face, but as he scanned the crowd, his expression gradually soured. This was a significant event. Both he and were dressed formally. Jimmy, David, and the others responsible for the business side, including Secretary Fong Ting, were appropriately attired as well. Who had been by Zhou Ji's side these past few days, his appearance also quite presentable. However, the core team managing the venue had dressed in a manner that was simply unacceptable. In just a few days, Aja had dyed his hair bright red, while Tony sported a streak of blue in his bangs. The others, too, had adopted various eccentric styles. Their attire was flamboyant, almost screaming, "I am a gangster." If they were to accompany him to the new store's opening, anyone with eyes would recognize it as a show of force, and outsiders might mistake it for a prelude to a brawl. How could one conduct business under such circumstances? Damn it, Zhou Ji muttered under his breath, glaring at Aja and Tony. What on earth is wrong with you two? After just a few days apart, how did you end up looking like this? Huh? The two stared blankly at Zhou Ji, then glanced down at themselves, puzzled as to what the issue was. After scolding the pair, Zhou Ji turned his ire towards the others, barking, "And you lot, who allowed you to show up like this? What on earth are you all thinking?" The individuals singled out stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Seeing their confusion only fueled Zhou Ji's frustration further. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Aja. "Have you lost your mind? Do you really think that dyeing your hair red looks cool? And you, Tony, what do you think a few blue strands accomplish? You all are supposed to be leaders. Does dressing like this make you look imposing? Or fashionable? And look at your clothes. They are tattered and ragged. Those who understand fashion would say it's trendy, while those who don't might think you crawled out of a dumpster. Brother Ji, this is actually..." Aja finally realized and hurried to explain. "Shut up." Zhou Ji interrupted sharply, glancing at his watch. "We open at 10 sharp. I don't care how you choose to dress. Just return to a normal appearance. And wear clothes that make you look like respectable individuals." He gestured towards Jimmy. "Do you see him? I don't expect you to dress as neatly as I do, but at the very least, look like Jimmy. Today, I'm opening a business, not taking you all out for a fight. Yes, yes." This was the first time the group had witnessed Zhou Ji so enraged. They all fell silent, heads bowed, the ones called out trembling with trepidation, afraid to utter a word. "What are you still doing here? Do you expect me to change your clothes personally? Go now?" Upon hearing this, the group immediately turned and hurried towards the gym's exit. "And make sure to manage your subordinates properly. They must be presentable as well. Otherwise, do not dare to show your faces in front of me again." Yes, yes. They rushed out, hastily agreeing as they ran. A bunch of fools. Watching them flee in disarray, Zhou Zi's anger flared anew, unable to contain another curse. It was truly impossible to find a moment of peace. The slightest oversight could lead to such absurdities. Ajah, didn't you say that if you're in this line of work, this is how one should dress? Why is Brother Zhi so furious? Outside the gym, Xiaohui could not help but ask Ajah, as their current attire was entirely based on Ajah's suggestions. Ajah, with his outgoing personality, had quickly blended in with the group over the past few days. Shortly after the three brothers had fled from the refugee camp. Their skills were adequate, though their worldly experience remained limited. Now entrusted with significant responsibilities by Zhou Zi, they naturally aspired to make a commendable impression. During this period, besides diligently carrying out their duties, they continuously sought to learn. They even inquired among their subordinates about the appropriate attire befitting their current status and standing. The subordinate, merely a novice, upon being questioned and reluctant to decline, recalled the appearances of street toughs he had seen and offered some haphazard advice. Upon hearing this, Ajah found the suggestions reasonable and, after observing for several days, confirmed their validity. Promptly, he meticulously groomed himself, enlisted Tony's assistance, and subsequently disseminated the style among the other brothers. Being the eldest among them, while the others were merely 17 or 18 and not yet adults. Naturally, they regarded him as their elder brother. Thus unfolded the scene before us today, particularly since Zhou Zi had emphasized the significance of this day. The previous night, they had collectively prepared themselves, hoping for some praise, yet instead were harshly reprimanded. I don't know either, but since Brother Zhi says so, then it must be wrong. Sighed Ajah, then angrily declared, it's all that scoundrel Ding Zai's lousy idea. I must give him a proper lesson later. Deng Wenzai immediately interjected, Brother Jia, let us settle scores later. Brother Zhi stressed there's only 1 hour, and with our men waiting, we must seize the time. Yes, hurry. First, fix your hairstyles and change into suits. Also, arrange the brothers below accordingly. After a few hurried instructions, they gathered their subordinates and swiftly proceeded to the changing area to don their attire. Chapter 67. The big shots assemble. Inside the boxing gym, after a group departed, Ayan gently advised, Brother Zhi, today is a joyous occasion. Don't be upset. They truly meant no offense. Zhou Zhi acknowledged, turning to Jimmy and inquiring. Are the shops all properly arranged? Jimmy promptly nodded in response. Brother Zhi, all 3 stores have been decorated according to your specifications, and the merchandise is fully stocked. Zhou Zhi then looked to David. Any issues with factory production? David solemnly affirmed. The processes are fully streamlined. The workers are skilled, and production has been stable recently. Besides supplying the stores, we've also stockpiled some inventory. Fong Ting, without waiting for Zhou Zhi, proactively reported, Brother Zhi. All clerks have been hired and completed basic training as per your instructions. Excellent. Then let us depart at once. With that, he led the way out of the gym. Upon Zhou Zhi's arrival at the destination in a business vehicle, it was not yet 8 o'clock. Soon, Liang Kuen's car slowly approached. Brother Kuen, you're here. He hurriedly greeted. Laughing, Liang Kuen stepped out and clasped Zhou Zhi's shoulder. Your new shop is opening. How could I, as the boss, be late? Here, a small token of my goodwill. Zhou Zhi smiled, accepting the red envelope. Brother Kuen, that's not quite right. This isn't my store alone. It's our shared enterprise. Don't forget, you still hold a 30% stake in the factory. Oh, right, it's our store. Liang Kuen chuckled, then turned to Sha Chong, instructing, arrange our flower baskets neatly, and tell the brothers here to stay sharp. No troublemakers allowed. Yes, Brother Kuen. Sha Chong responded, and immediately set about the task. Let us go, Zhi. Liang Kuen linked arms with Zhou Zhi. I've heard much about the promising prospects of this business. It's still early, show me around first. I've invited quite a few guests today to witness it all. Gladly, Zhou Zhi smiled, and led Liang Kuen inside the new store. Brother Kuen, Jimmy, David, and others standing at the entrance respectfully greeted Liang Kuen upon his arrival. These faces seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Liang Kuen scrutinized them, pausing briefly. When his gaze landed on Fong Ting, he could not help but smile. Beauty, you're here too. Fong Ting blushed slightly. Brother Kuen, you still remember me? Of course I do. Liang Kuen laughed. Back then, Zhi went to great lengths to create a grand scene with 1,000 suitors chasing after you. I could never forget that. So now you're with Zhi? Fong Ting lowered her head and replied, last time, Brother Kuen, I truly appreciate your help. I'm now Brother Zhi's secretary, assisting him with affairs. Oh, very good. Very good. Liang Kuen praised. I heard you're a university graduate and a top talent. Rare indeed. You must wholeheartedly support Zhi from now on. Fong Ting promptly pledged. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Brother Kuen, this is Jimmy, and this is David. Zhou Zhi introduced those beside him. They are specially recruited to manage the counterfeit goods business. I've always trusted Aj's judgment, Liang Kuan said, then smiled at everyone. Since Aj has chosen you, you must demonstrate genuine skill and serve him well. Should you encounter difficulties, just mention my name, Liang Kuan of Temple Street, and you'll have my backing. But if anyone dares betray his trust, I want to spell out the consequences. You can find out for yourselves outside. Jimmy immediately smiled apologetically. Understood, Brother Kuan. We've heard of your reputation long ago. Rest assured, we will give our utmost effort. Satisfied, Liang Kuan patted their shoulders and stepped inside the store. Excellent, excellent. Upon entering and surveying the premises, his eyes brightened, and he repeatedly expressed admiration. Though the decor was not extravagant, it appeared spacious, bright, and tastefully elegant. Various garments were neatly displayed by category, exquisitely refined under the lighting. Is this really counterfeit merchandise? Liang Kuan approached the nearest men's clothing rack, casually selecting a suit and scrutinizing it intently, a trace of doubt in his voice. As a prominent figure on Temple Street, accustomed to high-end venues and having purchased numerous luxury items, he could effortlessly discern authenticity and quality. Yet this piece, held in his hands, bore no discernible flaws and was virtually indistinguishable from genuine articles. Zhou Ji chuckled softly. If judged solely by tailoring craftsmanship, it could well pass as authentic. After receiving this batch, he personally inspected it and was extremely satisfied. David's work exceeded expectations, apart from brand labels. From fabric selection to sewing details, it nearly perfectly replicates genuine standards. Ordinary people would find it nearly impossible to tell the difference without expert scrutiny. Oh, you mean? Liang Kuan's eyes lit up. It's merely a matter of a different brand. After all, we deal in replicas. Understood. Liang Kuan nodded, then inquired. What about pricing? 1/3 the price of the authentic goods, yet matching them in quality. Anyone knowledgeable would know which to choose. Liang Kuan's eyes gleamed. Then it's a guaranteed profit with no risk. His own Qian Kuan Film Company, aside from producing low-budget films, clandestinely operated in the pirated DVD market and was well aware of the immense profits therein. Putting himself in their shoes, he immediately recognized the store's boundless future potential. Originally skeptical about the trade in counterfeit goods, he now found a quiet ember of anticipation kindling within his heart. The two men meticulously surveyed the shop's interior. As the appointed hour drew near, Liang Kuan reluctantly accompanied Zhou Ji out the door. Yo, Kuan, you're here too. Barely had he settled at the entrance when a sleek car idled to a stop by the curb. The door swung open and a man alighted with a broad smile. Of course, it's Aj's business. How could I, as the boss, not come to lend my support? Squinted-eyed brother called out. Zhou Ji promptly stepped forward to greet him. Aj, I knew you had promise. In such a short time, you've already claimed the territory of Portland Street. Brother Squinted Eyes flatters me too much. Ever since the incident in Jordan, I've wanted to find an opportunity to thank you in person. Don't be so formal with me. You're one of our brothers from Kowloon City, and anyway, I wasn't much help back then. As they exchanged pleasantries, another vehicle approached. Prince, you've arrived. The leader of Hung Hing's Tsim Sha Sui faction, known as Prince, appeared, followed by several underlings bearing 2 ornate floral wreaths. Prince brother, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Zhou Ji hurried to welcome him. Aji, no need for formalities among brothers of the same fraternity. With Princess' arrival, a steady stream of distinguished guests poured in. Siyuan Wang and Beast, 2 prominent Hung Hing enforcers who had fought alongside them on Portland Street, were first to appear. Then came the regional leaders, Kuaitsing's Han Bin, Saiwan's Brother Ji, Tunmun's Dinosaur, Sham Shui Pei's Beauty Ma, and Causeway Bay's Big Shot, Brother B. Familiar faces to Liang Kuan, such as Nis Gandhi and Liansheng's Jordan's Lin Bale, also arrived, representing other societies to extend their congratulations. The open space before the shop had long been festively arranged. The dragon and lion dances commenced with vibrant energy. Drums and gongs thundered, creating an imposing spectacle. Chapter 68. Brother Kuan's Regret. Such terrifying profits. Aja, Tony, and others donned their uniforms and hurried to assist, maintaining order around the bustling scene. Situated in the heart of the lively Temple Street, the shop naturally drew a dense crowd. Now even more so, with so many dignitaries present, attracting numerous passers-by who stopped to watch. Among the crowd were sharp-eyed onlookers who recognized the identities of the underworld heavyweights standing at the entrance, whispering among themselves, what kind of business is this new establishment conducting to draw such prominent figures in person? As the auspicious hour approached, Jimmy came to inform Zhou Ji. Together with Liang Kuan, Zhou Ji pulled down the red cloth covering the hanging sign, triggering the prearranged firecrackers that exploded with a deafening roar. Zhou Ji announced on the spot, to celebrate the grand opening, the entire store is half price today, followed by a 30% discount for the next 3 days. The citizens who had been lingering outside eagerly rushed inside to explore. Upon entering, they were struck by the stunning interior decor. Thanks to Zhou Ji's advanced design skills and avant-garde aesthetic, the store's style was unparalleled in the current market. When they saw the clothing on display, identical in style to those in upscale boutiques, but priced at only a third of the cost, many stopped to examine them closely, beginning to select with care. Some guests who had no pressing engagements also found themselves drawn inside by the flow of customers. Upon entering, the design and layout immediately caught their eyes. Wow, Brother Nan, look at this. Shanji followed closely behind Brother B into the shop, casually picking up a shirt to scrutinize it before turning to Chun Haonan with astonishment. I saw this very shirt at a high-end mall recently. It was marked at 3 times this price. Big Tian Air immediately teased. Come on, Shanji, you shop at luxury stores? You're more likely to be mooching meals at nightclubs. Damn. Who said I went there myself? It was my new girlfriend who insisted on going, so I just accompanied her once. Outside, Zhou Ji watched the bustling crowd inside the store with a satisfied smile, while Liang Kuen's expression was equally radiant. After all, he held a 30 stake in the business. Ah Kuen, this shop is booming. This time you'll be counting money until your hands go numb. Brother B, after a tour inside, emerged with Chun Haonan and others. Grinning as he spoke to Liang Kuen standing at the door, Liang Kuen waved off the compliment with a smile. This store is Aji's enterprise, a modest operation. It can't compare to you, Brother B. I heard you've recently landed several renovation projects. How about sharing some of the profits with me? No problem. Leave it to me. I want to linger. I'll take my leave first. Brother B chuckled and waved goodbye, leading his group away. Subsequently, other guests who had come to witness the event or were curious enough to enter the shop gradually departed after offering their congratulations to Zhou Ji and Liang Kuen. The day passed swiftly. Liang Kuen remained alongside Zhou Ji in the store until closing at 10 o'clock at night. After tallying the accounts and inventory, Zhou Ji, though prepared for the outcome, was nonetheless stunned by the day's turnover. Liang Kuen scrutinized the figures repeatedly, confirming their accuracy, yet his eyes remained wide with disbelief. From opening at 10 in the morning until closing at 10 at night, a mere 12 hours, the turnover had astonishingly exceeded 800,000. After verifying costs with David, Zhou Ji revealed a net profit surpassing 600,000. And this was just the data from a single store. 3 stores had opened simultaneously today. Even though the other 2 were located in areas with slightly less foot traffic, their earnings were unlikely to be negligible. Snapping back to reality, Liang Kuen urged, Ji, quickly find out how the other 2 stores are doing. At that moment, Jimmy, having just ended a call, reported, Brother Kuen, news just came in. The Temple Street store sold over 600,000 today, with profits around 400,000. The Jordan store took in over 700,000, netting more than 500,000. 1.5 million? Liang Kuen's eyes widened as he murmured, a net profit of 1.5 million in a single day? My heavens. That's outrageously lucrative. He quickly calculated in his mind. 5 million a day means over 30 million a month. In a year, that would approach $500 million. This ISNT business, it's money printing. In an instant, waves of regret surged within him. Having doubted that counterfeit goods could be profitable, he had taken only a 30 stake. Now it seemed ENT just missed out on 100 million. He had lost out on several hundreds of millions. That's an exaggeration, Zhou Ji smiled faintly. Brother Kuen, today is the grand opening with promotional discounts. Naturally, popularity is high. I estimate that under normal circumstances, maintaining half today's performance would already be excellent. That still puts the annual sum near 300 million. You're set for life. Liang Kuen came back to his senses. Reflecting briefly, although he knew it couldn't be packed every day, even half the income would be astronomically high. Brother Kuen, it's not just you getting rich. It's all of us. You have your share too. Zhou Ji discerned his remorse and hastened to add, your 30 stake is pure equity. All expenses, labor, rent, utilities are on me. So, although your shareholding is less, since you bear no operational costs, your actual earnings are quite substantial. This explanation brought some comfort to his heart. Ji, what are you doing? Liang Kuen immediately assumed a serious tone. I'm your boss. How could I let you take advantage? No, we must share the expenses. Brother Kuen, this is what you deserve, Zhou Ji replied earnestly. If not for your financial support, I wouldn't have had the means to build the factory and start production. Remember what you said? We are brothers. Don't fuss over these trivial matters. All right then. Liang Kuen hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall accept it. But rest assured, should any difficulties arise in business henceforth, I will certainly help you resolve them. That's the spirit. You are my superior, after all. Without you, I wouldn't be in the position I am today. Zhou Ji replied with a smile. Regardless of Liang Kuen's role in the film or how outsiders judged him, ever since their reunion after Zhou Ji's release from prison, he had been wholeheartedly supporting him. Whatever the motive, Zhou Ji treasured this friendship deeply. That said, this sum of money was not easily secured. Though the counterfeit goods business was immensely profitable, prolonged operation inevitably attracted attention. When that time came, as the leader holding a stake, Liang Kuan would naturally be held accountable. Nonetheless, upon reflection, he did not begrudge the mere 30% share. After all, this idea originated from Zhou Ji, and without him, Liang Kuan wouldn't have even earned that fraction. From start to finish, he had contributed little beyond collecting the money, essentially reaping substantial profits effortlessly. Moreover, he clearly recalled that Zhou Ji had proposed several projects initially. Now, just relying on the counterfeit goods alone, they were already making a fortune. What about the remaining ventures? His vision was not narrow. He aspired to leverage Zhou Ji's influence to amass even greater wealth. Haha. Liang Kuan chuckled heartily. Very well, let it be so for now. We've all labored hard today. Let us rest early and celebrate together tonight. As for the red envelopes, none shall be omitted. Indeed, the group was utterly exhausted. Zhou Ji did not linger, and they dispersed accordingly. Chapter 69, Financing Avenues at Night. Upon returning to the boxing gym, and was unusually enthusiastic, eagerly pulling Zhou Ji into an in-depth discussion about milk tea recipes. They labored over it for hours until she finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. The next morning, after completing his routine training and showering, Zhou Ji emerged just as and awoke, only to pester him once more to continue their milk tea experiments, which they pursued for quite some time. Jigu, be honest, what is really going on with Fong Ting? And asked weakly after their research session ended. What do you mean? Zhou Ji replied. She is simply my secretary. Humph. And retorted lazily. Don't try to hide it from me. Yesterday, Kuan Gu mentioned you caused a massive conflict involving thousands of people for her sake. I refuse to believe she is just an ordinary secretary. Oh, I see now. Zhou Ji suddenly understood and chuckled. No wonder you were so eager to have milk tea last night. And this morning Wen Ti let me go. Turns out that was your plan. You're so wicked, pretending ignorance when you know perfectly well. And rolled her eyes at him. All right, then tell me the truth. What exactly is your relationship with Ting? She pressed. Take a guess. He replied. I knew it. You're such a scoundrel. I want another cup of milk tea. Zhou Ji was momentarily dumbfounded. What logic was that? Guessing correctly warranted more milk tea? Even until noon, as he left his room, he had not quite figured out the connection between the two. But then again, who has time to ponder such matters while drinking milk tea? Don't think I can't tell. If not now, then eventually. Besides them, are there any other women? That evening, after and woke up, Zhou Ji finally confessed. His relationship with Fong Ting was limited to that of neighbors and superior subordinate, nothing more. Yet, he mentioned Zhu Wanfang's existence. The truth could not be concealed forever. It would be revealed sooner or later. Since she inquired, he chose not to hide it. Moreover, in this integrated Hong Kong world, there was no strict rule permitting only one wife. And did not delve into Zhu Wanfang's details, but instead eagerly asked if there were others. Probably not, Zhou Ji replied. A fleeting image of Ruan may crossing his mind. They had only verbally discussed dating and shared a mere kiss, hardly anything substantial. So there are others after all. And pouted in dissatisfaction. And you beast. Fong is only in Form 5. You don't even spare her? Hey, watch your words. Zhou Ji was helplessly amused. She is about to graduate Form 5 and is already an adult. Don't paint me as a villain. Besides, she was the one who made the first move. You're no better than the rest, taking advantage and feigning innocence. And then asked, so when do you plan to let us meet her? Well, when she is on vacation. I'll arrange a meeting then. After that, the topic was dropped. And did not press further. Simply taking Zhou Ji out for a meal and accompanying him shopping to pass the time. That night, she dragged him to sample several different flavors of milk tea. And they strolled and chatted until late before parting ways to rest. A week passed in the blink of an eye, as Zhou Ji had anticipated. The turnover of the stores stabilized at roughly half of their opening day's revenue, netting around 700,000 daily. Hong Kong's territory was vast. 3 stores were obviously insufficient to satisfy his ambitions. The world was never lacking in clever individuals, and many were aware of the profitability of counterfeit goods. However, until now, most had dabbled only in small-scale ventures for pocket money. None had operated with Zhou Ji's level of sophistication and elegance. With the current trend still favorable, he was naturally intent on seizing the opportunity to rapidly expand his territory and rake in massive profits. Otherwise, once others caught on and the market became saturated, earning would no longer be so effortless. This thought troubled him greatly. The crux of the matter lay in funding. Although the counterfeit stores were lucrative, they had only been open a few days. The outlook was promising, but in reality, apart from the recent cash flow, he possessed almost no liquid capital. To swiftly open new stores, substantial investment was imperative. More new stores meant a surge in demand for goods, necessitating simultaneous factory expansion. Since high-end counterfeit apparel was so popular, it was easy to envision the potential for complementary categories such as bags and footwear. Expanding into these new categories inevitably revolved around the acquisition of capital. Yet, his pockets were empty. How could he break this impasse? Leon Cohen was now aware of the profits in this line of business and would likely agree to invest. However, the problem was that he probably had little savings himself. As for seeking external partners, Zhouji had no such intention at present. His foundation was too shallow to approach powerful entities. He feared being swallowed up at the outset. Peers of equal strength could not provide meaningful assistance or change the status quo. Truly a headache. Considering bank loans, he had no fixed assets to offer as collateral. Aji, are you at the gym? Just as Zhouji sat in the office, furrowing his brow as he pondered financing options, Liang Kuan-'s call came through. Kuan-gu, I'm here, what is up? I'm coming over right away. Liang Kuan-'s tone was light and cheerful. Just came to invite you for a game of mahjong. No big deal, he added. Right here on Pottinger Street. At your own mahjong parlor. From his tone, it was clear he was in high spirits. All right, I'm on my way. Zhou Zilyu hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. At present, the matter of money was tangled beyond immediate resolution. Sitting idly was futile. It would be far more beneficial to venture out for a few rounds of mahjong. A change of scenery for his mind. Ji Gu is here. Upon Zhou Zi's entrance into the mahjong parlor, Fei Ji and several other attendants promptly approached to greet him. I'm here to find Kuan-gu. Yes, inside. Zhou Zi nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded inward, quickly spotting Liang Kuan seated at the mahjong table. Aji, come. We've been waiting for you. Liang Kuan waved him over excitedly. Aji has arrived. Hello. Ji-gu. Zhou Zi acknowledged the other two players at the table, Qinju-gu on one side and Gandhi from the Ni family on the other. Gandhi-gu, Qinju-gu. As he took his seat, Zhou Zi nodded in greeting to the two. Aji. Liang Kuan, seeing him settled, chuckled and remarked, look at you now. A figure of stature with brothers and territory, your business, thriving. You shouldn't just linger at the boxing gym. You ought to get out and socialize more. Gandhi chimed in with a laugh. All right, Kuan, everyone is here. Let us start the game. Liang Kuan scoffed lightly. What is the rush? When have you not been the one to lose? Are you eager to hand me your money? Gandhi retorted defiantly. Who wins and who loses is yet to be determined. We'll see the truth unfold at the table. Then let us see how it goes. Liang Kuan grinned, and the players began shuffling the tiles. Chapter 70. Liang Kuan wants to sell flour? I've won. Apologies, it's a heavenly win. As the dice settled, and the players arranged their tiles, Zhou Zi casually drew the first tile, and, remarkably, achieved a self-drawn win. Although endowed with a natural aptitude for gambling, he never resorted to deception. It was purely a stroke of extraordinary luck. No way. Did you just self-draw right off the bat? Aji, your luck is off the charts. The trio, upon seeing the tiles, fell speechless, resignedly reaching for their wallets. Just good fortune, merely good fortune. Zhou Zi chuckled lightly. The earlier burdens of financial woes evaporating in an instant. Suddenly, he recalled that lacking money did not equate to an absence of means to acquire it. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of legitimate income that had it not been for Liang Kuan inviting him for mahjong, he might have forgotten that he was indeed a man possessing master-level gambling skills. No money? A quick visit to the casino in Macau would resolve everything. Just a few million. With proper maneuvering, it should raise no suspicions. With this thought, his spirits lifted as he played. Three of a kind. Oh, Aji. That play was exquisite. I win. Come on, let us settle up. As he played a tile, Liang Kuan immediately excitedly flipped his hand. Of course, this was entirely Zhou Zi's design. With his master-level gambling skills, he had complete control over this handcrafted mahjong game, knowing precisely what tiles each player held, what they awaited, and who would win or lose. Struck again. I've won. Now it's my turn to claim victory. The subsequent rounds of the game primarily saw Zhou Zi and Liang Kuan alternating self-draws, with Qinju-gu occasionally benefiting from a lucky draw. After all, they were all part of Hongxing. They were brothers. Damn it, I'm done. Gandhi, having endured a string of losses, finally tossed the money he had just lost onto the table, declaring his withdrawal. This is ridiculous. 3 from Hongxing ganging up on 1 from the Ni family. And I haven't drawn a single winning tile. What is the point of playing? Hey, is it really that bad? Liang Kuan, collecting the money, remarked with dissatisfaction. Gandhi, can you not handle it? We've only just begun. Whoever wants to play can play. Gandhi stood up, brushed off his pants, and walked away without a backward glance. Liang Kuan shrugged, somewhat disappointed. What a downer. We were just getting into it, and he leaves. Qinju interjected. Kuan-gu, should we call someone else? How about inviting Ciyuan Wang over to join? Let it be, let it be. Liang Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Playing Hongxing against Hongxing is pointless. Winning money is merely shifting it from one hand to the other. He had little genuine interest in mahjong, only indulging in a few rounds whenever Gandhi sought him out. After all, with Gandhi's lack of skill and high stakes, losing was akin to handing over money willingly. A pure lamb to the slaughter. How could one not take advantage? Let us go, Aji. Let us head to your boxing gym. After speaking, he turned to Zhou Ji. I see you're not overly interested in this game. I have a few matters I'd like to discuss with you. Sure. Qinju Gu, you continue playing. Kuan Gu and I will take our leave. All right. Let us have tea together when we have time. Zhou Ji nodded, and together with Liang Kuan, they departed the mahjong parlor. Liang Kuan followed him to the boxing gym, where a group of young disciples were training vigorously. Kuan Gu, Ji Gu. As they walked, the disciples greeted them respectfully. Not bad. After surveying the surroundings, Liang Kuan commented to Zhou Ji. Aji, you've managed this territory quite well. These young disciples seem very solid. Kuan Gu, you flatter me. They're just a bunch of inexperienced kids. Haha. Liang Kuan chuckled. Don't be so modest. This is my first visit. Show me to your office. Right this way, Kuan Gu. Zhou Ji led Liang Kuan directly to his office. Kuan Gu, please have some tea. Once inside, Zhou Ji brewed a cup of hot tea and placed it before Liang Kuan, who was surveying the surroundings. No need to be so polite. You sit down too. Liang Kuan took a sip of tea and smiled. Your office looks so impressive. An outsider might think they stepped into the office of a CEO from a listed company. Where's your little secretary today? Haha. Zhou Ji chuckled. After all, I'm trying to run a legitimate business. The office ought to reflect that. A Ting is out on business. Our goods trade has been booming lately, keeping her quite busy. Oh, I thought Liang Kuan smiled, but did not voice his subsequent thoughts. Kuan Gu, it's truly not what you think. She is just a young girl who lives next door. We get along well as neighbors. She comes to me for help, and I need to look out for her. You know what you're doing, so I want to pry further. Liang Kuan nodded, smiling. Aji, I came here today to sit down and have a good heart-to-heart with you. Kuan Gu, feel free to speak. I'm all ears. Liang Kuan waved his hand. Aji, I know you've always wanted to walk the right path, but most of the people in this world Haven Tea had much education. How many truly cultured individuals are there? Zhou Ji nodded, refraining from contradiction. This statement held truth. The majority of those living by the sword in the underworld were, apart from a few exceptions driven by necessity, rarely well-educated. Liang Kuan lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. Today, that Gandhi is a member of the Ni family. I'm aware. Having seen Infernal Affairs, Zhou Ji naturally understood the Ni family's background. Do you know? He has been inviting me to play mahjong frequently. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji involuntarily lifted his head to gaze at Liang Kuan. The Ni family could be regarded as the local overlords of Tsim Sha Sui, commanding a substantial share of the flower market in Hong Kong. Liang Kuan paused momentarily before continuing. Gandhi has been making overtures towards me. I have long been aware of his ulterior motives. Brother Kuan, what are your thoughts on this? Hongxing has always steered clear of the flower trade. I understand the rules, which is why I have pretended to be oblivious. Liang Kuan nodded and replied. That is precisely why I wanted to have this candid discussion with you today. Zhou Ji looked at Liang Kuan, his heart already comprehending the implications. It seemed that the other party had begun to entertain thoughts regarding the flower business. The immense profits behind it are well known, and in the face of such temptation, few can remain entirely untempted. Furthermore, Liang Kuan currently oversees numerous territories, and as Zhou Ji understood, he was not particularly well off at the moment. If memory serves, there was a scene in a movie where he and Boss B went to the police station to bail someone out. Boss B could readily produce the bail money to extricate his subordinate, whereas he had to rely on the woman accompanying his junior to cover the costs. That time was not too far removed from the present. Although he currently controls many territories, most of them involve merely watching over the boss's interests, collecting protection fees and team money. After deducting the gang's share and maintaining a large entourage, what ultimately trickled down to his pockets was rather limited. Apart from the film company under his name, he had virtually no other stable sources of income. In contrast, Boss B, who debuted around the same time, had been thriving in the construction and renovation business in recent years, inevitably causing a sense of imbalance within him. Hence, the inclination towards the flower trade becomes understandable. Yet, this venture is indeed fraught with peril. Chapter 71. How about we write a few scripts to test the waters? With this in mind, Zhou Ji could not help but speak up. Brother Kuan, our counterfeit goods business has only just begun, and as you can see, the profits are not significantly less than those from that venture. Plus it's clean money, without the subsequent troubles. Liang Kuan ultimately faced betrayal and estrangement, which was inextricably linked to his foray into the flower trade. Now, he was his own elder brother, showing considerable care towards Zhou Ji, who truly did not wish to witness him repeat past mistakes. I understand, but we have yet to see real profits. Liang Kuan sighed. I occupy such a prime location in Yao Ma Ti, yet I watch as Boss B enjoys a more glamorous life. How can I be at ease? Brother Kuan, let us broaden our horizons. Zhou Ji continued to persuade. Indeed, Brother B is currently thriving, yet we are not doing poorly either. Just look at the promising prospects of the counterfeit goods market. Your film company must be turning a profit, right? Film company? Leon Kowloon shook his head with a bitter smile. What profit is there? At most, I earn a little pocket money. It's not that easy to strike it rich. I can only make some income from selling pirated discs. That cannot be true. Joji was taken aback. Aren't you producing adult films? There is quite a substantial market demand for such content. How can it not be profitable? He was indeed somewhat surprised. Calling it an adult film was already a euphemism. In reality, they were producing films of an explicit nature, which had an unsavory title but enjoyed immense popularity, particularly in this era. When computers and mobile phones were limited in functionality and expensive, ordinary people could hardly afford them. Even as technology advanced later on, such content retained a vast audience. The audience for these films remained considerable. What man hasn't stored a few in his computer? Even many women might secretly indulge in viewing them. The fact that Leon Kowloon now claimed this industry was unprofitable was simply absurd. Just the revenue from the Cherry Blossom Nation alone represented a fraction of their annual budget. Hundreds of billions of yen. Aji, you know as well as I do that my company has only been operating for a little over half a year, and the production quality is lacking, so Brother Kowloon. Let us stop right there. Joji interjected, then continued, since you have not yet made up your mind, how about this? You say the film company is not profitable. And I, having ample free time in prison, have pondered this for a while. Why don't I write a few scripts for you to test the waters? If the results are unsatisfactory, we can reconsider other avenues. How does that sound? Damn, what is the point of dealing in flour? It's easily monitored by the authorities. Is smuggling counterfeit goods becoming increasingly difficult, or is the market for small films failing? He had to seek another path. All must be upright, earning money through legitimate means. Why forsake a stable business to dabble in such high-risk ventures? Leon Kowloon had not anticipated Zhou Ji's vehement reaction to the matter. In truth, he had long harbored thoughts of entering the flower trade. He merely lacked a capable confidant to shoulder the responsibilities. The reason for his continued attempts to cultivate Zhou Ji was to prepare for this day. However, he did not expect that the latter would be solely intent on pursuing legitimate paths. In the world of gangs, who is unaware that seeking redemption is not a simple endeavor? He had assumed Zhou Ji was merely indulging in naive fantasies. Thus, he had quickly provided financial support, anticipating that once the other party failed, he could gently persuade him otherwise. To his surprise, the counterfeit goods store opened and truly began to rake in profits, which was beyond his expectations. He had never been adamant about pursuing the wrong path. Now that he saw a legitimate and profitable avenue, his heart was naturally swayed. His visit was partly to gauge Zhou Ji's stance, to ascertain whether he was genuinely committed to legitimate business. On the other hand, he sought to elicit ideas from him, wondering if he had any fresh insights. If he could truly find a legitimate business that was as lucrative as selling counterfeit goods, then the flower trade could be temporarily set aside. He was not foolish. The gang explicitly prohibited involvement in flower, and with a legal and highly profitable project at hand, why risk that venture? Yet, he had only broached the topic, and Zhou Ji had readily laid out his thoughts. Aji, you actually understand the film industry? Leon Kowloon's mind raced, and he quickly added, but the issue is, making a film requires significant investment. My company is nominally a film company, but you know what it actually produces, right? Oh, come on. Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively. Brother Kowloon, they're all films, aren't they? Your type is actually simpler. As the saying goes, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become evident. If you immerse yourself in the classics, you may not compose poetry, but you will recite it. Even if he lacks professional jargon, he has seen various genres from the hundreds of gigabytes of content on his hard drive. Producing such material is a piece of cake. I assent it? Damn. Aji, why didn't you mention your expertise sooner? Leon Kowloon lamented. Had I known, I would have had you guide that bunch of useless individuals. Damn it, while filming, all I could think about was the thrill, and the films simply wouldn't sell. If you hadn't said anything, how would I have known you needed it? I thought it was a straightforward task. Nobody seemed to find it problematic. Then what are we waiting for? Leon Kowloon exclaimed, rising to his feet and pulling Zhou Ji along. Qian Kowloon Films was his own venture. Yet if Zhou Ji truly possessed the ability to elevate the quality of the films, it would be a tremendous boon. After all, he had been in the business for over half a year. He could produce a finished product in no time. If it were to truly take off, it could very well yield greater profits than selling counterfeit goods. Brother Kowloon, hold on. Zhou Ji, with a smile, intercepted him, saying, we ought to first ascertain the current standards of the company, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, if I craft a script and they are unable to bring it to fruition, would that not be a fruitless endeavor? Indeed, you raise a valid point, Leon Kowloon replied as he resumed his seat. After a moment's contemplation, he added, very well. I shall have Sha Chong deliver some of our filmed footage to you for review. If it truly proves unsatisfactory, you may write the script, and I will seek out another director. With that, he promptly retrieved his phone and instructed Sha Chong to immediately bring over the samples produced by the company. The two of them sat together, sipping tea, and before long, Sha Chong hurried in, clutching a stack of discs. Zhou Ji casually selected a few, disregarding the awkwardness of three grown men viewing such material together, and inserted them into the VCD player for a cursory glance. It must be said, the quality was egregiously subpar. Not only was the image quality abysmal, but there was also a conspicuous absence of any captivating elements. A brief perusal made it abundantly clear that the content was devoid of appeal, which explained why it failed to generate any substantial revenue. Chapter 72, a script that breaks the mold. What do you think? Is it indeed lacking? Liang Kuan inquired, noticing Zhou Ji had barely flipped through a few pages before shutting it off. Clear his throat. Kuan Gu, Zhou Ji said, with all due respect. This approach simply will not suffice. Since you wish to venture into this field, I presume you have perused some works from the land of the cherry blossom? Of course. I have even conducted a thorough study. Liang Kuan responded, unfazed, with a grin. Now, tell me, what areas require improvement? Kuan Gu, Zhou Ji replied. While such productions may appear straightforward at first glance, the reality is far from effortless. The requirements for filming are not dissimilar to those of legitimate cinema. One cannot simply toss together a couple of lead actors and have them sip tea to meet the standards. Damn, I knew it couldn't be that simple. No wonder they aren't tea selling, Liang Kuan exclaimed. Furthermore, it would be prudent to engage a professional filming team. The director need not be the best, but at the very least, they should grasp the fundamentals of cinematography and narrative structure, understanding how a film ought to be crafted. Indeed. Liang Kuan nodded vigorously in agreement. How about this? I will draft a script for you to review. And then we can find someone to shoot a test version and gauge the market's reaction. Zhou Ji paused momentarily before continuing. When we commence the official shoot, I shall come by to assess the situation. In truth, he felt a flicker of trepidation, for such subject matter could easily lead to restlessness if consumed in excess. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that once the script was completed, if the final product fell short, he would ultimately have to intervene for adjustments. It would be far more efficient to be involved from the outset to avoid later complications. Excellent. Splendid. Liang Kuan responded enthusiastically, his excitement palpable. Without delay, Zhou Ji turned to his desk, retrieved a stack of paper, and immediately set to work. The subject matter was inherently uncomplicated. The settings and plot were straightforward, requiring only a touch of design. Ultimately, what captivated the audience was the actress's expressiveness and the nuanced details of their tea-drinking gestures. Possessing exceptional artistic skills, Zhou Ji not only swiftly completed the written script, but also effortlessly illustrated each storyboard in a comic format. Wow. As soon as he finished a drawing, Liang Kuan snatched it up, exclaiming in awe. The lines flowed smoothly, and the composition was impeccable. Had one not known it was merely a script draft, they might have mistaken the artwork for a published comic, likely to achieve significant sales. This thought sparked a sudden epiphany in Liang Kuan's mind, leading him to conceive a new idea. The gang leader from North Corner, Lai, had long been involved in the business of adult magazines, and he was well acquainted with that market. The more he pondered, the more he realized that using these illustrations solely as a script would be a tremendous waste. After filming, if they simply added some color and printed it as a comic, they could generate additional profits with minimal extra effort. He could not help but glance at Zhou Ji, who was engrossed in writing the script, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. If the final product truly matched the quality depicted in the script, he could already ascertain that profit was inevitable, and considerable profit at that. If that were the case, why bother with the hassle of adult material? This line of work would suffice. Zhou Ji's advanced drawing skills were finally being put to practical use. The cartoonish characters and scenes were inherently simple, coming to life with just a few strokes. As the plot unfolded, he found himself drawing with increasing ease, inspiration flowing like a fountain. Various images stored in his mind were triggered, emerging in a continuous stream, entering a home, knocking on doors, initiating conversations, providing massages, and tying up. Each scene materialized under his pen, transforming into vibrant pages of script sketches. It was only when he exhausted the last sheet of paper that he suddenly snapped back to reality, astonished by the sheer volume he had produced. Wow, it can be played this way? So this is feasible? Meanwhile, Liang Kuan, having moved past his initial shock, gradually became captivated. Flipping through the pages, he could not help but marvel quietly, as if witnessing a revelation. He considered himself well-versed and somewhat seasoned, yet upon seeing the script Zhou Ji had meticulously illustrated, he felt his previous understanding was woefully narrow. Beside them, Sha Chong, observing Liang Kuan's intense focus, could not resist the temptation and discreetly snatched a few sheets when Liang Kuan was not paying attention. One glance left him utterly dumbfounded, unable to tear himself away. Clear his throat. Zhou Ji, noticing their captivated expressions, could not help but clear his throat, signaling them to rein in their enthusiasm. Liang Kuan looked up. Confusion etched on his face. What's the matter? Well, Kuan-gu, I've completed the writing. Finished? Just like that? Zhou Ji felt a tinge of exasperation. Kuan-gu, the quantity is already quite substantial, certainly enough for 3 months of filming. With a little adjustment to the scenes and plots, interspersing them, we could easily sustain a year's worth of content. Oh, is that so? Liang Kuan paused, then nodded, glancing at the table piled high with Zhou Ji's script. He finally realized that in a short span, Zhou Ji had produced enough material to fill the entire surface. As Zhou Ji had mentioned, by reconfiguring the plots and scenes, they could indeed support an extended filming schedule. Exactly, Zhou Ji affirmed with a serious nod. Moreover, if the market response is favorable, and they manage to feature a few popular actors, we could develop certain scripts into series, effectively doubling the content. Liang Kuan pondered, frequently nodding in agreement as he absorbed the information. Jigu. At that moment, Sha Chong looked at Zhou Ji with a nearly reverent gaze, cautiously speaking up. Chong, what is it? Clears throat. Sha Chong cleared his throat, swallowed hard, and quietly asked, I was just wondering, you didn't actually experience all these scenarios? Did you? Slap. Before Sha Chong could finish, Liang Kuan smacked him on the forehead, chastising. Are you really that foolish? How could one draw such things without experiencing them firsthand? Wow. Jigu, you're incredible, Sha Chong exclaimed, clutching his head but beaming with admiration as he gave Zhou Ji a thumbs up. Zhou Ji was momentarily taken aback by the question, his entire demeanor freezing in place. What kind of logic is this? I have penned a script. Why does it matter whether I have experienced it firsthand? What is going on in your head? This is merely nonsense. Liang Kuan kicked aside Sha Chong and, with a smile directed at Zhou Ji, remarked, Do you really think you can compare yourself to someone like a Ji? Just look at the level he operates at. He then turned to Zhou Ji with eager anticipation. A Ji, tell me, what is the sensation of executing this action, this posture, and this scene? I have yet to try it myself. Zhou Ji, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Well, Brother Kuan, while it is true that I created these elements for the script, they are purely products of imagination. I have not practiced them in reality. Liang Kuan, somewhat skeptical, replied, Really? We are all men here. What is there to be shy about? Brother Kuan, the fact remains that I have not done it. If you are genuinely interested, why not go and try it out for yourself one day? Chapter 73, Publishing a Comic? Ahem. Liang Kuan cleared his throat twice, appearing slightly awkward. Well, let us not rush into that. There is another matter I wish to discuss. Brother Kuan, what else is there to say? It's like this. I have gone through all these scripts, and the quality is exceptionally high. The writing is truly remarkable, not to mention the illustrations. They are simply exquisite. Well, it's decent. Considering it's my first attempt, my technique is still a bit unrefined. Never mind. My point is, since they have already been illustrated, wouldn't it be a shame to only use them for a film? Zhou Ji felt a spark of curiosity. Brother Kuan, what do you mean? I believe that since so much has been drawn, and it will take a long time to film it all, why not add some color? Transforming them into a comic for publication? What do you think? This idea had long dwelled in Liang Kuan's mind. He simply hadn't anticipated Zhou Ji producing so many finished works at once. Now, it only solidified his belief that failing to publish and profit from them would be a terrible waste. Publish. Zhou Ji was startled, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of manuscripts on the table, suddenly realizing that this idea might indeed be quite viable. Yes, Liang Kuan nodded emphatically. All right. Since they are already illustrated, Brother Kuan, just take care of the arrangements. Good, then it's settled. Once we earn a profit, we will split it 3-7. And the box office share after the film's release will follow this ratio as well. How does that sound? Brother Kuan, surely we don't need to go that far? How can we not? We are like brothers. These scripts are your sole creation, your heart and soul poured into them. How can you be left out? Liang Kuan paused, his tone resolute. This matter is settled. I will have someone send over a contract for you to sign. Brother Kuan, do we really need a contract between us? Ji, we are brothers. Liang Kuan clapped Zhou Ji's shoulder firmly. But even the closest of brothers must keep accounts clear. The contract must be signed. However, I must say this beforehand. You cannot let these scripts be used by anyone else. Brother Kuan, what do you take me for? Since I wrote them for you, there is no way I would leak them. And you're even offering me a share. If I were to do such a thing, would I still be considered a person? Ji, don't be angry. I was merely speaking casually. Do we not trust each other? Afterward, Liang Kuan laughed and added, All right then, let us settle this for now. I'll head back immediately to make arrangements. Having seen your scripts, I need to quell the excitement and take my leave. Haha. Zhou Ji nodded, smiling. All right, I want to see you off. Liang Kuan responded, turning to Sha Chong beside him and bellowing, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and tidy up. These are all treasures. If anything goes awry, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Before he finished speaking, he was already bent over, hastily striding toward the door while dialing a number on his mobile phone. Clearly, he was in a rush, barely exiting before reaching out to contact someone to extinguish the flames. Zhou Ji sat in the gym for a moment, and seeing that the time was ripe, he rose to leave. Fong Ting, as his secretary, had officially begun her duties following the opening of the A merchandise store. Yet, having just graduated, her experience was still quite limited. In recent days, Zhou Ji had arranged for her to shadow Jimmy to familiarize herself with the operational aspects of production. Ahu was also sent along to discreetly ensure her safety, given that the grievances with the Ding family had yet to be resolved. Southeast Middle School. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, Zhu Wanfang and Guo Xiaozhan exited the classroom along with the throng of students. In the original storyline, Guo Xiaozhan, having discovered that George was dating someone new and facing difficulties from the teachers, had met her demise in a car accident. Yet now, she was safe and sound, all thanks to Zhou Ji's scheme that had sent George and Scarface to Chaiwan prison. Ajun, when you visited George in Chaiwan last time, did he refuse to see you again? He even sent a letter saying he wants to break up. That heartless scoundrel. I told him I don't mind him being in prison. I'm willing to wait for him to come out. Sigh. Breaking up might be for the best. He has been sentenced to life, and it's likely he won't be getting out for a lifetime. You're still so young. What is the point in waiting for him? George, Scarface, and Shoppy had previous offenses and even admitted to trafficking flour for a gangster. Furthermore, they had brutally assaulted and killed the gangster in front of the police at the station, leading to all three being sentenced to life imprisonment. After entering prison, they coincidentally encountered a group of inmates that Zhou Ji had met during his time in prison and later transferred over. Upon learning that they had offended Zhou Ji, those inmates' lives became unbearable. As for George, he had only used Guo Xiaozhan for financial gain, and now, trapped in incarceration and bullied. Even her visits were seen as mockery. After a few heated exchanges during their first meeting, he refused to see her again, opting instead to write letters laden with insults, ultimately suggesting a breakup. Let H upon witnessing her best friend frozen in place, Guo Xiaozhan promptly took her hand and hurriedly dashed across the road, heading straight for Zhou Ji. Chapter 74. A visit. Hello, Brother Ji. As she approached, Guo Xiaozhan greeted him with a beaming smile. Hello, Zhou Ji replied courteously. Returning her smile, Zhu Wanfang, however, inquired with concern, what brings you here? Aren't you quite busy lately? If you wanted to see me, you could have just left a message. I could have come to you. Zhou Ji chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's all right. I happened to have some free time and thought it wouldn't be much trouble to come and pick you up. Brother Ji, I won't interrupt you any longer. I'll take my leave. Guo Xiaozhan, noticing their intimate exchange, felt as if she had been inundated with lovebirds' affections. She quickly excused herself and turned to leave, for she had just endured a breakup and could hardly bear such sweet stimuli. Oh dear. Seeing her friend silently slip away, Zhu Wanfang instinctively reached out to call her back, but Guo merely waved and hastened her pace without looking back. Really now? Zhou Ji couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, then softly remarked, all right, let us get in the car and head out. As the vehicle moved forward at a leisurely pace, Zhou Ji spoke while driving. Fong, today I'd like to visit Aunt Zhong. Shall we also swing by your place on the way? Zhu Wanfang was taken aback. Huh? My house? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? My parents don't even know we're together. You are already mine, so it is only right that I pay a visit. We will have to face it sooner or later. But, isn't it a bit too early now? I'm afraid of their reaction. Do not worry. Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her. They will find out sooner or later. Do you wish to concoct excuses every time you see them? Well, all right then. Zhu Wanfang hesitated for a while before reluctantly nodding. However, she remained anxious, uncertain of how her parents would react upon learning the news. After all, she was still in her 5th year of secondary school. Bringing home a boyfriend before graduation seemed rather unconventional. Moreover, given Zhou Ji's background, her family held certain biases against such individuals. Do not fear. I am here to handle everything. Sensing her apprehension, Zhou Ji gently took her hand, offering reassurance. Rest assured. I will manage it well. He was well aware of Zhu Wenxiong's views on such affiliations, yet he was confident in his sincerity and preparedness to earn their approval. Zhu Wanfang's family was not particularly affluent. He did not wish for her to continue living in financial straits. Although he had not yet acquired substantial wealth, he had saved a little, which could certainly improve her living conditions. At the very least, it was time for her to have a more decent place to live. Zhu Wanfang tightened her grip on his hand and nodded gently. The car came to a stop near her home, and Zhou Ji had prepared a number of gifts in advance, some for Zhu's family and others for Aunt Zhong and Liang Zai. He had been busy with affairs recently and had not had the chance to visit since he successfully managed Aunt Zhong's illness. Mom, I'm back. Zhu Wanfang stood at the door with Zhou Ji, cautiously calling into the house. Fong is back. Come in and do your homework. We'll eat once your dad returns. Came her mother's voice from inside, though she did not come out. Noticing her mother had not appeared, Zhu Wanfang mustered her courage to add, "Mom, we have a guest." "Huh? Who?" The moment the words left her lips, her mother hurriedly emerged from the inner room. And upon seeing Zhou Ji standing beside her daughter, she paused in surprise. "Why you are?" she stammered, looking at her daughter with confusion. Zhu Wanfang shyly replied, "Mom. He is my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Zhu's mother was instantly taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Zhou Ji smiled warmly. "Hello, Annie. I am Zhou Ji. You may call me Aji." Oh. Only then did Zhu's mother regain her composure, nodding quickly. "Well, a Fong has never mentioned this. You should come in and sit down. It's just a small token of appreciation for my first visit. Please don't mind it, Annie." Zhou Ji smiled as he entered the house, gently placing the gifts on the table. "Wait, Aji, right? Please, sit down and have some water." Zhu's mother, flustered, hurriedly poured a glass of water while inviting Zhou Ji to take a seat, placing the cup on the table. "Auntie, there's no need to be so formal." Zhou Ji replied with a calm smile. "Is uncle not home yet?" "Not yet. He should be home soon." Observing Zhu's mother's anxious demeanor, Zhou Ji understood that his unexpected visit caught her off guard. With her daughter still in her 5th year, she likely never envisioned the day would come when she would bring home a boyfriend. Having been studying psychology recently, Zhou Ji navigated such situations with ease. He began by soothing her emotions with gentle words, diminishing her defenses, before delving into casual family matters. With his handsome appearance and eloquent speech, the atmosphere gradually became more relaxed. By the time Zhu's father arrived home, the two were already engaged in light-hearted conversation, as if they were old acquaintances reuniting. Zhu Wenxiong, accustomed to the streets and having dabbled in gangs in his youth, was quite sensitive to such matters. Upon entering and seeing Zhou Ji, and learning that he was his daughter's boyfriend, his anger flared, and he nearly resorted to violence. Fortunately, Zhu's mother intervened just in time to prevent any uproar. Afterward, Zhou Ji candidly explained, "My initial involvement with the gang was out of necessity. I now only wish to live an honest life and abide by the law." Zhu Wenxiong, understanding the circumstances, after several rounds of probing, though still wearing a grim expression, refrained from further conflict. Ultimately, he allowed Zhou Ji to join them for dinner, while sternly warning him that Zhu Wanfang was still young and her studies took precedence. Dating is acceptable, but boundaries must be respected. The conflicts of the gang must not involve family. Zhou Ji solemnly promised to support Zhu Wanfang in completing her education until she graduated from university. Though the dinner was somewhat tense, it concluded without incident. After leaving Zhu's home, Zhou Ji brought gifts to visit Aunt Zhong and Liang Zai. They were doing well. Aunt Zhong had fully recovered, looking vibrant and spirited. She informed Zhou Ji that not long ago, she had visited the prison, and Zhong Tian had received a sentence reduction, expected to be released in about a month. He spent some time playing with Liang Zai before quietly leaving a sum of money behind as he bid farewell. That night, Zhu Wanfang naturally could not leave with Zhou Ji. This appearance had already been a revelation, yet they needed to allow her parents some time to adjust. He had been temporarily residing at the gym, which was not far from his home, and planned to rest there that evening. Since the last time he had nearly clarified his relationship with Ruan Mei, they had not met again. The day she was discharged from the hospital coincided with his takeover of the Bolin Street territory, and he had been too busy to personally pick her up. As Zhou Ji descended the stairs, just as he was about to open the car door, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, a sense of unease creeping over him. How to describe it? An instinctive alertness surged within him, as if a pair of unseen eyes were watching him. Chapter 75, in broad daylight, acting dishonestly. In that moment, Zhou Ji paused his action of opening the door, quietly lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, his gaze swept around like a flash of lightning. Odd, where is everyone? Yet, as he quickly surveyed his surroundings, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any unusual signs. Strangely, the sensation of being watched inexplicably dissipated. What could be the reason for this? Zhou Ji could hardly believe that this instinctive sense of crisis would arise out of thin air. Possessing master-level martial arts skills, he had reached a state of awareness where he could sense danger without being overtly perceptive, instinctively evading threats. Clearly, not only had someone been observing him just moments ago, but that individual harbored malicious intent. More importantly, this person possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not have triggered his intuitive alarm. This was the first time since his release from prison that he felt such an intense threat without laying eyes on his adversary. Had he been targeted? Zhou Ji took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt with force before swiftly entering his vehicle, starting the engine and driving away. It seemed that Ding Xiaoxia's associates had finally arrived. Liang Kuan had previously hinted that there were reports indicating Ding Xiaoxia had been in frequent contact with individuals from the island nation since their last encounter. As for that lecherous fellow, he posed no real threat. Zhou Ji was certain he would not dare entertain any ill thoughts towards him. All for the best. During this time, Zhou Ji had practically finalized his plans. If the Zhongqing Society remained inactive, he intended to take matters into his own hands in the coming days. The pawn, that lecherous character, had been buried long enough. It was time to put him to use. With his thoughts settled, the car came to a halt right in front of his building. He turned off the engine, stepped out, and walked steadily into the corridor, without a hint of hesitation. He paid no mind to the individual lurking in the shadows. Clearly, they were still observing and had yet to make a move. Moreover, the sense of danger was not particularly strong, and the threat level was relatively low. Oh, who do we have here? Just as Zhou Ji exited the elevator and stepped into the hallway, he caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from the Fong household, instantly causing the corners of his mouth to lift in a smile. Why are you back? As Ruanmei stepped out of the Fong residence, she was startled by the voice behind her, turning around to see Zhou Ji, her heart racing. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Zhou Ji stepped forward, gently pinning her against the wall, leaving her with little room to move. Ruanmei, flustered and at a loss, felt her fingertips tremble, unable to meet his gaze. Seeing her in such a state, Zhou Ji couldn't help but tease. Could it be that you're unhappy to see me? Regretting it, perhaps? Ruanmei was ensnared by his gaze, her mind going blank as she struggled to form a complete sentence. So, you have no regrets, then? Zhou Ji's smile deepened. Just perfect. We had agreed that you would practice diligently once you were discharged. Since we've unexpectedly crossed paths, let us not waste this opportunity. Before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand to gently lift her chin, disregarding her panicked eyes, and leaned in to kiss her. Hey, you in broad daylight, here in the hallway. Ruanmei's heart raced, instinctively pushing him away. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to be a rogue? Just as their lips were about to meet, Zhou Ji was suddenly shoved aside. A booming voice filled with anger reached his ears. Zhou Ji steadied himself, turning in surprise to see a man standing protectively in front of Ruanmei, momentarily taken aback. It was Fang Zhanghua. He hadn't expected this guy to return before him after just a few days. Quite unexpected. Noticing Zhou Ji's gaze, Fang Zhanghua stood his ground, glaring at him warily. Who are you? Dressed so nicely but engaging in such lewd acts. Get lost, or I'll call the police. Hearing this, Ruanmei realized the misunderstanding had escalated, hastily tugging at Fang Zhanhua's sleeve. Yet, Fang Zhanhua remained oblivious, his tone resolute. Don't be afraid, little Jew. I've encountered many like him. He then turned to Zhou Ji, warning him sternly. Are you not leaving? If you don't, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. While saying this, he raised his fist towards Zhou Ji. Oh, he. Zhou Ji chuckled lightly, nodding slowly. You want to hit me? Fang Zhanhua, seeing Zhou Ji still smiling, was instantly infuriated. Still laughing? What is there to laugh about? Having trained in martial arts since childhood and wandered the martial world for years, he had seen many types of people, yet he had never encountered someone as thick-skinned as Zhou Ji. Caught in the act of being lewd, he not only didn't flee but had the audacity to laugh. I say, before you play the hero saving the beauty, could you clarify the relationship between me and her? What relationship? I only see you bullying her. So what if you know each other? She clearly doesn't want it. And you're still forcing yourself. I warn you, stay away from her in the future. Though Fang Zhanhua was impulsive, he was not foolish. He sensed that the two might be acquainted but still maintained his stance. Bro, what is going on? Who are you arguing with? Just as the standoff continued, a clear female voice rang out from within the house, followed by a girl briskly walking out. Brother Ji, you're back. It was Fang Min, the youngest daughter of the Fang family. Recognizing Zhou Ji at a glance, she was initially surprised, then broke into a radiant smile, enthusiastically greeting him. A Min. Do you know him? Fang Zhanhua furrowed his brow, turning to his sister with confusion. Yes, Brother Ji, our neighbor. Didn't I mention him to you before? Yes, Zhou Ji, the Brother Ji you've been talking about recently? Fang Min's eyes lit up with understanding. Then she frowned, asking, what is going on? You're not having a conflict with Brother Ji, are you? This Fang Zhanhua scratched his head in exasperation, turning to look at Ruanmei, clearly hoping she would clarify the situation. Well, you misunderstood. He and Ruanmei wanted to confess that she and Zhou Ji had officially established their romantic relationship a few days prior in the hospital. But as the words reached her lips, she felt embarrassed and couldn't bring herself to say it. Zhou Ji smiled gently, taking the initiative to speak. She is my girlfriend. We're just reuniting after a long time and having a little joke. Fang Zhanhua was instantly mortified. His well-intentioned intervention had turned into a misunderstanding, and he had unwittingly scolded them. Is that true? Fang Min exclaimed. Brother Ji, when did you and Mei Jie get together? I had no idea at all. Just when I was taking her to the hospital. Zhou Ji teased with a smile. You weren't in the car, so you wouldn't know. Ruanmei was holding onto me tightly the whole way. You. Upon hearing this, Ruanmei immediately panicked, rushing forward to cover his mouth. Don't say that. Is there some inside information? All right, kids. Don't be so curious. Let us not disturb them. Go back inside. Hey, wait. Fang Zhanhua, sensing the situation, quickly grabbed his inquisitive sister, holding onto her despite her struggles, and pulled her into the house. In truth, Zhou Ji was merely teasing Wan Mei, harboring no other intentions. After all, she had a congenital heart condition. Even if he genuinely wished to do something, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. With her temperament, she would likely be unable to finish even a cup of milk tea before getting overly emotional and falling ill. That day, he had simply given her a gentle kiss before escorting her home. Faced with her slightly panicked gaze, he handed her a prescription, urging her to take the medicine punctually each day. Although surgery could not be performed at this moment, it was still possible to regulate her health and alleviate her condition. Chapter 76. Guidance for Filming. The following morning, Zhou Ji did not rush to go out. His secretary, Fang Ting, was actually his neighbor, so he simply called her over. In recent days, she had been exceptionally proactive, shuttling between the factory and the stores. When Zhou Ji returned the previous night, she was still hard at work. While the issues with the Ding family needed to be addressed, his more pressing concern was the shortage of funds. In comparison, the matters concerning the Ding family were merely trifles. The lack of money was far more critical. Brother Ji, over the past week, the 3 stores have collectively earned more than 9 million. Is the production progress at the factory satisfactory? So far, yes. However, if we wish to continue expanding the stores, we may face challenges with staffing and production capacity in the future. I see. Zhou Ji nodded. Then how much liquid capital do we currently have at our disposal? After deducting daily operational expenses, we have approximately 6 million available. If we tighten our belts, we could scrape together 7 million. Good, then prepare 6 million for me. I will need it in the next couple of days. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. After Fang Ting responded, she hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Brother Ji, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? Zhou Ji asked with mild curiosity. Have you encountered some trouble? Is the Ding family bothering you again? Isn't Ahu always by your side? Fang Ting shook her head. No, Brother Ji, it's about my older brother, the one you met last night. As Xiaoman mentioned. Oh, it's him. What's the matter? My brother hasn't he lived with us for some time? And Sister Ling has always been concerned about him. A few days ago, when she went to look for him, she discovered he was missing. That's why I asked Brother Hu for help. He was the one who managed to find him. Well, isn't that wonderful? The family is finally reunited. Zhou Ji nodded, understanding why Fang Zhanhua had suddenly appeared. It was, after all, Fang Ting who had summoned Ahu to bring him back. So, it turned out to be a commendable deed by his own subordinates. However, he is currently unemployed, spending his days sleeping at home and not seeking work, which worries Sister Ling greatly. You wish for him to have something to do? Zhou Ji discerned the implications and slightly nodded. First, inquire about his skills. If he is willing, you can directly arrange a position for him, whether at the clothing factory or in the stores. You can make that decision yourself. Fang Zhanhua possessed an innate acumen for the stock market and was truly a rare talent. Yet Zhou Ji was well aware of the current situation. He knew that at this moment, Fang Zhanhua was languidly passing his days without any motivation. Expecting him to serve diligently at this juncture was likely a wishful thinking. He needed to first refine his mentality and employ some clever strategies to completely eradicate that lethargy. Moreover, given his current financial limitations, there was no urgency to venture into the stock market. That's splendid, Brother Ji. I'll express my gratitude to you on behalf of my brother. Zhou Ji chuckled lightly. You are my secretary, endowed with the authority to make decisions on your own. In the future, there is no need to consult me for every little matter. Just be mindful not to abuse your power. Fang Ting quickly shook her head. How could that be? Brother Ji, you treat me so well and offer such a generous salary. The two continued their discussion regarding the operations of the clothing factory and the stores before Fang Ting stood up to leave and resume her work. After seeing her off, Zhou Ji had just settled into the living room when Liang Kuan's call came in. Kuan-gu, what's the matter? Aji, I have already secured the director and cinematographer. Come to the company and provide guidance for them. You should also oversee the actors personally. So soon? All right. I'll be right over. How can we not act quickly when it comes to making money? I'll be waiting for you at the company. After hanging up, Zhou Ji quickly tidied his attire and headed straight to Liang Kuan's company. He truly did not anticipate Liang Kuan's actions would be so swift. Only yesterday had he received the script, and by this morning, everything was already in place before 9 o'clock. Indeed, he was decisive and swift, leaving no room for delay. Brother Ji. As Zhou Ji stepped through the company doors, several subordinates immediately approached to greet him. Aji, you're here. Quickly. This way. Just as he was about to make his way to Liang Kuan's office, he saw Liang Kuan emerging from within, who immediately pulled him into a room. Upon entering, Zhou Ji found himself in a well-prepared filming set. Several people were already present. In the center of the room was a bed, and lights were set up all around with 3 cameras positioned accordingly. Kuin-gu, Kuin-gu. The others in the room paused their activities upon Liang Kuin's arrival. Respectfully greeting him, Liang Kuin waved his hand and pointed to the set, introducing, "So, what do you think, Aji? This is arranged overnight according to your script. Take a look and see if any adjustments are needed." Quite good. The setup is very well done. Zhou nodded in approval. This type of film primarily relied on the performance of the lead actors, so as long as the scene adhered to basic compliance, it would suffice. Everyone, gather around. Liang Kuin beckoned the people in the room. These are the cinematographers I just hired. Each has experience filming several movies. This is the director, who has also directed a few ordinary romance films. He should meet your requirements, right? Zhou observed the individuals, noting that none had particularly outstanding appearances. Given the urgency, it was natural that they would not be renowned figures. He nodded. As long as they possessed genuine practical experience, there should be no significant issues. Good. Then we are in agreement. Liang Kuin responded affirmatively, then cast a cold glance at the group. Listen carefully. Do not try to pull any tricks on me. If you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be dire. We wouldn't dare. The group, already trembling with fear, turned pale and waved their hands frantically. What kind of person was Liang Kuin? He had gone to great lengths to gather them overnight, and his methods were certainly not above board. Being brought to this place, knowing his background, if they were not afraid, that would indeed be a strange occurrence. Quickly prepare yourselves. Review the script thoroughly when the time comes. Everyone must be vigilant and take this seriously. Yes, yes. Upon hearing this, the group immediately scattered, returning to their respective positions to pore over the script. Liang Kuin paid them no further mind and turned to Shuang Chang. Go and bring in the female actors for Aji to review and see if any are suitable. Yes, Kuin-gu. Shuang Chang responded promptly, and shortly thereafter, over 10 women entered in succession, varying in age and physique, tall, short, slim, and stout. Once inside, they lined up in front of Liang Kuin and Zhou. Following Shuang Chang's instructions, Liang Kuin scanned the group of women and slowly spoke. You all know what type of film we are going to shoot, right? I'll ask one last time. Is there anyone who is unwilling to participate? Kuin-gu, no need to ask. We are all willing. We are willing. Chapter 77. What is so difficult about drinking a cup of milk tea in front of people? We are willing. Before her words could fully escape her lips, several heavily made-up women, exhibiting flirtatious behavior, responded with coy voices, while the others nodded in compliance, their expressions submissive. It was evident that those brought by Liang Kuin were not the demure and virtuous women of good repute. They had long been psychologically prepared. Very well. Since everyone is willing, let me clarify that the one selected must adhere to the rules and perform well. If anyone has a change of heart midway, do not blame me for lacking compassion. After delivering this warning, Liang Kuin continued, All right then, let us all disrobe. Oh. Zhou was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Brother Kuin, there is no need for that. Truly, no need. Is this not a clear view? Liang Kuin retorted. It's fine. After all, one will not be exposed the entire time. That is indeed a point, Zhou conceded. Liang Kuin nodded. All right, you choose one. See who is suitable. They all seemed quite appealing. Zhou surveyed the group. Although these women were somewhat reckless, their appearances were passable. Clearly, Liang Kuin had already filtered them beforehand. Different strokes for different folks. The leading lady in an erotic film does not adhere to a fixed standard. Especially in the initial filming stages, the type of leading lady had minimal impact. The key lies in whether they can align with the director's vision during the shoot. The rest are trifles. He casually pointed to a woman with a striking figure, above-average looks, and a strong aura of experience. After all, this was his first time directing, and a more uninhibited leading lady would facilitate smoother filming. Excellent. You stay, and the rest may exit. Do not be disheartened. If you are not selected this time, there will be another opportunity. There are plenty of scripts. Liang Kuin's words were gracious and also served to console those not chosen. As for the male actors, the requirements were even lower. As long as they had decent physiques, the more expressive they were, the better. At present, there was no way to test them on the spot. To prevent the main actor from succumbing to fatigue midway, Zhou decided not to pick and retained all 7 or 8 eager volunteers. He selected one with an acceptable appearance as the lead, while the others served as backups, ready to rotate in when the main actor could no longer continue. Zhou took a cursory glance at the script provided by Liang Kuin and promptly distributed it. He instructed everyone to familiarize themselves with the content and mentally rehearse the forthcoming actions. He also took the liberty of applying a touch of makeup to the leading lady, for her aura was excessively seasoned, requiring some subtle concealment. The leading lady in an erotic film must not be too overt. A hint of allure, half hidden, is far more captivating. If she were to appear with an overtly vulgar demeanor from the outset, it would detract from her charm. Of course, certain scenes do require such a quality, but today's script did not call for it. Stop. Just shortly after filming commenced, Zhou Ji, who was monitoring from the side, immediately called for a halt. The young man had completely deviated from the script, his actions and lines entirely mismatched. Damn it! Can you not hear? Liang Kuan rushed forward, delivering 2 kicks to the still-acting man. Are you deaf? Stop when I say stop. Have you never seen a woman before? Brother Kuan, during previous shoots. Shut up. Liang Kuan raised his hand and delivered a slap. Fool. What did I tell you before? I emphasized repeatedly that this time is different. We must adhere strictly to the script. Do you understand? Understood, understood. The young man nodded vigorously, frightened. Only then did Zhou Ji step forward, take the script, and patiently explain the details to the male and female leads. They resumed filming afterward. Initially, Liang Kuan thought shooting such an erotic film would be a breeze, and the visuals would surely be stimulating. However, he soon realized he had completely miscalculated. While the final product appeared fiery, the actual shooting felt utterly devoid of sensation. It turned out that producing such films entailed numerous intricacies. And it was not as simple as just pairing a man and a woman for a cup of milk tea. By around noon, they finally managed to complete the scene. The leading lady held up well, but the male lead had changed 5 or 4 times. Those initially enthusiastic young men became increasingly listless. They had anticipated that shooting an erotic film would merely involve sipping tea in front of an audience. So how difficult could it be? Moreover, the leading lady was indeed quite attractive. There seemed to be no loss in that regard. Yet, in practice, the participants found it exceedingly awkward. Just as they were getting into the groove, a sudden cut rang out, nearly driving them to despair. Had they not stopped in time, Liang Kuan would have rushed in with fists and kicks, berating incessantly. The director they hired initially displayed some reticence, hesitant to voice concerns upon observing issues. After all, the participants were Liang Kuan's subordinates, and he could not overstep. Yet, as Zhou Ji called for stops multiple times and witnessed Liang Kuan's punitive measures for the disobedient, the director gradually loosened his grip. He began calling for halts immediately upon spotting problems, even pausing at moments that might not have warranted it. He remembered clearly Liang Kuan's prior warning. If the film flopped, he would not be spared. Although they were shooting trivial erotic films of lower stature, the director still had experience. The script was given with such detail that it was almost like a hands-on tutorial. If they could not produce good work, it would truly reflect poorly on their time in the industry. During lunch, Zhou Ji and Liang Kuan shared a meal in each other's office. Wow. Just as they finished eating, Liang Kuan could not contain himself. I initially thought this would be quite simple, and it would appear stimulating on sight. But it turned out to be anything but. At first, there was some excitement, but as time went on, it became increasingly nauseating. I nearly vomited. Haha. Zhou Ji chuckled and replied, I told you, this is not much different from shooting a proper film. Otherwise, how do you explain the stark differences between what they produce in Sakura country and what we create? That is true. Liang Kuan nodded and then said, once we finish this script, I'll take it for coloring and printing this afternoon, and we'll sell a batch to make some profit. What do you think? Well, Zhou Ji hesitated briefly before continuing, Brother Kuan, I just thought of something while filming. Why don't we also take some photos along the way? The script is only about 2 pages long, and the content is somewhat thin. If we accompany it with real scene photos, wouldn't it be richer? Ah, right. Liang Kuan slapped his thigh. Ah Ji, you're quite clever. That is a splendid idea. I'll find a photographer later to specifically capture the scene. Isn't Lao creating that kind of erotic magazine? Let us produce our own. Once we have enough scripts, we can also release a set of comics. By then, with the erotic film, magazine, and comics all in play, it will be hard not to turn a profit. Having said this, he laughed heartily. Brother Kuan. Zhou Ji reminded him. Photographing is fine, but we must maintain proper boundaries. Overly explicit content could lead to troubles. Although the current regulations in Xinjiang are relatively lenient regarding such magazines, we cannot push our luck. Directly printing scenes from the film into the magazine would surely be out of the question. I understand. Liang Kuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm not foolish. Of course, I won't use actual footage. If I did that, what would be left to appreciate in the erotic film? Indeed. Zhou Ji nodded in agreement. Pleased that Liang Kuan was thinking along these lines. Chapter 78. Signing the contract with Brother Kuan. By the way, since you're here, I have prepared the contract. Please sign it at your convenience. Speaking thus, Liang Kuan retrieved a document from the drawer and handed it over. Zhou Ji accepted the contract and meticulously read it from beginning to end, feeling somewhat surprised. When Liang Kuan mentioned the 70-30 split yesterday, he had assumed that whether it was the adult films or the comics, the other party would receive 70% and he 30%. Yet upon closer inspection, while Liang Kuan indeed took 70% of the adult film profits, Zhou Ji himself held 70% of the comics. This contract was exceedingly generous. Liang Kuan was remarkably forthright this time. Brother Kuan, this Zhou Ji was about to speak when Liang Kuan raised his hand to interrupt. No problem with the split. I will take the lead in shooting the adult films, so I get the larger share, but since you handle all the comics, naturally you take 70. As for the adult magazine I mentioned earlier, we split it evenly. Very well. With the matter thus settled, Zhouji no longer demurred. After all, no one could quarrel with money, and he promptly signed the contract. As for concerns about this sort of business being somewhat disreputable, he was merely the idea man. Liang Kuan was the one truly pulling the strings. Ultimately, since the goal was to make money, it was hardly shameful. At dusk, Zhouji lingered a while longer at the filming site. He observed that the newly hired director was becoming increasingly adept, no longer requiring his personal supervision. After issuing a few brief instructions, he turned to leave. Frankly, enduring such adult films for a brief moment was tolerable, but lingering on set, monitoring the camera quality, was somewhat arduous. On his way back to the boxing gym, Zhouji suddenly recalled Liang Kuan's earlier mention of launching an adult magazine. It seemed his other plan could now proceed smoothly. Upon his release from prison, his first project with Shui had been in the lingerie business. However, he had reconsidered, as such products had high entry barriers and lacked authentic counterparts like genuine brand goods, making it difficult to leverage cost-performance advantages. But now, with this adult publication, it presented a splendid opportunity. Advertising directly therein would instantaneously boost visibility. Indeed, with this thought, his ideas naturally expanded. At present, he controlled the Poland Street territory, and he recalled that in Hong Kong, there had once been an information magazine catering specifically to pleasure seekers. Now that the resources were at hand, it was worth attempting, with the added prospect of expanding the lingerie category. Indeed, he ought to discuss this further with Liang Kuan, who now managed Poland Street affairs for Hong Hing. Since it was a profitable venture, he was sure Liang Kuan would be interested. Why make two efforts when one sufficed? Arriving at the gym's entrance, Zhouji stepped out of the car, the sensation of being covertly watched resurfacing. Using the action of closing the door as cover, he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Unfortunately, Poland Street was teeming with pedestrians and shops, and nothing appeared amiss. The oppressive feeling of being observed dissipated as swiftly as smoke. Without pausing, he strode into the gym, exchanged greetings with a group of underlings, and entered his private lounge. Since this concealed individual had become a variable in his scheme, it was imperative to identify him promptly. Though the threat level was unknown, if merely a skilled fighter, he was not overly concerned. But if a professional assassin, matters would become complicated. He was unafraid of close combat, but if the adversary wielded a firearm, the situation would become precariously disadvantageous. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the room once more, this time having undergone meticulous disguise, his appearance completely altered. Unless one was intimately familiar with him, recognition was impossible. Zhouji deliberately exited through the back door, circled around to the gym's front vicinity. Since this person had come for him, appearing both last night and today, it was evident he would not withdraw easily. Most likely, he was gathering intelligence on Zhouji's routines. Such modus operandi resembled that of a professional killer rather than an ordinary thug. His gaze swiftly swept over pedestrians on the street and customers and staff within nearby shops. Relying on his now formidable mental acuity of 59 points, a single glance sufficed to grasp everything in his surroundings. Still none. Despite scrutinizing every conceivable hiding place nearby, he found nothing. This was troublesome indeed. Either the adversary was concealed exceedingly well, or entirely outside his field of vision. This area was densely built, and if the enemy lurked behind a curtained window, observing from a vantage point, detection was exceedingly difficult. The opponent's caution suggested that if he remained passive, he might never uncover a weakness. He had not expected Ding Xiaoxie to summon such a figure. It exceeded his expectations. Quite a predicament. Enough, no more waiting. Resolving this, Zhouji promptly made a decision. Since he could not locate the enemy, he would first strike at the Ding family to see how they responded. Brother Xianshi, how have you been lately? He casually picked up his cell phone and dialed Xianshi's number. Are you Zhouji? Xianshi was surprised he still remembered him. Zhouji chuckled lightly. That makes things easy. Isn't it time we settled our accounts? You owe 3 million, and it's been a while. I still haven't received a cent. What do you suggest I do? I'm already trying to raise the money. Is that so? Snap. Zhouji snapped his fingers sharply by the phone. His tone abruptly cold. If someone refuses to lend you money, then they must be cut down. No loan. Then kill them. Hearing the slightly sticky, low and sluggish voice on the other end, Zhouji's lips curled into a subtle smile. Snap. Another crisp finger snap echoed abruptly. Brother Xianshi, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you personally lack funds, does your syndicate not? Can't you scrape some together? If not, robbing is also an option. My patience is limited. All right, I understand. Zhouji responded lightly, nodded, and without hesitation, ended the call. As for what course Xianshi might take next and how far he would go, it was no longer within Zhouji's control. The trap was set. Who filled it was with Tony, Xiao Hui, Fei Ji, Dongguanzi, and over 200 fiercely loyal underlings at his command. Seizing control of the Zhongqing Society's territory should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Originally, Zhou Ji had intended to wait for the Ding family to dispatch someone against him, so he could repay them in kind. However, the current situation unfolded unexpectedly. The adversary had enlisted a cunning operative whose background he had yet to uncover. Lacking any talent skilled in counter-surveillance, he resolved to intervene personally. Ting, is the money ready? Deliver it straight to the boxing gym shortly, he instructed. After ending the call with Ajah, he immediately dialed Fong Ting's number. Upon confirming the funds were prepared, he pocketed his phone. The Zhongqing Society maintained a foothold in Kowloon City as well. He had contemplated contacting Shi Yan for coordination but reconsidered. This matter was difficult to broach. He could command his own men without explanation, but Shi Yan, as the local authority in Kowloon City, would require a thorough justification. He hailed a taxi and headed directly to the hospital where Ding Yixie resided. Since the Ding brothers shared a close bond and gathered at home every evening when free, he thought it fitting to surprise them. It was not until dusk that Zhou Ji returned to the boxing gym. Emerging from the lounge restored to his usual self, he approached the office and saw Ahu standing by the door, informing him, Fong Ting has arrived and is waiting inside. Fong Ting is here. Hearing this, he entered without hesitation, casually calling out. Suddenly, Fong Ting was startled and hastily concealed something. Zhou Ji paused, stepping in slowly. Fong Ting lowered her head, revealing only her ears, which were flushed crimson. What is going on? He inquired, glancing at the spot she had tidied. On the desk was merely a neat stack of papers, nothing more. Brother Ji, you're back. Fong Ting stammered, cheeks equally flushed. Suppressing his curiosity, Zhou Ji sat beside her. Fong Ting finally faltered, her face tinged with embarrassment. What is the matter? He asked, instinctively reaching toward the stack of papers. And nothing. Fong Ting pressed down on the documents, voice trembling. I just tidied up your messy desk while you were away. Oh, Zhou Ji responded, harboring no suspicion. Then he asked, did you bring the money? It's all here. At mention of business, Fong Ting's composure steadied somewhat. She placed her handbag on the table, but avoided his gaze. Cheeks still flushed. All right, it's late. Don't go wandering around. Let Ahu send you home early. Okay, then I'll be going now. Fong Ting practically fled the office. What a strange demeanor today, he thought, opening the bag to find it stuffed with cash. He zipped it closed and set it aside, though lingering doubts compelled him to retrieve the papers Fong Ting had so firmly pressed down. He recognized the stack. It was the same set of provocative sketches he had absent-mindedly drawn yesterday, after Sha Chong left. Initially intending to write something, he had abandoned the idea, leaving the papers on the desk. No wonder. Zhou Ji chuckled softly after flipping through a few pages. He pulled out one sheet filled with detailed, risque illustrations, undoubtedly overlooked by Sha Chong during his hurried departure, likely dropped while Liang Kuan and Sha Chong watched him draw. Fong Ting must have stumbled upon them while tidying and inadvertently leafed through. Well, no harm done. These days, explicit magazines were readily available throughout Hong Kong. Curiosity was natural, even among young women. Indeed, it was rumored that many girls in dormitories gathered to watch adult films together. He doubted Fong Ting had never encountered such material. She had simply been caught red-handed in his office. That's quite a sum, Zhou Ji murmured, tapping the money bag. If only the system offered a personal storage space. In novels, protagonists often possess storage rings or pocket dimensions, but he had nothing. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and he found himself inside a spacious, room-sized void. He quickly realized his body remained stationary. This was a projection of his consciousness. Seriously? Just saying it out loud, and I get a personal space? This system is ridiculous. If I hadn't thought about it, would I have never discovered this feature? Zhou Ji sighed. Intelligent systems were a double-edged sword. Too smart, and they annoyed you. Too dumb, and you had to figure everything out yourself, never knowing what hidden mechanics might emerge next. At 8 o'clock that evening, Zhou Ji arrived in Taiyou. More precisely, he stepped into the Lisboa casino. He exchanged 10,000 chips, his purpose clear, to win money. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gambles are scams. Although this was a legitimate casino without outright cheating, the law of 9 losses out of 10 still held true. Even occasional wins were ultimately swallowed, leaving only the casino as the perpetual victor. Zhou Ji knew this well, having once managed a gambling hall. He had witnessed the highs and lows of life, some striking it rich overnight with luxury cars and watches, only to end up homeless beneath a bridge months later. Others, addicted to slot machines, lost everything without ever entering a grand casino. Believe it or not, but that was reality. Hence, he despised gambling and narcotics alike. Yet, in contemporary Hong Kong, he would never touch drugs, but a legitimate casino like Taiyou was a different matter. It was a golden goose worth tapping. Compared to the shady underground dens supported by a few fishing machines, this place was a world apart. The games were diverse, and the hall resembled a scene from a movie. The gamblers inside exhibited every facet of human nature. Chapter 80. An unexpected encounter with Bingo. After surveying the room, Zhou approached a dice table. Without employing any strategy, he casually placed a few bets, winning only once. After experimenting with several different strategies, Zhou found himself at the end of the round with all 100,000 chips lost. Turning to leave, he promptly exchanged 500,000 to continue betting. But before long, he found himself once again bereft of funds. Indeed, those who are ensnared by the allure of gambling seldom find a favorable conclusion. Relying on luck to win, even the most substantial fortunes are ultimately squandered. Yet, at this moment, Zhou appeared utterly unfazed. It was only after losing over 4 million that he began to recover his losses. However, his wins were not consistent. Rather, he experienced a series of small victories amidst losses, creating an illusion of a shift in fortune. By midnight, his chips had accumulated to 6 million. Such trivial gains felt insufficiently exhilarating. Thus, he gravitated towards a baccarat table, taking a seat at an available spot. "Ah, G, you're playing this too?" A surprised male voice called out as he settled in. "Ben, you're here too. What a coincidence," he exclaimed upon turning to discover that the man who had been facing away from him was Han Bin, the leader of the Hung Hing organization in the Quaitsing district. "Haha," Han Bin laughed, "I frequent this place. But this is the first time I've seen you here. It appears your luck is quite favorable." Zhou towering stack of chips could hardly escape Han Bin's notice, eliciting a look of envy from him. "Oh, not really. I almost lost everything at the start." Zhou waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he continued, "Fortunately, my luck turned around, so I decided to test it while it lasts. How is the wind blowing on your side, Bin?" His gaze swept over the few remaining chips in front of Han Bin. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he understood that Han Bin was a thorough gambler. Among the leaders of Hung Hing, Han Bin ranked among the top in skill, his smuggling ventures thriving. Unfortunately, it seemed he had not amassed much in savings. There had even been a scene in which he borrowed money from Defei to manage his finances. The reason being that he had come to the gambling ship to wager extravagantly, only to lose everything, leaving him in a position of desperation to seek assistance. Little did he expect that his first visit would coincide with Han Bin's presence. "Sigh, what a disaster," Han Bin lamented. "I started off exceptionally well. But now I've lost everything, not to mention over 200,000 in the hole." Zhou chuckled. "Why don't you bet with me? I've been on quite a roll lately." "Good brother. If you're winning, I'll definitely join." "Haha," Zhou replied. "But you must help me pray that this streak doesn't end, or we might have to swim back to Hong Kong. And that would be quite a spectacle." "Haha." Han Bin laughed. "If you can't swim back, I'll certainly lend you a hand. I'm betting on a tie." As they bantered, Zhou decisively placed 100,000 chips on a tie. Han Bin was taken aback. "No way. G, do you have to be so bold? Betting on a tie right off the bat? I'm telling you, in this game, you should bet on the player when the player is winning, on the banker when the banker is winning, and jump when the odds are right. Who dares to bet on a tie so easily? I'm feeling lucky. If I don't dare to bet big, then what's the point? If every bet is made with hesitation, how can I recover my losses?" "That makes sense." Han Bin nodded. "Then I'll support you. I'll try 1,000 to see if your luck is genuine." "Wow, really? Bin, is 1,000 that little? You don't trust me?" Han Bin shook his head with a wry smile. "Just testing the waters. I've been so unlucky that I'm afraid to overshadow your good fortune." He was an old hand at gambling. Although Zhou had won a considerable amount, he was still a newcomer. Betting 100,000 on a tie right away was a risky move, and he simply couldn't bring himself to make such a heavy wager. Even a mere 1,000 felt like tossing money into the sea. Having lost enough already, he was reluctant to incur further debt. "Banker 7, player 7, tie." As the dealer revealed the cards, announcing the result, Han Bin felt like slapping himself. Good heavens. It really is a tie. He had sat there for most of the evening and had only seen his first tie when Zhou arrived, hitting the mark perfectly. Haha. Zhou gathered the substantial pile of chips awarded by the dealer, grinning as he said, "Well, Bin, you can't blame me this time, can you? I said a tie, and you were the one who didn't dare to bet more. Damn it, it's all my fault. From now on, I'm definitely sticking with you." As expected, Han Bin kept his word. Whatever Zhou bet, he followed suit without hesitation. Naturally, his capital was not as robust as Zhou's, so his stakes were somewhat smaller. Additionally, he was wary of overshadowing Zhou's luck by betting too heavily. Being an experienced gambler, he understood these nuances well. Riding the coattails of a lucky player was fine, but one must never steal the spotlight. Otherwise, it would not be a show of support, but an act of sabotage. Zhou continued to adhere to his strategy of winning more and losing less, and everything appeared to hinge on luck. The two inevitably reaped considerable rewards, with Han Bin not only recovering all his previous losses, but also netting nearly 5 million. As for Zhou, his chips had soared to 20 million, marking a steady profit. At this point, it was past 1 in the morning. The cumulative amount won by Zhou and Han Bin at this table approached over 20 million. He noticed the dealer's complexion had turned pale. and beads of sweat had formed on his brow. After winning for so long, many keen-eyed gamblers had already begun to follow suit in their betting. With the situation having developed to this extent, it was evident that they could not continue. Damn, lost again. After 6 consecutive losses, Han Bin, who had been closely following Zhou Ji, could no longer restrain himself from cursing. Zhou Ji was preparing to place another bet, but the surrounding players hesitated. It seems my luck has run out. Zhou Ji gently shook his head, his tone resigned. Bin, how about I follow your lead from now on, and see how you bet? Han Bin glanced at the chips in front of both himself and Zhou Ji, contemplating for a moment before saying, forget it, it's getting late, and we've already made quite a bit. Let us call it a night. With that, he stood up decisively. Let us go. You helped me strike it rich today. I'll treat you to milk tea. Feigning hesitation for a moment, Zhou Ji rose as well. All right, since you say so, we won't play anymore. The two then signaled to the casino staff to convert their chips into checks. Hee. As they exited the door, Han Bin affectionately draped his arm over Zhou Ji's shoulder. Ji, this is your first time in Macau, right? Let me tell you. Aside from the bustling gambling scene, the variety of milk tea here is exceptional. Whether it's Indian style, creamy, coffee-infused, or even black pearl boba, tonight, I'll show you a whole new world. Wow, so many varieties? Then I'll be relying on you tonight. Count on me, count on me. Chapter 81. This young lady must be utterly exhausted. As the two chatted merrily, they soon arrived at an exquisitely decorated nightclub. Oh my, Bin. It's been ages since you last honored us with your presence. I've missed you dearly. Upon entering, a woman, around 40 yet still radiating charm, greeted them enthusiastically. Hi, things have been hectic lately, and my luck has been dismal. How could I dare to show my face? Han Bin, with a smile, affectionately embraced the lady, saying, Look, today, my brother is fortunate, and I'm basking in his glory. I'll be right back to show my support. The same old rules, the same familiar place. Oh, this young man is truly handsome. Of course, you must treat him with care. Are there any fresh faces? Hurry, bring a few into the private room so my brother can have a glance. All right, you all go in and take a seat. I'll arrange it right away. We have indeed got a few new arrivals today, and their quality is absolutely top-notch. Is that for real? Don't fool me. If my brother is not satisfied, I won't step foot in your establishment again. Who would dare deceive you, Brother Bin? Just wait and see. As they spoke, the group had already reached the entrance of the private room. The lady opened the door, gently ushering Han Bin inside, then turned and quickly departed. Come. Let us go in and rest for a bit. Han Bin pulled Zhou Ji into the room. In the world of social intrigue, who hasn't experienced the highs and lows, becoming rich one night and poor the next? Living in the moment is simply the norm. At this point, the 13th sister had yet to make a name for herself, and naturally, Han Bin did not recognize her. Without any burdens, he felt even more at ease. The two each opened a bottle of beer, and just as they had taken a few sips, the door to the private room was pushed open once more. The lady who had just left entered with a beaming smile, saying, Here you are, Brother Bin. I've brought everyone for you. Take your time choosing. Why wait any longer? Let them all come in. The lady turned and called out to the door, and a line of enchanting beauties streamed in, each dressed provocatively, adorned with exquisite makeup and looking splendid. The quality was indeed impressive, with the vast majority scoring over 8 points. Zhou Ji even noticed one particular beauty whose score must have exceeded 9 points. Not bad. Han Bin was quite familiar with such occasions, and at this moment, his interest was piqued. How do you feel, Brother Bin? Are you satisfied? Good, very good. You certainly did not disappoint me. This batch is indeed exceptional. Han Bin nodded enthusiastically, then turned to Zhou Ji and asked, Ji, do you have any favorites? Pick a few to keep. Brother Bin, since you're treating, I'll gladly follow your lead. You go first. Haha, Han Bin chuckled, then I won't hold back. You, and you come here. He directly pointed to 3 beauties. Zhou Ji couldn't help but glance sideways at the selections, noting that 2 of them were the fair-skinned ones, which seemed a bit bold. However, the counterpart was quite chivalrous, seemingly intent on avoiding the one with the highest rating. Ji, I'll go with these few. Now it's your turn. Me? Zhou Ji scanned the room. Although he seldom indulged in outside beverages, he thought it wouldn't hurt to change up the flavor occasionally. Brother Bin, this is my first time in such a place, and I'm not quite familiar with the customs. Could you give me a suggestion? What customs? Just choose whichever one you fancy. Han Bin replied, bemused, as he pointed to the highest-rated beauty. Look at you. So dashing. This one suits you perfectly. Is one enough? Or shall I add 2 more? I wouldn't dare compete with you. One is quite sufficient. Zhou Ji quickly waved his hand, content with just tasting the flavor. Drinking several at once? He had no such desire. Didn't his own preferences taste delightful enough? Handsome, Nisha only started today, so be gentle with her. The lady, seeing that the 2 had made their selections, teased them a bit, wished them a good time, and then took her leave with the others. By now, it was nearing midnight, and the two casually consumed 2 bottles of beer. Han Bin, feeling impatient, pulled Zhou along, clutching the 3 beauties to go. Zhou naturally had no objections and followed him out, arriving at a nearby 5-star hotel. Do you want to wash first, or shall I? Once inside the room, he felt no need to put on airs. After all, they were already out drinking. After speaking, he noticed the other's lack of response and even repeated the question in English. I'll go first. To his surprise, the beauty responded fluently in Cantonese. All right, then I want tea hold back, Zhou replied, striding directly into the bathroom, though his gaze sharpened momentarily. This beauty seemed rather extraordinary. On the surface, she appeared unremarkable. Yet he couldn't shake a peculiar sense of familiarity. How strange it was. He had never seen this beauty before. Where could that feeling of familiarity have come from? I'm done washing, your turn. After showering, Zhou emerged wrapped in a towel and flopped onto the bed, casually remarking. Before long, the sound of running water ceased. Then, a graceful figure stepped out, adjusting the room light to a warm, seductive hue. Instead of immediately preparing the beverages, she presented Zhou with a tantalizing dance. Her enchanting figure, coupled with alluring movements, undeniably captivated. Even before tasting, one could sense the richness of this beauty. After an exquisite display, Zhou confirmed that this was indeed a top-tier experience. Her professional prowess was exceptional. Even the steamy scenarios he had penned for Liang Kuan, she could enact with finesse. Her stamina was remarkable. After retrieving a pin, he gently heated it with a lighter until it was slightly warm, then deftly applied it to her acupoint to help her relax her nerves and expedite her recovery. Chapter 82, Mrs. M. Meanwhile, not far from the hotel, a luxurious sedan was quietly parked on the street. Within the tinted windows, a woman donned in sunglasses, her demeanor icy, slowly tucked her phone away. The conversation she had just had with that man replayed rapidly in her mind, her gaze sharpening. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed open the car door and strolled towards the hotel. Knock, knock. Zhou, draped in a white bathrobe, sat in a chair smoking when a sudden knock echoed from outside. Just a moment, coming. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found a woman with sunglasses and a frosty expression standing there. Who are you? I just called. I'm a friend of Nisha. Oh, it's you. Zhou appraised her with a slight smile, stepping aside. She is still asleep. Would you like me to wake her? The woman paused briefly before replying. No need. I can manage. Please, come in. Zhou gestured for her to enter, turning back towards the room with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had not anticipated encountering this organization here. It was no wonder Nisha was so adept. Even more surprisingly, Mrs. M had personally shown up. Mrs. M, the leader of a mysterious assassin organization known as the Naked Agent, whose name remained undisclosed, specifically selected girls aged 12 to 13 with martial arts or athletic talent from around the globe, training them to become strikingly beautiful and deadly executioners. According to the plot, only one from each batch of trainees would ultimately survive, with very few exceptions. Logically, the path of an assassin should involve striking swiftly and retreating into invisibility. Yet, her proactive visit raised Zhou's suspicions. Mrs. M stood at the doorway, observing the man's silhouette before her. From her experience, his posture was utterly unguarded, almost disarmingly genuine. After a moment's contemplation, confirming the absence of any sanguinary scent within, she finally stepped inside, quietly closing the door behind her. Her gaze shifted to the peacefully slumbering Nisha on the bed. A swift survey of the room revealed the remnants of an extensive and intimate tea exchange from the previous night. She couldn't help but cast a bewildered glance at Zhou, scrutinizing him carefully. Wasn't it typically the case that women could outlast men in tea consumption? Why was it that her meticulously trained Nisha, on her inaugural mission, appeared so utterly exhausted while this man seemed to possess ample vigor, even for a novice? The disparity in their states was astonishing. Did she truly overexert herself and require assistance? Zhou glanced at the sleeping Nisha and, with a gentle smile directed at Mrs. M, inquired, were you two alone together last night? Unable to restrain herself, Mrs. M blurted out, what do you mean? Well, Mrs. M, I am not accustomed to sharing a cup of tea with others. If you wish to negotiate, feel free to say that she performed exceptionally well last night. I wouldn't mind offering additional remuneration. Oh, no, I was merely asking. Mrs. M shook her head lightly before suddenly drawing a handgun, aiming it directly at Zhou's forehead. Oh, Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Could it be a setup? Before he could finish his thought, he swiftly dodged to the side, his right hand darting out like lightning to seize Mrs. M's wrist, preventing her from firing. You, Mrs. M pulled the trigger multiple times, but only the sound of clicking echoed. No gunfire followed. Why resort to such measures? Zhou sighed lightly, still smiling. Mrs. M, wouldn't it be wiser to part amicably? Discharging a weapon in such a place will only invite trouble. You've seen through me. Mrs. M's pupils constricted abruptly. Isn't it better to maintain appearances and not reveal what we know? In the midst of their dialogue, the gun had silently slipped into Zhou Zi's grasp. He casually flipped the firearm, removed the magazine, and ejected the bullet from the chamber. It seems I indeed underestimated you. A flicker of emotion crossed the usually frigid countenance of Mrs. M. Zhou Zi tossed the gun onto the table and raised his hands at this juncture. The individual who hired you to deal with me is likely in dire straits themselves, no? Why persist in this endeavor? Even if the task were completed, you would receive no compensation. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Did you truly believe I would come to Macau to gamble for no reason? As he spoke, his gaze narrowed slightly, and Mrs. M sensed imminent danger. Just as she sought to withdraw, she found herself caught in a vice-like grip around her neck. Approximately an hour later, Mrs. M exited the room alone, leaving Nisha behind. From this day forward, her duty was to ensure Zhou Zi's safety, a task personally entrusted to her by Mrs. M before her departure. Transitioning from target to protector, Nisha, just awakening, felt momentarily disoriented. Hadn't the lady always told her that she was born a killer? How was it that on her first mission, she had not even taken action, but instead found herself as a bodyguard? As her thoughts swirled, Zhou Zi inquired, "How did you rest?" "Not bad, almost recovered." Nisha instinctively nodded. Having undergone years of rigorous training, her physical capabilities surpassed those of the average person. Yet, she had not anticipated that Zhou Zi's demeanor would differ so significantly from what Mrs. M had taught her. Consequently, before she even had the chance to act, she had succumbed to exhaustion, sleeping for over 2 hours. However, after this period of rest, coupled with the injection Zhou Zi had administered earlier, her strength had largely returned. Although still feeling fatigued, she was now capable of movement. "Well then, you should tidy up a bit." "Understood," Nisha responded, gathering her scattered clothes from the floor before stepping into the bathroom. Zhou Zi lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly as a chuckle escaped him. He had already gleaned the necessary information from Mrs. M and understood her reasons for coming in person. It turned out that this was Nisha's first mission. From the information she possessed, Zhou Zi was merely an ordinary member of a Hong Kong gang. While he had recently begun to emerge as a notable figure, his standing within the organization remained modest. In contrast to the significant political figures and gang leaders she might target in the future, he was truly insignificant in her eyes. It was precisely for this reason that Mrs. M had specifically chosen him as Nisha's initial test. Chapter 83, Entangled in the Three Great Bonds of Brotherhood. Men, no matter how formidable, are inevitably prone to lowering their guard in moments of ease. Moreover, after an extensive tea tasting, how much fighting spirit could possibly remain? By the skills she had imparted to Nisha, it was already remarkable if the other party could maintain their composure. Not to mention, Nisha herself was no weakling. Having undergone 6 years of professional training and emerging among 40 candidates, her prowess was not to be underestimated. Yet, unexpectedly, this incident unfolded. Nisha had remained unreachable throughout the night, leaving her, who had come to assist, waiting outside for the better part of the night. The entire night passed without a single unusual occurrence since Zhou Zi and his companions entered the hotel. Mrs. M, after much deliberation, finally decided to make a call. As a professional assassin, she had always conducted her affairs with meticulous precision. The sense of covert scrutiny that Zhou Zi had recently perceived was, in fact, her discreet observation of his movements and daily routines. She was thoroughly acquainted with his whereabouts, having shadowed him closely, and was well aware that he was alone on this journey. As for Han Bin, the individual he unexpectedly encountered at the casino, he was not part of Mrs. M's plans. Although they resided in the same hotel, Han Bin was accompanied by 3 women, making it impossible for them to share a room. Based on the tone of the call, Zhou Zi seemed calm, showing no signs of having been attacked or coerced. As a seasoned veteran navigating the gray areas of society, Mrs. M had encountered countless members of various organizations worldwide. A young man like Zhou Zi, who had just begun to wield power, was easy for her to read. Not only would he not be easily assassinated, but even the slightest discomfort would likely provoke an immediate outburst. She had inquired about the reasons behind the employer's assignment. For a woman, nearly igniting a conflict among 1,000 followers, could she be a person of tranquil temperament? She speculated that the reason for Nisa's prolonged disappearance might be due to her relative inexperience, encountering unforeseen circumstances. But she believed the girl had not yet been exposed and was temporarily out of immediate danger. It was precisely for this reason that she resolved to intervene personally. After all, she had once been a top-tier assassin. Even if she had not engaged in action for many years, her skills would still suffice to handle someone like Zhou Zi. Moreover, this would provide a practical lesson for Nisa. Unexpectedly, she stumbled in such a trivial matter, inadvertently entangling herself in the situation. Zhou Zi learned that Nisa was executing her first mission. Aside from a blank period in her history, her background was remarkably clean, which is why he chose to keep her close. Surviving the training camp was already a testament to her capabilities. The camp not only taught the art of killing, but also encompassed a variety of practical skills, ensuring that even if one chose not to pursue a career as an assassin, they could still thrive in society. Furthermore, she was one of the first recruits personally trained by Mrs. M, making this mission a genuine graduation test, and Zhou Ji could be considered her first man. At such a pivotal moment for talent acquisition, having someone like her by his side offered far more potential than merely serving as an assassin. Sir, I am ready. Shall we depart? Just as Zhou Ji's thoughts wandered, Nisa emerged from the bathroom, freshly prepared. He replied, casting a slight smile in her direction. You've worked hard all night. Allow me a moment to change my clothes, and then we shall go grab a bite. With that, Zhou Ji, without any hesitation, changed his attire in front of her. Having already shared intimate moments the previous night, there was little left to conceal. The decision to let Mrs. M go was, of course, based on her continued value. Not to mention her unique methods of training assassins, her influence extended beyond just Nisa. Perhaps influenced by the amalgamation of this Hong Kong cinematic world, her current training approach diverged from the outdated cinematic model. After the previous seductive assassin fell, new recruits were scoured from childhood. Alongside Nisa were several other female trainees, all nearing the completion of their training. From her brief account, Zhou Ji recognized a few familiar names: Hai Yao, Kai Xian, and Zheng. Typically, only one survived each session, yet all three had defied the odds, showcasing their exceptional abilities. Zhou Ji believed that it would be a tremendous waste to retain only one individual after 6 years of systematic training, mastering multiple skills. If utilized to support his endeavors, they would undoubtedly offer greater value than merely serving as assassins. Hence, after deeply hypnotizing Mrs. M, he made his first attempt to deploy his extraordinary mental prowess for manipulation. The results, though not entirely flawless, were promising. Combined with the hypnosis, sustained psychological suggestions theoretically had the capacity to influence her thought processes on a deeper level. Achieving complete control without compromising her autonomy was, however, utterly impossible. In summary, Ding Xiaoxia's actions against him inadvertently presented a significant gift. He was left pondering how he had managed to connect with Mrs. M. Had it not been for the Ding family's excessive annoyance, he might have considered letting them off the hook. But now, it was evidently too late. Even if their 4 brothers were not reunited underground, their fates would not improve in the slightest. Zhou Ji finished changing and led Nisa downstairs for breakfast. The dim lighting of the previous night, combined with Nisa's heavy makeup to fit the image of a dancer, made her appearance quite different in the daylight. Now, having washed away the layers, she revealed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, her long hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, looking fresh and vibrant. Her beauty soared to a new level, easily surpassing a score of 95, especially considering she was a foreign beauty. However, her attire clashed somewhat with her natural elegance. A change of outfit would instantly transform her into a strikingly graceful woman. As they walked, they naturally attracted many lingering glances. Damn, Aji, where are you? While they were enjoying breakfast, Zhou Ji's phone suddenly rang. It was Hanbin. Bingu, you're awake? I'm at the restaurant downstairs. He had thought that Hanbin would sleep until noon after downing 3 cups of milk tea the previous day. To his surprise, the call came so early. Damn, I thought you had slipped away. Wait for me. Sure. I'll be here, eating and waiting for you, Zhou Ji replied. Just a few minutes after hanging up, he spotted Hanbin approaching, looking slightly fatigued, yet with an unmistakable spark of excitement in his eyes. When they first met at the gambling house, Hanbin had likely only been cordial out of a sense of belonging to the same organization. Given the disparity in their ranks, one being a decision-maker and the other a mere enforcer. However, now, his demeanor was markedly different, emanating a genuine sense of kinship. The bond of brotherhood had been forged through shared experiences, and moreover, Hanbin had won a considerable sum following Zhou Ji's lead the previous night. Chapter 84. You can stumble upon a treasure even while sipping milk tea? Bingu, you don't seem quite yourself. Shouldn't you rest a bit? Be careful not to wear yourself out. Get lost. What are you talking about, Aji? It's just 3 cups of milk tea. I could handle another 3. Bingu, I admire your spirit. Zhou Ji chuckled, giving a thumbs up. But I suggest you go home and soak some goji berries. I know a thing or two about traditional Chinese medicine. What do you mean by that? Hanbin's expression darkened instantly. Everyone knew the purpose of goji berries. Bingu, don't misunderstand. I truly meant no offense. Even a gun needs oiling and maintenance after prolonged use, doesn't he? Cut the crap. Hanbin waved his hand dismissively. Let me grab a bite first, and then we can have a few more rounds of games. Sound good? No problem. After last night's rest, I feel like my luck is about to turn around. Then it's settled. I'll go get some food. Very well. I am nearly finished eating. I shall step outside for a stroll and return shortly to find you. All right, I shall wait here for you, Hanbin said before going to collect the meal, while Zhou Ji led Nisha out of the hotel. He recalled seeing numerous luxury boutiques nearby upon their arrival last night. Having hurriedly come last night without a change of clothes, and with Nisha still attired in her nightclub outfit, Zhou Ji's first stop was the Chanel boutique. From head to toe, he selected an entire new ensemble for her, a white blouse paired with a black blazer, black trousers, and a pair of delicate high-heeled leather shoes. Xiao Jia, the sales assistant, could not help but exclaim as Nisha emerged from the fitting room. This outfit seems tailor-made for this beautiful young lady. It suits her temperament perfectly, absolutely stunning. She had noticed Nisha upon her entry, although already attractive. The transformation with the new style was as if she were a different person altogether. This combination was near perfection on her. Zhou Ji smiled and nodded. Looking at Nisha as he said, "Indeed, this look suits you very well." Nisha lowered her gaze slightly, responding with a hint of shyness. "It is your discerning eye, sir." Returning to the hotel with Zhou Ji last night was a matter of duty. She harbored no other thoughts. But now, with her status changed, her feelings naturally differed. Facing such thoughtfulness, she felt somewhat awkward and bashful. After all, she was only 17 or 18, having spent 6 years in a training camp, living a life almost entirely isolated from the world. Her makeup and manners were all systematically taught. She knew that if she were to do it herself, she would never reach Zhou Ji's level of finesse. Haha, Zhou Ji chuckled. "Primarily, it's your natural base that shines through, no matter how keen my eye. I could do nothing without it." He possessed master-level expertise in fashion design, so the garments he personally selected for her were naturally impeccable. With her golden high ponytail, she effortlessly exuded a blend of heroic spirit and captivating charm. Of course, if her appearance were plain, no amount of styling by Zhou Ji would suffice, unless he personally applied makeup as well. But then again, if she lacked such innate qualities, she would never have had the opportunity to approach Zhou Ji last night, nor the subsequent encounters. The quality of this outfit was excellent, and its price was correspondingly high, over 50,000 yuan in total. But having won nearly 20 million yesterday, this expenditure was but a trifling sum. Zhou Ji promptly paid and left. He then visited Armani, casually selecting a black suit for himself. Upon returning to the hotel, Han Bin's eyes widened upon seeing the two, especially Nisha. "Ji, I know you're handsome, but you went out for just a short while and came back with such a fashionable beauty? Brother Bin, are you joking?" Zhou Ji couldn't help but laugh. "Nisha was just with me all along. You had a woman by your side just now." Han Bin was momentarily stunned, then looked at Nisha more closely. His tone tinged with hesitation. When he arrived, his mind was preoccupied with plans to visit the gambling house with Zhou Ji, paying little attention to whether he was accompanied. Zhou Ji sighed in mild exasperation. "Brother Bin, really? Nisha sat beside me during breakfast this morning. Didn't you see her?" "Wait a minute." Han Bin scratched his head, suddenly recalling. "What did you say her name was?" "Nisha? That name sounds so familiar. You picked her yourself." "Me?" Han Bin's eyes widened as he pointed at Nisha. "Ji, are you saying she's the milk tea girl I helped you choose last night?" Though he asked, he found it impossible to reconcile the Nisha before him with the image from last night. They seemed like two entirely different people, bearing no resemblance in style. "That's right." Zhou Ji smiled, and after some conversation, "I found she's not only skilled at making milk tea, but also multi-talented, with top-notch abilities." "No way. Then you've really found a treasure." "Indeed." Zhou Ji raised his eyebrows. "So I've officially hired her as my personal secretary and bodyguard." "So fast?" Han Bin couldn't help but appraise the striking and spirited Nisha again, feeling a dry throat. He wished to have such a private secretary and bodyguard himself. Someone who not only added prestige, but also ensured access to excellent milk tea at any time. He regretted giving her away last night. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only shake his head and sigh. "Forget it. Let us hurry to the gambling house." Then he added, "Just by drinking a cup of milk tea, you managed to find such a gem. You're truly unstoppable today. I must stick with you." The two chatted as they walked toward the nearby gambling hall. Haha, another win. Inside, the baccarat table was still in play. Zhou Ji and Han Bin sat side by side. The dealer had just dealt a banker's win, which Zhou Ji had bet on correctly. Han Bin had said he would follow Zhou Ji's bets, so naturally, he won as well. "Ji, you're incredibly lucky." Han Bin exclaimed excitedly as he collected his chips from the dealer. They had arrived around 9 o'clock, and it was now about 10:30. In just an hour and a half, Zhou Ji had won over 20 million, and Han Bin, following suit, earned more than 10 million. Of course, Zhou Ji remained cautious. Alternating wins and losses. He had endured a streak of 10 consecutive losses at one point, never winning more than 5 times in a row, varying his bet amounts unpredictably. This made it impossible for opportunistic gamblers around them to capitalize on his bets. Unlike Han Bin and Zhou Ji, many players lacked such deep pockets. A losing streak of 10 would bankrupt them immediately. Though the betting was frequent and results mixed, after over an hour, Zhou Ji had secured a steady profit. Chapter 85, a major incident in Hong Kong. This was an ordinary hall, not a VIP area, yet the amount they had jointly won had already surpassed 30 million. Naturally, Such outstanding performance had long attracted the casino's attention. The dealer expert responsible for monitoring the tables had been observing them closely, but found no suspicious behavior. Although the Hong Hing faction operated several gambling tables, none were in this Lisboa building. Han Bin was a prominent figure in the Kwai Chung district under Hong Hing, but wielded little influence in Macau. However, he was a well-known personality on the streets and frequented this place often enough to be recognized. He usually lost more than he won, so it was unlikely the casino would cause trouble just because of a single winning streak. They probably just considered it a stroke of good luck today. Perhaps adjusting the dealer during breaks, nothing more. Zhou Ji quietly tallied his accounts in his mind. He had entered with 6 million, deliberately lost over 4 million initially, and now had only 1 million principal remaining. Yesterday, I won just over 20 million, and today I have already secured an additional 22 million. After deducting my initial investment of 5 million, cumulatively, I have amassed more than 37 million. This sum is ample enough to comprehensively expand the A-goods business, leaving little room for doubt. Naturally, he is also aware that the property market in Hong Kong will experience a meteoric rise in prices from this year until the handover, likely doubling in value. Therefore, alongside the expansion of the A-goods enterprise, he also intends to acquire several storefronts. Consequently, his current funds are becoming somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, after such a significant win, it is prudent to exercise restraint. 45 million. He silently set a target in his mind, deciding that it would be wise to cease further gambling. Half an hour passed, and under his precise control, the amount was nearing his expectations. Bingo. Just as he contemplated how to persuade Han Bin to leave with him, a male voice called out from behind. Oh, it's Ah Hong, what's the matter? Han Bin, caught in the rhythm of winning, felt slightly displeased at the interruption. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his tone softened somewhat. Today's luck is truly exceptional. Who is this brother? He seems rather unfamiliar. Ah Hong greeted with a smile and gestured towards Zhou Ji. This is Ah Ji, one of our own from Hongxing, hailing from Temple Street, and he has recently been promoted to a red stick. Oh, so it's Brother Ji. Is this your first time here? Today seems to be quite fortunate. Han Bin chuckled. Zhou Ji smiled in return. It's going all right, actually. I nearly lost all my fair home when I first came in, but fortunately, luck turned in my favor, and I had a few small wins. Ah Hong. Han Bin sensed something amiss and could not help but inquire. This isn't my first time here. I'm practically a regular. You should know that I usually lose more than I win, hardly ever having any victories. Is it that after winning just once this time, you're no longer pleased? Of course not. How could that be? Ah Hong hurriedly waved his hand. Our casino operates on the principle of luck. Wins and losses depend entirely on the guest's fortune. There is no such rule that allows only losses without victories. Han Bin frowned. What do you mean by that? Oh, it's just that I noticed you seem particularly lucky today. Ah Hong paused, lowering his voice. A few major clients have just arrived in the VIP room. All high rollers. I thought since you and your crew are on a winning streak, I would invite you to help show them what you're made of. Oh, really high rollers have arrived? Upon hearing this, Han Bin glanced at the towering stack of chips before him, estimating it to be nearly 20 million, and his eyes instantly brightened. However, he was acutely aware that this wave of winnings was not merely due to his own good fortune, but rather due to the rhythm set by Zhou Ji. He was merely riding the coattails of success. His gaze unconsciously shifted towards Zhou Ji, and upon noticing this, Ah Hong also turned to look at Zhou Ji. Boss, a call for you. The caller says it's Liang Kuan. At that moment, Nisha, standing behind Zhou Ji, softly reminded him, handing over the phone. Pardon me, I need to take this call. Zhou Ji accepted the phone, nodding at the two, and then held it to his ear. Hello, Kuan-gu. It's Ah Ji. What is up? As soon as he spoke, Liang Kuan's slightly anxious voice came through. Ah Ji, where are you right now? Sha Chong says he can't find you at the gym. I'm at Taio, Kuan-gu. What is going on? Zhou Ji replied, sensing something was amiss. Damn. How did you end up at Taio? I just received news that something major happened last night. What happened? That bastard Xian Shi. I don't know what got into him, but during a meeting at the United Society last night, he actually attacked the venue and killed several key figures. What? No way. Has he lost his mind? Zhou Ji feigned shock, though he was the one who orchestrated the entire scheme. Of course, the developments were far more intense than he had anticipated. He had merely set the stage, but hadn't he expected Xian Shi to be so ruthless, daring to strike at the venue itself. This has truly escalated. The United Society is a major gang, on par with Hongxing, with influence spanning across Hong Kong. Now that the venue has been attacked and multiple key figures have perished, on